Chapter 2. Kakarot, the future Super Saiyan. Will this arouse the suspicions of the survivors? Belebu inquired. Ha ha ha. We can simply claim that we were unfortunate enough to be struck by a colossal meteor. Frieza replied with a sinister chuckle. As they conversed, the spaceship of Soya and his companions swiftly glided past Frieza's vessel. Soya's heart raced. Who piloted that spaceship? Why did it veer towards Frieza's ship? Would it be shot down? With my presence in this team, could there be a butterfly effect? If we were to be shot down, I would meet my demise in the vastness of space. The inability to survive in the cosmos might indeed be the greatest weakness of the Saiyans. They are hailed as a warrior race, yet they lack the capacity to endure in the vacuum of space. Soya felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustrations in a lengthy treatise. In Soya's perspective, the true warrior race should be Frieza's frost demons. This race, even when severed in half, manages to survive. Could the Saiyans do the same? Moreover, after diligent training, Frieza's most formidable black gold form could obliterate the combined might of Goku's Ultra Instinct and Vegeta's self-realization with ease. That seemed rather excessive. Frieza watched as Soya and the other spaceship passed perilously close, performing a graceful tailspin. The negative emotional energy emanating from Frieza reached a staggering 666. Soya thought, what on earth? Why is Frieza providing me with negative emotional energy? Does he intend to annihilate our spaceship? Anxiety gripped Soya's heart. With a mere combat power of 600, he felt exceedingly fragile. Isn't that Lord Frieza's spaceship? Why is it here? Raditz pressed his face against the window, unable to contain his curiosity. Lord Frieza? What could he possibly be doing here? Nappa echoed, equally perplexed. That scoundrel Frieza has parked his spaceship here with ill intentions, Vegeta scoffed, feeling irked. Do not pay him any mind. The spaceship swiftly distanced itself from Frieza and his crew, speeding through the vastness of the starry sky. Lord Frieza, there are 7 individuals aboard the spaceship, namely Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz. Belebu soon presented the findings to Frieza. The remaining 3 Saiyans were average warriors, with 1 being of lower rank. They must be a team heading to Planet Beast. Oh, Frieza pondered silently. Should he bring them down? Lord Frieza? Belebu asked, a note of concern creeping into his voice. If we eliminate their prince here, it could alert others. Send someone to eliminate the 4 Saiyans, excluding the 3 elite warriors, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Let them linger for a while. They may serve my purpose, Frieza decisively commanded. But who should we send? Belebu inquired. Should we dispatch Mr. Dodoria? However, it seems unnecessary to deal with those mediocre and inferior warriors, right? Let Shio-E come over, Frieza pondered. The spaceship of Soya. Raditz, so you are a high-class warrior. Soya exclaimed in amazement. What? Is that surprising? Raditz rolled his eyes at Soya. Your statement is quite problematic. I am a high-class warrior. What is there to be astonished about? When Raditz was born, his battle power was 300. Naturally, he is a high-class warrior, Nappa remarked indifferently, while simultaneously ridiculing. As for you, Soya, I recall your battle power was merely 5 at birth, right? Ha ha. The one who is weak is you. Raditz laughed heartily. Do not say that. Soya responded without anger, smiling. At least my battle power exceeds that of your brother Kakarot by 3 points. Nappa. Negative emotional value from Nappa, 222. Raditz. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. You dare speak of having 3 points more in battle power. Raditz fumed, unable to restrain his anger. Do not bring up my worthless brother. You really should not speak of your brother like that. So you sighed deeply, smiling. In my view, your brother Kakarot will undoubtedly become an extraordinary warrior in the future. Upon hearing this, Raditz, Nappa, and the 3 youths were utterly astonished, staring at Soya as if he were a fool. You claim that the inferior warrior with a battle power of only 2 at birth is remarkable? That is quite the exaggeration. I have a premonition that Kakarot may very well become a Super Saiyan. Soya chuckled. You, what did you say? A Super Saiyan? Raditz's eyes widened, sensing a wave of incredulity. A Super Saiyan? Nappa raised an eyebrow. The 3 youths exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting slight shock. You truly dare to say anything. Even the usually silent Vegeta was moved by Soya's words. However, shortly thereafter, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 999. Soya, why do you possess such a high negative emotional value? Should I have said that you, Vegeta? will become a Super Saiyan for you to be satisfied? Soya's guess was correct. Vegeta indeed thought that way. Is there something wrong with this guy's mind? I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a genius warrior. A genius warrior surpassing high-class warriors. The one most likely to become a Super Saiyan is undoubtedly me, Vegeta. This inferior warrior named Soya actually claims that Kakarot, with a battle power of only 2, will become a Super Saiyan. How ridiculous. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza too. Received the conversation content of Soya and the others promptly. Since Soya and his companions were equipped with detectors, their voices could be transmitted through the devices. Upon hearing the words of Soya, Frieza erupted into laughter. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza cackled again. Did you hear that, Biliblu? Indeed, my lord Frieza. Please allow me a minute more to laugh. Biliblu responded, bursting into hearty laughter, inadvertently releasing a series of flatulent sounds. Frieza's expression soured, pinching his nose in disgust. Biliblu quickly covered his rear, a look of embarrassment on his face. Kakarot, do we have any information on him? Frieza inquired, his interest piqued. The data was swiftly retrieved by Biliblu. Kakarot, age 3, exhibited a battle power of only 2 at birth, and to this day, his battle power remains at 2. Currently still in a nutrient pod. Frieza. Biliblu. Upon reviewing this information, Frieza was genuinely rendered speechless. Surely, this must be the lowest of the low among warriors. Chapter 3. The Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan, Lord Frieza. At that moment, upon receiving orders, Chi-Yu-E stepped forward and knelt before Frieza in deference. Chi-Yu-E belonged to a peculiar race resembling a toad, endowed with formidable combat prowess. In the original narrative, Chi-Yu-E's battle power was comparable to that of Vegeta, both reaching around 18,000 in their adulthood, after a visit to Earth, where he recuperated from severe injuries. Vegeta's power surged to 24,000, effortlessly vanquishing Chi-Yu-E on planet Namek. Follow Vegeta and his spaceship and discreetly eliminate the other 3 Saiyans, excluding Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and Soya, on planet Beast, commanded Frieza. Yes, Lord Frieza, Chi-Yu-E promptly replied. Isn't the intention to annihilate the other 4 Saiyans aside from Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz? Biliblu inquired, slightly taken aback. Biliblu, do you not find that Saiyan named Soya rather intriguing? Frieza remarked with a subtle smile. Indeed, you are correct, Lord Frieza. Biliblu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Spare him. Let him regale me with amusing anecdotes, Frieza continued, breaking into a series of peculiar chuckles. I am quite eager to witness how that lowly warrior, Kakarot, will transform into a Super Saiyan. I share your curiosity. Biliblu beamed even brighter. Lord Frieza, may I indulge in laughter for another minute? Laugh as you wish, but do not dare to pass gas. Frieza's expression darkened. Whoosh. After Soya and his companion spaceship had traveled a considerable distance, Chi-Yu-E embarked in his spherical mini-spaceship. Ha ha ha, Soya, you truly have a knack for humor. Raditz laughed heartily. You jest that my worthless brother will one day become a Super Saiyan? Do not tease me. That is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Nappa joined in the laughter with abandon. Soya, I understand your intention. You, a lowly warrior, aspire to rise and become a Super Saiyan? Carnegie guffawed uncontrollably. Even if one were to rise, it would be the intermediate warriors among us who would ascend first, Curry chimed in, laughing boisterously. Exactly. Beerus nodded vigorously. Who are you all? Soya momentarily faltered, glancing at the trio. What are your names again? Negative emotional value from Carnegie, 222. The trio gritted their teeth and reiterated their names. Noted, Soya acknowledged with a nod. Soya, enlighten us with your understanding of Super Saiyans, Nappa said. His interest piqued as he smiled at Soya. After all, the journey to Planet Beast would take at least a week. It was quite natural to seek engagement during the tedium of space travel. Particularly, humiliating this lowly warrior during their idle moments seemed a splendid choice. Although Vegeta remained silent. He cast a cold glance towards Soya, eager to hear his perspective on Super Saiyans. Super Saiyan. Soya took a deep breath, then swiftly removed the device from his eyes, shutting it off. The abruptness of Soya's action caused a momentary pause among Vegeta and the others. Such a clandestine matter. I wish to keep it among us, Soya grinned. Umph, as if you truly comprehend the secrets of the Super Saiyan. Nappa rolled his eyes, scoffing. I would never remove my device. Nor would I? Raditz chimed in. The trio of Carnegie boys echoed their sentiments. Vegeta remained silent, his mind wandering to Frieza's spaceship. Without uttering a word, he quietly removed his device and pressed the shutdown button. This was not an act of compliance with Soya. Rather, Vegeta sought to prevent Frieza from eavesdropping on their conversation. Although Vegeta did not believe Soya had any profound insights regarding the Super Saiyan. Prince Vegeta has taken off his device. Do you still intend to wear yours? Soya grinned, his expression rather cheeky. Nappa and Raditz froze, glancing at Vegeta, their faces paling. Prince Vegeta, why are you so compliant with this fellow? Additionally, Soya's sycophantic demeanor was strikingly evident. Negative emotional values surged. 555 from Nappa, 666 from Raditz, 777 from Vegeta, and 788 from Vegeta. A slight irritation brewed within Vegeta, realizing that Soya had used him as a point of reference. Reluctantly, Nappa, Raditz, and the others removed their devices and switched them off, curious to discover what Soya might reveal about the Super Saiyan. Your words suggest an intimate familiarity with the Super Saiyan. Soya smiled enigmatically at Vegeta and the others. What is it? Nappa could not restrain his curiosity. Do you believe Super Saiyans are a product of nature or something else? Soya inquired with a grin. I thought you had something significant to say. What is there to discuss? Even I know that a Super Saiyan is born once every millennium, a warrior hailed as the strongest in the universe. Raditz rolled his eyes, snorting dismissively. Raditz was indeed correct. The legendary Super Saiyan was said to appear only once every 1,000 years. Nappa nodded in agreement, stating that the last Super Saiyan had emerged exactly a millennium ago, hence it was likely that a Super Saiyan would arise among the Saiyans in the coming years. Is it possible that the legendary Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan are distinct concepts? Soya smiled, articulating his thoughts. What nonsense are you spouting? Nappa retorted. Unable to contain himself, how could I not know that Super Saiyans are categorized into ordinary and legendary types? Not having heard of it indicates your lack of experience. Soya replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his face. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? With a sudden surge of anger, Nappa rose, clenching his fists, ready to confront Sonya. You prompted me to speak. Yet, Sonya remained undaunted, retorting, ignorance is simply ignorance. No one is mocking you. Nappa glared furiously, advancing with determination. The palpable negativity emanating from Nappa was a staggering 888. Halt! Vegeta interjected, unable to tolerate the scene, his voice laced with disdain. Nappa's expression faltered, and he promptly halted his advance. Please, continue, Sonya. Vegeta appeared intrigued by Sonya's discourse on the legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, the fabled Super Saiyan is said to emerge only once every millennium. However, I believe that any Saiyan can achieve this transformation if they grasp the essential techniques. Sonya spoke with a smile, conveying the truth. Chapter 4. The True Trump Card Rebirth. Oh, what is the secret? Do enlighten me, Vegeta said, his interest piqued. First, let us establish one thing. What do you all consider an ordinary Super Saiyan? Soa inquired. What else could it be? What do you mean by that? Raditz replied, perplexed. Is it possible that a Super Saiyan is merely a transformation? Soa chuckled. What nonsense. We Saiyans only possess one transformation, the Great Ape. Raditz shook his head, finding Soa's assertion rather absurd. Negative emotional energy value from Biliblu, 999. Negative emotional energy value from Frieza, 888. Just as Soa prepared to counter Raditz, he received a surge of negative emotional energy from Frieza, leaving him momentarily stunned. Did I disturb your ancestors, Frieza? What on earth is this negative energy you're sending my way? Soa wondered if Frieza was intent on pursuing him. He turned to glance through the transparent window behind him. It appeared that no one was in pursuit. Could it be that you are sending me negative energy simply because we removed the detector? Soa's speculation was confirmed. Frieza's side had lost signal and could no longer hear Soa and the others. Thus the negative energy was being transmitted. Please continue, Soa, Vegeta said, observing him with keen interest, a hint of wisdom gracing his youthful features. Your Highness, perhaps we should not indulge in his nonsensical ramblings, Carnegie chimed in. Vegeta shot Carnegie a sidelong glance, disregarding his comment. Carnegie winced, realizing he should refrain from further remarks. My research has revealed that within our Saiyan bodies exists a unique cell that allows for transformation into a Super Saiyan, known as the S cell. Soa elaborated on the transformation process of Super Saiyans, explaining that every Saiyan possesses S cells, which, upon reaching a certain threshold, enable them to transform through immense emotional fluctuations. Vegeta and the others were left speechless, their gazes fixated upon Soa. You speak with such earnestness, almost as if you're making sense. We nearly believed you. When did you conduct this research? Naba expressed his deep skepticism. When else? Naturally, while traversing the cosmos. While others slumbered, I dedicated myself to research. Soa lamented, asserting that a low-ranking warrior should possess unique abilities. Naba and Raditz were left without retort. Your argument appears somewhat reasonable. Pray tell, how does one acquire S cells? Vegeta inquired. His interest still piqued. According to my findings, one must possess a tranquil heart to swiftly generate S cells, Soa replied candidly. I have shared my insights with you. If you still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, it simply indicates your lack of skill. A tranquil heart? What does that entail? Naba raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Please elaborate. Raditz echoed, equally curious. Some matters are best comprehended rather than articulated. Such concepts must be grasped through personal understanding to facilitate the emergence of S cells. Soya smiled mysteriously. Yet I suspect you lack the requisite conditions. Negative emotional values, 666 from Vegeta, 888 from Nappa, and 777 from Raditz. The collective derision resulted in Soya amassing over 5,000 negative emotional points in one breath. However, Soya remained vigilant. Should he inadvertently provoke Vegeta, inciting him to unleash a lethal attack, the consequences would be dire. At that juncture, he would have no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique. Indeed, the negative emotional value system harbors a significant trump card, primarily for self-preservation. This technique is rebirth. In simple terms, upon death, Soya would immediately resurrect, randomly transported to another universe or planet. Nevertheless, rebirth incurs a cooldown period of 10 years. Thus, if he were to be slain again within that decade, it would be permanent. This is precisely why Soya does not fear Vegeta and his ilk. The situation had already commenced on a hellish note. He might as well revel in it. To have a Saiyan with a mere battle power of 300 reside on planet Vegeta would be a perilous endeavor, indeed. Do not misunderstand. Most Saiyans lack a tranquil heart. Soya added with a smile, stating that it took him considerable time to attain a state of serenity. So, can you transform into a Super Saiyan now? Vegeta inquired with a smirk, his gaze fixed on Soya. Not yet, but I believe that in due time. It should pose no issue, Soya replied with a grin. Such unfounded nonsense. We shall see if you can become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta huffed, dismissing Soya's banter as he rose and strode toward the exit. Your Highness Vegeta, are you heading to the restroom? Raditz asked, momentarily taken aback. I'm going to sleep. Vegeta retorted, not bothering to challenge Soya further, exiting the room to rest in his sleep chamber. To Vegeta, Soya was merely a lowly warrior. As for Soya's claims regarding Super Saiyans, Vegeta regarded them as a mere jest. What S cells? What tranquil heart? Utter nonsense. As a prince, how could he be unaware of such matters? To his knowledge, Super Saiyans are the mightiest warriors in the universe. Furthermore, Super Saiyans possess a brutal nature, ruthless and merciless. Your assertions starkly contrast with the true essence of a Super Saiyan. With Vegeta's departure, Nappa's eyes gleamed with mischief, and he suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Let us set aside discussions of Super Saiyans. It is time for us to engage in some games, he proposed with a grin. What game do you intend to play? Raditz inquired, equally amused. The journey has been rather dull, so it is only fitting that we find some amusement. Naba chuckled, reminiscing about a delightful game that once gained immense popularity, known as Eat, Sleep, and Hit the Beans. How intriguing. Raditz nodded vigorously. What else can one do aboard a spaceship? Aside from eating and sleeping, the only other activity is hitting beans, wouldn't you agree? Naba smiled enigmatically. Indeed, Raditz affirmed. Soya, Carnegie, and the other two remained silent, seemingly sharing an unsettling premonition. Although they yearned to contest this notion, they felt intimidated by Naba's formidable strength, rendering them hesitant to voice their objections. Thus, it was cheerfully resolved. Naba gazed at Soya and the others with a grin. We are a total of 6 individuals. Excluding the 2 with the highest combat prowess, we shall draw lots to determine who will be the bean. Then, this bean shall be our plaything for today. The rules are quite simple. Do you have any objections? Soya. Chapter 5. System Upgrade. Enhancement of combat power. The trio of Carnegie exchanged glances, yet after a fleeting look at Soja, their hearts felt considerably more balanced. Thankfully, Soja had rushed in to play the role of a scapegoat, thus sparing them from one less opportunity to be the fool. Prince Vegeta had retired for the night, opting out of the game. Nappa remarked with a smile. Although Vegeta was merely 5 years old this year, his combat power had already soared to an impressive 15,000, marking him as one of the most extraordinarily gifted warriors among the Saiyans. One might ponder why Vegeta, at the tender age of 5, possessed a combat power of 15,000, while on Earth, at nearly 30, he had only achieved a meager 18,000. An increase of merely 3,000, seemingly absurd. Yet, this phenomenon is quite normal. During this period, attaining a combat power of 15,000 allowed one to dominate nearly every planet. Such power is akin to a high-level character slaying monsters in a novice village, even after a year or even a century of battling novice creatures. One would find it impossible to level up. It is commendable that Vegeta managed to elevate his combat power to 18,000. Moreover, Frieza's special treatment of Vegeta meant he seldom engaged in battles on planets with formidable combat power. In truth, very few humans possess a combat power exceeding 15,000. While numerous characters with astronomical combat power appear later in Dragon Ball, a closer examination reveals that they are quite few, predominantly concentrated on a single planet. Saiyans grow stronger when faced with mighty adversaries, but in the absence of formidable foes, advancing their combat power becomes exceedingly challenging. Consider the Android Saga. Although Trunks returned from the future, warning of the terrifying androids, Goku and Vegeta had yet to encounter them. One might assume that with 3 years to train, they would surpass the androids, but that is not the case. If they were to engage the androids in combat, and then train, it is likely they would soon eclipse them. Hence, Saiyans only experience a fervent surge in combat power when confronted by opponents of significant strength, provided that such strength is not excessively overwhelming. For instance, during the Namek Saga, Vegeta escalated his combat power to over 2 million in a single leap. However, if the opponent's strength is excessively formidable, as was the case with Beerus at the beginning of Dragon Ball Super, he could not be defeated, as he existed on an entirely different dimensional plane. Similarly, the current Frieza, with a combat power exceeding 1 billion, is on a different level altogether, thus failing to inspire the Saiyans to elevate their own powers in response. In Vegeta's first 30 years, he reached his pinnacle at the age of 5. Before encountering Kakarot, his growth in combat power was exceedingly sluggish. It was only after arriving on Earth and engaging in a life-or-death struggle with Goku, nearly perishing, that his combat power experienced a significant boost. Presently, among this group, Nappa possesses the second highest combat power, having reached an impressive 3,000. Following him is Raditz, with a combat power of 700. According to an interview with the esteemed Akira Toriyama, he indeed stated that Raditz is classified as a superior warrior. The Saiyans' evaluation of elite warriors should pertain to their battle power at birth. After all, Raditz's battle power exceeded 200 at the time of his birth. A battle power ranging from 100 to 200 designates a mid-tier warrior, while a battle power below 100 categorizes one as a low-tier warrior. As for the heights one might attain thereafter, that remains beyond anyone's concern. Next is Soya, with a battle power of 600. Carnegie possesses a battle power of 500. Curry has a battle power of 450, and Beerus stands at 440. Thus, in this game, a draw will determine the fate of Soya, Carnegie, and their companions, with the one drawing the Doudou facing the consequences. Soya could discern from the exchanged glances between Naba and Raditz that they had already conspired. There are 4 beans, 3 green and 1 red, which we affectionately refer to as Doudou. Naba, grinning broadly, placed the 4 beans into a jar, shook it vigorously, and set it on the ground. Let the games begin. Raditz chuckled mischievously, his expression exuding a sense of mischief, adding, "You can blame your low battle power for being the weakest in our group." He continued, "Once your battle power exceeds mine, I shall join in the fun." Really? Soya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Why would I lie? Raditz rolled his eyes at Soya but smiled, saying, "By the way, your battle power lags behind mine by 100. With diligent effort, you might catch up." Soya nodded in agreement. However, I will never grant you that opportunity. Raditz chuckled slyly. Wait a moment. I'm going to catch up right now, Soya said, rubbing his hands together. Raditz appeared puzzled, as did Naba. Carnegie and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Soya's intentions. Just give me 30 seconds. Soya waved at Naba and the others. Naba, seeing no harm in it, consented. 30 seconds is nothing. In this spaceship, what we have in abundance is time. This prolonged journey through the stars truly proved to be quite tedious. Soya glanced at the system list and discovered he had accumulated 100,000 points of negative emotion value. These points were partially accrued from Vegeta and his group today, along with contributions from other Saiyans. In fact, during Soya's last excursion with Bardock to Cyril Star, he had gathered a significant amount of negative emotion value there as well. With 100,000 points of negative emotion value, each 10,000 points allowed for a lottery draw, guaranteeing a win each time. Thus, Soya commenced at 10 consecutive draws without hesitation. Congratulations. You have gained 9 points of battle power. Congratulations. You have gained 5 points of battle power. Congratulations. You have gained 2 points of battle power. Soya inwardly cursed in frustration. This wretched system, incrementing my battle power by mere single digits. Did you think my battle power only increased by 300? However, during the 5th draw of the 10 consecutive attempts, the system suddenly froze. As if it had encountered a glitch. Soya was instantly drenched in cold sweat. System, please don't malfunction, he implored. If you must encounter issues, at least wait until I elevate my combat power beyond 3 million. There was a brief pause of approximately 3 seconds. System upgrade successful. Current version, 1.0. Soya was momentarily taken aback. That brief freeze, was it secretly undergoing an upgrade? So, it had merely been a beta version before? Congratulations. You have gained combat power of 33. Congratulations. You have gained combat power of 22. Congratulations. You have gained combat power of 55. Soya's spirit soared. This infuriating system had finally shown some benevolence. His combat power had transitioned into double digits. He quickly checked his combat power value. Combat power, 780. An increase of 180 in combat power. Congratulations. You have acquired the godly combat water, was the final message from the system. Chapter 6, The Divine Battle Water. An infinite multiplication of combat power. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Soya. Divine Battle Water? What manner of substance is this? Has the system finally adopted a semblance of seriousness after its upgrade from 0.9 to 1.0? To think it would even introduce Divine Battle Water. What purpose might it serve? Soya's heart raced with excitement as he meticulously scrutinized the usage instructions for the Divine Battle Water. Divine Battle Water. A single sip doubles combat power, 2 sips quadruple it, 3 sips octuple it, and so forth, contingent upon one's physical constitution. Lasting for 1 hour. Note: side effects may occur. Please use with caution. Soya was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This was nothing short of an infinite multiplier akin to the King's Fist, was it not? Why not simply call it the Double King's Fist? A moment of contemplation. What exactly do the side effects entail? Consuming this elixir comes with repercussions? Soya resolved to take a closer look at this Divine Battle Water. With a swift motion, Soya retrieved the Divine Battle Water from the system's marketplace. In an instant, a large container, approximately 18 liters in volume, materialized in his hands. Soya, gazing at the unexpectedly substantial container of water, Soya found himself at a loss for words. This Divine Battle Water. The generosity of this provision is astounding. Surely, this could provide for 1,000 sips? 1,000-fold increase. Goodness. Is this some celestial existence? Soya contemplated taking a sip to sample its effects. No, this could have side effects. Perhaps it would be wiser to let someone else try it first. He resolved to postpone the decision and promptly returned the large container to the system space. Witnessing Soya abruptly produce such a massive container of water, only to have it mysteriously vanish moments later, Bart and the others stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Soya, where did you procure that large container of water? Did you stumble upon some high-tech storage device? Raditz inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Soya nodded. Appreciating Raditz's ingenuity in crafting an excuse for him, it saved him the trouble of concocting one himself. But why bring such a large container of water? Raditz questioned, somewhat perplexed. All right, Soya, Weren't you just told you had 30 seconds? Bart interjected, his interest in the large container waning, impatience evident. The 30 seconds are up. Let's get ready. Go ahead, Saiyan said, giving Raditz a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Raditz? Raditz, momentarily bewildered, gazed up at Saiyan in confusion. After a 2-second silence, he asked, "Why did you pat me? You four go choose the beans. I shall not participate." Raditz huffed, casting Saiyan a dismissive glance. Weren't the four with the lowest combat power supposed to select the beans? Saiyan grinned widely. Absolutely, Raditz retorted. You possess a combat power of only 600, while I am at 700, so it is indeed you four. Put on the detector and take a good look, Saiyan urged, his smile growing ever brighter. Humph. I thought you were going to say something significant. Raditz scoffed lightly. What now? Are you suggesting that within this brief hour, your combat prowess has surpassed mine? Despite this assertion, Raditz promptly donned the scouter and pressed the button to gauge Sonya's power level. In an instant, Raditz's jaw nearly hit the floor. What? Nappa? Intrigued, also equipped the scouter. Upon viewing Sonya's power level, he was visibly stunned, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Is this some sort of joke? Carnegie exclaimed in disbelief. A power level of 780. Kiririn was equally astonished. How is this possible? Wasn't your power level 600 just moments ago? Berta was flabbergasted. How? How did you achieve this? You clearly did nothing. Raditz shouted, his gaze fixed intently on Sonya. Don't say that. I was diligently seeking ways to enhance my power. It is you who sat idly by? Sonya replied with a grin. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. Negative emotional value from Nappa, 999. Negative emotional value from Carnegie. What do you mean we did nothing? The issue is we didn't see you doing anything either. Why has your power level increased? You are all practicing incorrectly. Have I not made myself clear enough? Sonya sighed, lamenting, the transformation into a Super Saiyan requires a tranquil heart. Only with inner peace can one truly elevate their strength. Just like me, I may be seen as a fool, but I remain utterly unfazed. Raditz felt a pang of hurt. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. But your power level has suddenly surged, now exceeding mine. Am I to become the fool? Who do I even complain to about this? You are being utterly unfair. Is it really true that a serene heart leads to endless power increases? Nappa pondered, eyeing Sonya with skepticism. At least that is how I've approached it. Sonya replied with a smile. I want to disclose that I possess a system. It has proven quite effective lately, granting me double-digit increases in power. Previously, this wretched system only bestowed single-digit increments. Who knows how long I toiled to elevate my power to 600. Raditz, off you go, Sonya chuckled, patting Raditz on the shoulder. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. See, the negative emotional value is rising. Contribute a bit more, and I can enter a lottery. Curse it. Raditz lamented inwardly. This game of eating, sleeping, and becoming a fool was my idea. Now, I have a 1 in 4 chance of being the fool. This is absurd. Let us switch games. Raditz's expression stiffened, his mouth twitching. Nappa glared at Raditz, narrowing his eyes while clenching his fists. Leitais dared not utter another word and hastily rushed forward, diving into the jar with fervor. As he stirred within, he proclaimed, My combat power surpasses that of the three of you, so I shall draw first. Do you have any objections? No. Carnegie and the others shook their heads in unison. With a decisive motion, Leitais extracted a bean from his grasp, gradually revealing his open palm. Nestled within was a crimson bean. Leitais felt a surge of despair wash over him. His luck was utterly abysmal. Out of a selection of 4, he had managed to choose the red bean. The negative emotional energy emanating from Leitais soared to 999. It was all that scoundrel Soa's fault. If your combat power had not improved, I would never have drawn the bean. No hitting back. Leitais cradled his head, curling up on the ground. Soa, reveling in his amusement, approached Leitais and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. It was exhilarating. Carnegie and his companions exchanged glances before eagerly joining the fray against Leitais. However, they refrained from striking too harshly, fearing retribution from Leitais later. After all, our combat power pales in comparison to yours, if you retaliate. Who could we turn to for justice? Only Soa showed no mercy. Amidst this, Soa continued to declare with fervor, eating, sleeping, and battling beans. This bean brawl is truly delightful. His laughter grew ever more radiant, while the negative emotional energy from Leitais remained at a staggering 999. Chapter 7. Arrival at Beast Star. 7,000 battle power monsters. At this moment, Naba also took an interest, stepping forward to kick twice. Raditz emitted cries of anguish. In that instant, Raditz distinctly felt that Soya's strikes were the most brutal, causing him the greatest pain. This scoundrel, how utterly shameless. The following week passed in relative tranquility. Vegeta did not partake in the mundane activities of eating, sleeping, and playing games. Perhaps for Vegeta, the noble prince, such pastimes were beneath his dignity. What if, as a genius warrior with a battle power of 15,000, he accidentally killed them? As for Soya's sudden increase in battle power, Vegeta was somewhat surprised but did not delve into the matter further. After all, he regarded this minor enhancement as insignificant. An increase of 180. Does that truly qualify as an enhancement? Attention! Attention! We are about to arrive at Beast Star. Please prepare for landing. A warning message blared from the spaceship. Soya approached the window, gazing into the distance. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, he spotted a pale purple planet. The planet appeared to be similar in size to Mars, devoid of satellites, yet illuminated by a radiant purple sun, which explained its color. Whoosh! The spaceship sliced through the atmosphere, descending toward the planet. Before long, it landed steadily on the surface of Beast Star. Click! The spacecraft's hatch opened, and Vegeta was the first to soar out, surveying his surroundings. Soya followed suit, scanning the area. They found themselves in a dense jungle, teeming with an array of peculiar plants, many of which Soya could not even name. Is this Beast Star? The environment seems quite pleasant, Naba remarked with a smile. Raditz inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air of the planet. Subsequently, Soya and the others pressed the buttons on their scanners to assess the battle power levels on this planet. Beep, beep, battle power, 7,000. Upon seeing this figure, Soya gasped, his skin prickling with fear. This is outrageous. Upon landing, they were already confronted by hellish monsters. Could their luck be any worse? Suddenly, a creature resembling a pterosaur swooped down from the sky, snatching Naba with its claw and lifting him into the air. With a swift motion, the pterosaur used its sharp talons to dismember Naba into several pieces. Naba screamed in agony as he met his demise in an instant. Soya was left in shock, his pupils dilating. This is the tragic fate of the Saiyans. Why are the Saiyans a minority? It is precisely due to the Saiyans' relentless conquest of other planets that the number of surviving Saiyans has dwindled. Upon encountering such planets, combatants are often caught off guard and subjected to devastating blows. A moment's carelessness may lead them to face death. Moreover, they are confronted by a beast with a combat power reaching an astounding 7,000. 7,000. What a jest! Why is the data provided by the Frieza force not reflective of this? Nappa gasped, his face paling in fear. Who, aside from Prince Vegeta, could possibly rival such a combat power? Humph. Vegeta merely scoffed, raising his right hand to conjure an energy sphere. With a swift motion, he hurled the energy orb at the winged beast. Boom. The energy sphere struck the creature with a resounding explosion, obliterating it in midair, transforming it into a cloud of crimson mist, utterly vanquished. Infuriating. One of our own has perished upon arrival. Raditz clenched his fists, his complexion drained, lamenting the loss of a comrade. Our chances of survival have now diminished to 1 in 3. Carnegie spoke in a grave tone. Soya found himself at a loss for words. What kind of mindset is this? Indeed, the Saiyans appear devoid of emotion. It seems, apart from Bardock's family, excluding Raditz, the majority of Saiyans lack any semblance of feeling. The death of a comrade barely registered with Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, or even Carnegie and Curry, who had shared a closer bond with Bardock. Perhaps, to them, death has become a commonplace occurrence. Over there, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and he waved his right hand towards the right. An energy sphere shot towards the depths of the forest at remarkable speed. Boom. Another resounding explosion followed, and a massive light burst forth, stirring up clouds of dust. A howl of anguish echoed from the direction Vegeta had attacked, clearly indicating that another beast had met its demise at his hands. Soya, scanning with his detector, noted that this beast also possessed a formidable combat power of 5,000. Let us clear this area. This environment is decidedly unfavorable for us, Nappa declared, pinching his thumb against his index and middle fingers and raising them. A tremendous surge of energy swiftly enveloped the jungle. Boom. In an instant, the entire forest was leveled by Nappa's unleashed power. This area attack revealed numerous hidden beasts lurking in the shadows. A cacophony of roars erupted as various bizarre creatures bared their teeth at Saiyan and his companions from a short distance. Swiftly, Vegeta, with a disdainful huff, utilized his detector to lock onto the highest combat powers among the beasts, casually releasing 6 energy spheres. These 6 orbs sped towards the most formidable creatures with incredible velocity. Boom. Once again, a resounding explosion reverberated, causing the entire planet to tremble incessantly. The most formidable of the beasts were effortlessly vanquished by Vegeta. However, the remaining creatures did not retreat. Instead, they converged from all directions, drawing ever closer to Saiyan and her companions. Saiyan estimated that there were at least 100 of these remaining beasts. Humph, let you few handle those remaining monsters, Vegeta remarked, utilizing his scouter. Vegeta discovered that the highest combat power among the remaining beasts was merely 1,500, while the others hovered around 400 to 500. Vegeta harbored little interest in such lowly adversaries. Thank you, Prince Vegeta. Without you, we would surely have faced annihilation. Nappa expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Truly, you are the prince. That was utterly terrifying. Raditz echoed in admiration. Chapter 8. A frenzied surge of negative emotional values. Indeed, the most brilliant Saiyan warrior is Prince Vegeta, Carnegie exclaimed. Once again, we express our gratitude to Prince Vegeta for rescuing us. Curry bowed in reverence. It's nothing. One can only say they are exceedingly weak. Vegeta's expression was cold as he snorted dismissively, instructing in a detached manner, now it is up to you. I must warn you, if anyone perishes here, it can only be attributed to their misfortune. Do not blame me for failing to save you. As he spoke, Saiyan soared into the sky, ascending to great heights. Vegeta and the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Saiyan's peculiar maneuver. Even the nearby beasts raised their heads in confusion. Do not look at me, Saiyan bellowed, gesturing towards Vegeta and the others. Vegeta? What do you mean by do not look at you? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Nappa was also slightly perplexed, voicing a speculation. Could it be that Saiyan is afraid and wishes to retreat? Coward. I disdain him. Raditz snorted, his expression one of contempt. This fool. Where could he possibly run to? It does not seem like a docking area for spaceships. Carnegie pondered, somewhat baffled. It would be safer to remain beside Prince Vegeta than to flee elsewhere. Curry shook his head, deeming Saiyan foolish. He even told us not to look at him. Does he think we would be oblivious to where he has fled? Nappa scoffed derisively. Does he not realize that with a detector, he can be located no matter where he attempts to escape? This imbecile. Raditz expressed his profound disdain. Solar Fist. Without a hint of hesitation, Saiyan, elevated in the sky, placed his hands beside his cheeks. Instantly, a blinding light radiated outward from the center of Saiyan's head. Vegeta's pupils shrank dramatically, turning white in an instant. Raditz, Nappa, Carnegie, and Curry were also unfortunate victims, their vision obscured as everything became a blur. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 666. Negative emotional value from Nappa, 888. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. Negative emotional value from Carnegie. Negative emotional value from Sokiero Portaniki, 666. Negative emotional value from Kuropatsuru, 777. Negative emotional value from Relaralot Kexii Cannon, 999. From Balabalabala Karoli. Saiyan's expression stiffened, his face momentarily blank. The negative emotional values from Vegeta and the others were understandable. But what were these bizarre names? Could they possibly be the names of these beasts? Or could it be that these creatures also provide me with negative emotional values? I see. In the world of Dragon Ball, intelligent beasts can indeed be regarded as humans, or rather, as humanoid beings. From the divine perspective, the universe is divided into humans and gods, with animals classified separately. These beasts are evidently organized and disciplined in their assault on Saiyan and the others, making the designation of intelligent beings quite fitting. Thus, negative emotional values indeed exist. However, solitary creatures do not contribute to Saiyan's negative emotional values. This wave of Solar Fist, witnessed by a gathering of over 100 individuals, including Vegeta, has utterly overwhelmed the negative emotional values. In less than 3 seconds, Suya effortlessly amassed 100,000 negative emotional points, which continued to escalate and refresh. Suya felt a surge of delight within. For him, these points represented undeniable power. Is it truly this exhilarating? And as for Vegeta and the others, did I not instruct you not to gaze upon me? Why do you not heed my words? Indeed, the painstakingly researched Solar Fist proves invaluable at critical moments. The Solar Fist is a technique Suya developed through diligent study. Tien Shinhan is truly a genius. To utilize such a splendid skill at such a crucial juncture is nothing short of magnificent. It is worth noting that in the original story, the Solar Fist is an exceptionally effective technique. Even the formidable villain Cell has employed it several times. In fact, during its final use, Cell successfully absorbed Android 18, achieving his complete form. Whoosh! Suya hovered high above, unleashing an energy blast that hurtled downward at the multitude of monsters below. Boom! Accompanied by thunderous roars. The energy blasts detonated upon impact, leaving the monsters grievously wounded and emitting anguished cries that echoed through the air. Negative emotional values from Sojral Portniki, 999. Negative emotional values from Kiloport Solulu, 999. Negative emotional values from Roralot Jixai Cannon, 999. From Barabarakuri. Suya refrained from annihilating them outright. Why not take advantage of the opportunity to accumulate more negative emotional points? After this wave, another 100,000 negative emotional points were credited. Indeed, visiting the B-Star was a most astute decision. When Suya had accompanied Bardock's combat team to Cyril Star for battle, accumulating negative emotional points had not been as fruitful. Calculating the time, Suya realized that most of the monster's vision had gradually returned. Do not look at me, Suya bellowed. Solar Fist. Without any hesitation, he positioned his hands beside his cheeks and unleashed another Solar Fist. Negative emotional values from Raditz, 999. Negative emotional values from Sojral Portniki, 999. From the monsters below glared with fury, eager to rend Suya to pieces. Could you not be so insolent? We had just begun to see a glimmer of light, only to be struck again. Upon seeing Raditz's name appear in the negative emotional value refresh list, Suya felt exasperation. Did I not say not to let you see me? The monsters cannot comprehend, but how can you not understand? Whoosh! Suya released another energy blast toward the monsters. Boom! The monsters howled in agony as explosions tore through their ranks. The air was thick with the scent of charred flesh. Most creatures had already collapsed, writhing in torment upon the ground, their anguished cries piercing the battlefield. Soya descended leisurely from the skies, landing with graceful poise before clapping his hands in satisfaction. Exhilarating, he murmured, observing the struggling beasts with amusement. Spotting their feeble attempts to rise, Soya casually uttered 3 words, Solar Fist. Yet this time, no technique manifested, merely a playful taunt. Still, the recently blinded monsters instinctively squeezed their eyes shut in conditioned terror. Even Raditz hastily shielded his vision. What manner of combat is this? Raditz fumed. Must you employ such underhanded tactics? You're wounding your own allies. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. Negative emotion value from Saxia Larportniki, 999. Additional negative emotion values, incoming. Chapter 9, A Frantic Surge in Combat Power. Although Soya did not unleash the Solar Fist, merely uttering those 3 words caused the surrounding monsters to reflexively shut their eyes, their hearts swelling with hatred. In an instant, Soya amassed nearly 100,000 points of negative emotional energy. Since his initial ascent into the sky and the release of the Solar Fist, he had unknowingly accumulated close to 400,000 points of negative emotional energy. Furthermore, this negative energy continued to refresh incessantly. Soya felt a sense of delight in his heart. Such a fortuitous occurrence had eluded him in the past. With 400,000 points of negative emotional energy, he could engage in a lottery that would yield 40 consecutive draws, each one guaranteed to win. Even if each draw granted merely 10 points of combat power, he would still acquire a staggering 400 points of combat power. It was simply exhilarating. The monsters on this planet were extraordinarily accommodating. Solar Fist. Soya shouted once more. Indeed, numerous monsters provided him with additional negative emotional energy, though this time it was not as substantial as before. Damn it. Soya, What kind of tactic is this, blinding our eyes? Raditz gritted his teeth and exclaimed angrily. Negative emotional energy from Raditz. 888. Saiyan thought to himself, could it be that Raditz is a fool? I told you not to look, yet you insisted on doing so. I clearly instructed you to avert your gaze. Why did you not listen? Saiyan chuckled. Next time, I'll give you advance notice. Vegeta huffed, his expression darkening. Negative emotional energy from Vegeta. 333. What sort of bizarre technique is this? Nappa complained, clearly vexed. You could easily annihilate us, yet you insist on blinding our eyes. Negative emotional energy from Nappa. 444. This approach helps to avoid casualties. Saiyan dismissed their protests and advanced towards the ugliest of the monsters, delivering a powerful punch that sent it deep into the earth. Negative emotional energy from Socha Lar Portniki. 1000. Saiyan paused momentarily. So, your name is Socha? How is it that our names are so similar? And yet, you are so hideous. Your appearance is intolerable. I shall commence extermination with you. Saiyan gripped the monster's finger and relentlessly hurled it about, each throw refreshing its negative emotional energy. Each time, it yielded either 999 or 1000 points. This was undoubtedly a veritable fountain of negative emotional energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Saiyan swung the monster's finger in circles. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The speed increased exponentially. When he finally released his grip, the monster soared through the air, tracing a straight line before crashing into the distant jungle. Immediately, Saiyan pivoted to survey the other monsters. Trembling in fear, the remaining monsters quaked, not daring to show their teeth. Nevertheless, their negative emotional energy continued to refresh. The next moment, an unknown monster let out a cry, turned its head, and fled in terror. As the first monster fled, the others promptly lost their fighting spirit and turned to retreat. Don't run. Come back. Saiyan shouted loudly. From the depths of Kurobot Salulu, another wave of negative emotional energy surged forth. Saiyan's grin nearly reached the back of his ears. Vegeta, why do I feel like this guy is so joyful when he fights? Carnegie could no longer contain himself and muttered softly to Vegeta. I noticed it too. Look at that smug smile. Nappa gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the urge to confront Saiyan. Such methods are utterly shameless. Raditz clenched his fists tightly, seemingly advocating for the monsters. Initially, it appeared as though he would flee, but instead, he ascended to unleash that solar technique. Curry was both amused and perplexed, pondering why he seemed so elated during combat. This is the essence of a Saiyan. The more one fights, the more exhilarated one feels. Vegeta suddenly found himself admiring Saiyan's approach. Although Saiyan had just dazzled him momentarily, it was the first time Vegeta had witnessed a Saiyan so joyful in battle. This was the distinctive flair a Saiyan should possess. Take note, everyone. Vegeta huffed. We are the warrior race of Saiyans. Finding joy in battle is fundamental. Nappa and Raditz fell silent. Your point seems quite valid, Vegeta. The issue lies in the fact that this fellow's laughter is rather obnoxious. Is he in some sort of euphoric state? Soon, the wave of monsters was nearly vanquished, and tranquility returned to the scene. Saiyan floated over from a distance, clapping his hands joyfully. The monsters have all fled. Raditz surveyed the surroundings, pondering, why does it feel as though we were besieged? According to the data provided by Frieza's army, these monsters were supposed to lack intelligence. Nappa furrowed his brow, yet the combat techniques exhibited by these creatures clearly indicated sentience. Do you truly believe Frieza's words? Vegeta scoffed, as if this outcome had been anticipated. Saiyan refrained from responding and immediately turned his attention to the system panel displaying the negative emotional energy levels. Currently, Saiyan had amassed a staggering total of 500,000 in negative emotional energy. 500,000 negative emotional energy. This is simply exhilarating. This planet is even more perilous than I imagined. I must hasten to enhance my combat power. If I were to carelessly perish at the hands of a monster, the process of rebirth would be quite vexing. Let us draw lots, Saiyan declared, and without hesitation, began the process. 50 consecutive draws, commence. Congratulations, you have acquired combat power of 77. Congratulations. You have acquired combat power of 11. Congratulations. Saiyan's combat power soared continuously as he silently prayed for a unique reward. Perhaps something akin to the divine water of battle. Let me see if there are any remaining monsters nearby. As Raditz spoke, he pressed the button on the detector to assess the nearby situation, replying, "They've all fled, scared away by that fellow, Soja. The nearest monster has retreated to a distance of 300 kilometers. It seems Soja has truly instilled a psychological fear in them." Nappa remarked in astonishment. Soja, your combat power." Raditz suddenly froze, unable to contain a gasp. "Do not speak. I am currently occupied with enhancing my combat power," Soja reprimanded curtly. Raditz interjected. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. This is utterly absurd. Yet, it appeared to be true. Raditz's detector continuously updated Soja's combat power. Beep. Combat power 857. Beep. Combat power 868. Beep. Combat power 880. Raditz was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why is your combat power continuously increasing? And the increments seem utterly erratic. What on earth is going on? Nappa, what has transpired? Raditz stammered. Yes. Is my detector malfunctioning? Soja's combat power is on the rise. Raditz's words became increasingly disjointed. What? Is there anything astonishing about combat power increasing? Isn't that a rather commonplace occurrence? Occasionally. Our own combat power experiences slight increments. In truth, my combat power is 2000. I simply disregard the subsequent digits. Nappa chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart. What is the fuss over an increase in combat power? Raditz was left speechless, his expression shifting from red to pale, gazing at Soja as if he were a monster. The detector must be broken, he exclaimed. Speaking of which, Prince Vegeta. Nappa ignored him, turning to Vegeta with a smile. Honestly, eating, sleeping, and playing games can be quite entertaining. It's amusing to engage in when one is feeling idle. Oh, is that so? Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Nappa. Indeed. Why not participate next time? Nappa chuckled heartily. If Prince Vegeta joins in, there's a chance Soja could become a target. It's worth a try, Vegeta mused. Nodding thoughtfully. As the future king of the Saiyans, it was indeed necessary to occasionally engage and interact with his subordinates. Combat power 1100. Still rising. Raditz could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming once more. What did you just say? Nappa asked in disbelief. 1188. Carnegie added. 1199. Curry followed suit. 1298. Raditz's lips twitched uncontrollably. What sort of growth pattern is this? Carnegie was utterly perplexed. Vegeta and Nappa were equally bewildered. What exactly are you all observing? Why is your focus solely on Soja? Vegeta and Nappa promptly pressed the detection button on their own detectors. Upon witnessing the formidable combat power of Soya, Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. What jest is this? Soya's combat prowess has surged to an astonishing 1300, and it continues to rise. Yet, you have done nothing. Merely vanquished a handful of beasts. No, wait, it seems you haven't even slain a single monster, have you? This is simply astonishing. Nappa's expression transformed, reflecting a myriad of emotions, as he grappled with the absurdity of the situation. How intriguing. Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle smirk, intrigued by this unexpected individual named Soya. In just a matter of seconds, his combat power approached 1500. I am eager to see just how high your power can ascend. 3 minutes later, Soya's combat power reached a staggering 3400. After 50 consecutive draws, he amassed a total of 2,600 points in combat power. Regrettably, no special rewards emerged. Nevertheless, with a combat power of 3,400, Soya's security on this planet had undeniably increased significantly. Combat power, 3,400. Nappa stumbled over his words. You are a monster, aren't you? Raditz stared at Soya in astonishment, as if beholding a creature of myth. Was my previous explanation not sufficiently clear? One must possess a tranquil heart to hone oneself effectively. Soya beamed a sincere smile as he spoke. So, is this how you elevated your combat power to such heights? Raditz inquired with growing excitement. What else would you presume? Soya chuckled inwardly. Is this also the reason for your joy during battle? Carnegie followed up with curiosity. Well, Soya nodded sheepishly. The reason I smile so joyously during combat is that I am accumulating negative emotional value. Can you comprehend the exhilaration within this experience? Vegeta, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Soya. Is this method of enhancing combat power through a serene mindset truly effective? Should I give it a try? Chapter 10, Raditz. Do you wish to enhance your combat prowess? By the way, Soa, just now, that Naba suggested inviting Prince Vegeta to join us in a game of Dowdo. Carnegie leaned forward, smiling at Soa, and mentioned that Prince Vegeta had agreed to participate. Soa, has Carnegie so swiftly chosen to ally with my faction? I've heard the news. Raditz chimed in from the side. Indeed, this is true. Vegeta smiled gently. Naba's face shifted from red to pale. This is rather awkward. I just proposed that Prince Vegeta join our Dowdo game, and now Soa's combat power has surpassed mine. Negative emotional value from Naba, 666. The one most delighted in this situation was undoubtedly Raditz. Naba, you must finally understand my previous sentiments. Let us discuss the Dowdo matter upon our return. Vegeta huffed and addressed those present, stating that there were still numerous monsters on this planet that required extermination. Since Soa's combat strength has increased, we can conveniently split into 3 groups. I, Naba, and Soa will each lead one. May I team up with Prince Vegeta? Raditz inquired, brimming with excitement. Curry, you shall be on my team, Vegeta remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Raditz. This was because Curry was the weakest among the group. As the strongest, Vegeta naturally opted for the weakest member to minimize casualties. It was not out of benevolence. Rather, he feared that if everyone perished, he would be left alone to manage the aftermath. Thank you. Yes, Prince Vegeta, Curry exclaimed, overjoyed to be on a team with him. Humph. Do not hinder my progress. Vegeta scoffed. Soa, may I team up with you? Raditz stepped forward, looking at Soa with anticipation. Certainly, Soa nodded. Splendid. Raditz was overjoyed. Being with Soa was certainly preferable to being with Naba, especially since Soa's combat power now exceeded Naba's by over 1,000. Raditz, I truly wonder what you are thinking, Carnegie sighed, shaking his head lightly. What do you mean? Raditz asked, perplexed. Soa's recent display. I fear you may not be able to handle it. Carnegie whispered softly in Raditz's ear. Raditz's expression stiffened, his face suddenly darkening. You make a compelling point. This is troublesome. All right, let us move swiftly, Vegeta declared, immediately soaring into the sky toward the area populated by the more formidable monsters. Curry hurriedly followed suit. Naba, accompanied by Carnegie, flew in another direction. We are off. Soa ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, and swiftly made his way toward the densely populated area of formidable foes. In the blink of an eye, Soa had left Raditz far behind. Raditz. A surge of negative energy from Raditz, valued at 666. Wait for me. Could you possibly refrain from flying so swiftly? As his combat power escalated at an alarming rate, Soa felt a significant enhancement in both his speed and strength. His combat power soared from 780 to 3,400, more than quadrupling. For a moment, Soa found himself struggling to acclimate to his own physique. However, after adjusting his flying posture a few times, he soon adapted to the surge of energy coursing through him and gradually decelerated his flight. Raditz, panting, finally caught up. I regret teaming up with you. Don't leave me behind. This planet is perilous. Raditz's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he warily surveyed the surroundings. My combat power has risen too dramatically. I inadvertently flew too fast. I hope you don't mind, Soa chuckled. Raditz was at a loss for words. A surge of negative energy from Raditz, valued at 666. After a brief pause, Raditz inquired with curiosity, Soa, are you certain we should fly that way? There are more monsters over there. It's precisely because there are more monsters that it becomes interesting to engage. Soa chuckled again. Raditz swallowed hard, suddenly realizing how accurate Carnegie's earlier words had been. I feel that teaming up with you might be somewhat hazardous. Wait a moment. In the area you're heading to, the scanner indicates there are over a dozen monsters with combat power exceeding 1,000. Raditz examined the scanner closely, his face paling. Rest assured, with me around, it will be fine. Soa offered Raditz a reassuring glance. Raditz. A surge of negative energy from Raditz, valued at 222. Your combat power is 3,400. So of course, you will be fine. The issue is, my combat power is only 700. If I encounter a monster with over 1,000 combat power, I could easily perish. By the way, how did you enhance your combat power? Raditz asked with intrigue. Would you like to increase your combat power? A thought struck Soa, and he suddenly recalled the combat divine water. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for a little experiment? Let us allow Raditz to try it out and observe any potential side effects. I certainly wish to enhance my combat power. Raditz nodded, quickly adding, but fly slowly. We are nearing the area dense with monsters. Here, give this a try. Soa gradually halted his ascent, hovering high in the sky as he retrieved a large container of water. Raditz was momentarily taken aback, a bit bewildered. Take a sip and your combat power will double, Soa proclaimed, suddenly noticing a bamboo cup below and swiftly descending to retrieve it, pouring a cup for Raditz. A sip. And my combat power will double? Raditz was astonished. Could such a marvelous thing truly exist? Is this how your combat power increased? Don't tell anyone. Your father instructed me to look after you, which is why I'm giving you this special treatment, Soa said, patting Raditz's shoulder with an air of mystery. Understood. I shall keep this to myself, you need not worry. Raditz, brimming with excitement, was just about to take a sip when a thought struck him. He raised the cup to his lips and inquired, I have never seen you drink this water. I always drink it in secret. How could I allow you to witness it? Replied Sonia with a cheeky grin. You make a valid point. Raditz nodded, no longer hesitating, and downed the cup containing the divine combat water in one swift motion. Subsequently, Raditz silently attuned himself to the fluctuations in his energy. The negative emotional value emanating from Raditz registered at 888. You charlatan. This is outrageous. My combat power has not increased in the slightest. Raditz's expression darkened as he glared at Sonia. Do you take me for a fool? To think I believed that a single sip would double my strength. Have I truly been deceived like a child? Sonia, momentarily taken aback, quickly utilized her detector to assess Raditz's combat power. To her dismay, Raditz's combat power remained at 700. Unchanged. What happened to the promised doubling? This wretched system is mocking me. Chapter 11. The Divine Battle Water. Raditz's power quadruples. One more sip, suggested Soya, determined to give it another try. Is it truly effective? Do not deceive me. Raditz gritted his teeth. Well, trying costs nothing, Soya replied with a smile. Raditz hesitated. Do I seem like your guinea pig? Fine, I shall trust you one last time. With that, Raditz resolved to give it a go. Soya poured another glass of the divine battle water for Raditz. Raditz tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. As he consumed the second sip, he distinctly sensed his energy soaring. Soya swiftly activated his detector to gauge Raditz's power level. Power level, 1,400. Indeed, it has doubled. The system does not deceive me. But what does it mean that the first sip did not double? Is one doubling not considered a doubling? Or perhaps it is difficult for you to calculate a doubling. Upon reflection, that seems to be the case. Doubling, what does that entail? Raditz's original power level was 700. What is 1 times 700? It appears to also be 700. The issue is, you mentioned doubling, and doubling should imply an increase. Forgive me, I did not graduate from elementary school. I allowed this system to mislead me. Nevertheless, these details are of little consequence now. It appears that consuming 2 sips of the divine battle water results in a power level that is twice the original. Thus, it seems there are no issues with that. Soya scrutinized the description of the divine battle water. 1 sip doubles your power, 2 sips quadruple it. 3 sips increase it threefold, and so forth, dependent upon one's physical condition, lasting for 1 hour. Note, there are side effects. Please use with caution. Wait, when did you remove the word double? This confounded system has real-time adjustments? I distinctly recall there being a double before. Did I misremember? Power level, 1,400. Raditz exclaimed, elated and dancing with joy. At last, my power level has surpassed 1,000. Soya, do you see it? Raditz was overwhelmed with excitement. Did I deceive you? Soya beamed even more brightly. Wonderful. This truly can double one's power. Raditz was overjoyed. With such a remarkable substance, why did you not present it sooner? What would happen if I took another sip? Raditz inquired curiously. Let us give it a try. Soya thought it a privilege for Raditz to be this noble little guinea pig. All right. Raditz was filled with anticipation. Thus, Soya poured yet another glass of divine battle water for Raditz. Just as Raditz was about to gulp it down, Soya interjected, no need to chug it. Take a small sip instead. Soya quickly corrected him. The system states that 1 sip doubles your power. It does not specify the quantity of that sip. According to the size of a kung fu tea cup, this small bamboo tube could accommodate 3 sips. Take a small sip. Gulping down the divine battle water would be a waste. I shall give it a try. Raditz took a small sip. Instantly, He felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his entire being. His power level increased once more. Soya examined the combat power reading of Raditz through the detector. A staggering 2,100. Indeed, his power had tripled compared to before. Ha ha ha. Raditz was overjoyed and took another sip. The reading soared to 2,800. Another gulp. Raditz's excitement surged as he downed a fifth sip. However, the anticipated enhancement did not occur. No further increase. Raditz scratched his head, pondering the situation. Perhaps he had reached his limit, Soya mused. It seemed that the effectiveness of this divine combat water was indeed dependent on one's physical attributes. Achieving a fourfold increase in combat power was already commendable for Raditz's physique. Moreover, whether one drank deeply or took small sips yielded the same results. A mere taste counted as well. Therefore, it could be deduced that this large barrel of divine combat water could withstand up to 10,000 sips without issue. Raditz. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 111. His combat power had only quadrupled, and yet he had already hit a ceiling? Why had your power increased sixfold? Raditz felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he considered himself a superior warrior. Enough flaunting your superior status. Let us move on, Soya urged. He was eager to uncover the side effects of the divine combat water, as understanding this would enable him to utilize it more effectively. However, he remained curious about how many multipliers he might achieve from consuming the divine water. If he were to take 50 sips and directly multiply his power by 50, that would grant him transformation abilities reserved for the most elite Saiyans. What if he took 100 sips? Could he unlock Super Saiyan 2? Or 400 sips for Super Saiyan 3? What a thought! Would consuming 400 sips of divine combat water be too much? Nevertheless, Saiyan physiology was quite unique. Raditz would surely be capable of handling 400 sips. Ha ha ha. Raditz was brimming with excitement, accelerating to his utmost speed as he dashed towards the densely populated area of monsters. In the direction Soya and Raditz were heading, the monsters in that region had combat powers barely exceeding 1,000. Now that Raditz's power had eclipsed that threshold, he felt no fear. Just as Raditz was about to launch an attack on the monsters in the dense area, Soya abruptly seized Raditz by the tail. Raditz. Instantly, fatigue washed over Raditz, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 999. Who is gripping my tail? Raditz turned mechanically to look back. You. Why are you grabbing my tail? Raditz was at a loss for words, casting a dark glare at Soya. You tackle the monsters over there. I'll handle this densely populated area, Soya instructed Raditz. Understood. Just tell me next time instead of grabbing my tail. Raditz hastily replied. Agreed. Soya readily consented. Without a moment's hesitation, Soya ascended into the air, his hand pressing downwards. An energy blast instantly enveloped the densely populated area below. Boom. In an instant, the region teeming with monsters erupted in a tremendous explosion. Numerous monsters were left in disarray, their appearances marred by the chaos. A negative emotion value of 999 emerged from the depths of Ruluraka's Gugu Zadian. Following this tumultuous episode, Soya amassed over 100,000 points in negative emotion value. The area, as indicated by the detector, harbored no fewer than 500 monsters. The recent bombardment wreaked havoc upon many of these creatures. Soya, however, refrained from expending excessive energy, wary of inadvertently obliterating them altogether. My objective is to accumulate negative emotion value. Should the monsters be vanquished, the negative emotions would cease to exist. Behold me, Soya bellowed, suspended high above. Instantly, the multitude of monsters below glared at him with fury, their roars echoing in the atmosphere. Solar Fist. Soya positioned his hands beside his cheeks, unleashing the Solar Fist once more. The horde of monsters found their pupils dilating, their vision engulfed in obscurity. A negative emotion value of 666 emanated from Raditz. Soya, with a keen gaze, discerned that Raditz had once again fallen victim to the onslaught. Why can't you learn from your mistakes? What are you staring at? Chapter 12. Raditz's triumph. At that moment, Raditz was tormenting a wolf-like beast. This creature possessed a formidable combat power of 1,000, resembling a malevolent wolf. Towering at least 8 meters tall, with sharp fangs and glossy black fur. In the past, Raditz would never have dared to challenge such a formidable beast. However, His combat power had now soared to an impressive 2800, causing the wolf-like creature to howl in distress. Raditz relished the thrill of battle, silently expressing gratitude to the ancestors of Sonya. If it weren't for you, my strength would not have escalated to such heights. Sonya, you truly are a commendable individual. Unable to restrain himself, Raditz cast a glance in Sonya's direction. Just then, Sonya unleashed a solar fist. Raditz felt a surge of frustration. Must you be so unfortunate? Why must this fellow resort to such shameless tactics again? As Raditz was momentarily blinded, the wolf-like beast's eyes gleamed with excitement, and it opened its jaws wide, swallowing Raditz whole. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. Sonya, is it necessary to have such a high negative emotional value? Sonya immediately glanced towards Raditz's direction, only to find him missing. Where is he? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Moments later, a thunderous explosion resonated as the wolf-like beast's body erupted. Raditz soared out from within, delivering a fierce kick to the remaining head of the beast. How dare you consume me? I'll kick you to death, Raditz exclaimed, kicking and cursing simultaneously. Sonya, uninterested in Raditz's antics, continued to engage with the monsters. However, these creatures had learned quickly. Witnessing Sonya's audacious maneuvers, they fled in all directions. Refusing to confront him directly, Sonya amassed a mere 200,000 points of negative emotional value before the beasts disappeared from sight. Sonya felt exasperated. Don't run away. If you flee, how will you provide me with negative emotional value? Fortunately, even after the monsters had scattered, a few still contributed a portion of negative emotional value, somewhat alleviating Sonya's mood. All gone. Raditz surveyed the surroundings, marveling and giving Sonya a thumbs up. As expected of you, Sonya. I feel like those monsters fear you. Sonya chuckled heartily. Sonya, look over in the focal area of 367. 124. There's a gathering of over 1,000 monsters. They're not too far from us, Raditz excitedly proclaimed while scanning the area with his detector. Sonya's eyes gleamed with interest. Leave the 3 monsters with around 1,000 combat power to me. The rest are yours. What do you think? Raditz proposed. Agreed, Sonya nodded. Indeed, Raditz had a knack for seizing opportunities. The two swiftly advanced towards the area teeming with monsters. Energy Blast. Solar Fist. In a remarkable display of audacity, Soya once again accumulated a staggering 30,000 points of negative emotional energy. Meanwhile, Raditz grew increasingly emboldened, seizing a creature akin to a bat and mercilessly slamming it against the ground from various angles. The bat-like beast emitted anguished cries, its howls reverberating through the air. Before long, an hour had elapsed. As Raditz continued to pummel the bat monster, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if his very essence had been siphoned away in an instant. With a resounding thud, Raditz's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground, pinned beneath the beast's massive form. The bat monster appeared bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, the fight had been exhilarating. Now what was this? Had it exhausted its energy, or was it merely feigning weakness? With a hint of trepidation, the bat creature cast a glance at Soya, who was observing the spectacle, then surveyed its surroundings, its lips twitching. Where were its companions? They had seemingly vanished. This Saiyan was unscrupulous, employing flash bombs without hesitation. The explosions had been quite painful. It was time to flee. The bat creature flapped its wings vigorously, awkwardly ascending into the air, eager to escape this precarious situation. In a flash, Soya darted forward, blocking the creature's path. The bat monster trembled in fear. Can you speak? Soya inquired with a smile. I can speak a little, the bat monster stammered, its voice unsteady. You truly can converse, Soya exclaimed in surprise. However, he had already discerned that the monsters here were highly intelligent beings, making their ability to speak human language entirely plausible. Very well, if you articulate well, I shall spare you, otherwise, your demise will be rhythmic, Soya declared, brandishing his fist with a grin. The bat monster nodded vigorously. You say, black fertilizer will volatilize. Gray fertilizer will not volatilize, Soya instructed. Gray, 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 gray. Volatilize, volatilize, volatilize. The bat creature hastily mimicked. From Zamstranket, la la la, play cool, Kota. Negative emotional value 999. Soya interjected, his expression stern. What are you saying? Repeat that. The bat monster felt a pang of despair. Gray volatilize, gray, gray volatilize. It attempted, feeling as though it might perish from the pressure. Your speech is lacking, and why must you add extra words? Soya's voice turned cold. The bat monster, flustered, thought to itself, this creature is undeniably a demon. Those extra words were not my doing. I merely stumbled in my speech. The very essence of cruelty. You shall practice diligently. The next time we meet, if your words falter again, I shall show you no mercy. Soya threatened. In that moment, the bat monster's eyes lit up, overwhelmed by an unexpected sense of happiness. You want me to practice? After I return, I won't practice at all. You'll be hard-pressed to find me again. Do you see my detector? Soya pointed to the device adorning his eyes. The bat monster nodded furiously. Are you aware of the purpose of this device? Soya inquired with a smile. The bat monster shook its head in confusion. This detector can pinpoint your location. So no matter where you hide, I will be able to find you. Soya replied cheerfully. When you return, you must practice the difference between volatile black fertilizer and non-volatile gray fertilizer diligently. If you fail to do so, I shall be quite displeased. And the consequences will be dire. The bat monster's expression instantly darkened, its small eyes darting around, occasionally glancing at the detector perched upon Soya's eyes. Negative emotion value from Zamstring, Cute Lala Play Cool Cute, 999. Should I destroy this device? If I eliminate this equipment, he would be unable to locate me. Wouldn't he? Chapter 13. The side effects of the combat divine water. How? Do you wish to destroy this? Soa inquired. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he removed the detector and placed it before the bat monster. Startled, the bat monster trembled slightly, swallowing hard and vigorously shaking its head. If I were to destroy this now, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Is it not merely a matter of returning to practice those words? I shall practice. The bat monster affirmed its understanding, deciding to return and hone its skills. Go on. Go on. Soa waved his hand dismissively. The bat monster flapped its wings and swiftly took flight. Best of luck. I have faith in you. Soa called out loudly behind it. Negative emotional value from Zamstring Cut, 999. What is this nonsense? Soa lamented inwardly, feeling a peculiar delight. This was undoubtedly a machine for accruing negative emotional values. Were these not all forms of combat power? It was simply exhilarating. Soa scanned the vicinity with the detector, noting the absence of any monsters within 100 kilometers. How he wished to acquire the ability to sense energy like on Earth. He wondered if the system would bestow such a power. After all, relying solely on this detector was not a sustainable solution. An hour had elapsed. What might the side effects of the combat divine water be? Soa swiftly descended beside Raditz. Soa, what is happening? Why do I feel as though my body has been completely drained? Raditz gazed at Soa with a feeble expression, unsteadily rising from the ground. Soa utilized the detector to assess Raditz's combat power values, which had plummeted to a mere 175. Could it be that the side effects of the combat divine water resulted in a decrease in combat power post-usage? What connection did 175 have to the previous 700? 4 times 175 equals 700. 4 times 700 equals 2,800. Could it be that the combat power was augmented fourfold initially, and after an hour, the side effect is a reduction by 4 times? If that is the case, it seems quite plausible. However, Soa pondered with concern. What if I could elevate my combat power by 100 times, only to have it reduced by 100 times thereafter? Would my combat power dwindle to 0? A pallor washed over Soa's face, causing him to shudder. At this moment, he remained uncertain whether this side effect was persistent or if it would eventually subside. Should it fail to recover, it would undoubtedly spell tragedy. Soa could not help but gaze at Raditz with sympathy. Wait, why has my combat power diminished to 175? Raditz suddenly regained his senses and promptly checked his combat power values via the detector. Upon discovering the disheartening figure of 175, despair washed over Raditz. Why has this happened? He sniffled, on the verge of tears. This might possess side effects, Soa mused thoughtfully. Maybe? Raditz's expression stiffened as he urgently inquired, Did you not consume it? I have not partaken of it, Soa replied, shaking his head. Raditz. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 555. No. You haven't consumed it. You want me to drink it? Raditz was on the verge of tears. This is utterly unacceptable. Look at you. Your battle power increased fourfold just now, right? Now it's reduced by fourfold. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Soya asked with a smile, suggesting that gains and losses are simply part of the norm. Raditz. Negative emotion value from Raditz. 666. Your reasoning is quite sound. So, does this mean my battle power will be reduced fourfold for an entire hour? Raditz inquired. I'm not entirely sure, as you are the first to have consumed it, so we must seek the answer from you. Please, do not perish on me. Stay close. Saiyan resolved to protect Raditz. For if the reduction in battle power had no time limit, it would indeed be a tragedy. Raditz's face turned pale, nearly causing him to faint. 100,000 grass-mud horses galloped through Raditz's mind. Negative emotion value from Raditz. 999. Fear not. I shall ensure your safe departure from this planet. Saiyan reassured as he patted Raditz on the shoulder. Raditz's countenance darkened to that of coal. What a troublesome fellow. What if my battle power fails to rise again? I painstakingly elevated it to 700. Drinking this large barrel of water was indeed refreshing. But the decline in battle power is rather absurd. Asnt it. Time passed gradually. Under Saiyan's protection, Raditz remained unharmed. However, as soon as Raditz sensed his own weakness, he frequently bestowed Saiyan with negative emotion values. In fact, Raditz was so incensed that, had he not feared Saiyan's strength, he would have considered launching a surprise attack. How infuriating. Another 3 hours slipped away. Almost all the formidable beasts on this planet had been vanquished by Vegeta and his companions. At this point, Saiyan had amassed 900,000 negative emotion values. Soon, he would be able to perform 100 consecutive draws. Saiyan silently calculated. On average, each draw could yield about 50 points of battle power. By this estimation, it should amount to at least 5,000 points of battle power, right? This implies my battle power could surge to 8,000. Splendid. I shall accumulate until I reach 1,000,000 negative emotion values for 100 consecutive draws. At least this planet is quite safe now. Before reuniting with Vegeta and the others, Saiyan encountered the bat monster once more. The bat monster felt a surge of 1,000 grass-mud horses galloping through its mind. Why am I so unfortunate? I cannot believe I've encountered him here. Go on, say it again. Saiyan grinned at the bat monster. Black fertilizer will volatilize, while gray fertilizer will not. The bat monster recited each word meticulously. Upon hearing the bat monster speak, Raditz's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This fellow Saiyan is nothing short of a demon. He has somehow compelled the monster to converse. I recall that these creatures do not possess the ability to articulate speech. Indeed. Saiyan nodded in satisfaction, extolling praises, even giving a thumbs up to the bat monster. The bat monster grinned, feeling that receiving compliments was truly delightful. Continue. Listen closely. The gray fertilizer volatilizes and turns black. The black fertilizer volatilizes and turns gray, resulting in flowers flying. The gray fertilizer, when it volatilizes, causes flowers to soar. As Saiyan uttered this phrase, she nearly bit her own tongue. Who devised such a tongue twister? It is utterly lethal. Fortunately, I practiced a bit in my past life. Otherwise, I would not articulate it so clearly. Now it's your turn. Saiyan chuckled mischievously. The bat monster responded, it can volatilize, and it can produce flowers. A myriad of frustrations surged through the bat monster's mind. Is this a death sentence? Uffed. Raditz erupted in laughter. This fool can't even pronounce such a phrase. Watch me. Raditz expressed profound disdain, then attempted to repeat the tongue twister after Saiyan. It can volatilize, produce flowers. Oh dear, bit my tongue. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 999. Is this how one speaks? The bat monster responded. I remember that long-haired lad. He dealt me a severe blow. But are you an idiot? Why would you wish to learn this? You haven't even done it as well as I have. Chapter 14. Battle Power 17,000. Return and train diligently. The next time we meet, I shall not hesitate to strike you down, Saiyan declared, shaking his fist. The bat creature nodded vigorously. You ought to be grateful to me. Look at how my companions have ravaged this planet. I am the good one, and I haven't even killed a single monster, Saiyan said with a smile. The bat creature replied, You might as well kill me. I can't help but feel that your statement is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Go on. Be off with you. Saiyan waved dismissively, signaling for the bat creature to leave. The bat creature exhaled a long breath, vigorously flapping its wings as it hastily flew away. Before departing, it cast a resentful glance at Raditz. It's all this brat's fault for inflicting such grievous injuries upon me. Why does he appear so feeble now? Should I seize this opportunity to ambush him? But no, the demon by his side is far too terrifying. I shall wait for another chance. Ultimately, the bat creature refrained from launching a surprise attack on Raditz. Hey, Soya, are you truly letting that fellow go? Raditz raised his hand, aiming at the fleeing bat creature. What do you intend to do? With your meager battle power, would you not merely be tickling him? Soya replied. Raditz felt a surge of frustration. Whose fault is it that my power is so diminished? If it weren't for you, would I be left with such a paltry amount? Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. However, on another note, it has been 3 hours, and why has my power not yet returned? Raditz was nearly in tears, yearning to weep. Just a little longer, Soya contemplated. How much longer must I wait? Raditz sniffled. Perhaps a day, Soya responded. Will I truly recover in a day? Raditz asked eagerly. Recovery in a day seems unlikely. You shall have to train slowly on your own, Soya lamented. Raditz rolled his eyes, feeling faint. Is that even a human thing to say? Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. Soya felt a surge of satisfaction. This was undeniably a solid measure of battle power. Let the negative emotional value intensify. In another region, Vegeta and Kuri had nearly cleared the area of monsters. Thank you, Prince Vegeta. Kuri expressed his gratitude profusely. I seem to have been of little assistance. Humph, Vegeta grunted, ignoring Kuri. What is that? Kuri suddenly exclaimed, turning to see a shooting star streaking across the distant horizon. Vegeta glanced in that direction. Is that a spaceship? Kuri paused, bewildered. Isn't that our Saiyan spaceship? Who could it be? It must be Frieza's men. Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly. Kuri quickly pressed the button on his scouter. Upon witnessing the formidable battle power displayed by his opponent, Kuri could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his complexion growing pale. What is the matter? Vegeta inquired. That fellow possesses a battle power of 17,000. Kuri trembled in fear. Vegeta's expression hardened as he hastily utilized his scouter to assess the opponent's battle power. Indeed, upon inspection, Vegeta confirmed that the adversary's battle power had reached a staggering 17,000. Who could this be? What is their purpose here? Boom. A spherical mini-spaceship crashed heavily into the Earth nearby, leaving behind a crater reminiscent of a meteorite impact. The ground quaked violently. Whoosh. Chio-E soared from the spaceship, hovering high above, and immediately scanned the positions of Vegeta and the others with his scouter, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, revealing his confidence. Lord Frieza has commanded me to eliminate all Saiyans except for you four, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and Son Goku. However, since I am here, I shall first attend to you. Vegeta, aren't you the so-called most talented warrior among the Saiyans? I am eager to witness your true strength. In an instant, Chio-E transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Vegeta and Kuri at breakneck speed. Within mere seconds, Chio-E materialized above Vegeta, looking down upon him and Kuri. Who are you? Vegeta asked, raising his gaze warily. Has Frieza sent you? Not at all. Chio-E replied with a light smile, descending gracefully to stand opposite Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. If this individual was not sent by Frieza, then what was the intention behind his arrival? I happened to be passing by and detected a significant battle power response with my scouter, so I came to investigate, Chio-E explained with a smile, clearly having prepared his words in advance. Lord Frieza has instructed me to quietly eliminate all Saiyans except for you four. Thus, I cannot claim to have been sent by him, as he has grander schemes in motion. If I were to disrupt Lord Frieza's plans, it would mean my demise. Is it truly just a coincidence that you passed by? Vegeta's face darkened. Your excuse seems rather flimsy. I am increasingly convinced that you were dispatched by Frieza. You must be the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, renowned as the most brilliant warrior among your kind. Am I mistaken? Chio-E said, shifting the conversation. His interest piqued as he scrutinized Vegeta. What exactly do you wish to convey? Vegeta scoffed, his expression icy, though his palms were slightly clammy. This individual's battle power surpassed his own by 2,000. If a confrontation were to ensue, he would need to catch him off guard. I have much to say. Chio-E chuckled lightly. I have heard that Saiyans are a warrior race, and you are heralded as the most talented among them. What do you say we engage in a contest? I am more than willing to oblige. Vegeta replied, unperturbed. If all else fails, I shall transform into a colossal ape. Alas, this planet lacks a moon. It seems I must devise a means to create an artificial full moon. It is worth mentioning that I am the prince of the planet Chioi, a prodigious warrior named after our celestial abode. Chioi wore a playful smile, hands on his hips. His expression one of mockery. Oh, is that so? Vegeta scoffed. But what does that have to do with me? Let us, as two princes, engage in a proper contest. Chioi's smile broadened with pride as he pointed to the scouter he wore. However, your battle power falls short by 2,000. You should tread carefully. I shall show no mercy. Rest assured, however, I have no intention of killing you. Meanwhile, Kuri trembled with fear. What should I do? Should I make my escape now? Chapter 15. The Tragedy of Vegeta Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Vegeta unleashed his full aura. A vast energy surged forth from him, radiating outward with reckless abandon. Vegeta transformed into a brilliant streak of light, hurtling towards Chioi at an astonishing speed. Bang! With a powerful uppercut, Vegeta struck Chioi squarely in the abdomen, causing his body to curl up like a shrimp. Immediately following, Vegeta delivered a crushing kick that sent Chioi soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Swish! In an instant, Vegeta reappeared directly above Chioi, executing a downward strike that once again impacted his foe. Chioi plummeted to the earth like a cannonball. Coolie, terrified, hastily fled the scene. With a resounding crash, Chioi's body slammed into the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. Vegeta dove from the sky, fists clenched, delivering another devastating blow to Chioi. Humph! Vegeta spat disdainfully to the side, crossing his arms with an icy demeanor as his crimson cape billowed behind him. It's over. Truly, Vegeta is magnificent, Coolie exclaimed, clapping in excitement. Humph, it's nothing. Vegeta grunted, secretly pleased with himself. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. It's this foolish frog's own carelessness that led to this. By the time he realized, it was too late. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. However, just as Vegeta basked in his triumph, Chioi let out a long groan and crawled out of the crater. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted slightly, his youthful face paled. Are you joking? My full force attack didn't harm this creature? Not bad. Vegeta, your previous attack had quite the rhythm. Chioi smiled, rubbing his lips, before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Vegeta's expression darkened. It seems there's no other way. The 2,000 difference in battle power is indeed not easily surmountable. Damn it. I was too naive. Now I must resort to using the artificial full moon to defeat this creature. Now it's my turn to attack. Chioi clenched his fists, his smile growing ever brighter. Coolie turned pale with fear. This frog is utterly terrifying. Even such a ferocious assault from Prince Vegeta couldn't he inflict serious harm? Chioi glanced at Coolie, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Coolie shuddered involuntarily, an ominous premonition washing over him. Whoosh! Chioi swiftly launched his assault, charging towards Vegeta and striking him squarely in the chest. The speed of this blow was so rapid that Vegeta barely had time to react. Vegeta was struck and sent flying backward. Coolie's pupils dilated, his face turning ashen, for he clearly saw Vegeta hurtling towards his position. If Prince Vegeta were to strike me, would it result in my instantaneous demise? However, it was too late for Coolie to evade. Bang! Vegeta's body crashed heavily upon Coolie. A desperate howl escaped Coolie's lips, his entire being feeling as though it were splintering, his mind a blank void. With a resounding thud, Vegeta sent Coolie tumbling backward, soaring over 1,000 meters before finally crashing to the ground. Bang! 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 Their bodies rebounded several times upon impact with the earth before they came to a halt. Poor Coolie. Thus was he crushed to death by Vegeta. Chioi secretly reveled in delight. Look, without breaking a sweat, I have accomplished a third of Lord Frieza's task. Only 2 Saiyans remain. I shall find an opportunity to eradicate them shortly. Wait, that can't be right. According to the scanner, only 1 remains. Did the other perish upon arriving on this planet? That seems highly plausible. The monsters on this planet possess considerable combat power. It is entirely reasonable for those 3 Saiyans, with power levels around 500, to meet their demise here. Thus, if I eliminate 1 more, I will have fulfilled Lord Frieza's assignment. First, however, I must give this little Prince Vegeta a thorough thrashing. This fellow truly cannot withstand a blow. Vegeta struggled to rise, spitting blood, feeling utterly incapacitated. Is this the disparity of a 2000 power level? Slap. Chio-E came soaring from a distance, landing opposite Vegeta, smiling at him. My apologies, Vegeta. I may have been a tad too forceful. Bah. Vegeta scoffed, his youthful face etched with indignation. Furthermore, your comrade's demise. That is not my concern. It was you who crushed him. Chio-E pointed at Cooley's lifeless form beside Vegeta, completely shirking any responsibility. Vegeta did not even glance back. To him, the death of a comrade was utterly inconsequential. All Vegeta desired was to pin this frog to the ground and rub his face in it. The Saiyan Prince, heralded as the most prodigious warrior, is nothing but a disappointment. Chio-E mocked. Vegeta trembled with rage. Will you continue, Vegeta? Chio-Ye's smile remained, his eyes brimming with disdain. You are celebrating far too early. Vegeta let out a cold snort, raising his right hand slightly, conjuring a shimmering orb of energy. What is that? Chio-E paused momentarily, muttering softly. What is this fellow up to? That orb must have consumed at least half of his energy, leaving him with a mere 7,000 power level. Could it be? Chio-E suddenly comprehended something, his brows knitting together tightly. Vegeta sneered, abruptly hurling the orb skyward. Instantly, the bright sphere shot upward at remarkable speed. This is bad. Chio-Ye's expression shifted dramatically. That is an artificial full moon. The man aspires to transform into a colossal ape. Do you reckon I would allow you to succeed? Chio-E scoffed disdainfully, raising his right hand high, aiming at the luminous sphere soaring into the sky. Vegeta's expression darkened, realizing that this frog intended to shatter the artificial full moon. In a critical moment, Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged towards Chio-E, determined to prevent the destruction of the yet-to-form artificial moon. Bang! Chio-E delivered a fierce knee strike to the advancing Vegeta, landing a heavy blow to his lower back. Gasp! Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth once more as he felt waves of dizziness wash over him. What? You wish to engage me while transforming into a giant ape? Do you truly believe I would grant you such an opportunity? Chio-E sneered coldly. Whoosh! An energy blast shot forth from Chio-Ye's hand, hurtling directly towards the radiant sphere ascending into the heavens. Chapter 16. Is this all? Supposedly a fighting nation? Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from the skies above. Just as a shimmering orb was about to coalesce into an artificial full moon, it suddenly detonated in midair, scattering into golden specks that rained down. Vegeta lay on the ground, staring blankly at the shattered artificial moon, engulfed in despair. The transformation into a great ape was indeed formidable, amplifying one's power tenfold. However, the vulnerabilities were simply too numerous. Any adversary aware of the Saiyans' weaknesses could effortlessly revert our transformation. This is disastrous. A sigh of relief escaped Chio-E as he approached and seized Vegeta by the hair, hoisting him high. Vegeta winced in pain, yet felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, utterly drained of the will to fight. You were hoping to transform into a great ape, weren't you? Chio-E taunted. What a pity. A careless mistake shattered your artificial moon. It seems you have lost your chance to transform. Vegeta clenched his teeth in silence. Nevertheless, Chio-E continued with a sneer. Your Saiyan transformations are quite pathetic. Just destroy the moon or remove your tail, and it's all over. Am I not right, Prince Vegeta? With that, he delivered 2 stinging slaps to Vegeta's face. Several of Vegeta's teeth were knocked out, and the shadows of despair loomed larger in his youthful heart. So weak. And you dare call yourselves a fighting nation? It's utterly laughable. Chio-E scoffed, unceremoniously discarding Vegeta onto the ground. Vegeta gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet. You can still stand? Chio-E chuckled. Shall we continue this little game? Vegeta remained silent. Continue fighting? He would surely be beaten to death. How infuriating. A difference of 2,000 in battle power. Why is the gap so vast? Chio-E disdainfully shook his head, showing no intent to kill Vegeta. After all, Lord Frieza had instructed him not to slay him, claiming he would still prove useful. Chio-E found himself puzzled. What use could such a weakling possibly serve? I should discreetly eliminate another Saiyan. First, I must complete the task Lord Frieza assigned to me. Chio-E pressed the button on his scouter to locate Carnegie. This fellow's battle power is plummeting rapidly. Is he on the verge of death? How dull. After all this effort to chase him down, and I end up with just 1 kill. No, I must go confirm this for myself. Vegeta, you are done for. Chioi approached, grinning maniacally as he patted Vegeta's cheek. Vegeta trembled in fury, his youthful face etched with resentment. I'm off, Chioi declared before soaring into the sky. Watching Chioi's diminishing figure, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his expression a portrait of utter desolation. In another region, Carnegie lay on the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, his body convulsing, teetering on the brink of death. Help, help me, Carnegie implored, casting a desperate glance at Naba. Naba, however, regarded Carnegie with a frigid stare, devoid of any sympathy. Save me. Carnegie struggled to crawl towards the bus, grasping Naba's leg. Pathetic, Naba scoffed. You were slain by a creature with merely 600 combat power. Please, help me, Carnegie pleaded, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire to survive. With a swift motion, Naba seized Carnegie's hand, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, Naba. Carnegie exhaled a sigh of relief. If I can just reach the healing pod on the spaceship, I believe I can survive. Yet, such thoughts were but a fleeting dream, as reality often proved harsh. In an instant, Naba forcefully flung Carnegie into the sky. What are you doing, Naba? Carnegie shouted from above. I have no use for an incapacitated Saiyan. I trust that Prince Vegeta would think the same. Naba sneered, raising his hand towards the airborne Carnegie. You will suffer painfully if you linger. Allow me to grant you a swift end. Naba, you bastard. Carnegie cursed vehemently. With a swift motion, a burst of energy erupted from Naba's palm, crashing down upon Carnegie. Boom. Carnegie was obliterated, his demise instantaneous. The recently arrived Chioi bore witness to the scene, his expression unperturbed. Whether it be the Chioi clan or the Saiyans, the act of slaying one's kin had become a commonplace occurrence. At least I need not intervene myself, Chioi scoffed, glancing down at Naba. Soon, Naba's scouter emitted a warning signal. Upon observing Chioi's combat power, Naba was struck with terror, his legs trembling and his complexion paling. Who is this individual? When did he arrive on this planet? He is clad in Frieza's army uniform. Is he an ally summoned by Prince Vegeta? It seems plausible. But wait, what is this? Prince Vegeta's combat power has dwindled to a mere 5,000? What transpired? Did this individual injure Prince Vegeta? Naba's lips quivered in fright, fully aware that in the face of absolute power, his efforts would be futile against this formidable foe. Trash, Chioi remarked disdainfully, casting a fleeting glance at Naba before disregarding him entirely. With a swift change of direction, Chioi propelled himself towards another target. There is still one with a mere combat power of 175. I must verify if it is that average warrior. Chioi instinctively assumed that the 175 combatant was Beerus. For now, he resolved to confirm the situation before taking further action. Thus, I shall fulfill the task entrusted to me by Lord Frieza. This experience has been utterly exhilarating. The prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans, is but a mere shadow of expectation. I had anticipated his prowess to be far greater. Has Lord Frieza been overly cautious? There is no need to annihilate their planet. What is this so-called Super Saiyan? Merely a tiresome heroic tale. Whoosh. Chioi soared towards the whereabouts of Soya and Raditz with astonishing speed. Soya, too, detected this formidable power approaching rapidly through his scanner. His expression shifted dramatically. This is absurd. This individual's combat power has reached a staggering height of 17,000. Who possesses such strength? Who is this? Combat power. 17,000. Raditz, pale with fear, stammered. Soya gritted his teeth. He was on the verge of amassing 1,000,000 points of negative emotional energy, all to be used for a lottery. 100 consecutive draws. However, even so, even if luck were to shine upon him, yielding 99 points of combat power with each draw, after 100 attempts, he would barely exceed 10,000 in combat power. Calculating this, my total combat power would only be around 13,000. Chapter 17. A sip of the divine battle water. Alas, Prince Vegeta, his combat power has plummeted to a mere 4,500. Raditz trembled violently, his expression growing increasingly grim. Soya furrowed his brow slightly, noting that Vegeta's combat strength had indeed fallen to 4,500, and it continued to decline. It appeared he was gravely injured. In the briefest moment, Vegeta's power had dwindled to 4,000. It must be the handiwork of that individual with a combat power of 17,000. Saiyan speculated that this person was likely sent by Frieza, with the intention of eradicating all Saiyans except for Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Saiyan then checked the positions of Carnegie and his companions through the scanner. As expected, the combat powers of Carnegie and Kuri had vanished. They were dead. There was no alternative left. The only option was to utilize the divine battle water. If Raditz could quadruple his combat power, then if I could multiply mine 5 or 6 times, I would undoubtedly be able to surpass this foe. However, the side effects are too severe. I must first assess the situation and accumulate some negative emotional energy before devising a strategy. Suddenly, Xiao transformed into a brilliant streak of light, swiftly appearing above Saiyan and Raditz, approximately 50 meters above the ground. He dispelled his radiance and looked down upon Saiyan and Raditz from his lofty height. According to the data, one was named Saiyan and the other Raditz. Xiao murmured to himself, then focused his gaze on Raditz, who was supposed to possess a combat power of 700. Yet now, he was reduced to a mere 175. It seemed he had just endured a fierce battle, resulting in significant energy depletion. After speaking, Xiao suddenly sensed something amiss. Odd. The information indicated that Saiyan's combat power was only 600, yet it had inexplicably surged to 3,400. Xiao couldn't suppress his astonishment, feeling bewildered. In an instant, Xiao decided to investigate further. He dove from the sky and landed heavily opposite Saiyan, causing the ground to tremble violently. Raditz was jolted off balance. Falling to the ground, Saiyan immediately recognized his opponent. Wasn't he this Xiao, the very individual who would be vanquished by Vegeta on Namek? Indeed, Frieza had sent him here. Saiyan instantly heightened his vigilance, preparing to unleash the solar flare. Xiao did not attack immediately, indicating he had something to convey. He likely sensed the anomaly in my combat power and wished to inquire about the situation. When the battle truly commences, I will first unleash a solar flare, then promptly draw for an enhancement in combat power. With 1 million points of negative emotional energy, I should be able to obtain at least 90 points of combat strength, right? Even taking an average, I could still achieve a combat power around 5,000. After that, I would drink the divine battle water. If my combat power can quadruple, defeating this individual would be akin to child's play. Even if the combat power triples, it must be nearing 20,000, right? Let us proceed with that. At this moment, disregarding any potential side effects is paramount for survival. Oh my, is that Lord Xiao? I have long admired you. Saiyan grinned widely and immediately greeted him warmly. Oh, you know me? Xiao expressed mild surprise, surveying Saiyan from head to toe. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, Lord Xiao. It resonates like thunder and flows like an unceasing river, akin to the Milky Way bursting forth uncontrollably. Saiyan chuckled, elevating Xiao stature with his flattery. Surely, even a villain must appreciate a kind word. Let us charm him thoroughly first. Indeed, you possess keen insight. Xiao was visibly elated, the praise surpassing even that from Frieza. Lord Frieza mentioned he wished to capture this Saiyan named Saiyan to entertain him with jokes. This fellow is indeed quite amusing. You are Saiyan, correct? Xiao inquired with a smile. Yes. Saiyan nodded repeatedly, adding, It is truly an honor to be recognized by you, Lord Xiao. I am immensely grateful to your entire family. Xiao, why does that sound rather strange? Thanking my whole family? Is that not a form of insult? Negative emotional value from Xiao 111. After careful consideration, observing Saiyan's sycophantic demeanor, Xiao felt reassured that he was not being insulted. Moreover, with such a meager combat power, how could he dare to insult me? I must inquire. How did your combat power reach such heights of 3,400? Xiao posed his burning question. Well, Saiyan appeared troubled. Speak quickly. Xiao grew impatient. It's this, Saiyan declared, promptly producing a large barrel of combat-enhancing water from his system space. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. You concealed such a large barrel of water on you. Do you possess some sort of storage device? He asked. I found it on another planet, Saiyan replied. What purpose does this large barrel of water serve? Xiao, more intrigued by the enhancement of combat power than the storage device itself, pressed on. Could it possibly be related to this barrel of water? Indeed, you are astute, Lord Xiao. Saiyan nodded vigorously. This is a miraculous combat-enhancing water I stumbled upon on a certain planet. Just this one barrel, one sip doubles your combat power. 2 sips increase it threefold, and so forth. The exact multiplier depends on one's physical constitution. Oh, is that truly the case? Chio's eyes widened in astonishment, displaying an expression of delight, even contemplating seizing the barrel immediately. Raditz, observing from the side, grinned inwardly. Is Saiyan planning to trick this frog? First, boost your combat power. In an hour, you shall face calamity. Raditz, recognizing the situation, had no intention of exposing Saiyan's scheme at that moment. As Raditz discovered, 2 of his comrades had perished, and Vegeta was gravely injured. It was highly likely that this frog was responsible. Hopefully, Saiyan could manage to eliminate this creature. Why not give it a try? After all, attempting incurs no cost. Rest assured, it is harmless. Saiyan grinned, procured another bamboo tube, and poured a cup, extending it towards Chio with both hands. You should take a sip first. Chio hesitated, genuinely wary of the possibility of poison. Saiyan thought, this fellow is exceedingly cautious. Did I not assure him it is safe? Why not let me take a sip? Surely, 1 sip carries no adverse effects. It must be fine. After all, 1 sip has not doubled my combat power. Without hesitation, Saiyan took a sip and cheerfully remarked, see, nothing happened, right? Why hasn't your combat power increased? Chio squinted, inquiring. I've reached my limit. After all, I am a lower-tier warrior, Saiyan replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards Raditz. Raditz is a superior warrior. He just took 8 sips and has multiplied his power by 8 times, achieving an impressive combat level of 5,600. Raditz retorted, negative emotion levels from Raditz, 666. How dare you speak so boldly? You turned a 4-fold increase into 8? Can you possibly be any more outrageous? Chapter 18, 10-fold combat power. Is it not so, Raditz? Saiyan inquired with a smile. Ha ha ha. Indeed, indeed. Raditz nodded vigorously. Why do you still bother to ask me? I am an honest child. I do not wish to lie, yet now I can only speak contrary to my heart. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. Deceiving, then further deceiving. I sense that this fellow named Chio is in for a misfortune. Even Prince Vegeta cannot defeat him. Is he to be pressed into the ground and thoroughly rubbed by Saiyan? Upon hearing that Raditz's combat power had surged 8-fold, Chio's mind began to stir. I shall give it a try. Chio nodded thoughtfully, deciding to proceed. Saiyan gleefully passed the bamboo tube over. Just as Chio was about to drink from the bamboo tube, he suddenly recalled something and looked at Raditz. Wasn't your combat power 5,600? How is it now reduced to merely 175? Well, earlier, I encountered an area densely populated with monsters, and inadvertently, my energy was excessively consumed. Raditz replied with a dry smile, a hint of guilt in his tone. Chio pondered seriously. It seems to align with my thoughts. Perhaps this fellow suddenly increased his combat power 8-fold, boasting extravagantly, and failed to regulate his energy output? Without a moment's hesitation, Chio took a small sip of the battle divine water. Subsequently, he quietly sensed within himself, discovering that his energy had not changed in the slightest. And he couldn't help but furrow his brow. What is going on? Chio squinted at Saiyan. Drinking a sip of battle power doubles it. Your combat power is 17,000. How much is double 17,000? Saiyan retorted. Double 17,000 is 34,000. Chio answered without a second thought. Then, how much is twice 17,000? Saiyan inquired again. Chio. Negative emotional value from Chio, 777. What you say seems quite reasonable. Doesn't a sip double it? Then let me try another sip. Yet, I feel something is amiss. Thus, Chio took another sip. Upon consuming this, he distinctly felt the energy within him surging wildly. Chio was astounded. This is actually true. This battle divine water can genuinely double my combat power. He immediately pressed the button on the detector to check his combat power value. Combat power. Combat power 34,000. Chio was ecstatic, overjoyed to the point of wanting to burst into laughter. See, I did not deceive you, did I? Saiyan chuckled. Drink again. With nothing left to hesitate, Chio downed the battle divine water in one go. Immediately afterward, he checked his combat power value once more. Bang. Upon this inspection, Chio's detector exploded, startling him. Yet soon after, his grin stretched from ear to ear. The detector has surpassed its limits. This indicates my combat power has doubled again. It is simply exhilarating. Although I am uncertain of my exact combat prowess at present, I can ascertain through the intensity of the energy within me that it exceeds at least 40,000. In other words, it has tripled. When converted to actual combat strength, the value should be 41,000. Another round. Chio-E proffered his cup towards Suya. Suya produced the divine combat elixir and filled another cup for Chio-E. Just as Chio-E was about to tilt his head back to drink, Suya intervened. Take small sips. We are counting the number of drinks, not the volume, Suya admonished. His concern palpable. At the rate you're drinking, it would be gone in a mere 1,000 sips. Chio-E shot a glare at Suya, seemingly irked by his interruption, yet he complied and took a small sip. His combat power doubled once more. Keep drinking. Chio-E continued to sip, consuming it 10 times in total. He felt the energy within him surging defiantly. How can such a remarkable substance exist? My combat strength has now soared to at least 170,000. After 10 sips, my power should be tenfold what it was before. So, my current combat strength is indeed 170,000? No doubt about it. Raditz stood by, utterly astonished. What the hell? My power only quadrupled. And this frog can increase tenfold? It's simply outrageous. The disparity in strength is infuriating. However, in an hour, your combat power will be reduced to 1,700. Right? Raditz chuckled to himself, pinching his thigh to stifle his laughter. This guy Suya is a real trickster. Will you reduce his combat power to a mere 1,700? When that time comes, neither Suya nor Prince Vegeta would stand a chance against him. Not even that Beerus could easily obliterate this fellow. One more. Chio-E drained the last sip of the divine combat elixir from the bamboo tube, anticipating a surge of energy. Yet, this time, the miracle did not materialize. Chio-Ye's combat power, having already surged tenfold, had reached its limit. Is this the limit? A slight displeasure flickered within Chio-E. Not bad. Suya quickly raised his thumb in approval. This is a tenfold increase in combat power, just like how we Saiyans transform into great apes. Let us try another sip. Chio-E, still reluctant to give up, urged. Suya poured 2 more sips of the divine combat elixir for Chio-E, who rolled his eyes in response. Look at your stinginess. Is that all you're giving me? But mark my words, once I leave this planet, I will take this entire barrel of divine combat elixir with me. I shall present it to Lord Frieza, and he will surely reward me handsomely. Wait a moment. Why should we give it to Lord Frieza? My combat power has reached 170,000. Surely, I can defeat Lord Frieza, right? Bah. Why should I refer to him as Lord Frieza? From now on, he shall simply be Frieza. This universe will be ruled by me, Chio-E. I am the most formidable being in this cosmos. In that moment, Chio-Ye's mind began to race with ambition. In the past, Chio-E would never have entertained the thought of rebelling against Frieza. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. With an explosive surge in his combat strength, Chio-E felt as if he had struck gold overnight, and the sinister nature within him began to surface. With a heart brimming with excitement, he trembled as he took another sip of the divine battle water. Yet, no miracle transpired. Ultimately, Chio-Ye's combat power stabilized at a basic level of 10 times. Nevertheless, he found contentment in his newfound strength. A combat power of 170,000. Was this not an extraordinary existence? What Chio-E remained unaware of was the sheer terror of Frieza's combat strength. However, Suya was well aware. Frieza's first form possessed a combat power of 530,000, while his final form could reach an astounding 12 million. Chio-E, still reluctant to concede, drained the last drop of the divine battle water. Still, there was no reaction. Humph. Chio-E crushed the bamboo tube in his hand and cast a sly glance at Suya, contemplating how best to deal with him. Should he eliminate him here to silence him? Then, that entire barrel of divine battle water would be his. After which, he could rise against Frieza. Suya, however, remained utterly unperturbed. After all, he held the greatest trump card of all, rebirth. Chapter 19. Vegeta was stunned as for why he urged Chio-E to consume the battle god water. He was wagering that the other party would not eliminate him. If the intention was indeed to kill me, there would be no need for such superfluous dialogue. A single energy blast in midair would suffice. Yet, This fellow insisted on descending to engage in trivial chatter. After much contemplation, Suaya concluded that triggering the side effects of the battle god water was the most effective means of disposing of this individual. It was certainly preferable to consuming it himself. He was uncertain of the duration of the side effects. What if they were permanent? That would indeed be a calamity. Suaya had long resolved that until the experimental results involving the guinea pig emerged, it would be wise to refrain from ingesting such a substance. Suaya, not bad, Xiao-Yi remarked, casting a covetous glance at the battle god water in Suaya's possession. Noticing Xiao-Yi's fluctuating expression as he scrutinized both himself and the battle god water, Suaya quickly laughed heartily, presenting a large barrel of battle god water with both hands. What do you mean? Xiao-Yi was momentarily taken aback. It's a gift. Suaya chuckled. Oh, are you certain? Xiao-Yi suddenly perceived that this young man possessed quite an astute awareness. If he were to have this lad as his subordinate, it would indeed be a splendid choice. With my inferior warrior aptitude, I would likely bid farewell to such divine water. Better to bestow it upon someone deserving. Suaya chuckled with lofty aspirations. You are quite perceptive. Xiao-Yi nodded in satisfaction, effortlessly accepting the large barrel of divine water. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my attendant. As long as you perform adequately, I shall grant you the freedom to act recklessly on any planet in this universe. Thank you very much. Suaya beamed, his smile radiant, and then pointed at the barrel of battle god water that Xiao-Yi held, suggesting, let me carry this for you. Surely, the leader should not personally handle such items. Call upon me whenever you need it, and I shall promptly present it. Xiao-Yi regarded Suaya with a profound gaze. Sensing that this young man truly was an exemplary subordinate, he was indeed correct. What would it look like for me to carry it myself? Would it not be more fitting for him to serve me when the need arises? Besides, it seemed that further consumption would yield no additional benefits. This substance would henceforth serve solely as a reward for my subordinates. Take it. Xiao-Yi readily agreed, but, still somewhat reluctant, inquired, is there truly no possibility of further enhancement? If one could elevate physical attributes, there should be an increase. Suaya pondered briefly before immediately adopting a fawning demeanor. How about this? Are you hungry? I can prepare some delectable dishes to replenish your strength. After an hour's rest, we can attempt again. By the way, my combat power increased a bit after resting for an hour and consuming 4 sips, though the enhancement was not significant. It was not as high as before, but at least it doubled. In other words, the second consumption offers half the increase. Xiao-Yi grasped the implication. Indeed. Suaya nodded vigorously. Raditz, standing nearby, struggled to stifle his laughter. An hour later for another drink? I fear your combat power will plummet to 1700. What a tragic fate for this unfortunate frog. Thus, a delightful decision was made. Xiao-Yi nodded with satisfaction, instructing Suya to prepare the food. Suya chuckled, for nearby lay a freshly deceased wild boar-like creature, ready for processing. I will help you, Suya, Raditz hurriedly exclaimed, promptly joining in the task. The two were soon engrossed in their work, each unable to suppress their mischievous laughter. Both Suya and Raditz shared a mutual understanding, adhering to a singular principle, to delay time. Xiao-Yi, brimming with excitement, did not trouble Suya and Raditz. As his combat power surged, Xiao-Yi's spirit became wild and untamed. He began to fantasize about what he would do once he became the emperor of the universe. In a certain mountainous region, Vegeta's pupils dilated, his complexion paling as he sank to the ground, his eyes wide with horror. Just moments ago, as Xiao-Yi doubled his combat power, Vegeta's scouter instantly emitted a warning signal. He clearly observed Xiao-Yi's combat power leap from 17,000 to 34,000. What nonsense is this? Vegeta stammered, disbelief coursing through him. How could this be possible? Why had his combat power increased so dramatically? Bang! Yet before Vegeta could recover from his shock, his scouter exceeded its limits. He was utterly stunned, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. The scouter had malfunctioned. This device could only withstand a maximum combat power of 20,000. What on earth had happened to Xiao-Yi? Had his power truly surpassed 20,000? What was unfolding over there? Based on Xiao-Yi's reaction, he must have gone to Suya's side, where there was also a combatant with a power level of 175. Was it Raditz? Vegeta resolved to investigate the situation. What had transpired? Since my scouter has malfunctioned, Chou-es must have as well, meaning he would certainly be aware of my stealthy approach. Vegeta steeled his resolve, quietly making his way towards Suya and the others. Meanwhile, in another expanse of grassland, Naba also observed the fluctuation in Chou-es combat power through his scouter, which exploded due to the overwhelming energy wave. What is happening over there? Naba pondered, turning his gaze towards Suya and the others in the distance. Although he could see nothing, the astonishment in his eyes was palpable. Naba felt torn within. Without his scouter, he had lost all communication with his comrades. Should he wait by the spaceship or venture over there? It was too perilous. Perhaps staying put was wiser. Resolute, Naba began to hasten towards the spaceship. Before long, Suya and Raditz had efficiently processed the wild boar. The task of gutting and skinning the creature alone would take at least half an hour. During this period, Soya and Rithes removed their detectors. After all, Chou-Yi's combat prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Should the detector inadvertently gauge his power, it would surely be destroyed. Go on, add some seasoning to this meat and marinate it, Soya signaled to Rithes. What do you mean? Rithes inquired, somewhat perplexed. Soya leaned closer to Rithes, whispering softly in his ear. Rithes' lips twitched in response. Could you not be so troublesome? But I must admit, I enjoy it. Rithes cast a furtive glance at Chou-Yi, only to find him still lost in thought. By the way, what is he doing over there? Rithes asked, puzzled. His combat power has surged so dramatically, just like you. Perhaps he's contemplating how to flaunt it, Soya chuckled. Rithes. Negative emotional value from Rithes. 666. Chapter 20, 100 consecutive draws. The legendary Super Saiyan trial card. Fine, I'll go. Keep an eye out, and make sure he doesn't notice. Raditz whispered. Go ahead, don't worry. Soya nodded in reassurance. Raditz grabbed a pig's thigh and trotted off into a dense thicket. After relieving himself on the meat, he hummed a cheerful tune on his way back, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. Soyan silently gave him a thumbs up in approval. Chui had no idea about their little scheme, mainly because he couldn't care less about the two of them. Watching them handle the beast was hardly entertaining. His mind was preoccupied with grander schemes. Before eliminating Frieza, should I take out the Ginyu Force first? Or perhaps subdue them and make them serve me? After some deliberation, Chui decided the latter was the better option. With the Ginyu Force on his side, his chances against Frieza would significantly improve. Given my current power level, dealing with Ginyu and his team should be effortless. Just as Chui was basking in these pleasant thoughts, the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat wafted toward him. He sniffed the air and glanced in Soyan's direction. This Saiyan named Soyan isn't half bad. I'll keep him as my personal subordinate. Reward him with combat divine water if he performs well. A smaller cup, though. 3 sips max per person. Tripling their power level is more than generous. The tantalizing scent made Chui's stomach growl. He swallowed hard, his hunger undeniable. Lord Chui, just a little longer. The roast will be ready soon. Raditz grinned from a distance. Chui nodded silently. This Raditz kid has some sense too. I'll keep him around as well. But Prince Vegeta, that one rubs me the wrong way. I'll have to eliminate him before leaving this planet. Soon. The roasted pig leg was ready. Soyan nudged Raditz with his foot, signaling him to deliver it to Chui. Raditz. Negative emotional energy from Raditz. 999. You want me to serve the urine-soaked meat? If he tastes it, I'm dead. How much longer? Raditz whispered anxiously. 6 more minutes, Soyan mused. It's been nearly 5 hours for me. Why isn't he worn off yet? Raditz was on the verge of tears. Will I never recover? I told you to wait a full day. Why the rush? It's still early, Soyan chuckled. Raditz wanted to cry. Negative emotional energy from Raditz. 999. Soyan suppressed a grin. With Raditz's latest contribution, his accumulated negative energy had finally reached 1 million points. Perfect. No one else wearing scouters now, right? Time to draw. Without hesitation, Soyan initiated the lottery. 100 consecutive draws commence. Congratulations, you have obtained a battle power of 66. Congratulations, you have acquired a battle power of 55. Congratulations. You have achieved a battle power of 88. Soya's battle power escalates dramatically. Congratulations, you have received the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. Congratulations. You have attained a battle power of 11. Soya. Soya momentarily appeared dazed. The legendary Super Saiyan experience card? What is this peculiar item? Shortly thereafter, Soya noticed a card radiating a green glow materializing upon the system's shelf. Soya allowed his battle power to continue its ascent. then fixed his gaze upon the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. Legendary Super Saiyan experience card. Experience the transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan for 1 hour, during which your battle power is augmented by 3,000 times. Simply affix the card to your forehead to utilize it. Soya scrutinized the card's description further. There were no disclaimers. Does this item possess no side effects? A 3,000-fold increase in battle power. What is my current battle power? Congratulations. You have acquired a battle power of 22. The lottery continues. Congratulations, you have received the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. Soya was momentarily taken aback once again. Another legendary Super Saiyan experience card? Is the system attempting to transform me into a legendary Super Saiyan? The 100 consecutive draws swiftly concluded. In total, Soya acquired 3 legendary Super Saiyan experience cards. Turning to assess his battle power. Although the detector was absent, the system displayed Soya's battle power. Battle power, 10,000. This round of 100 consecutive draws yielded Soya an impressive 600 battle power. Coupled with his previous 400 battle power, Soya's total reached a remarkable 10,000. Ecstatic. However, he sincerely felt that this level of battle power was still insufficient. Let the influx of negative emotion points intensify. Soya thoughtfully contemplated that venturing to a populous location would be more conducive for accumulating negative emotion points. Earth seemed to be an excellent choice. It is teeming with people, making it easier to gather points, especially during the martial arts tournament, when all eyes are focused upon me. A single solar fist could potentially yield a significant amount of negative emotion points. Moreover, if broadcast live, the viewers at home would undoubtedly be displeased by the sudden burst of light. Once I manage to wrap up matters here, a trip to Earth shall be in order. At that moment, Soya relished the thought that the greater the crowd, the more exhilarating the accumulation of negative emotion points. On planet Vegeta and Cyril, with so few inhabitants, Soya had to exert considerable effort to amass a substantial amount of negative emotion points. Yet now, having spent merely a morning on this beast planet, he had already reaped abundant rewards. Soya secretly rejoiced. With the legendary Super Saiyan experience cards in hand, he felt no fear of Chio-E any longer. If one were to experience this, their combat power would soar to a staggering 30 million. Effortlessly crushing this frog would be akin to child's play. Not just myself. Even the current Raditz, wielding the legendary Super Saiyan experience card, would achieve an impressive combat power of 520,000. However, such cards are exceedingly rare, with only 3 appearing in 100 draws. Naturally, Soya cannot afford to use them casually. It is prudent to reserve them for a more opportune moment. Given the existence of the legendary Super Saiyan experience card, could there possibly be a card for the Super Saiyan God? And if such a card exists, might there also be one for Ultra Instinct? Soya's mind raced with possibilities. While Soya's combat power had significantly increased, Raditz and Chio-E remained oblivious to this change. Without a detector, Raditz and Chio-E would remain unaware of Soya's newfound strength. Chapter 21. The Barbecue. At this moment, Raditz presented a pig's leg to Chio-E with both hands, and Chio-E was quite pleased with Raditz's respectful demeanor. Lord Frieza had remarked that Saiyans were a stubborn race, perpetually proud. However, it seemed that Saiyans could be quite pliable when the situation called for it. Chio-E immediately took a hearty bite of the pig's leg and savored it. Raditz, feeling anxious, stole glances at Chio-E as he ate. There's my urine on that. You can't taste it, you can't taste it. The flavor is rather peculiar. Chio-E smacked his lips, lost in thought as he savored each bite. Oh, Raditz felt a pang of anxiety. A bit salty. Chio-E pondered aloud. Raditz. How could it not be salty? It's marinated in urine. Raditz was at a loss for words. But it's still quite delicious. Chio-E nodded in satisfaction. Raditz cast aside all his rehearsed responses. How am I supposed to respond to that? You are Raditz, correct? Chio-E gazed at Raditz with a smile. Raditz nodded vigorously. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Come along with me from now on. Chio-E was pleased with Raditz's attitude. Yes, my lord Chio-E. Raditz agreed eagerly. You haven't had any yet. Allow me to offer you a piece. Chio-E said as he tore off a chunk of meat and handed it to Raditz. Raditz. From Raditz, negative emotion value. 888. Soya, you rascal. You made me marinate this meat with urine. And now this fellow wants me to eat it. Am I to drink my own urine? Raditz's expression wavered, caught in a dilemma. If I refuse to eat, I will surely raise suspicion. Raditz hastily accepted the meat, trembling, and with tears in his eyes. Placed it into his mouth. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Chioi asked, taken aback. No. No one has ever treated me this well. In my family, the meat was always given to my younger brother. I was always the last to eat. Raditz wept profusely. Poor child. Chioi sighed, somewhat bewildered. However, you are a top-tier warrior, are you not? You must have a fair share of rations? Indeed. But they have all been taken by my parents. Raditz blurted out, rambling nonsensically. Soya was off to the side, thoroughly amused. This Raditz is truly something else. What a colossal lie. Unbelievable. Ugh. Raditz took a few bites, but simply could not swallow. The odor of urine was overwhelmingly strong. It had been held for so long. It was all over this piece of meat. And now you expect me to eat it. Raditz promptly vomited. What is wrong with you? Chioi frowned. Raditz was at a loss. How can I spin this lie? It's nothing. Soya stepped forward with a clean piece of meat, relishing it. Soya, the freshly roasted meat should have been given to me first. Do you not understand this basic principle? What kind of little brother are you? Chioi scolded, his brow furrowing. That is not the point. Soya chuckled. Do you know why Raditz vomits? Chioi was taken aback. Not far away, Vegeta concealed himself behind a thicket, observing Soya and Raditz as they tended to their barbecue, his teeth grinding in frustration. Especially when he witnessed Raditz respectfully offering a hefty piece of pork leg to Chioi, Vegeta's anger intensified, his fists clenched tightly, wishing to obliterate these two traitors immediately. These scoundrels. Is this how you define being a Saiyan? We Saiyans are a proud race. Just wait. I shall show you how to deal with such insolence. Vegeta's teeth ground audibly. Then, he saw Soya approach Chioi with a piece of meat, devouring it greedily, grease dripping from his mouth. Vegeta's fury escalated. You indulge in feasting while I am here suffering blows. I am starving. From Vegeta emanated a negative emotional value of 999. Upon noticing this, Soya paused momentarily. Why was Vegeta directing negative emotional energy towards him? The magnitude of his negativity was astonishing, but he dismissed it. After all, Vegeta's battle power had plummeted to 3,000. He was no longer a threat. Do you know why Raditz vomits after eating meat? Soya inquired with a smile. Raditz immediately winked at Soya, as if questioning whether the moment had arrived. Soya grinned widely. Without the slightest hesitation, Raditz expelled the meat from his mouth. Ha ha ha. Chioi, you've been had. Raditz bellowed with laughter. Chioi was left perplexed. What does this mean? Has this fellow lost his mind? Vegeta mirrored his confusion. What? What are you trying to say? Chioi's brow furrowed, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Raditz. Ha ha ha. That piece of meat you just consumed contained my urine. Now you understand why it tasted so salty. Don't you? Raditz crowed with pride, though he quickly took refuge behind Soya, gesturing animatedly. That was urine I had held for several hours, very yellow indeed. Does it not possess a uniquely distinct flavor? While Chioi relished the barbecue, he was increasingly captivated by its delightful taste. However, upon hearing Raditz's revelation, his expression darkened instantly. How could he continue to eat? He crushed the pork leg in his grip, spitting out the morsels he had just consumed, retching violently. Ha ha! What a fool! Raditz howled with laughter. Vegeta stood aghast at the unfolding scene. So, Soya and Raditz had endeavored to curry favor with Chioi by serving him meat laced with urine? Truly, they were Saiyans. Proud indeed. Vegeta's resentment evaporated entirely. Yet, he pondered, but such actions could lead to their demise. These two imbeciles. I cannot save you. May you find your own fortune. You are provoking that toad to the point of fury. How dare you mock me? Chioi's eyes widened with rage as he coldly wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth, trembling with indignation. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Chioi, his overwhelming aura causing the entire planet to tremble violently. At that moment, the sheer magnitude of his combat power created a small crater on the ground. Raditz's face turned pale with fear, nearly paralyzed with terror. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, his expression becoming exceedingly grim. Just how formidable is this toad's combat prowess? Why is it so terrifying? Is it not yet time? Raditz's heart raced in panic. Miscalculated. Soya scratched his head. Raditz. Negative emotional value of 666 from Raditz. You incompetent fool. How could you miscalculate something like this? You're leading us to our doom. We are going to meet a dreadful end. Chapter 22. Xiao-Yi fell victim to a deception. It was just a misunderstanding. My lord Xiao-Yi, I was merely jesting. Raditz hastily waved his hands, attempting to defend himself. The atmosphere felt rather tense, so I thought a little humor might lighten it up. Haha, I hope you don't take offense. My battle power is merely 175. Meanwhile, his opponent's power had multiplied tenfold, soaring to an astounding 170,000. I could easily be killed. Raditz, cease your foolishness. So you admonished, turning back. Who said this was a joke? It is clearly the truth. Raditz's negative emotional value. 888. Is it time yet? He inquired anxiously. Just a few more seconds. So you contemplated. Raditz felt an overwhelming despair wash over him. Could you possibly wait until he is weakened before speaking? We cannot withstand an assault from someone with 170,000 battle power. So, Xiao-Yi, do you find the pig legs that come with urine delightful? Soya grinned, a mischievous smile on his face. Vegeta, not far away, was utterly astonished. You two are incredibly brave. To mock such a formidable opponent. Very well, you have both thoroughly enraged me. Xiao-Yi trembled with fury, his power surging. I was considering taking you both as my subordinates, but now, I shall ensure your demise is most rhythmic. Xiao-Yi's negative emotional value, 999. He was genuinely infuriated. No wonder Lord Frieza sought to annihilate all Saiyans. These Saiyans were indeed difficult to subjugate. How naive of me to think they would genuinely follow me. After all this, it was merely to make me eat pig legs with urine? Why is it not time yet? Raditz was in sheer panic. Why had this man's aura not diminished? Patience. So you chuckled awkwardly. Could you not be such a burden? Raditz felt on the verge of tears. After delivering such bold threats, why had Xiao-Yi's battle power not lessened? How are we supposed to proceed with this? Prepare to meet your end. Xiao-Yi advanced towards Soya. Raditz, terrified, pressed tightly behind Soya, his face as pale as a sheet. Yet Soya remained unfazed, standing confidently and pointing to himself with his index finger in a brazen taunt. Come, I stand here for you to strike. Do you truly believe that a mere frog like you can defeat us Saiyans? Xiao-Yi was momentarily bewildered. Was this man out of his mind? Your courage is commendable. But, boy, have you perhaps mistaken something? Xiao-Yi coldly approached, his voice icy. Do you not realize my battle power has reached 170,000? With your measly power level, how could you possibly stand a chance against me? Vegeta was flabbergasted, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. 170,000 battle power? Are you jesting? When did this frog elevate its power to such heights? Such outrageous boasting. I can't. So you crossed his arms, nodding lightly. Is that so? Confidence is indeed a virtue. However, excessive confidence can easily transform into arrogance. By the way, allow me to share a piece of news with you. Your Prince Vegeta has been thoroughly defeated and is now utterly disoriented. Xiao-Yi snorted coldly. Dare to mock me? I shall ensure that both of you meet a rhythmic demise. Raditz was visibly terrified. Why do you still appear so self-assured? The issue was that this fellow's imposing presence showed no signs of waning. Was it not yet time? At that moment, Raditz felt as though time was dragging on interminably. Die! Xiao-Yi sneered, launching a powerful punch aimed at the center of Soya's chest. However, at that instant, Xiao-Yi trembled violently. An immense energy radiating from him suddenly dissipated, causing him to collapse to the ground. Raditz's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Finally, the moment has arrived. Soya's bravery was indeed commendable. Did you time this perfectly, weakening yourself the moment he attacked? Raditz rushed forward, swiftly picking up the scouter from the ground and promptly affixing it to his eyes. He then pressed the button on the device. Ha ha ha. Raditz erupted with laughter. How much? Soya turned to inquire. Raditz first removed the scouter and tossed it aside with glee, exclaiming, Soya, your conjecture was spot on. His battle power has dwindled to a mere 1,700. Raditz had removed the scouter because Soya had mentioned during their barbecue that Frieza might be eavesdropping on their activities. Henceforth, he should refrain from wearing the scouter during conversations. What? What did you say? Xiao-Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting rapidly. Indeed, Soya chuckled. Bang! Soya, with no hesitation, delivered a powerful kick to Xiao-Yi. With a battle power of only 1,700, Xiao-Yi stood no chance against Soya and could not defend himself at all. Whoosh! Xiao-Yi was sent soaring into the sky by Soya's kick, vanishing into the clouds as a tiny black dot. Vegeta was utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape, as if his jaw might drop to the ground. Am I seeing this correctly? That Shio-E fellow was actually kicked away by Soya? Wasn't his battle power 170,000? Could it be that Soya's power surpasses 170,000? No. Vegeta quickly regained his composure. Earlier, Raditz had mentioned that Shio-Yi's battle power had plummeted to 1,700. What on earth was happening? Why had it dropped from 170,000 to 1,700? Vegeta was genuinely perplexed. In the next moment, he emerged from his hiding place without a trace of hesitation. Ah, Prince Vegeta. Raditz greeted him enthusiastically. What in the world is going on? Vegeta inquired with a skeptical expression. Prince Vegeta, when did you arrive? Raditz asked. I've been watching for quite some time, Vegeta replied with a huff. Well, here's the situation. Raditz did not conceal anything and recounted the details regarding the Battle God Water to Vegeta in full. Upon hearing this, Vegeta appeared somewhat bewildered. The Battle God Water? It possesses the ability to significantly amplify combat power. However, it can only be utilized for 1 hour. After this hour, adverse effects will manifest. The extent of the enhancement is equivalent to a tenfold increase, which subsequently diminishes by the same amount. Thus, if Shio-Yi's combat power surged to 170,000, a tenfold reduction would bring it down to 1,700. In that moment, Shio-Yi was plummeting swiftly from the sky. With a resounding thud, Soya stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to Shio-Yi, sending him soaring to an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters. Negative emotional energy from Shio-Yi, 1,000. Negative emotional energy from Shio-Yi, 1,000. Chapter 23, Vegeta. I, too, desire the elixir of combat. Shio-Yi's negative emotional value surged incessantly. At this moment, it became abundantly clear to him that he had been duped by Suya. That so-called elixir of combat was indeed suspect. It could only provide a fleeting enhancement to his combat prowess, after which his strength would plummet dramatically. It appeared that for every multiplication in strength, an equal division would follow. Shio-Yi's mind felt remarkably lucid now, leaving him to ponder why he had previously succumbed to folly. His body felt as though it were disassembling, racked with excruciating pain. The negative emotional value continued to refresh as if it were of no consequence. Suya was positively delighted. Within this brief span, Shio-Yi had already amassed a staggering 100,000 in negative emotional value. If converted to combat power, that would amount to several hundred. Shio-Yi, you truly are a remarkable person, Suya remarked. As Prince Vegeta observed the unfolding scene, he and Suya had orchestrated a barbecue to stall for time, intending to deal with Shio-Yi once he was sufficiently weakened. Raditz chuckled with amusement. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Suya. A sudden realization struck him. This individual, Suya, was rather devious. He had ignited a spark of hope in Shio-Yi, who boasted a combat power of 170,000, only to see it dwindle to a mere 1,700 within the span of an hour. Shio-Yi's plight was indeed tragic. How long could this 1,700 combat power sustain itself? Would it remain at this level indefinitely? Vegeta inquired once more. Raditz, feeling overwhelmed, sniffled as if on the verge of tears. Prince Vegeta, you are unaware that my combat power has plummeted to 170? Raditz lamented, realizing that nearly 6 hours had elapsed without any recovery. You drank it too? Vegeta replied incredulously. Indeed, I partook as well. Raditz nodded in affirmation. From Raditz emanated a negative emotional value of 666. I feel as though I have also been misled by Suya. Who could resist the allure of an elixir that promises to enhance combat prowess? Suya, did you consume it? Vegeta queried once more. Yes, Suya replied, a hint of guilt in his demeanor. Why have you not experienced a decline in your combat power? Vegeta asked, puzzled, though lacking a scouter. Vegeta deduced that Suya's strength must exceed 3,000, given that he could launch Shio-Yi with his 1,700 power to such remarkable heights. Could it be that my constitution is unique, rendering the elixir ineffective upon me? Suya mused thoughtfully. Raditz interjected, were you not the one to claim that before? Allow me to partake. Vegeta gritted his teeth, addressing Suya earnestly. Prince Vegeta, exercise caution. What if your combat power fails to return? The consequences would be dire. Raditz implored urgently. Vegeta hesitated, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Indeed, what if his combat prowess did not rebound? What purpose would the elixir serve then? Yet, why should Saiyan possess a unique constitution? He was merely a lowly warrior, while Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious Saiyan at that. If a lowly warrior could consume the elixir without adverse effects, surely a genius like himself would not suffer any ill fate. After considerable reflection, Vegeta remained reluctant to take the plunge. If side effects truly manifest and combat power dwindles to 1500, it would indeed be a tragic scenario. Your Highness Vegeta, perhaps you should indulge in some food. Once you have dined, your strength will be replenished, Raditz suggested. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at the roasted pig, curling his lip in disdain, baring his teeth. Do you expect me to consume meat steeped in urine? Only that leg of the pig is tainted, Raditz hastily clarified. With a slight sigh of relief, Vegeta approached to partake in the roasted meat. This monstrous pig stood at least 10 meters tall, a truly colossal creature. For Saiyan and the others, it was more than sufficient. Saiyan swiftly seized a piece of meat, savoring a hearty bite. Immediately thereafter, he soared into the sky, delivering a kick to the plummeting Chio-E. After much effort to descend, Chio-E was sent soaring back into the stratosphere. He had already fainted from the pain while falling, yet Soya's kick roused him anew. Upon reaching the heights of 10,000 meters, Chio-E succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Nevertheless, even in his stupor, he continued to supply Saiyan with a steady stream of negative emotional energy. In mere minutes, Chio-E had provided Saiyan with nearly 300,000 points of negative emotions. Saiyan was overjoyed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Can it be any more exhilarating? This is undeniably a negative emotion harvesting machine. This fellow yields more negative energy than that bat did. Today, I shall amass 1,000,000 points of negative energy from Chio-E. Thus, Saiyan continued to devour the roasted meat while launching powerful kicks at Chio-E. Vegeta. Negative emotional energy from Vegeta, 666. Truly unparalleled. Eating roasted meat while kicking a frog. This frog is exceedingly unfortunate. Raditz. Negative emotional energy from Raditz, 666. This manner of play is hardly amusing. I wish to partake as well. After Chio-E provided Saiyan with 500,000 points of negative emotional energy, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. With a swift gesture, he pointed at Chio-E's form from afar. Boom! Chio-E's body disintegrated into a mist of blood, perishing on the spot. Saiyan frowned. Where can one find such an excellent source of negative emotional energy? Vegeta truly meddles too much. Humph, that should suffice. I feel my anger has long since dissipated. Vegeta scoffed. There is no need for you to vent for such an extended period. Saiyan felt utterly speechless. On what grounds do you presume I am venting for you? Do you think it's easy for me to find a source of negative energy? I had no intention of killing Chio-E. I believed he could yield 1,000,000 points of negative energy. And yet, he perished. Bring forth that divine battle water for me to see, Vegeta commanded Saiyan. Without hesitation, Saiyan retrieved a large barrel of divine battle water from his system space. Smiling as he inquired, would you care to try it? Vegeta. The negative emotional value from Vegeta stands at 111. I merely wanted you to show it to me. I did not intend to drink it. What if my battle power truly cannot be restored? Vegeta remained silent, scrutinizing the large barrel of water before him. This vast container of divine combat water bore no significant distinction from ordinary water. What does it taste like? Vegeta inquired. Just like regular water, colorless and tasteless, Raditz promptly replied. Understood, Vegeta nodded, yet still lacked the courage to partake. He decided to observe the side effects on Raditz first. When would his battle power truly be restored? Saiyan, do you think Raditz's battle power can be reinstated? Vegeta asked Saiyan once more. Let us wait a day and see, Saiyan answered. Can it be restored in just one day? Vegeta was taken aback. No. If it cannot be restored in a day, then it shall never be restored, Saiyan replied. Vegeta. The negative emotional value from Vegeta stands at 666. The negative emotional value from Raditz stands at 777. Chapter 24. Vegeta, your battle power is 10,000. Raditz felt the sting of tears. The battle power I painstakingly achieved through relentless training was a mere 700. And now, it's dwindled to a pitiful 175. The very thought is tragic. Wait, Saiyan. I've just conceived an excellent idea. Raditz's eyes sparkled with excitement. What idea? Soya was momentarily taken aback. What if I were to drink 4 more sips of the battle god water? Raditz exclaimed eagerly, his anticipation growing. Wouldn't my battle power then be restored? It's worth a try, Soya mused thoughtfully. Raditz truly is a good fellow. This little test subject is too good to waste. Soya, ever generous, found a concave stone and poured a modest amount of battle god water for Raditz. It would certainly suffice for 4 sips. However, Soya mused, the likelihood of Raditz regaining his battle power seemed slim. Yet, if he wishes to be a test subject, then so be it. Raditz swiftly took a sip, smacking his lips to savor the flavor. The taste seemed rather peculiar. Raditz scratched his head, slightly puzzled, recalling that this water had no flavor before. Don't dwell on such trivialities, just drink it, Soya urged. Without hesitation, Raditz took another gulp. Then, he silently assessed his own energy. It seemed there was no discernible reaction. Raditz, undeterred, downed 3 more sips in quick succession. In total, he consumed 5 sips of the battle god water. Unfortunately, there was no restoration of his battle power, nor any notable change. In the nearby jungle, a canine beast stared wide-eyed, transfixed by Raditz. These humans are terrifying. Not only have they decimated the creatures of our planet, but they've also commandeered my night pot for their drinks. You truly are inhuman. The canine beast felt an escalating dread towards these humans and stealthily retreated. It seems it's not working. Raditz despondently shook his head. I'm pondering this matter. Normally, one would regain their battle power within a day, but after consuming those sips, is it truly irreversible? Soya contemplated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Raditz's eyes widened, his expression shifting dramatically. Negative emotional energy from Raditz. 999. No. Are you serious? Raditz felt as though despair was closing in. I was merely speculating. You needn't take it to heart, Soya chuckled. Perhaps Soya is onto something, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Raditz lamented, on the verge of tears. I only just remembered, Soya replied. Raditz sniffled, tears streaming down his face. You're truly relentless. Are you intent on dragging someone down? Moments later, a sizable wild boar was swiftly consumed by Soya and his companions. After consuming the wild boar, Vegeta's stamina was fully restored, and his injuries had nearly healed. The physical prowess of the Saiyans is quite remarkable, despite suffering severe wounds moments ago. Vegeta's self-healing abilities proved to be exceptionally strong. Especially after consuming food, his recovery accelerated. Your Highness Vegeta, we have nearly conquered this planet. Shall we return to planet Vegeta? Raditz inquired. First, we must cleanse this planet thoroughly. Vegeta contemplated before articulating his thoughts. Understood, Raditz nodded in acknowledgement. Hand me your scouter. Vegeta commanded Raditz. Raditz, feeling compelled to comply, reluctantly picked up the scouter from the ground and handed it to Vegeta with both hands. Upon receiving the device, Vegeta prepared to wear it. By the way, Your Highness, Soya mentioned that Frieza might be eavesdropping on us, so perhaps we should refrain from using the scouter for conversation. Raditz hesitated before ultimately advising Vegeta. Humph, I was already aware of that, Vegeta scoffed, casting a sharp glance at Raditz, yet still donned the scouter and pressed the button. Pondering aloud, currently, there are still numerous formidable beasts on this planet. We need to eliminate them. However, we only have 2 scouters left. It will be difficult to locate them, Raditz replied, frowning. Moreover, my combat power has diminished to such a degree. I could easily be defeated. You accompany Soya. I will team up with Nappa. Vegeta assigned the tasks. By the way, where's that guy Nappa? He hasn't perished, has he? Raditz inquired, taken aback. He is by the spaceship, Vegeta confirmed, having located Nappa's position through the scouter. Have Carnegie and the others met their demise? Raditz asked again. Vegeta remained silent. But the expression in his eyes conveyed the answer. What a pity. It seems I can no longer partake in the game of eating, sleeping, and playing around. Raditz secretly reveled. At last, I am free from being the one to take the hits. Suddenly, Vegeta was astonished to detect an alarming power level nearby. His expression shifted slightly. A power level of 10,000. Vegeta murmured. What? Who? Raditz was momentarily startled, questioning the existence of a beast with such a power level on this planet. Not a beast. It's... Vegeta widened his eyes, focusing intently on Soya. According to the readings from the scouter, Soya's combat power had astonishingly reached the height of 10,000. How had he accomplished this? It is. Raditz suddenly realized something, opening his mouth and pointing at Saiyan. Vegeta swiftly removed the scouter from his eyes and pressed the off button, then scrutinized Saiyan from head to toe. What is the meaning of your combat power? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. Of course, it's a result of drinking the divine battle water. Saiyan chuckled mischievously. How many times have you increased your power? Raditz asked in astonishment. My constitution is rather peculiar. It seems that upon consumption, my power does not increase in multiples, but rather at random increments. So you smiled broadly. Raditz displayed a bitter smile. Why is it that your battle power rises without decline, while mine has diminished to a mere 175? It is utterly unfair. Vegeta remained silent. Is Saiyan genuinely augmenting his power through the elixir of combat? I can't shake the feeling that this fellow might just be closing in on my strength. Impossible. He is merely a lowly warrior. How could his battle power possibly rival mine? Moreover, I am only 5 years old. He is already 16. I hold a significant advantage in age. Yet, these considerations are not the crux of my thoughts. I find myself pondering something of great importance. Saiyan stroked his chin in contemplation. Chapter 25, Deceiving Frieza? What significant matter is at hand? Raditz inquired with urgency. If we were to make Frieza drink the god water, what might transpire? Saiyan mused, a grin spreading across his face. Raditz, Vegeta. Both were rendered speechless in an instant. You truly dare to deceive anyone. Raditz exclaimed. After having tricked that frog, are you now planning to deceive Frieza as well? Humph. It is evident that Frieza harbors ill intentions. Otherwise, he would not have sent Kuei to us. Vegeta scoffed, tightly clenching his fists, his body trembling with rage. Frieza's sending of Kuei was solely to humiliate us. So, shall we proceed to trick Frieza? Saiyan chuckled mischievously. Considering Frieza's physical prowess, how much could he possibly drink? Raditz gazed skyward, pondering silently. Let me calculate. Saiyan began to tally, muttering softly. If Frieza can consume 100 sips, how much would his battle power diminish? Frieza's true battle power stands at 12 million. After drinking 100 sips, the subsequent effects would result in a decline of 1.2 million battle power in an hour. Drinking 10 sips would lead to a reduction of 12 million battle power. Even if he could drink 10 sips, leaving him with merely 1.2 million battle power, I could then utilize the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. My battle power would soar to an impressive 30 million. Wouldn't that allow me to easily overpower Frieza? Or perhaps give Vegeta the chance to defeat Frieza? This seems plausible. 100 sips? What a ridiculous notion. Raditz was genuinely astonished. If he drank that much, Frieza's battle power would surely plummet to 0. Saiyan glanced at Raditz, but remained silent. That aside, Prince Vegeta, what do you estimate Frieza's battle power to be? Raditz asked. How much could it possibly be? At most, 200,000. Vegeta scoffed. If it is indeed 200,000, and we reduce that by tenfold, he would be left with merely 20,000 battle power. Raditz shook his head. Unless you transform into a great ape, Prince Vegeta, we still stand no chance against him. Vegeta remained silent, his expression darkening, feeling a pang of embarrassment. If 200,000 battle power is reduced tenfold, even with my current strength, I would still be unable to defeat him. How utterly humiliating. Setting that aside, Nappa's scouter must be lost. Let us make our way to the spaceship, Vegeta declared. With that, he soared into the sky. Saiyan and Raditz followed closely behind. In a short while, the trio landed at the location of Nappa and the spaceship. Prince Vegeta? Raditz? Saiyan? What a relief, you all are alive. Nappa's eyes flickered momentarily, a breath of relief escaping him. What of Carnegie? Raditz inquired. That pitiful wretch was ambushed by a creature with a battle power barely exceeding 600. Its claw pierced through his chest, Nappa replied, shaking his head disdainfully. I observed him in agony, so I took it upon myself to end his suffering. Raditz pursed his lips, remaining silent. Saiyan was not surprised. This was the nature of Saiyans, who would not hesitate to eliminate their own kind when necessary. However, upon witnessing Raditz's expression, Saiyan felt a twinge of reflection. This young lad was indeed the brother of Son Goku, the son of Bardock and Jine. At the tender age of 5, Raditz had already been exposed to the ruthless ways of Saiyans, having spent his formative years in the company of Vegeta and Nappa. Yet, it seemed that with proper guidance, There was a possibility for redemption in his future. Nevertheless, the prospect of redemption held little significance for Saiyan. All he perceived was a reservoir of negative emotional energy. Once a life was extinguished, it would no longer contribute to that energy. Who would then bolster his combat power? At present, Raditz still occasionally provided him with that negative emotional energy, perhaps because he felt a twinge of discomfort at his own combat power, which stood at a mere 175. Upon hearing of Nappa's killing of Carnegie, Vegeta merely snorted, placing no blame on Nappa. Surely, Prince Vegeta does not hold me accountable? We should not require Saiyans incapable of battle, correct? Nappa chuckled nervously, his anxiety palpable. True, that is indeed the case, but with his death, our numbers dwindle. Vegeta frowned slightly. He truly cannot move, and will require a healing device just to recover, Nappa hastily explained. Enough with the excuses. Vegeta replied, growing impatient. You will accompany me. We must cleanse this planet of the remaining beasts. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa breathed a sigh of relief, his apprehension easing. The two ascended into the sky, swiftly propelling themselves toward the distance. Prince Vegeta, previously I encountered a member of the Frieza force with a combat power of 17,000. Later, for reasons unknown, his power surged dramatically, causing my scouter to malfunction from the sheer magnitude of his readings. Nappa inquired with curiosity, where has he gone? Has he already departed this planet? Vegeta did not respond to the inquiry, but abruptly accelerated. Hey, wait for me, Prince Vegeta. Nappa hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, Saiyan led Raditz toward another region. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Frieza sat in a hovering pod, gazing quietly out at the distant blue planet of Vegeta. It is noteworthy that in earlier cinematic adaptations, planet Vegeta was depicted as red, while in the recent Broly film, it reverted to blue, aligning with the Dragon Ball Super version. Lord Frieza. He has gone missing. Biliblu bowed respectfully, reporting from behind Frieza. Oh, what has transpired? Frieza inquired, momentarily taken aback, without turning his head. What exactly transpired? Remains somewhat unclear to us. Biliblu sighed, offering a bitter smile. The Beast Star possesses a rather unique magnetic field. The signals we received are intermittent, and even when pieced together, they remain incomplete. Frieza, however, did not seem overly concerned. Slowly turning around. Perhaps Chiyoyi's detector has malfunctioned, Biliblu speculated. It is also possible that carelessness allowed Vegeta to launch a surprise attack and eliminate them. Frieza chuckled softly. Is that so? Biliblu paused slightly, questioning whether it was necessary to send someone back once more. Let them be. They are merely a handful of insignificant monkeys. Frieza sneered with disdain, shaking his head gently. How many Saiyans have returned? Almost the majority of the Saiyans have returned over these past 8 days. Biliblu replied. That is reassuring. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his smile growing ever more radiant. Chapter 26. The Son of Destiny. By the way, Lord Frieza, we have received a message from the Beast Star indicating that it might allow for a doubling of combat power. This is the only signal we have obtained so far, and we continue to monitor the situation, Biliblu added. Doubling of combat power? Frieza pondered for a moment. It is also possible they are merely speaking out of turn. Biliblu scratched his head. Very well. Send a message to Vegeta and the others, instructing them to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Frieza commanded after a brief contemplation. Is Lord Frieza planning to eliminate them all? Biliblu smiled knowingly. Strangely enough, I feel a twinge of unease. Frieza murmured softly, furrowing his brow, sensing that a Saiyan was thriving. But who could it be? Could it be that fellow Vegeta? Biliblu exclaimed in surprise. I will send a message to him at once, urging them to return to planet Vegeta. Whoosh! A small spacecraft streaked across the sky, leaving a brilliant trail in the vast cosmos. On board were Bardock and his companion, Rick. Are you saying all the Saiyans have been summoned back to planet Vegeta by Frieza? Bardock's expression darkened, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Indeed, it was that scoundrel Frieza who issued the order. This is the first time we have encountered such a situation. Rick exclaimed, grumbling. Mind your words and remove the detector first. We must avoid being overheard. Bardock glanced at Rick. Rick's face paled as cold sweat trickled down, and he quickly removed the detector. We are almost at planet Vegeta. It has been quite a while. Rick sighed. At that moment, they could see the pale blue planet shimmering in the starry sky from afar. Indeed, Bardock nodded. After our expedition to Cyril Star, we ought to have returned to planet Vegeta. Rick sighed softly, yet we ended up at that previous planet, which indeed benefited those like Zoya. Not a concern. Bardock replied with a serene smile. Look, it's Frieza's spaceship. Rick suddenly exclaimed, spotting Frieza's vessel hovering near planet Vegeta. It is real. But why does it linger here? Bardock's brow furrowed, his unsettling premonition intensifying. Whoosh. The spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, descending towards the surface of planet Vegeta. Could it be that Frieza harbors some nefarious plot? Bardock voiced solemnly. How could that be? Ha. Rick laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned. The hatch of the spacecraft opened. Bardock and Rick disembarked and made their way into the small town. Hey Bardock, long time no see. I can't believe you're still alive. A Saiyan greeted him with a smile. Do you know why we were summoned back? Bardock inquired. Who knows? It's said that a colossal star has been discovered, and it requires many fighters to bring it down. The Saiyan speculated for a moment before offering additional information. By the way, I heard that members of Frieza's army seem to be inquiring about the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Bardock was taken aback. Is it the fabled Super Saiyan? Indeed. The Saiyan nodded. Bardock chose not to say more and headed straight home. On the vast planet Vegeta, the number of Saiyans had dwindled to a mere few thousand, not even reaching 10,000. As a warrior race, Saiyans frequently ventured into battle, which naturally led to casualties. Consequently, their population had significantly declined over time. Giant, I'm back, Bardock announced as he entered his home. Bardock, Giant exclaimed, filled with excitement. The couple embraced warmly. It's quite lively outside, Bardock remarked. Yes, everyone has returned. Giant replied with a sweet smile. What about Raditz? Bardock inquired. He has become a soldier and partnered with Prince Vegeta to venture to other planets. He left about 7 or 8 days ago. He should return after dealing with matters there. Prince Vegeta? Bardock paused, a dry smile escaping him. He has teamed up with that troublesome character? Raditz mentioned that fighting alongside a genius warrior would enhance his combat skills. Giant added with a chuckle. By the way, I heard that a fighter named Soa is also in that team. Wasn't he partnered with you before? Soa? That fellow tends to be reckless. I hope Raditz's team remains safe, Bardock muttered with a slight twitch of his lips. Really? Is he that reckless? Giant was taken aback. What about Kakarot? Is he still in the incubation chamber? Bardock shifted the topic away from Soa. Yes, he has been inside for 3 years now. It's time to let him out. Would you like to see him? Giant gestured toward the inner room. They entered the adjacent chamber, where a container filled with strange liquid held 3-year-old Kakarot, soundly asleep. He has grown so much, Bardock marveled. Yes, he looks just like you, especially with that unique hairstyle. Giant gazed tenderly at Kakarot within the container. Once night falls, I will retrieve a spherical spaceship and send this child to another planet, Bardock contemplated aloud. Why would you do that? And why put him in danger as an exile? Giant was perplexed. This is for Kakarot's own good. Bardock's voice was heavy with gravity. What do you mean? Giant's confusion deepened. Frieza is plotting something sinister. I have a foreboding sense of doom. Bardock gritted his teeth, his mood growing increasingly somber. Cold sweat trickled down Giant's delicate face. That night, Bardock lifted a miniature spaceship bearing the essence of a star and nestled Kakarot within its confines, traversing the night sky. Giant followed closely beside him. Upon reaching an expansive area, Bardock gently set the spaceship upon the earth. It is quite unlike a Saiyan to worry for one's child, Giant remarked, touched by the sentiment. Perhaps I have been infected by your innocence, Bardock replied. Inside the spaceship, Kakarot seemed to sense something amiss, wailing incessantly while his tiny hands pounded against the walls of the vessel. Kakarot, cease your fussing, Bardock admonished. Let us escape together, Giant suggested. Stepping forward to lightly tap the spaceship, playfully making a face at Kakarot. Kakarot responded with a wide, innocent grin. Chapter 27. Raditz regains combat power. There's no use. The detector will soon locate us. Bardock shook his head. Fortunately, Kakarot's combat power is merely 2. He should go unnoticed by Frieza. Giant agreed with Bardock's assessment and, without further hesitation, advanced to set the spaceship's course. The program was configured to navigate towards a distant planet known as Earth. Giant remarked, although the food on that planet is abundant, the people and resources hold little value. It's rather an inconspicuous planet. If Bardock is merely being overly cautious, we shall swiftly return to retrieve you. Remember, do not gaze at the full moon for too long. Bardock instructed Kakarot. I will also inform Raditz of this. Giant replied. You must survive. Bardock waved at Kakarot aboard the spaceship, his eyes filled with affection. Goodbye. Giant's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she fought to hold them back. Kakarot gazed wide-eyed, his cherubic face etched with confusion. Mom and Dad, are you abandoning me? With a decisive press, Giant activated the spaceship's launch button, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Whoosh! The spaceship surged upwards, piercing through the atmosphere and soaring into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Frieza's spaceship. Lord Frieza, we have just detected a spaceship launching from planet Vegeta. Beelzebub reported promptly. Oh. Frieza's forehead twitched ominously with two pronounced veins. According to the data, the vessel carries a 3-year-old Saiyan child with a combat power of 2. Named Kakarot. Beelzebub conveyed the information to Frieza. This name and power level seem hauntingly familiar. Frieza mused, momentarily taken aback. Is he not the one that Soja mentioned? The one who might one day become a Super Saiyan? He is Raditz's younger brother. Beelzebub's face broke into a smile. Frieza was momentarily stunned, his triangular eyes widening with deep significance. It is said he just emerged from the incubation chamber. His combat power has not increased in 3 years. Perhaps he was deemed useless and thus exiled. Beelzebub stifled a laugh, his face reddening. Can such a being truly become a Super Saiyan in the future? Feel free to laugh, but do refrain from passing gas. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at Beelzebub. Ha ha. Beelzebub burst into laughter, desperately trying to suppress a laugh that threatened to escape. Ultimately, Beelzebub's laughter was too unrestrained, and he could not contain a long, audible release. Frieza's brow furrowed in irritation as he quickly covered his nose. Lord Frieza, should we bring him down? Beelzebub asked, his expression one of embarrassment, considering the potential of the child becoming a Super Saiyan. Frieza replied, given your amusement, should I still bring him down? Planet of the Beasts. After an entire day of meticulous cleaning, the monsters on Beast Star have been largely eradicated. A whole day has passed, yet my combat power remains unrevived. Is it truly impossible to restore it? Raditz, consumed by despair, sighed heavily. Soya, restore my combat power. The negative emotional value from Raditz reached 888. Do not fret, there is still a minute left until a full day has elapsed, Soya reassured, glancing at the time on the detector and smiling at Raditz. Do I really lack that 1 minute? Raditz retorted, his negative emotional value dropping to 666. Await the arrival of fate. Soya gently patted Raditz on the shoulder. You need not worry. If a day's time proves insufficient for recovery, we can wait another 2 days and see if it can be restored then. Raditz felt like crying. Do you have any idea how I have spent this day? You want me to wait another 2 days? I cannot bear to wait any longer. His negative emotional value remained at 666. This is truly unfair. 1 minute later, Raditz was elated to sense a surge of energy coursing through him. Within mere seconds, his combat power soared back to 700. Overjoyed, Raditz performed a backflip, dancing with excitement. Wow, I feel my combat power has returned. The sudden rush of happiness prompted him to ask urgently, Soya, quickly check my combat power. Indeed, it is 700. Soya nodded in satisfaction. It seems the side effect of this divine combat water is indeed a full day, precisely 1 day, without a second to spare. Of course, this day refers to the time it takes for planet Vegeta to complete 1 rotation, which is nearly equivalent to a day on Earth. With knowledge of the divine combat water's side effect duration, Soya could now utilize it effectively. Swish, swish. Vegeta and Nappa approached swiftly from a distance, landing beside Soya and Raditz. Vegeta scrutinized Raditz from head to toe. Just moments ago, he had observed Raditz's combat power fluctuations through the detector, prompting his immediate arrival. I never expected that the monsters on this planet could speak. I was completely unaware until now, Nappa chuckled. What did it say? Raditz inquired, momentarily taken aback. It said something about withering away, mumbling while biting its own tongue. It looked like a bat. Nappa scratched his bald head. I felt it was insulting me. So I ended its life. Raditz was left speechless. He glanced at Soya, forcing a dry smile. The monster you painstakingly nurtured has perished just like that. Soya replied. Was it easy to cultivate a creature for harvesting, and you just let it die? I must find an opportunity to raise another. To be fair, that bat-like monster provided me with at least 300,000 negative emotional points. Now my accumulated negative emotional value is once again approaching the lofty height of 1,000,000. Soon, another opportunity for 100 consecutive draws will present itself. The anticipation within Sonya is palpable. How much battle power will she acquire this time? Will the legendary Super Saiyan experience card make an appearance? It seems that the side effect of that divine water indeed lasts for a day. Vegeta removed his scouter and turned his gaze towards Sonya. Indeed, Sonya nodded, also taking off her scouter. How long can the battle power enhancement last? Vegeta inquired once more. 1 hour. Raditz replied on Sonya's behalf. Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. 1 hour of augmented battle power. Should I indulge and see just how much my battle prowess could increase? The monsters on this planet have been nearly eradicated, so there should be no imminent danger. However, what if the side effects do manifest? What if Sonya or Nappa turn against me? Vegeta found himself wavering once again. Chapter 28. Have you been deceived? What divine water? Nappa wore a perplexed expression. What are you all talking about? I cannot comprehend a single word. By the way, what happened to that member of the Frieza force? Nappa inquired once more. I have a feeling you all are concealing something from me. He is dead. Raditz grinned widely. Dead? With such formidable combat power, how could he have perished? Nappa was astonished. Well, he was deceived. Raditz chuckled even more brightly. Nappa grew even more confused. What on earth are you discussing? Why can't I understand anything? How could he have been deceived? Beep. At that moment, a text message simultaneously appeared on the scouters of Soya and Vegeta. Soya glanced down. The message was from the Frieza force. The content was straightforward, instructing Soya's team to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Huh? We are to return to planet Vegeta? Raditz leaned closer to take a look, slightly taken aback, and promptly asked Vegeta, Your Highness, is everything on this planet nearly resolved? Should we return? Soya, what do you think? Vegeta sought Soya's opinion. Your Highness Vegeta, do you wish to eliminate Frieza? Soya asked with a smile. You don't truly intend to offer Frieza divine water, do you? Vegeta's expression stiffened. This is an excellent opportunity to eradicate him. It all depends on your decision. Soya grinned. Then let us proceed. Vegeta gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. I refuse to be manipulated by that scoundrel Frieza any longer. How about we head to Frieza's spaceship? Soya beamed. Vegeta took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly, his heart racing. Soya is indeed audacious, but I admire that. If we can seize this chance to extinguish Frieza, it would be an excellent choice. It's strange. Why did the Frieza force send us a text message? Is it due to the poor signal on this planet? Raditz scratched his head in confusion. Quite possibly. Vegeta nodded, a smile creeping upon his lips, revealing his delight. If that is the case, then splendid. He is utterly unaware of our affairs here. Wait a moment. What were you all just discussing? Eliminate Frieza? Nappa was taken aback, the corners of his mouth twitching, his face paling. Eliminate Frieza? I can hardly fathom that. Are you three serious? What? Are you planning to tip off Frieza? Vegeta snorted, casting a sidelong glance at Nappa. No. How could that be? I have long harbored disdain for Frieza. Nappa flailed his hands in a panic. That is good. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he hesitated over whether to eliminate Nappa. The fewer people who know about the plan to eradicate Frieza, the better. If we accidentally expose it, that would be disastrous. Fortunately, Nappa is unaware of the combat divine water. Here's what we'll do. Just to be safe, we will leave Nappa alone on this planet to continue clearing the battlefield. Soya articulated his thoughts. In his perspective, to truly vanquish Frieza, the combined strength of himself and Vegeta sufficed. There was no necessity to involve Nappa. Should Nappa exhibit any signs of hesitation, Frieza would undoubtedly take notice. As for Raditz, Soya deemed his performance satisfactory. At the very least, during the incident with Cho-E, he had coordinated seamlessly with Soya, not faltering at any point. Thus, Soya resolved to take Raditz along, as he could extract negative emotional energy from him during their downtime. What did you say? You intend to leave me alone on this planet? Nappa exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Why should I be left here? From Nappa emanated a negative emotional energy of 999. Soya, you are inhuman. If I could defeat you, I swear I would make you regret it. Enough chatter. It's settled. Vegeta interjected with a cold snort. Your Highness Vegeta, I also wish to go. Nappa lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Vegeta promptly turned his icy gaze upon Nappa, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Naba trembled with fear, hastily waving his hands, and looked around with newfound affection for the planet. I suddenly find this planet quite agreeable, with food and drink. Raditz and I will await your triumphant return. Yes, do your best. Raditz nodded vigorously. Raditz, you shall accompany us. Soya commanded. Raditz. Negative emotional energy from Raditz registered at 888. You want me to join you in exterminating Frieza? Don't jest. My combat power is far too feeble. Vegeta cast a surprised glance at Soya, puzzled by his decision to include Raditz. See, can I opt out? Raditz stammered, anxiety flooding his mind. Why must you bring me along? That is Frieza we are speaking of. Combat power of 200,000. I find you rather astute. You exhibit quick reflexes at times, Soya chuckled. Raditz felt tears welling up. Negative emotional energy from Raditz reached 555. By the way, make sure to return for me. Naba urged hastily. Without a spaceship, I cannot venture anywhere. Very well, I will assign you a task. Upon my return, I shall review it, Soya proposed, his mind racing. What task? Naba asked, bewildered. Recite. Black fertilizer turns gray, gray fertilizer turns black. Black fertilizer that turns gray will evaporate. Gray fertilizer that evaporates will turn black. Black fertilizer that evaporates and turns gray will produce flying flowers. Gray fertilizer that evaporates and turns black will create flying blossoms. Soya instructed. Raditz discreetly wiped his brow nearby. Here we go again. This time, the challenge seemed even more formidable. Poor Naba was in for a rough time. Naba. Upon my return, if you fail to recite it correctly, Soya continued, tossing the device he held to Naba. Naba instinctively caught the device. Utterly perplexed. What do you intend to achieve? Simply observe my combat power readings, and you shall understand everything. Soya wore a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Naba immediately checked Soya's combat power using his scouter. Upon seeing the reading, Naba's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in astonishment. What? Combat power of 10,000. Naba's expression was one of disbelief, utterly flabbergasted. What kind of joke is this? When did your combat power? Vegeta furrowed his brow and snatched the scouter off Naba's face. Indeed, leaving this fool on this planet was the right decision. Why are you shouting nonsense with that scouter on? Vegeta scoffed, his face twisted in disdain. What on earth is happening? How could your combat power rise so swiftly? Naba was genuinely stunned, increasingly feeling the absurdity of the situation. It doesn't matter if what you said earlier was unsatisfactory. When we come to retrieve you, I wouldn't mind giving you a good beating. Soya clenched his fists. Humph. I also look forward to you completing what Soya was saying just now. Vegeta snorted. Naba. Negative emotional value from Naba, 999. Chapter 29. A conversation with Frieza, could you please repeat that? It was too lengthy for me to remember. Naba exclaimed, trembling with agitation. Soya had no choice but to recite it once more. Naba assured him that he had grasped it this time and silently murmured it, nearly biting his tongue in the process. From Naba, a wave of negative emotional energy surged at 666. Why must you make me say this? How did you articulate it so clearly? Soya felt a surge of delight within. This is what you get for destroying my scouter. Now, you shall serve as this scouter. With that, Vegeta ascended into the air, heading towards the spaceship. Soya followed closely behind, while Raditz sluggishly trailed, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Naba thought to himself, I wish to join, yet they bring along Raditz, whose battle power barely reaches 700. What are you all thinking? And what exactly is this divine water you speak of? How peculiar. Why does Prince Vegeta follow Soya's words so readily? Is it due to his rapid increase in battle power? 10 minutes later. Whoosh. The spaceship soared into the sky, departing from the beast planet and entering the vast expanse of the cosmos. Upon leaving the vicinity of the beast planet, the signal from their devices improved. Soya, Vegeta, and Raditz engaged in a discussion on how to deceive Frieza. After over 3 hours of meticulous deliberation, they finally devised a rough plan. At once, Raditz donned the communicator and established contact with Frieza's forces. Greetings. This is the Saiyan Combat Team, Vegeta Division. I am Combatant Raditz. We have successfully completed our mission on Beast Planet and are en route back to Planet Vegeta. Raditz reported to the operator of Frieza's army. Understood, the operator promptly replied. By the way, There is a very important matter to report to Lord Frieza. May I connect you? Raditz continued. Please hold. The operator responded, contacting Beliblu to relay Raditz's report. Beliblu sought Frieza's opinion. Oh, a matter of great importance? Frieza paused, then nodded. Connect him. I have inquiries for him as well. The call was swiftly routed to Frieza. Lord Frieza, this is Raditz, elite warrior of the Saiyan combat team, Vegeta division. Raditz spoke with utmost respect. You mentioned an important matter? Please elaborate, Frieza inquired with a smile. During our conquest of Beast Planet, we discovered a remarkable substance known as the Divine Water, Raditz chuckled, explaining, consuming the Divine Water doubles one's battle power. As for how much it can increase, that depends on one's physical condition. Oh, a doubling of battle power? Frieza fell into contemplation. Such a wondrous substance exists? Furthermore, Frieza recalled that Beliblu indeed intercepted snippets of conversation regarding the doubling of battle power and had specifically mentioned it. Have you partaken of it? Frieza inquired with a sly smile. Only Soya has partaken. Both Prince Vegeta and I have yet to drink. Raditz responded. Soya's battle power has now reached an astonishing height of 10,000. Soya? That lowly warrior Soya? A battle power of 10,000. Frieza expressed a hint of surprise. Indeed. Raditz confirmed. And what of it? Frieza asked with a grin. Does His Excellency require it? There is only one bottle, and the supply is limited. Raditz replied with utmost reverence. Initiate a video call. I wish to see what it is, Frieza commanded. Of course, Your Excellency, Raditz answered dutifully. The video conference was swiftly connected. Soya, through the screen, beheld Frieza seated in a stroller, accompanied by Beliblu. Simultaneously, Soya held a bottle resembling mineral water, only half full. Approximately 200 milliliters. Your Excellency, this is it. Soya waved the small bottle and presented it before the camera for Frieza's inspection. Is this not merely ordinary water? It appears somewhat yellow. Frieza squinted and pondered. Your Excellency, while it may seem like just a bottle of colored water, a single sip doubles one's battle power. 2 sips quadruple it, 3 sips octuple it, and so forth, Soya explained with a smile, elaborating that the extent of enhancement depends on one's physical condition. So, by how much have you increased? Frieza narrowed his eyes at Soya. My base battle power was only 600, and I have increased it 18-fold. Now, my battle power exceeds 10,000. Soya replied. 18-fold. Frieza expressed mild astonishment. A Saiyan can amplify their battle power by 18 times. Should I not achieve a 180-fold increase? You mentioned a sip doubles it, correct? Frieza scrutinized the small bottle in Soya's hand, frowning slightly. How many sips can one take from such a diminutive vessel? Surely, it would only last for a couple dozen sips at most. Not quite. It seems to count by the number of sips taken, as even a small sip counts. Soya smiled. Oh ho ho. Do you intend to present this divine combat elixir to me? Frieza let out a peculiar laugh, inquiring. However, just as Frieza finished his statement, he received an unexpected signal. Who is it? Frieza queried. His question abruptly interrupted Raditz's forthcoming words. It is Cooler. Do you have business? Frieza grunted coldly, his brow slightly furrowing. You say you are coming here? What do you seek? You are not welcome. Do not speak so. Frieza, I am merely coming to see you. After all, you are my brother. Cooler's voice resonated from the distant reaches of the cosmos into Soya's spacecraft. Soya felt a tightening in his chest. Frieza's brother, Cooler, intends to visit him? This could prove rather troublesome. Should he arrive, how shall we execute our plan to eliminate Frieza? Even if Frieza were to suffer adverse effects from the legendary combat god Water, he would still have Cooler by his side. Even the fabled Super Saiyan transformation experience card would be utterly insufficient to contend with that fiend. Soya is acutely aware that Cooler's combat prowess surpasses even that of Frieza, reportedly reaching a staggering 470 million. In contrast, Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan on Namek granted him merely 150 million in battle power. Soya silently prays that Frieza will refrain from summoning Cooler to his side. Humph. Do as you wish. If you wish to come, then come. Frieza huffed, then inquired. How long do you estimate it will take you to reach me? Chapter 30. Fragments of Ultimate Freedom. It should take at least a week for me to get there. Gula chuckled. Then fly slowly, Frieza responded, showing little interest in Gula, and promptly ended the call. Soya mused. Considering the time, we should encounter Gula soon. Why even go? Isn't that just courting death? Returning to the previous topic, Frieza redirected his gaze towards Saiyan and his companions, observing them with keen interest. That divine combat water. Are you planning to present it to me, Frieza? No, I merely intend to showcase it to you. Nothing more. Farewell. Saiyan concluded the conversation abruptly. Frieza's triangular eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the darkened screen, 3 prominent veins bulging on his forehead, his complexion turning a ghastly green. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 999. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 999. Frieza was inundated with an overwhelming surge of negative emotions. He had never been so enraged before. To possess such a remarkable item that could potentially double his combat strength, only to hear it dismissed as mere exhibitionism. Who did Saiyan think he was trying to infuriate? Frieza trembled with fury, his countenance growing increasingly sinister, his gaze flickering with murderous intent. Beerus dared not utter a single word. The audacity of these Saiyans was astounding. To trivialize such a powerful object as merely for show. Were they courting death? Within Saiyan's spacecraft, Vegeta and Raditz fell into a profound silence. Weren't we supposed to team up to eliminate Frieza? Are you trying to provoke him to the brink? Are you playing with fire, Saiyan? Raditz stammered, his expression paling. Is there anyone so reckless as you? You'll be the death of me. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. What are you attempting to achieve? Vegeta seethed with frustration. This wasn't the plan. We rehearsed for 3 hours just to connect with Frieza, and now you choose to deviate from the script? At this rate, I feel compelled to strike you. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 888. The plan has changed. Saiyan sighed, shaking his head. What do you mean? Raditz was perplexed. Is this because of Frieza's brother, Gula? Vegeta quickly connected the dots, raising an eyebrow. Precisely, Saiyan confirmed with a nod. Isn't that fortuitous? Vegeta scoffed, rolling his eyes at Saiyan. We can eliminate them both at once. That would simplify matters considerably. Saiyan was genuinely speechless. Your audacity is commendable, but you truly intend to vanquish them both. You might not even realize how you'll meet your own demise. Share your thoughts. Perhaps there's a way to salvage this, Saiyan inquired with interest. Salvage? Frieza is likely on the verge of exploding with rage. Raditz quivered. I have a feeling we will become targets of Frieza's wrath. Just say it was a joke and apologize to him. Perhaps he will forgive us. Saiyan suggested with a smile. However, Raditz was disinclined to engage in conversation. Do you think Frieza is a fool? The negative emotional value from Raditz is at 666. Yet, Raditz pondered, if Frieza's brother were truly to intervene, it was uncertain whether one of them would consume the divine water of combat. That would indeed be troublesome, he mused. Not at all. Vegeta scoffed. Once Frieza or Cooler ingest the divine water of combat, and their power diminishes, I shall partake as well, with their combat abilities reduced. Mine would multiply several times over. With my physical prowess, achieving a 30-fold increase would elevate my strength to an impressive 450,000, sufficient to vanquish both Frieza and Cooler. Saiyan interjected, you must be dreaming. You think your 450,000 power could eliminate Cooler's 470 million? Unless you possess a legendary Super Saiyan experience card. That is indeed a splendid idea. Raditz contemplated. If Vegeta's strength could be augmented tenfold to 150,000, and he were provided with a legendary Super Saiyan experience card. By such calculations, Vegeta's power would be on par with Cooler. Should Vegeta's strength increase 11-fold, he could easily dispatch Cooler. However, Saiyan felt a twinge of uncertainty. The legendary Super Saiyan experience cards were scarce. It would be a waste to part with one. I've invested quite a bit of my own essence into this bottle of divine water of combat. Is it truly wise to squander it? Raditz remarked, shaking the vial in his hand, feeling it to be a bit of a waste. Let me ponder this further. Wait a moment, Saiyan gestured dismissively. He intended to embark on another round of lottery draws. Recently, his negative emotional value had once again surged to an impressive 1 million. Let us continue with 100 consecutive draws. Perhaps this time I might acquire the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. Currently, there are only 3 in existence. If I could procure a few more, I could offer one to Vegeta. Yet, if I fail to obtain another, I shall keep it for myself. Saiyan commenced the lottery. Congratulations, you have gained a power of 22. Congratulations, you have gained a power of 33. Congratulations, you have gained a power of 66. His combat power continued to soar. However, after a considerable wait, the elusive legendary Super Saiyan experience card remained absent. Is it truly gone? You only grant 3 cards. Is that sufficient? Even a regular Super Saiyan experience card would suffice. Congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of Ultra Instinct. Congratulations, you have gained a power of 99. Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of Ultra Instinct. Congratulations. Soya felt a jolt within. A fragment of Ultra Instinct? What on earth is that? As Suya's combat prowess soared rapidly, his gaze fell upon a fragment of a card in the system's shop, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. He glanced at the description, Fragment of Absolute Freedom. Collect 100 fragments to comprehend absolute freedom. Goodness, such a delightful opportunity. If I can gather 100 fragments of absolute freedom, I can truly grasp the essence of it. Moreover, the absence of parentheses indicates that there are no adverse effects associated with this fragment. In other words, if I genuinely comprehend absolute freedom, it shall indeed be mine. In this round of drawing, I obtained 2 fragments at once. A few more attempts, and I might actually gather the full 100 fragments. At this moment, Suya's mindset underwent a significant transformation. To hell with defeating Frieza. Isn't it wiser to accumulate negative emotion points? As long as I gather enough negative emotion points, I can swiftly collect the fragments of absolute freedom. Once I have comprehended absolute freedom, then I shall venture forth with abandon. Chapter 31. Vegeta's pinnacle moment. The 100 consecutive draws concluded swiftly. As a result, aside from 2 fragments of Ultra Instinct, all that remained were power levels. The fabled Super Saiyan experience card eluded him. It seems that the drop rate for such items is exceedingly low. If the drop rate for Ultra Instinct fragments remains similarly scarce, it could become quite bothersome. Soya immediately turned his gaze to his own power level. Power level, 14,600. Just 400 more points, and he would stand equal to Vegeta. A sense of delight filled Soya's heart. Let us proceed as I suggested. Vegeta snorted and set off to find Frieza. Wasn't he Gula also heading that way? It would be opportune to eliminate both in one fell swoop. First, he would give them both the God Water of Combat, and when it approached an hour, he would partake. Let us see how much your power can amplify before we continue, Soya declared, handing the bottle of combat-enhancing water, tainted with urine, to Vegeta. Vegeta. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead, his fury causing him to tremble. Negative emotional energy from Vegeta, 999. You expect me to drink this urine-laden God Water of Combat? Soya was overjoyed. Look, here comes the negative emotional energy. Doesn't it translate into power? Even the smallest morsel counts. Why not seize the opportunity? It's nothing to be squeamish about, Soya chuckled. Vegeta's expression darkened further. Raditz silently raised his hand, his mouth twitching. Soya cast a glance at Raditz. That's my urine, Raditz hastily replied, fearing a delayed response would lead to his demise at Vegeta's hands. I shall not bear this blame. You drink it. Soya grinned mischievously. Raditz. Negative emotional energy from Raditz. 555. You 2 powerful warriors, don't bully me. A mere weakling with a power level barely reaching 1,000. Soya retrieved the God Water of Combat, finding a new bottle to pour it into for Vegeta. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta took a small sip. No immediate reaction. Vegeta momentarily paused, then snapped back to reality, taking another sip. His power doubled. He continued drinking, doubling it again. After consuming 20 sips of the God Water of Combat, Vegeta's power soared like a rocket, continually escalating. Vegeta beamed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Though the scouter could not detect the power level data at present, Vegeta felt the tumultuous surge of energy within him. Indeed, each sip doubled his strength. 20 times the power. His strength had reached an astounding 300,000. It was utterly exhilarating. Vegeta had never experienced such ecstasy before. Truly, I am a genius warrior. Raditz, a superior warrior, could only manage a 4-fold increase. And that frog named Chio-E barely achieved a 10-fold boost. Yet here I am, Vegeta, achieving a 20-fold increase in power. One more sip. Vegeta gritted his teeth and consumed the 21st sip of the God Water of Combat. Then, the fervor within Vegeta gradually subsided. No further increase. Is 20 the ultimate limit? I refuse to believe it. Vegeta took another sip of the divine water for battle, yet still no increase in power. It appears that we have indeed reached the limit. How many times? Sonia inquired excitedly, observing Vegeta as if he were a lab rat. 20. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Not nearly enough. I expected a 50-fold increase. Yet, it's merely 20 times. Truly, the prince is remarkable, renowned as the most gifted Saiyan in history. Sonia gave Vegeta a thumbs up, showering him with praise. Humph, that is hardly impressive. Vegeta smiled, finding Sonia's words somewhat agreeable. Raditz, aren't you a top-tier warrior? Why did your power only multiply by 4? The disparity is quite significant, Sonia lamented, shaking his head. Raditz felt a pang of hurt at that moment. Negative emotional energy from Raditz. 999. Could you refrain from stating the obvious? Why is there such a vast difference? Humph, this is perfectly normal. Our battle power disparity is indeed 20-fold, Vegeta scoffed, his expression icy. But this doesn't seem to be calculated based on battle power, does it? Raditz scratched his head, gazing up at the spaceship ceiling. Chio-E had a power level of 17,000, yet he only achieved a 10-fold increase. If we had used this sooner, what would Chio-E, that frog, amount to? Vegeta expressed his profound disdain. So, shall we now challenge Frieza? Raditz inquired. Yes, of course. My power has reached an impressive height of 300,000. That rascal Frieza boasts just over 200,000, and his brother Cooler is at most 250,000. With both of them together, it would be more convenient to eliminate them at once, wouldn't it? Vegeta's spirit soared, his eyes glimmering with the light of imminent victory. Splendid. Once Frieza and Cooler are vanquished, I shall find a place to recuperate for a day. Then, I will drink the divine water for battle once more. Once my power soars to 300,000 again, I will eliminate Frieza's father, King Cold. Thus, I, Vegeta, shall become the sovereign of the universe. The entire cosmos will be under my dominion. Wait, I wonder if drinking the divine water again will double my power? Vegeta cast a quick glance at Raditz. Raditz was momentarily taken aback. Drink the divine water once more and see if your power can still increase? Vegeta commanded Raditz. Huh, I have to drink again. Raditz wiped the sweat from his brow. Vegeta remained silent, yet the intent in his gaze was abundantly clear. All right, I'll drink. Raditz gritted his teeth in agreement. Sonia was not stingy either. After all, they were merely test subjects. Sonia was also eager to discover whether the second sip of the divine water would be effective. Moreover, would the multiplier from the second sip be the same? Raditz began to consume the divine water for battle. Ultimately, Raditz's power increased 5-fold, 1-fold more than the first time. Oh, 5-fold. An increase. Raditz was somewhat taken aback, likely due to an enhancement in physical prowess. Soya pondered aloud, suggesting that perhaps in the next round, one could double the intake. Raditz was elated at the prospect. However, Soya shook his head, uncertain, indicating that the outcome depended on one's physical condition. As long as the fighting power remained unaltered after the second consumption, that would suffice. A confident smile spread across Vegeta's face as he envisioned the scenario of overpowering Frieza and triumphantly rubbing his face into the ground. He commanded loudly, "Proceed as I direct. Once you defeat Frieza, when I ascend to the throne as King Vegeta, I shall appoint you both as my chief lieutenants." "Yes, Your Highness Vegeta." Raditz promptly bowed in reverence. Agreed. Soya nodded in acquiescence. At that moment, it was wise to avoid provoking Vegeta, for his combat strength had soared to an astonishing 300,000. Should an ill-chosen word slip, it could lead to considerable trouble. Surely, one would not wish to squander a legendary Super Saiyan experience card on Vegeta's whims. Thus, Soya resolved to comply with Vegeta's wishes for the time being. Chapter 32, Departure. Annihilate Frieza. With a spirited wave of his hand, Vegeta declared, "Let us set forth to vanquish Frieza." His cloak billowed dramatically behind him, propelled by an unseen force. An hour swiftly elapsed, leaving both Vegeta and Raditz slumped on the ground, exhausted and drenched in perspiration, resembling limp vegetables. Vegeta, in particular, had diminished his combat power to 750, while Raditz had plummeted to a mere 140. They exchanged glances, sensing the waves of weakness washing over them. Raditz muttered, that familiar feeling of being drained. He grimaced, cursed side effects. Vegeta felt a surge of dissatisfaction within. If only he could maintain a combat power of 300,000. Thus, even if Frieza abstained from consuming the combat-enhancing liquid, Vegeta believed he could easily overpower him. A radiant smile spread across Vegeta's face as he commanded, "We have nearly 7 days to reach Frieza's spaceship. That should suffice." Meanwhile, Soya remained silent, approaching the spaceship's control center, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard. With a decisive tap on a key reminiscent of the inner key, the spaceship altered its course, hurtling towards a new direction. Soya felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What possessed him to challenge Frieza? Shouldn't he be focused on accumulating negative emotional energy instead? "What are you doing, Soya?" Raditz inquired, noticing the shift in their trajectory. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, uncertain of Soya's intentions. "Are you planning to return to fetch that Beerus?" Raditz asked, taken aback as he realized the spaceship was heading toward planet Beasts. "I will not be confronting Frieza. It is up to you two to fend for yourselves," Soya declared, shaking his head. "Why not?" Raditz questioned, bewildered. "You were the one who insisted on eliminating Frieza. Why the sudden change?" He continued, "If it were merely Frieza, we could indeed defeat him, but now with Cooler involved, our chances are significantly diminished." Soya sighed softly. Prince Vegeta's combat power has reached 300,000, while Frieza's is only slightly above 200,000, and his brother Max is out at 250,000. "You must have faith in Prince Vegeta," Raditz urged earnestly. "What? Soya, do you believe I cannot defeat that Frieza?" Vegeta huffed, his face paling with indignation. "Do you know what Frieza's combat power is?" Soya inquired. "Humph. What could it possibly be? Did I not make myself clear? At most, it is around 200,000. Vegeta scoffed. "To my knowledge, Frieza's combat power stands at 530,000. Soya stated, inhaling deeply as he revealed the formidable number. What did you say? 530,000. Are you jesting?" Vegeta exclaimed, his voice ascending an octave in shock. "You were the one who jokingly claimed Frieza's power was merely 200,000. Soya rolled her eyes and retorted, "Vegeta." From Vegeta, a negative emotional value of 666. "Is Frieza truly that terrifying?" Raditz's expression shifted dramatically. "A power level of 530,000. This is utterly horrifying. If that is the case, we stand no chance of victory." "Humph, that's impossible." Vegeta expressed his profound skepticism. "Moreover, Frieza can transform. Each transformation significantly enhances his power." Soya spoke solemnly. "Frieza's second form has a power level exceeding 1 million, the third form reaches 2 million, and the fourth form attains 3 million. Vegeta was completely astounded. Mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Raditz trembled in fear. "A power level of 3 million? Are you jesting? How can such a formidable being exist?" "Do not rush to be shocked. I have yet to finish my statement," Soya continued. "Raditz." Vegeta. The two were once again left in disbelief. You mean to say, his true power level is not merely 3 million? Raditz's lips twitched uncontrollably. "Frieza's actual power level. Never mind, I shall refrain from mentioning it." Soya left her sentence half-finished. From Vegeta, a negative emotional value of 999. From Raditz, a negative emotional value of 666. Both Vegeta and Raditz were genuinely at a loss for words. "You have aroused our curiosity, only to withhold the information. Why not reveal it?" Raditz asked curiously. "I fear that disclosing it might frighten you, for your current power levels are far too low. It could genuinely lead to your demise," Soya sighed. From Vegeta, a negative emotional value of 999. From Raditz, a negative emotional value of 777. "Speak. We can handle it." Raditz gritted his teeth. "Humph, regardless of how you phrase it, I simply do not believe you." Vegeta scoffed. "If you do not believe me, I shall remain silent." Soya grinned. Vegeta seethed with frustration. From Vegeta, a negative emotional value of 999. "This fellow is insufferable. He takes advantage of my vulnerabilities. When my power surpassed yours, you dare not utter a word. How shameless. In any case, Frieza's power level far exceeds your imagination, surpassing you by a significant margin. I advise against walking into your demise." Soya sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. "A significant margin? That is hardly an understatement. If his power truly is 3 million, how can that be described as merely a slight difference?" Raditz shook his head, correcting her seriously. "Your description is somewhat amiss. A slight difference, as in 100 million. Sawyer replied. Raditz was left speechless, unable to respond. What? What did you say? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Are you suggesting that Frieza's combat power has surpassed 1 billion? Vegeta's expression stiffened as he quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, Sawyer nodded in affirmation. Do not jest. Such humor is utterly unamusing. Vegeta scoffed, his skepticism palpable. I anticipated your disbelief. Therefore, if you wish to confront Frieza, feel free to proceed. I have my own matters to attend to. Sawyer resolved to part ways with Vegeta and Raditz. Wait, Sawyer, where are you going? I shall accompany you. Raditz exclaimed, urgency evident in his voice. I have no desire to follow Vegeta in his quest to eliminate Frieza, regardless of Frieza's combat power. Even if it were merely 200,000, my own strength pales in comparison. I would rather join Sawyer. Perhaps there lies an unexpected surprise. Chapter 33. Frieza is slightly stronger than you, so be it, Zoya said, casting a meaningful glance at Raditz, who did not protest. With this lad by my side, he would serve as a reliable test subject. How splendid. Raditz was elated, yet somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Vegeta. Your Highness Vegeta, I am truly sorry. I can no longer accompany you. My battle power is simply too low. Humph, two cowards. Vegeta snarled, baring his teeth in frustration. Do as you please. However, Your Highness Vegeta, shouldn't we set aside the matter of Frieza for now? Raditz suggested earnestly once more. I want to hinder your departure, but I require more of that battle spirit water. Vegeta declared, revealing his intent. Of course, no problem. Zoya smiled as he nodded, retrieving a bottle of mineral water and pouring an entire bottle for Vegeta. What about this? Raditz shook the bottle containing the tainted battle spirit water. Bring it here. Vegeta extended his hand, accepting the bottle with a hint of disdain. So, Your Highness Vegeta, what are your plans? Are you truly going to confront Frieza? Raditz inquired with great curiosity. Humph, that is not for you to concern yourself with. I have my own strategies. Vegeta huffed, rolling his eyes. Speaking of which, Zoya, why did you not mention Frieza's battle power earlier? Raditz asked, a peculiar expression on his face. Just now. Your Highness Vegeta's battle power was 300,000, Zoya replied. Raditz. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 666. You are exceedingly clever. When Your Highness Vegeta had a battle power of 300,000, you dared not utter a word. Now that he appears vulnerable, you finally voice your opinion. On Frieza's spaceship, Frieza sat in his baby carriage, trembling with rage, incessantly generating negative emotional energy towards Zoya. In all my years, I, Frieza, have never been so enraged. Zoya, is it? I, Frieza, have graciously spared your life, and yet you dare to mock me. Dodoria. Frieza bellowed. Dodoria quickly entered, startled by Frieza's furious demeanor, and promptly knelt in reverence. Dodoria, you are to depart immediately and capture that Saiyan named Zoya. Frieza commanded darkly. Zoya? Saiyan. Dodoria was momentarily bewildered. Mr. Dodoria? Here is Zoya's information. Belibru promptly handed over Zoya's relevant details to Dodoria. Dodoria glanced at Zoya's profile and was left in a state of confusion. Zoya, Saiyan, low-class warrior. With a battle power of 5 at birth, and now at the age of 16, possesses a battle power of 600. Dodoria was lost in thought. Such a weakling. Does he truly require my personal intervention? Mr. Dodoria, there is also hidden information. Belibru presented another dossier. Dodoria was rendered speechless. More hidden information? Upon scrutinizing, this individual's combat power astonishingly surged from 600 to 10,000. He consumed a miraculous substance known as the Battle Divine Water. By the way, bring back some of that Battle Divine Water. Belibru reiterated. Understood. I assure you the task will be accomplished. Dodoria nodded solemnly. Remember, capture him alive. Frieza snorted. I have taken note. Dodoria patted his chest. 5 minutes later, Dodoria boarded a spherical mini-spaceship, swiftly heading towards the Beast Planet. Whoosh. 4 hours later, Soya and his companion's spaceship returned to the Beast Planet. Naba was still on this planet attempting to master the tongue twister provided by Soya, composed of black and gray fertilizer. Suddenly, Naba raised his eyes and spotted a spaceship descending from the distant sky. You've returned to fetch me in just over 8 hours? Surely, a moment of conscience has struck. Naba excitedly flew towards the spaceship. Soya and his companion's spaceship landed near Chiu-ES vessel. Raditz immediately flew over, unsteadily carrying Chiu-ES spaceship. Soya also retrieved a spherical mini-spaceship from their small craft. Prince Vegeta, we shall take our leave. Do take care. Raditz waved to Vegeta. Vegeta huffed and ignored Raditz. Prince Vegeta, remember to maintain a positive mindset and a tranquil heart. This will lay the foundation for your future ascension to Super Saiyan. Soya kindly advised. I've said all that needed to be said. Whether you heed it is your concern. Baseless nonsense. Vegeta coldly scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Soya. Soya shook his head, ceasing further persuasion. Subsequently, Soya and Raditz each boarded a spherical spaceship. Whoosh, whoosh. The spaceships shot upwards, breaking through the atmosphere in an instant, entering the vast starry sky and rapidly heading towards Earth. Isn't it more enticing to go to Earth and accrue negative emotional points? Since Vegeta is disinclined to follow, let him be. Vegeta similarly stepped onto the spaceship, just as he was preparing for takeoff when he saw Naba approaching at a swift pace. Wait for me. Hold on a moment. Naba shouted loudly. Vegeta hesitated for 3 seconds, but ultimately opened the spaceship door, allowing Naba to board. Excellent. Thank you, Prince Vegeta. Naba sighed with relief, then curiously inquired, where did Soya and Raditz go? No need to concern yourself with them. After uttering this, Vegeta promptly pressed the spaceship's ignition button. Whoosh! Vegeta's spaceship soared into the sky, entering the vast cosmos, heading towards planet Vegeta. Wonderful. I was beginning to think you truly intended to leave me on this planet. Naba sighed deeply, overwhelmed with emotion. Vegeta nonchalantly picked up the battle divine water, tainted with urine, that Soya had left behind, and poured a small cup for Naba. Drink this. Vegeta commanded Naba. Thank you, Prince Vegeta. How could I possibly impose upon you to serve me water? That Naba was momentarily taken aback, his trembling hands betraying his excitement, as he could not help but inquire. Is it tea? Sip it slowly. This cup of water should be consumed in at least 20 small sips. Vegeta huffed coldly, his demeanor exuding an air of aloofness. Naba, feeling a tinge of confusion, dared not question the reasoning behind it, and merely took a small sip of the divine warrior's elixir. The water was of commendable quality, yet it had a slightly salty taste. Why do you take such large gulps when I instructed you to sip? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Oh, must I still sip? Naba scratched his bald head, nodding vigorously as he took another cautious sip of the divine warrior's beverage. A peculiar flavor lingered on his palate. As he swallowed the second sip, Naba's expression transformed into one of bewilderment, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. In that moment, he distinctly sensed the energy within his body surging uncontrollably. Vegeta donned his scouter and pressed the button. Beep, beep, battle power, 4,000. Indeed, it had doubled. Chapter 34, Frieza, a combat power of 10 billion. I can challenge Lord Beerus now. Continue drinking, Vegeta commanded. Ah, yes. Nappa's eyes sparkled, as though he had opened the door to a new realm. This substance is truly remarkable. He took several more sips. Ultimately, Nappa's combat power increased 8-fold and ceased to rise. Worthless. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Nappa, deeply contemptuous. An increase of merely 8 times. The scanner hasn't even registered a peak. What else could he be but worthless? Prince Vegeta, I sense my energy surging uncontrollably. What is happening? Nappa inquired, astonished. Your combat power has now reached 16,000. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. What did you say? My combat power is 16,000. Nappa was both astonished and elated, struggling to believe this revelation. This is called the God Water of Combat. The more you drink, the greater the multiplication factor. Vegeta succinctly explained. Is there such a wondrous thing? Nappa exclaimed in disbelief, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that Soya's increase in power was due to the God Water of Combat? Do you think otherwise? Vegeta responded, though a twinge of discomfort gnawed at him. Why should a lowly warrior drink the God Water without side effects, while he, a genius warrior, faced adverse effects? It seemed profoundly unjust. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 999. So, Prince Vegeta, you also drank it? Nappa asked excitedly. What is your current combat power? Vegeta was about to reveal that his own power had dwindled to less than 1,000. However, A flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding a potential ambush from Nappa. Though the likelihood was slim, it was prudent to remain cautious. I increased my power 20-fold, Vegeta stated coolly. 20-fold. So, does that mean Prince Vegeta's combat power is 300? 000. Nappa trembled, utterly astounded. Humph. Vegeta scoffed and abruptly removed the scanner. Nappa's face contorted with a mix of colors as he struggled to comprehend. Is Prince Vegeta's combat power truly that terrifying? 300, 000, an existence that defies nature? So, are we now set to eliminate Frieza? Nappa asked, his tone tinged with anticipation. That is precisely the intention. Vegeta's expression grew more serious. 1 hour later, Nappa lay weakly in a chair, feeling as though his body had been drained of all vitality. What is happening? I feel so feeble. Negative emotional value from Nappa, 999. Prince Vegeta. What is my current combat power? Nappa hurriedly inquired. 250. Vegeta stated without even glancing at the scanner, directly revealing Nappa's combat power value. Nappa, Prince Vegeta? How can you insult me? I have not provoked you, have I? It cannot be true. Is my combat power truly reduced to a mere 250? Nappa was utterly dumbfounded. Upon consuming the Battle God water, one's combat prowess will double for 1 hour, contingent upon individual physical fitness. However, after this period, the adverse effects will ensue, diminishing the strength proportionally to the initial increase, lasting for an entire day. Vegeta snorted and provided a succinct explanation. Nappa was left speechless. What is the point of this approach? Are you jesting with me? Why hasn't Soya's combat power diminished? Nappa inquired curiously. Vegeta felt a pang of irritation. Could you refrain from mentioning that guy Soya? He is an exception. Vegeta replied, his expression darkening. Nappa managed a dry smile, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you think about using this method to eliminate Frieza? Vegeta said, a grin spreading across his face as he revealed his previous thoughts to Nappa. Nappa rubbed his bald head in contemplation, finding the idea plausible, and nodded vigorously. A brief silence ensued. However, Frieza's combat power is purportedly only around 200, 000, right? Nappa pondered aloud. As long as your highness drinks the Battle God water and boosts his power to 300, 000, he should be able to easily dispatch Frieza. There's no need for Frieza to consume it, is there? Humph, that fellow Soya claims Frieza's true power is 3 million, Vegeta scoffed. He sincerely doubted Soya's assertion that Frieza's power reached over 100 million. Who could possibly believe such a thing? After all, the leader of the Jinyu force had a combat power of only 120, 000. Vegeta believed there was a high likelihood that Frieza's true power was indeed 3 million. Therefore, he resolved to proceed with the plan, first allowing Frieza to consume the Battle God water, to see if they could devise a method to vanquish him. That coward Soya. I, Vegeta, shall ensure Frieza's demise before your very eyes. What s one more Frieza's brother, cooler? What? What did you say? Frieza's actual combat power is 3 million. Nappa exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. If that were the case, and if his power could be reduced by 20 times, they might truly have a chance at victory. Of course, Vegeta replied with a gentle smile. He then elaborated on his detailed plan to Nappa, who listened intently, nodding repeatedly. 3 hours later, Vegeta donned the scouter once more, preparing to contact Frieza, when the latter's chilling voice abruptly resonated. Soya, is it? I, Frieza, shall ensure your demise with great flair. Frieza declared coldly, brimming with malice. Humph, Soya is already dead. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. What? What did you say? Frieza stammered, his brows knitting together in surprise. The negative energy emanating from Frieza registered at 999. How could this be, dead? I had intended to capture him alive to torment him. He attempted to flee with the Battle God water, but I killed him. Vegeta snorted. Frieza remained silent for a moment. So, he inquired with a smile. The Battle God water belongs to me. Vegeta smugly declared, my battle power has now surged 20-fold, reaching an astonishing height of 300,000. Frieza was taken aback. It was not the numerical value of Vegeta's battle power that struck fear in him, but rather the sheer incredibility of such an enhancement. The notion that Vegeta could amplify his battle power by 20 times was simply outrageous. If he were not fabricating this claim, the so-called God water must be truly extraordinary. How much could my own battle power increase if I, Frieza, were to obtain this miraculous elixir? Even a seemingly weak Saiyan prince could achieve a 20-fold boost. Surely, I could elevate my power by 100-fold. My battle power stands at 120 million. If I were to augment it by 100 times, would that not imply my battle power would soar to 10 billion? If that were the case, I would dare to challenge Lord Beerus himself. Frieza's interest intensified at the thought. This god water was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. It must be seized at all costs. Chapter 35, The Battle God Water. Launch. Ho ho ho. Frieza let out a series of strange chuckles. Prince Vegeta, you truly are remarkable. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. But do you know my battle power? Frieza chuckled lightly. At most, 200,000. Vegeta smirked. Let me be frank with you. My battle power is 530,000. Frieza's smile widened. Vegeta fell silent. Soja had mentioned a similar figure. Could it be that Frieza's true battle power was indeed 3 million? Very well, Vegeta, I tire of this trivial banter. If you have any sense, deliver the battle god water to me promptly. Otherwise, with your mere 300,000 battle power, do you truly believe you can challenge me, Frieza? He sneered, his disdain evident. Vegeta remained silent. What? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you wish to hoard the battle god water for yourself, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you right now. Frieza threatened, his gaze fierce. Understood, Vegeta gritted his teeth, begrudgingly agreeing. I hope you won't disappoint me. Frieza retorted coldly, then inquired, and is Soja really dead? Believe what you will. Vegeta huffed. That will suffice. Frieza concluded the call. Immediately after, Frieza contacted Dodoria. My Lord Frieza, I am still en route, Dodoria replied. Just now, Vegeta claimed that he killed Soja. Investigate this matter and ascertain its truth, Frieza ordered with a cold snort. Moreover, your path should intersect with Vegeta's. When you encounter him, bring him to me. Just convey my words. Yes, Dodoria promptly affirmed. The call ended. Frieza squinted, lost in thought, yet secretly delighted. If the battle god water proved to be as effective as rumored, it would be immensely gratifying. I must acquire it to enhance my battle power. My Lord Frieza, is it true that Soja was killed by Vegeta? Biliblu inquired, half convinced, sensing discrepancies in the news of Soja's demise. Let Dodoria investigate. We must swiftly obtain the battle god water. With the knowledge that the battle god water was in Vegeta's possession, Frieza's animosity towards Soja diminished somewhat. Nevertheless, Frieza still allocated some negative emotional value to Soja, albeit less than before. On Vegeta's spaceship. Your Highness, if we approach Frieza's ship, he will likely assess your battle power, won't he? Daba suddenly posed a serious question. Your current power is in a weakened state, right? Even if it recovers in a day, you would only reach a maximum of 15,000, not the 300,000 we need. What shall we do? Vegeta? How foolish of me. Such an important matter escaped my mind. What now? Vegeta felt a pang of frustration. This is rather awkward. Frieza will indeed check your battle power, won't he? Daba asked with a wry smile. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words, realizing that what Naba had said held considerable truth. He had acted impulsively moments ago, expressing that he had already consumed the god water of battle. How infuriating. With Sonya absent, had he really neglected such a simple strategy? After contemplating the situation seriously, Vegeta recognized that allowing Frieza to detect his battle power would not bode well. After pondering for about a minute, Vegeta donned his scouter once more and re-established communication with Frieza. What is it? Do you have something to say, Vegeta? Frieza inquired with a stern expression. I have a matter to discuss with you. Frieza, Vegeta replied with a huff. The video connection was swiftly established. Vegeta raised a bottle high, containing the tainted god water of battle. Frieza, I shall not allow you to succeed. Even if I were to cast this bottle into the vastness of space, I would never relinquish it to you. Vegeta declared with a triumphant smirk. What did you say? Frieza's forehead throbbed with 3 prominent veins, his body trembling with rage. I, Vegeta, will now toss this bottle of god water into the cosmos. You can search for it at your leisure. Vegeta laughed heartily as he opened the launch chamber, pressing the button to release the bottle into the void. In the next moment, he decisively cut off the communication. Frieza was left fuming, his body shaking uncontrollably. Are all Saiyans this detestable now? I will not spare you. You wild monkeys. I shall ensure your demise is most rhythmic. Frieza loathed Vegeta intensely. Simultaneously, he directed a surge of negative energy towards Sonya. After several deep breaths, Frieza finally regained his composure. Send Dodoria to retrieve the god water from where Vegeta just was. Frieza commanded, his expression cold. Should we also have Dodoria capture Vegeta? Beliblu inquired. Vegeta has openly rebelled against me, and if his power truly is surged to 300,000, Dodoria would stand no chance against him. Frieza shook his head. Indeed. Beliblu nodded in agreement. Which direction is Vegeta headed? Frieza asked. Based on his trajectory, he seems to be returning to planet Vegeta, Beliblu responded. Let us hope he does return to planet Vegeta. At that point, I shall personally capture him and exact my torment. Frieza's face darkened. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Sonya and Raditz piloted their spherical mini-spaceships, racing towards Earth. It is worth noting that Sonya had located and destroyed the spaceship's positioning system and communicator, ensuring that Frieza's forces could not track Earth. I will first gather a surge of negative energy on Earth. Once I enhance my battle power, I shall venture into the cosmos for some amusement. The journey from their current location to Earth would take at least 10 days. Negative energy from Frieza, 999. The negative emotional energy from Naba stands at 888, while from Vegeta, it registers at 666. Soya's grin stretches from ear to ear. How many light years separate us? Yet you can still provide me with negative emotional values. In this brief moment, Soya has amassed nearly 100,000 points of negative emotional energy. However, this is far from sufficient. With the Earth's populous nature, I am certain that we can amplify these negative emotional values exponentially. My initial target is to accumulate 10 million negative emotional points to achieve 1,000 consecutive draws. Surely, with 1,000 consecutive draws, I must obtain a few fragments of the supreme ultimate intent, even if those fragments elude me. Acquiring a few legendary Super Saiyan experience cards would suffice. Chapter 36. Dodoria, a touch salty, a touch astringent. As the days passed, Vegeta's spaceship veered through the cosmos, journeying towards distant planets. Thunderous explosions echoed from the surface of one such world. In the midst of this chaos, Dodoria finally fulfilled Frieza's expectations by locating the bottle of combat god water that Vegeta had discarded in the vastness of space. Dodoria promptly returned to the spaceship, establishing a video call with Frieza. Lord Frieza, I have successfully retrieved the combat god water, Dodoria exclaimed, shaking the bottle in his hand with a sycophantic grin. Well done. Frieza acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Soya is completely out of contact. He is likely dead, along with that Raditz as well. Dodoria conveyed the results of his investigation to Frieza. Forget about them. Consider Soya fortunate. Frieza's mood soured slightly. To die so easily. Such a pity. Lord Frieza, shall I proceed to capture Vegeta now? Dodoria inquired, noting that he was not far from Vegeta's spaceship based on its coordinates. If the combat god water is indeed genuine, Vegeta's battle power must have reached at least 300,000. 300,000. What nonsense is this? Can such a mere bottle of combat god water truly enhance battle power to that extent? Dodoria exclaimed, staring incredulously at the bottle in his grasp. Given your current battle power, it would be impossible for you to contend with him, Frieza remarked coldly. Dodoria fell silent. Drink the combat god water and see how much your battle power increases, Frieza suggested with a sly smile. Can I really drink it? Dodoria asked, excitement bubbling within him. Of course, Frieza replied, his grin widening. With such a loyal little guinea pig willing to consume the combat god water, why would I refuse? Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria responded immediately, his heart racing with exhilaration. If Vegeta's battle power truly reaches 300,000, how much will mine increase? Drink it now and report your battle power to me, Frieza urged with interest. Yes, Dodoria, filled with anticipation, carefully twisted the cap off the bottle. A pungent odor assaulted his senses. He wrinkled his nose, pondering, is this truly the combat god water? Why does it smell so strong? What is it? Frieza asked, narrowing his eyes. And nothing. It just has a rather potent aroma, Dodoria replied sheepishly. Given that this is combat god water, it is only natural for it to have an intense scent, Frieza mused thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Then I shall drink it, Lord Frieza, Dodoria announced. Take small sips. Do not consume it all at once. Frieza cautioned repeatedly. It seems to be measured by dosage. A mere sip will suffice. Understood. Dodoria affirmed before taking a small sip of the combat god water, savoring the taste. How is it? Has my battle power increased? Frieza inquired with a hint of anticipation. No response. Could it be a sham? Dodoria shook his head and pressed the device on his eyes to check his battle power, responding, Lord Frieza, my battle power remains at 20,000, unchanged. A single sip is ineffective. It takes 2 to double it, Frieza mused. Isn't one sip already a multiple? Dodoria questioned, perplexed. Your battle power is 20,000. What is 1 times 20,000? Frieza narrowed his eyes and asked. 40,000. Dodoria replied, taken aback. And what is double 20,000? Frieza chuckled. Dodoria fell silent, realizing, I understand now, Lord Frieza. I'll take another sip. He drank once more, smacking his lips and murmuring, it tastes a bit salty, slightly bitter, and a tad astringent. That is inconsequential. Check your battle power. Frieza frowned. Why concern yourself with taste? My focus is solely on whether your battle power has indeed doubled. Upon consuming the drink, Dodoria distinctly felt the energy within him surging wildly. He promptly pressed the button on the device to assess his battle power. Battle power, 40,000. Dodoria gasped, elated, realizing it had indeed doubled. I shall continue to drink. A smile spread across Frieza's face. Dodoria quickly took another sip and immediately checked his battle power again. Bang! The device exploded. You fool. That device can only detect a maximum battle power of 50,000. Frieza fumed, his teeth grinding in irritation. I overlooked that. My sincerest apologies, Lord Frieza. Dodoria scratched his head sheepishly, then curiously asked, but speaking of which, how did Vegeta know his battle power reached 300,000? The device cannot detect such a high level. Fool. He calculates based on the number of sips consumed. Frieza's anger flared. With your intellect, you can't even match a 5-year-old Saiyan. You are right, Lord Frieza. I now know what to do. Dodoria managed a bitter smile and hastily asked, should I continue drinking, my lord? Proceed, Frieza replied without objection. Dodoria consumed a total of 16 sips of the battle god water. Upon the 17th sip, he felt no further change in his energy. Let us try one last sip. Frieza thought, brimming with excitement. The battle god water is indeed remarkable. If Dodoria can enhance his power 17-fold, perhaps I, Frieza, could achieve a 100-fold increase. Dodoria took the final sip, savoring the taste. Strangely enough, Lord Frieza, the more I drink, the more delightful it becomes. Initially, it was unfamiliar, but as I continued, I found the flavor to be quite unique. Dodoria praised fervently. Is your combat power still on the rise? Frieza inquired. It has plateaued. There is no movement in the energy within, Dodoria replied, shaking his head. Indeed, thus your current combat power has surged to 16 times its previous level, Frieza remarked, visibly pleased with Dodoria's performance. In other words, my combat power has now reached 320,000. Dodoria exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Go and capture Vegeta. Your power exceeds his by 20,000, so this should pose no significant challenge, Frieza said, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria nodded vigorously. Remember, do not be complacent. Frieza cautioned repeatedly. With a 20,000 advantage in combat power, even if he attempts a sneak attack, he will not stand a chance against me. Dodoria's confidence soared. Now off you go. Frieza commanded. Chapter 37. A single punch to shatter Vegeta? With a swift motion, Dodoria piloted his spacecraft, rapidly advancing towards the direction of Vegeta. 50 minutes later, Dodoria's vessel descended upon the planet where Vegeta and Nappa resided. In an instant, Dodoria emerged from the spacecraft, soaring into the sky to survey Vegeta's whereabouts. Suddenly, a colossal roar erupted from the distant ground, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the atmosphere. Found you. Dodoria's eyes sparkled with excitement as he darted towards the direction of Vegeta and Nappa. He nearly pushed his speed to its limits, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared high above Vegeta and Nappa, surveying them from his lofty position. It must be said, with my battle power amplified 16-fold, my speed has also seen a significant surge. Dodoria was increasingly exhilarated. My battle power has now reached 320,000. Just watch how I deal with you. Little Prince of the Saiyans. Spotting his quarry, Dodoria quickly focused on Vegeta and descended, landing directly opposite him. Vegeta's expression darkened at the sudden appearance of Dodoria. When did this guy arrive? This is terrible. Without a detector, I had no way of knowing he was here. This is a predicament. Fortunately, I still possess the Battle God water. The side effects for Nappa and me have long since faded. As long as I drink it again, defeating Dodoria should pose no challenge. Ah, is that not the little prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta? Dodoria observed him with keen interest, a broad smile illuminating his face. Dodoria, what brings you here? Vegeta scoffed. Nappa trembled in fear beside him, fully aware that Dodoria's battle power seemed to hover around 20,000. I'm here to take you back to Lord Frieza for his personal handling. Of course, Dodoria replied with a chuckle. Humph. Do you know what my current battle power is? Vegeta's heart raced, though he feigned calmness. ISNT at 300,000? Dodoria replied with a light smile. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. ISNT at 300,000? When did 300,000 become so insignificant? It sounds as if your battle power has surpassed 300,000 already. Vegeta rolled his eyes at Dodoria. Unfazed, Dodoria produced the Battle God water, waving it enticingly before Vegeta and Nappa. Having soaked for several days, the bubbles were thick and rich. Vegeta's pupils constricted, yet a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seems everything is unfolding according to my plan. He then cast a furious glance at Nappa. Nappa? Nappa was bewildered. What? Your Highness Vegeta, why are you glaring at me? I haven't said anything, nor have I revealed any weakness. You fool. This is all your fault. I had commanded the destruction of the God Water of Combat, yet you insist on casting it into the cosmos, believing they will not find it. Vegeta exclaimed sternly at Nappa. Nappa responded. You never uttered such words. Ah, I see. You are merely staging a performance for Dodoria's benefit. Has that fellow's combat power truly surpassed 300,000? So he has consumed the God Water of Combat? We must now buy time until the side effects manifest. My sincerest apologies, Prince Vegeta. It was my oversight, Nappa replied with a look of regret. Then, how many times has your combat power multiplied? Vegeta inquired with vigilance. Humph, not much, merely 16-fold, Dodoria grinned, but my base combat power was 20,000. Can you calculate what my current strength is? 320,000. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Correct. Well done. Dodoria beamed even more brightly, shaking the vial of God Water of Combat once again. And to be honest, this God Water is quite delectable. It possesses a unique flavor. If a similar beverage were developed in the future, it might serve as an excellent refreshment. Vegeta nearly retched. Is your taste buds malfunctioning? Nappa struggled to contain his nausea beside him. It is mixed with Raditz urine. Did you not detect that at all? Enough of this banter. I shall deliver a sound beating to you and present you to Lord Frieza for proper handling. Dodoria cracked his knuckles and stepped towards Vegeta. Wait, I will come with you, Vegeta suddenly declared. Dodoria paused, squinting at Vegeta. I am aware that with a 20,000 combat power deficit, I am no match for you. Vegeta spoke solemnly, his youthful visage betraying his unwillingness, emotions vividly displayed. What? Have you surrendered before the fight has even begun? This is not your style? Prince of the Saiyans, Dodoria remarked with mild surprise. Humph, how can one fight when faced with a disparity of 20,000 in combat power? Vegeta retorted. If the difference were merely 2,000, with both of us exceeding 300,000, I believe I would not necessarily fall to you. Ah, you are quite perceptive. Dodoria chuckled lightly, cracking his knuckles again, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. Yet, I have resolved to thoroughly teach you a lesson, for I find you quite irksome. With that, Dodoria lunged a powerful punch toward Vegeta's position. Vegeta, having anticipated the attack, swiftly leapt back to evade Dodoria's strike. Damn it! Vegeta seethed, his eyes filled with rage and regret. That fiend's combat power is 300,000, while mine is a mere 15,000. I could easily be slain. Just then, as Vegeta's mind raced with caution, he sensed an ominous chill of murderous intent looming behind him. Mechanically, he turned his head to glance back. You dodged quite swiftly just now, but you are still far from my level. Dodoria scoffed. Is this the speed and formidable strength of a combat power of 320,000? No, this can't be, Vegeta exclaimed in sheer horror. With a resounding thud, Dodoria's fist struck Vegeta's back with tremendous force. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth as he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming blow. Fortunately, Dodoria sensed something was amiss and swiftly retracted his power. Even so, Vegeta plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Dodoria descended slowly from the air, appearing at the edge of the crater. His brow furrowed in confusion as he scrutinized his right fist. Subsequently, he extended his massive hand, yanking Vegeta from the depths of the pit. Vegeta grimaced in pain, feeling waves of weakness wash over him. I nearly met my end, he thought. Indeed, a combat power of 320,000 is truly formidable. Chapter 38. A True Pitfall. Something is amiss. Your combat power is certainly not 300,000. Dodoria furrowed his brows, gazing at Vegeta with palpable suspicion. Indeed, my combat power has not increased. I have not consumed the combat god water, Vegeta replied calmly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Dodoria, you dare deceive Lord Frieza? You are doomed. Dodoria snarled through gritted teeth. I will report this matter to Lord Frieza immediately. There is no need to take you back. I shall deal with you right here. Wait a moment. I have something of great importance to discuss with you, Vegeta interjected hastily. It pertains to the combat god water. Humph, speak. Dodoria scoffed. What could be so significant regarding the combat god water? It concerns the method of utilizing the combat god water. If used correctly, your combat power could potentially double from its original base. Vegeta initiated his ruse, implying that your combat power could increase 32-fold. What did you say? A 32-fold increase in combat power? Dodoria exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain his surprise. If my combat power increased 32 times, what would that amount to? 640,000. Wouldn't that surpass Lord Frieza's first form? Is it truly possible to achieve such an extraordinary feat? Really? Dodoria appeared skeptical, his gaze wavering. Release me, and I shall reveal to you how to proceed. Vegeta retorted smugly. Dodoria hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before slowly loosening his grip on Vegeta. By the way, how long have you been consuming this combat god water? Has it been an hour yet? Vegeta feigned nonchalance, casually inquiring. About that, it's nearly time, Dodoria responded. Very well. As long as you consume the combat god water again after 1 hour, your combat power will double from its original base, Vegeta elucidated, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh, is that so? Dodoria's face brightened, his anticipation growing. It seems my combat god water is about to reach the 1-hour mark. If I consume it again after an hour, my combat power will continue to double from its original base? Wait. Something seems amiss. Why haven't you consumed it? Dodoria inquired with a puzzled expression, his brow creasing. What? Are you doubting something? Vegeta snorted, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Do you not wish to enhance your combat power? Dodoria's unease deepened. With such a splendid opportunity, why would you not seize it? Or perhaps, the more Dodoria pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. In the recesses of his mind, he felt a scheme lurking, awaiting both himself and Lord Frieza. However, the nature of this plot eluded him. Just as Dodoria began to grasp a hint of understanding, bang! Dodoria suddenly felt as if his combat power had been unleashed like a flood, dissipating in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Dodoria felt as though his body had been hollowed out, nearly collapsing to the ground. The side effects had manifested. His combat power plummeted from 320,000 to a mere 250. The staggering disparity left Dodoria momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Yet, realization soon struck him like a bolt of lightning. The battle god water was flawed. It only provided a fleeting surge in power. After an hour, the enhancement would inevitably wane. Damn it all. It was a trap. The backlash had finally arrived. Vegeta smirked, his lips curling into a predatory grin. Now, your power level barely exceeds 200. Doesn't it? Dodoria's voice darkened. How did you calculate that? TCH, whatever multiplier it boosts by, it reduces by the same. Vegeta chuckled coldly. What are you saying? Panic laced Dodoria's words as he staggered backward, his bravado crumbling. You beat me half to death earlier, Vegeta mused, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Now, it's my turn to return the favor. Don't you dare. Stay back. Dodoria retreated further, trembling uncontrollably. Thud. Without hesitation, Vegeta struck, a brutal elbow crashing into Dodoria's chest. Splurt. Blood gushed from Dodoria's mouth. Crack. Another vicious kick sent Dodoria soaring into the sky. Then, with calculated cruelty, Vegeta allowed him to plummet freely, only to intercept his descent at the last moment, launching him skyward once more with another devastating blow. TSK, so this is how Zarbon played with Chui, Vegeta mused, relishing the moment. Now it's my turn to toy with you, Dodoria. Nearby, Nappa wiped sweat from his brow, still shaken. That was too damn close, get me some food, Vegeta snapped, casting him a sidelong glare. Why yes, right away, Nappa stammered, nodding frantically. Though battered by Dodoria's earlier assault, Vegeta had avoided fatal injuries. His Saiyan physiology ensured that even severe wounds could be mended with nourishment and rest. As Dodoria hurtled downward once more, Vegeta rocketed upward, matching his descent face to face. Where's your scouter, Dodoria? Vegeta taunted, grinning. It exploded when my power exceeded its detection range. Dodoria spat, through gritted teeth. Perfect, Vegeta purred, his smile widening. Let me go, Vegeta. Dodoria growled. I might, Vegeta mused, feigning contemplation. But first, you'll do something for me. What is it? Dodoria blinked in confusion. Keep flying a little longer, Vegeta replied smoothly, and I'll tell you. Vegeta smiled gently, recalling how Soya had kicked Chio-E in a similar fashion. It was only now, as he delivered a strike to you, that I truly appreciated Soya's playful prowess. What did you say? Dodoria was momentarily bewildered. So, Soya had indeed kicked Chio-E? Could it be that Chio-E met his demise through deception? Bang! Vegeta once again unleashed a powerful kick at Dodoria, sending him soaring into the sky. Suddenly, Dodoria began to comprehend many things. No wonder Chio-E had mysteriously vanished. It turned out that Vegeta and Soya had eliminated Chio-E through the side effects of the God Water from their battle. Dodoria's negative emotional value surged to 999. In an instant, Dodoria's negativity was on the verge of overflowing. Chapter 39. Dodoria's dismay. Soya could hardly believe that a mere utterance from Vegeta had prompted Dodoria to offer him negative emotional energy. Faced with this unexpected influx of negativity, Soya felt utterly bewildered. Why would Dodoria provide me with negative emotional energy? Since my arrival in this realm, I have yet to encounter you. How peculiar. The spaceship was progressing at a sluggish pace, still several days away from Earth. Yet, this was already considered swift. Soya recalled that when Vegeta and Nappa journeyed from a distant galaxy to Earth, their voyage took nearly a year. If Soya were to remain aboard the spaceship for an entire year, he would surely perish from boredom. Oh, system, could you not devise a method of instantaneous travel? Do you not grasp the adage that time is money? Vegeta had thoroughly tormented Dodoria before squatting beside him, a sly smile gracing his face. Dodoria, now thoroughly intimidated, dared not utter a word. Release me, Vegeta. I am merely following orders. I had no intention of opposing you, Dodoria hastily proclaimed, desperation evident in his voice. I have stated that I may release you, but you must comply with my instructions, Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. What do you require of me? Dodoria inquired. What are Frieza's intentions? Speak frankly, Vegeta demanded. He instructed me to capture you and return you, Dodoria confessed obediently. Thus, you have been in contact with him aboard the spaceship? Vegeta probed. Why yes, Dodoria nodded. Excellent. When we reach the spaceship, you shall inform him that you have captured me and are preparing to escort me back. A subtle smirk adorned Vegeta's lips. What are you scheming? Dodoria was taken aback. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply follow my directives, and your life will be spared, Vegeta retorted. Dodoria nodded readily. In that moment, it dawned on Dodoria what Vegeta's plan entailed. You intend to deceive Lord Frieza in this manner? You truly possess audacity. Should I find a way to inform Lord Frieza? No. If I speak, Vegeta will not hesitate to eliminate me. What is the duration of the side effects of the combat God Water? Dodoria cautiously inquired. 3 days. Vegeta responded. I certainly will not concede that the side effects last only a day. Dodoria, do not entertain thoughts of regaining your strength to defeat me. During these 3 days, it would be wise for you to remain compliant. Vegeta scoffed. So, your plan is to eliminate me 3 days hence? Dodoria trembled violently. I have said that as long as you behave, I may set you free. Vegeta smiled. Dodoria pondered earnestly for a moment, contemplating that adhering to Vegeta's wishes might indeed be a prudent choice. After all, 3 days remained. Surely, many variables could arise in that time. Seize the opportunity, and perhaps one might escape the grasp of Vegeta's control. By the way, does Frieza have the ability to transform? Vegeta inquired suddenly. Did Chioi tell you? Dodoria responded, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lord Frieza possesses the capacity to transform, and he has 4 distinct forms. You stand no chance against Lord Frieza? Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. Even Nappa's countenance darkened in an instant. Is what Soya said true? Frieza indeed has 4 transformations. Then, does Frieza's battle power reach 100 million? Vegeta clenched his teeth and pressed further. 100 million? Dodoria's expression froze, and he scoffed. What a joke. That's impossible. I knew it. Vegeta exhaled a slight sigh of relief. If Frieza's battle power is merely 3 million, perhaps one could drown him in the fountain of Battle God. Soya, you scoundrel. How could you claim Frieza's battle power is 100 million? That's clearly just to frighten us. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 666. I always thought it impossible for anyone's battle power to reach such heights. Now, let us proceed to your spaceship. Vegeta huffed, gripping Dodoria as they flew toward the spacecraft. Nappa followed closely behind. Soon, Vegeta brought Dodoria aboard his spaceship. Dodoria expertly activated the communication system and established contact with Frieza. Meanwhile, Vegeta feigned severe injuries, kneeling on the ground with an expression of defiance. Vegeta had already devised a plan. Should Dodoria dare to inform Frieza, he would eliminate him right then and there. Then, he would make a swift escape. That Soya fellow and Raditz seemed to have gone to a planet called Earth. No, I must also go to Earth. However, if all goes well, perhaps I could seize the opportunity to eliminate Frieza. The video call quickly connected, revealing Frieza's cold visage on the screen. Simultaneously, Frieza immediately noticed the kneeling Vegeta and the battered Dodoria. Lord Frieza, I have successfully captured Vegeta. Dodoria hurriedly replied. Dodoria, it appears you have sustained considerable injuries. Frieza observed Dodoria with a sly smile. How is it that, despite having a battle power 20,000 higher than his, you allowed him to inflict such damage upon you? My sincerest apologies, Lord Frieza. It was my oversight. Dodoria forced a dry smile, attempting to signal Frieza discreetly, only to find Vegeta's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, forcing him to abandon the notion. If Vegeta perceives my intentions, he would undoubtedly eliminate me without hesitation. I must wait until I see Frieza to promptly alert him. Fool, did I not instruct you to remain vigilant? Frieza reprimanded. Nonetheless, it appears I have not failed my mission. He has been defeated by me, and now he is quite docile. Dodoria hastily asserted. Vegeta, you possess quite the audacity to openly rebel against me. Frieza narrowed his eyes, casting a frigid gaze upon Vegeta. How infuriating. Vegeta bared his teeth in response. Bring him back to me. Frieza commanded. I shall relish in crushing him myself. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria immediately acquiesced. By the way, do we still have the Battle God water? Frieza inquired further. It is here, Dodoria replied, shaking the vial of Battle God water. It should be ready to return in approximately 3 days, correct? Frieza asked. Yes, indeed, Dodoria nodded. Let us depart at once. Frieza ordered. Yes. Dodoria replied with utmost deference. Just as he was about to conclude the call, Frieza suddenly recalled something and casually inquired. What of that Saiyan named Nappa? Have you disposed of him? Chapter 40. Vegeta's conspiracy. Not yet, but I can no longer move. I will kill him when I leave, Dodoria replied, somewhat nervously. Go ahead. Frieza waved his hand, concluding the conversation. Dodoria exhaled a sigh of relief. Vegeta's smile grew increasingly radiant. Vegeta, look. I have done as you instructed, Dodoria said, ingratiating himself to Vegeta. You have done well. Vegeta responded with a slight smile. What shall we do next? Dodoria inquired. You have outlived your usefulness. A murderous intent flickered in Vegeta's eyes. What did you say? Dodoria's expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta, you can't be serious? Bang. Vegeta delivered a fierce kick to Dodoria's chest, causing a deep indentation and sending him flying backward, crashing through the spaceship's hull and landing on the ground outside. Dodoria skidded across the surface for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a halt. Vegeta soared above him, driving his knee directly into Dodoria's neck. Crack! Dodoria's neck twisted grotesquely, and he died instantly. Vegeta extracted the battle god water from Dodoria's body and unleashed a ki blast, obliterating him into nothingness. Having completed his task, Vegeta slowly returned to Dodoria's spaceship. Your Highness, was it really necessary to destroy his spaceship? Nappa asked, perplexed. I did it intentionally. Vegeta replied with a smirk. Intentionally? Nappa looked bewildered. Calmly, Vegeta stowed the battle god water into a storage compartment and swiftly operated the computer. Target, Planet Vegeta. Launch. Vegeta pressed the button to initiate the spaceship's launch and exited. Whoosh. The spaceship ascended into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of space. Automatically navigating towards Planet Vegeta. Are we letting the spaceship return on its own? Nappa scratched his head, struggling to comprehend. Of course, Vegeta said with a gentle smile. Dodoria obtained the battle god water. When Frieza video calls him, he will undoubtedly make him consume it, thus realizing his power has multiplied 16-fold. I'm still not quite following. Nappa admitted, looking confused. You fool. Vegeta scolded, his expression stern. Frieza was initially skeptical about the power of the battle god water. But with Dodoria as his loyal subordinate, serving as a test subject, Frieza will undoubtedly come to believe in its potency. However, both Frieza and Dodoria remain oblivious to the side effects of the battle god water. I understand now. Nappa exclaimed, enlightened. You intentionally discarded the battle god water into space, anticipating that Dodoria would find it and drink it, correct? A faint smile played at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Truly, Your Highness Vegeta, this strategy is utterly brilliant. Nappa exclaimed in admiration, yet puzzled, he inquired, but why leave a hole in the spaceship? This spacecraft will ultimately fall into Frieza's hands. Once they board, they will discover both Doria and I are absent, and the presence of a hole will indicate a struggle within. The rest will be left for Frieza's imagination, Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. However, I suspect that detail will be of little consequence to Frieza. His minions have located the god water of battle, and Frieza will undoubtedly consume it without hesitation. I see. Nappa responded, giving Vegeta a thumbs up. We shall destroy the communication system aboard the spaceship and stealthily follow behind them, Vegeta said, a smile gracing his lips. Frieza's period of weakness is but a day. At that moment, once I drink the god water of battle, I shall have the power to annihilate Frieza. But how can we be certain Frieza will drink the god water? Nappa scratched his head in confusion. There is no need for certainty. I am confident he will. Vegeta retorted with a scoff. The god water of battle enhances one's fighting ability. No one would resist that opportunity. Nappa, you, Raditz, and even Kaiatsu. Who among us has not partaken? Nappa suddenly realized the truth in Vegeta's words. Moreover, I have calculated that when we return to Planet Vegeta, it will be a full moon. Vegeta's face radiated with immense confidence. This means that once I consume the god water and transform into a great ape, my fighting power will soar to at least 3 million. Even if Frieza's fourth form matches that, I shall not fear. Nappa's eyes sparkled with excitement. What Your Highness says is undoubtedly correct. So it truly is possible to eliminate Frieza. After waiting for approximately an hour, the two embarked on their spaceship, setting their course for Planet Vegeta. Before their departure, Vegeta and Nappa had located and destroyed the ship's positioning and communication systems. 3 days later, near Planet Vegeta, aboard Frieza's spaceship, the tyrant lounged in a baby carriage, gazing out at the cosmic expanse, eagerly awaiting the return of the god water of battle. With that in my possession, I, Frieza, may surpass Lord Beerus. Perhaps I shall usurp him as the new god of destruction. At this stage, Frieza's thoughts remained relatively naive. He genuinely believed that a fighting power of 100 billion could easily vanquish Beerus. It was only after his demise and imprisonment in hell, bound within a cocoon and suspended from a tree, tormented daily by the songs of little sprites, that Frieza's mindset underwent profound refinement. Following his resurrection, the years spent honing his mind in hell allowed him to unlock his golden form in a mere 6 months. Once Frieza attained this transformation, he finally comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Lord Beerus. Yet, in his youth, Frieza remained oblivious to the reality. Could 100 billion in fighting power truly fall short against a god of destruction? It is akin to Vegeta's naive belief that a battle power of 3 million could effortlessly subdue Frieza. Lord Frieza, we have just detected Dodoria's ship approaching, Beliblu reported, bowing respectfully behind Frieza. Our forces are intercepting that vessel. Oh, that fellow has been out of contact for 3 days. Frieza furrowed his brow. Why has he gone silent? Beliblu questioned, perplexed. Humph, it must be that Dodoria has grown complacent, allowing Vegeta to launch a surprise attack. They may have perished together. While Frieza feigned indifference, a tinge of unease stirred within him. Their demise would not trouble him, but what truly concerned him was, where was the God Water of battle? Chapter 41. Frieza finally obtains the Battle God Water. Our scouts have sent back information indicating that the spaceship has sustained a breach, and there is not a soul aboard. Beliblu immediately relayed the message, confirming that Lord Frieza was indeed correct. It seems that Vegeta, in a desperate act, fled the spaceship with Dodoria, and both of them perished in the void of space. That fool Dodoria was warned not to be careless, yet he failed to heed the caution. Frieza's expression darkened ominously. Our personnel are currently searching the spaceship, hoping to locate the Battle God Water. Beliblu responded, what? Have they already found it? Splendid. Frieza's pupils dilated slightly, his eyes reflecting boundless astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza deftly maneuvered his pod towards the direction of the spaceship. Before long, he arrived at Dodoria's vessel. His subordinate, Sorb, knelt in reverence, presenting the Battle God Water to Frieza with both hands. Oh, you are the one who discovered the Battle God Water? Frieza inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted the bottle. Why yes, my Lord Frieza, Sorb replied, bowing respectfully. What is your name? Frieza asked with a smile. I am Sorb. He answered. You have done well. I hereby promote you to Chief of Staff. Report to the Northern Legion, Frieza generously declared, patting Sorb's shoulder with uncharacteristic warmth. Sorb felt a surge of joy. This unexpected fortune was overwhelming. I was merely tasked with overseeing the passing spaceships and fortuitously discovered Dodoria's returning vessel. Upon searching, I stumbled upon the legendary Battle God Water. And now, Lord Frieza has appointed me as Chief of Staff. Thank you, Lord Frieza, Sorb exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I will serve diligently. Frieza paid no further attention to Sorb and swiftly returned to his own spaceship, the Battle God Water in tow. Lord Frieza, you have returned. Beliblu approached respectfully to greet him. Frieza dismissed Beliblu with a wave, seeking a comfortable spot where he unscrewed the cap of the Battle God Water. Instantly, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. Frieza furrowed his brow. Why does it smell so strong? Ah, Dodoria mentioned that the aroma of the Battle God Water is indeed peculiar. No matter, as long as it enhances my combat prowess, even if it were excrement, I, Frieza, would not flinch. With a sense of delight, he took a small sip. The taste, Frieza nearly retched. It was bitter, astringent, and salty. This is utterly revolting. Regardless, the first sip does not yield double the power. Onward. With exhilaration coursing through him, Frieza took a second sip of the Battle God Water. To his excitement, he felt the energy within him surging uncontrollably. He sensed that his combat power had risen to at least 1 million. But wait, I am still in my first form, with a base combat power of 530,000. Thus, does the Battle God Water enhance the combat prowess of my first form? How awkward. Let me see if it can be improved after transformation. Frieza promptly soared from his stroller, his body swelling rapidly as he transitioned into his second form. Simultaneously, Frieza sensed the fluctuations in his energy. Quite impressive. He discerned that his energy intensity had indeed doubled. This meant that his combat power in the second form had reached 2 million. What about the third form? Frieza morphed once more into his third form, and his combat power surged to an astonishing 4 million. Still not entirely reassured, he proceeded to unleash his ultimate fourth form. As expected, his combat power soared to 6 million. Frieza was utterly exhilarated, his hands trembling with excitement as he released his full might. A staggering 24 million. He was quivering with enthusiasm. Why hesitate? Frieza took another sip. His combat power escalated to 36 million. Onward. He sipped carefully, consuming 10 sips in total. At this juncture, Frieza's combat power had rocketed to a magnificent 1,200,000,000. He was utterly elated. Could it be this exhilarating? That rascal Vegeta can multiply his power by 20 times. I, Frieza, must achieve 100-fold. He continued to indulge in the Battle God Water. Strangely enough, the more he drank, the more he relished it. Initially, he found it somewhat nauseating, but with such an exponential increase in power, the taste had transformed. It was no longer bitter or astringent. In fact, it was even slightly sweet. Lord Frieza, may I interject? Beliblu raised his hand to speak. Go ahead. Frieza was in high spirits, his mood buoyant. Lord Cooler has arrived. Beliblu reported. Cooler? That fellow has finally come. Frieza scoffed, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Bring him forth. Look, isn't this an opportunity? If my combat power has indeed increased, Cooler would serve as the perfect test subject. Cooler's power has always overshadowed mine. Now that my power has multiplied tenfold, reaching 1,200,000,000, I should be able to easily pin him down. I yearn to discover just how much my power can amplify. Frieza continued to sip the Battle God water. With half a bottle of Battle God water remaining, and having diluted it, Dabura drank after Frieza. Now, with the remaining Battle God water dwindling, Frieza needed to sip cautiously. Should he exhaust it while his power continued to multiply, what a tragic fate that would be. Soon, Frieza had consumed 20 sips of the Battle God water, and upon the 21st sip, his power continued to grow. 21 times. Combat power reached 2,500,000,000. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza couldn't help but emit a series of peculiar laughs. Just then, Sabo personally escorted Cooler into the hall. Cooler is the brother of Frieza, bearing a striking resemblance to him. However, his combat power reaches an astounding 470 million, far surpassing that of Frieza. Frieza, what are you up to? Cooler snorted disdainfully, feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to Frieza, who was grinning rather smugly. Cooler, you've arrived? Frieza's smirk widened, and he gestured for Zabon and Beliblu to depart. Zabon and Beliblu bowed respectfully before silently taking their leave. Father sent me to check on you, Cooler remarked, rolling his eyes at Frieza, simultaneously urging him to expedite the completion of the task assigned to them by Lord Beerus. I am well aware, but there is no need for haste. I shall annihilate this planet once all the Saiyans have returned, Frieza replied, taking another sip of the Battle God water. After drinking, Frieza smacked his lips, increasingly appreciating its unique flavor. Chapter 42. Frieza's power surge. What are you drinking? Gula inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Nothing of consequence. Pay no heed to trivialities. Frieza replied, taking another small sip. 23 times. And still not at my limit. I am eager to discover just how much my power can multiply, he mused. How leisurely you are, Gula remarked, seemingly unfazed. By the way, how many Saiyans have returned to planet Vegeta? It will take at least another 20 days or so for most to return, Frieza responded, indulging in the divine energy drink once more. During their casual exchange, Frieza had unknowingly consumed 40 sips of the divine energy water, augmenting his power a staggering 40-fold. At this juncture, Frieza's strength had soared to an astonishing 4.8 billion. Elated by the surging energy within him, Frieza was in high spirits. Are you ever going to stop? Gula frowned, his brow furrowing in irritation. Frieza's rudeness was palpable. He would sip from his drink after every sentence. That tiny bottle of beverage, how long do you intend to consume it? As Frieza prepared to take another sip, Gula could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy from his fingertips. Whoosh! The energy beam sped toward the divine energy water in Frieza's grasp. Bang! The beam struck the bottle, causing it to explode instantaneously. The suddenness of the event left Frieza momentarily dazed. The bottle shattered, spilling the divine water everywhere, some even evaporating in the air. Frieza, taken aback, shouted in fury, Gula, what have you done? In a moment of desperation, he dove to the ground and licked a puddle of the spilled divine water. Almost immediately, he felt the surge of energy within him. Thankfully, the fall had not diminished his power. Frieza, cautious not to waste any opportunity, licked the ground 10 more times. Thus, his strength had multiplied 50-fold. Witnessing Frieza on the ground, licking like a dog at the remnants of his drink, Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Frieza, what are you up to? Gula asked, his expression darkening. Frieza licked the floor where only a sheen of moisture remained, only to discover with dismay that his power had ceased to increase. He was now left in confusion, uncertain whether he had reached his limit of 50 times or if it was due to the absence of the divine water. All gone. Frieza trembled with rage. leaping to face Gula with fiery eyes. Gula's earlier energy beam had naturally evaporated a significant portion of the divine water. You scoundrel! Frieza was utterly incensed. He had initially thought that with cautious sips, he could easily manage 100. Instead, Gula had caused him to lose a portion. What are you doing? Have you lost your wits? Gula inquired curiously. Even the most exquisite drink does not necessitate lying on the ground to consume it. What do you know? You've spoiled my plans. Frieza seethed, his entire being trembling with rage. Frieza, it seems you have forgotten something of great significance, Gula remarked with a disdainful smile. Gazing at Frieza with keen interest, you must understand that my combat power far exceeds yours. Oh, is that so? Frieza's interest was piqued. Do you truly believe your strength surpasses that of your elder brother? Gula scoffed. Let us take this outside. Frieza's face darkened. A tumult of excitement and frustration swirling within him. The excitement stemmed from his belief that his combat strength had reached an astounding 6 billion. The frustration, however, was due to the fact that he felt his multiplier had not yet reached its zenith, yet the divine combat water was no longer available. Oh, are you serious? Gula narrowed his eyes. In an instant, Frieza showed no hesitation, opening the hatch of his spaceship and leaping into the vastness of space. Gula, bewildered, sensed that Frieza was decidedly off today. Nevertheless, he followed suit, appearing confidently opposite Frieza. Frieza, do you truly intend to challenge me, your elder brother? Gula chuckled lightly. Gula, I shall not bully you. I will simply stand here and allow you to strike. Frieza beckoned provocatively. Gula pondered. When did Frieza become so confident? Surely, he must be out of his mind. I shall not hold back. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy should you be hurt. Gula replied with a gentle smile. Without further ado, Gula transformed into his fifth form, rushing towards Frieza with great speed, aiming a punch directly at his face. Such a generous offer, I have never encountered before, standing there, inviting me to strike. However, just as Gula's fist was about to connect with Frieza, Frieza slowly extended a single finger, effortlessly intercepting Gula's punch. The moment Gula's fist made contact with Frieza's finger, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent. Gula was left utterly astounded, his shock palpable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed such a reality. Though he had not exerted his full strength, Frieza's ability to block the punch with a mere finger indicated a dramatic increase in his combat power. Gula, have you forgotten to eat? Put some strength into it. Frieza scoffed. This is entirely of your own making. Gritting his teeth, Gula intensified his assault, launching a fierce barrage of punches at Frieza. Frieza stood there, offering no resistance, allowing Gula's fists to rain down upon him. In fact, Frieza found it insufficiently exhilarating. With a graceful turn, he presented his back to Gula. Bang, bang, bang. Gula's fists pounded against Frieza's back with relentless force. Frieza reveled in the sensation, groaning in delight. Harder, harder. Gula was utterly astonished, hastily leaping backwards to create some distance from Frieza. In a flash, however, Frieza appeared right behind Gula with an alarming swiftness. The speed was so formidable that Gula barely had time to react. He mechanically turned his head, his expression one of disbelief as he beheld Frieza looming behind him. What? What kind of joke is this? How is this even possible? Gula stammered, his complexion shifting dramatically as he exclaimed. When did you elevate your combat power to such heights? I shall enlighten you, Gula. Frieza replied with a triumphant smile, rubbing his nose. My combat power has now reached an astonishing level of 6 billion. What did you just say? Gula stood there, dumbfounded. Chapter 43. There is room for improvement, yet the battle god water is depleted. Indeed, you heard it correctly. My current combat power stands at an astonishing 6 billion. Frieza beamed with an even more radiant smile. How is this possible? Gula was utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom this reality. The truth is as such, Frieza declared, flickering once more to appear directly in front of Gula. Gula was drenched in cold sweat. The speed of this individual was simply staggering. With a gentle smile, Frieza curled his fingers and flicked Gula's forehead with a light tap. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Gula's head snapped back, sending him flying through the air. Whoosh! Frieza flickered again, swiftly appearing behind Gula and effortlessly intercepting him. Ho ho ho! Frieza's smile widened, stretching from ear to ear. Gula was completely stunned. How could this be? Has Frieza truly attained a combat power of 6 billion? Gula, you are inadequate. Frieza mocked. From this day forth, the Eastern Universe shall be under my dominion. You may as well retire to a life of leisure. Gula, what? What is happening? How have you elevated your combat power? Gula's expression was one of utter confusion. Humph. You scoundrel, Gula. My combat power could have surged 100-fold. You have ruined my prospects. Frieza seethed at the recollection of recent events. What on earth does that mean? Gula was even more bewildered, 100-fold. Just now, I consumed the battle god water, which I painstakingly acquired. Frieza trembled with rage. There was hardly any left. That elixir doubles one's combat power with a single sip, and I have consumed it 50 times, amplifying my strength 50-fold. What did you say? Such a miraculous substance exists? Gula was astonished. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I would never dare to believe it. The truth serves as the finest evidence. Frieza ground his teeth in frustration. Do you believe I won't eliminate you right now? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had you done so, I would never have destroyed your battle god water. Gula hastily replied. How infuriating. You scoundrel. Frieza longed to deliver a fatal blow to Gula, but after much deliberation, he ultimately chose to spare him. If I were to slay Gula, who would witness my triumph over Beerus in the future? However, the thought left a bitter taste in Frieza's mouth. My combat power could have reached 10 billion. Now, it languishes at merely 6 billion, and the battle god water is gone. I can't shake the feeling that I have yet to reach my limit. All of this is Gula's fault. Bang! Frieza violently swung his tail, sending Gula flying. This time, Frieza exerted considerable force, leaving a long mark on Gula's body. As Gula soared backward, he fainted on the spot. Humph! Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped death. Frieza bared his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. After casting a glance in the direction of Cooler, Frieza returned to his spacecraft. Beelzebub, gather everyone immediately and set course for Planet Beast. We must procure more of that divine combat water at all costs. Frieza commanded resolutely. In his estimation, a combat power of 6 billion felt somewhat inadequate against Beerus. He surmised that at least 100 billion in combat power would be necessary to defeat Beerus. That scoundrel Cooler has thwarted my plans. 30 minutes later, Frieza's spacecraft ignited its engines, heading towards Planet Beast. As for Cooler, he was abandoned in the vastness of space. Unacknowledged by Frieza. It had been 40 minutes since Frieza drank the last drop of divine combat water, amplifying his power 50-fold. As Frieza's vessel navigated towards Planet Beast, Vegeta's spacecraft was en route from the same planet towards Vegeta's home world. Consequently, the two spacecraft encountered one another in the cosmic expanse. Initially, Vegeta's spacecraft was undetectable to Frieza's forces due to the destruction of its navigation and communication systems. However, as the two vessels drew closer, Frieza's ship quickly picked up on Vegeta's presence. Is that Frieza's spacecraft? Nappa's mouth twitched, his complexion paling instantly. Vegeta was taken aback, a torrent of frustration swirling within him. How could we possibly encounter Frieza's ship here? What dreadful luck! Nappa whispered, trembling in fear. Humph. Judging by the direction he is headed, he must be intending to go to Planet Beast, Vegeta mused. Why would he want to go there? Nappa wondered aloud. Is he planning to personally oversee the placement of the Barlet people? It's likely he seeks the divine combat water on Planet Beast. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Damn it, I miscalculated. I should have poured him more of that water. For Vegeta, the greater Frieza's combat power multiplied, the more advantageous it would be for himself. I have been pondering a question, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa rubbed his bald head, confusion etched across his face. Vegeta shot Nappa a sidelong glance. Your Highness, how is it that the diluted divine combat water produces effects identical to that of the normal variety? Nappa inquired, perplexed. Logically, if it is diluted, the effects should be significantly diminished. Vegeta remained silent, his expression darkening. Is this really the time to discuss such trivial matters? He retorted. Calculating the time, it has been no more than 40 minutes since Frieza acquired and consumed the combat water. He still has at least 20 minutes before entering a state of weakness. Na-Ba's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired. However, when does this hour, which is to be doubled, commence? Vegeta, suppressing the urge to strike Na-Ba down, replied coldly. Did you not consume the battle god water? Is it truly necessary for me to elucidate such a simple matter? Ah. At that moment, I did not check the time, Na-Ba admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Vegeta, unwilling to engage further, found no desire to converse with Naba. Are you unaware that this hour commences from the moment you ingested the last sip of the battle god water that could enhance your combat prowess? Trouble. Frieza's spaceship has issued a warning, urging us to halt immediately. Naba's complexion paled as he anxiously addressed Vegeta. What shall we do? Must we stop? Chapter 44, Raditz. Do you wish to become a Super Saiyan? Stop. Vegeta commanded. Yes. Nappa nodded and proceeded to switch the spaceship from autopilot to manual control, bringing the vessel to a halt in the vastness of space. Emerging from Frieza's spaceship were several minions, led by the formidable Zebon. Upon discovering Vegeta's spacecraft, it was only prudent to conduct a thorough inspection. Lord Frieza, their power levels are 15,000 and 2,000. The readings indicated that these were indeed Vegeta and Nappa. Is Vegeta still alive? Belibro inquired, casting a curious glance at the opposing ship. Alive or not, this will lead us to the whereabouts of the god water. Frieza mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a sense of unexpected elation washing over him. After all, only Vegeta and his companions were privy to the origin of the god water. Surely, the beasts on planet Beast had been nearly eradicated by them. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. Had Vegeta's power not increased? Or perhaps, he had not consumed the god water? That seemed implausible. If Vegeta had abstained from the god water, how could Chio have fallen to him? It was all so perplexing. Could it be that the enhancement from the god water was merely transient? Let us board, Zebon commanded, noticing that the opposing spaceship had obediently halted. Prepare to board. Now, activate immediately, Vegeta ordered Nappa. Yes, Nappa replied, promptly pressing the ignition button of the spacecraft. Caught off guard, Zebon and his crew were thrown into disarray as the spaceship surged forward unexpectedly, tumbling in the void of space. By the time they regained their composure, Vegeta's vessel had already departed. Damn it, Zebon seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration as he returned to Frieza's ship. Lord Frieza, shall we pursue? Belibro asked. Yes, without hesitation. How dare he mock me, Frieza? I shall make him wish for death. With that, Frieza's ship sped off in pursuit. Oh no, our ship is not as fast as his, Nappa exclaimed, glancing at the radar, his expression shifting from determination to alarm. Find a moonlit planet to land on, Vegeta commanded, knowing that should they be attacked in open space, their fates would be dire. Understood, Nappa nodded, swiftly locating a suitable planet and steering towards it. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the spaceship of Soya drew ever closer to Earth. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes, echoed the warning from the spacecraft. Soya slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with clarity. After several days of slumber aboard the spaceship, he felt invigorated and refreshed. Upon awakening, the first instinct of Soya was to check the total tally of negative emotion points on the system panel. How delightful! Soya had amassed a staggering 500,000 negative emotion points. There was no rush to draw a lottery ticket. It would be prudent to wait until reaching 1 million or even 2 million. 3 minutes later, with a resounding crash, Soya and Raditz's spaceship plummeted through the atmosphere like 2 shooting stars, landing in a desolate mountainous region and creating 2 large craters upon impact. Soya and Raditz emerged from their spacecraft. So this is Earth. The environment seems rather pleasant, Raditz remarked with a grin as he surveyed his surroundings. Soya also glanced around. They found themselves in a mountainous area surrounded by dense jungles, the air infused with the fragrant aroma of vegetation. At last, they had arrived on Earth. Let us proceed, Soya exclaimed, soaring into the sky and speeding toward the horizon. Why come to this planet? What makes it so special? Raditz inquired, hastily following with curiosity. According to my research, if one lives well on Earth for a period and integrates into the environment, one's state of mind will grow increasingly tranquil, and the S cells within will multiply, laying a solid foundation for you to become a Super Saiyan. Soya expressed wistfully. Oh, a Super Saiyan? Raditz's eyes brightened. What do you think? Would you like to become a Super Saiyan? Soya grinned. Raditz shivered slightly. I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to trick me. The last time you asked me a question like that, it was about wanting to enhance my combat power. Indeed, my combat power did increase, but only for an hour, and I was left weakened for a day. Now you're asking again. No way. Raditz decisively shook his head. Raditz, this conversation has become rather dull, Soya remarked with a frown. Raditz chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing his tune. Of course, I would like to. Who wouldn't want to become a Super Saiyan? That was merely a jest. If you follow my instructions, there should be no issue. Soya smiled. Really? Raditz was overwhelmed with excitement. Moreover, Soya's expression grew serious. Moreover what? Raditz gulped, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Moreover, once you transform into a Super Saiyan, you will directly become a Super Saiyan 3. Soya lamented. Raditz? Raditz appeared utterly bewildered. What do you mean by 3? I don't understand. From Raditz, a negative emotion value of 111. The reference to Raditz transforming into Super Saiyan 3 is understood only by true Dragon Ball fans. Those unfamiliar with Dragon Ball may express their disdain for this segment. First, let me say a few words. While soaring through the air, Soya addressed Raditz. Raditz obediently nodded. On this planet, one must not take life recklessly. Rather, one should cultivate a tranquil state of mind. Only in this manner can a solid foundation be laid for the eventual transformation into a Super Saiyan. Soya repeatedly emphasized this with a serious demeanor, stating, If you do not heed my words, you should be well aware of the consequences. Yes, I understand, Raditz replied, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. It appeared that Soya's combat power had surpassed 10,000, while his own was merely 700. He could easily be annihilated in an instant. Thus, it would be prudent to comply with his guidance. In order to expedite his journey towards becoming a Super Saiyan, the foremost requirement was 2. Soya paused momentarily at this juncture. Raditz perked up, his expression brimming with excitement. Although he was perplexed as to how Soya had acquired the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan, he was eager to listen, for it might indeed lead to his own transformation. First, you must articulate fluently. Black fertilizer turns gray, gray fertilizer turns black. Black fertilizer turning gray will evaporate. Gray fertilizer evaporating will turn black. Black fertilizer evaporating turns gray will cause flowers to fly, and gray fertilizer evaporating will cause flowers to darken. Soya spoke with utmost seriousness. Uttering nonsense. Raditz could only respond with a silent exclamation. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 666. Chapter 45, Bulma's sister? Well, I shall give it a try. Raditz gritted his teeth. For the Super Saiyan. Here goes. Isn't it just a tongue twister? Black fertilizer. Flowers, flowers, flowers. After uttering just a few words, Raditz was engulfed by a wave of melancholy. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 888. If I get this phrase right, will I truly transform into a Super Saiyan? I hope I am not being led astray. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, Soya had left Raditz far behind and finally descended upon a quaint town, landing gracefully before a striking young lady. The young woman had flowing golden hair and wore a form-fitting dress that fluttered alluringly, capturing attention effortlessly. Did you come flying? The young lady exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at Soya. Robbery, Soya declared with a stern expression. Negative emotional value from Ties. 555. Ties felt like crying. What unfortunate luck I have. Soya paused momentarily. Ties. Why does that name sound so familiar? Could she be Bulma's sister? Soya scrutinized Ties from head to toe, indeed noticing several resemblances to Bulma. This is money. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all the money I have. Ties hastily emptied her pockets. I am the clothing bandit, specializing in robbing clothes. Hand over your attire. Soya chuckled mischievously. Ties. Negative emotional value from Ties. 666. What on earth is a clothing bandit? You clearly have ulterior motives. Yet, I must admit, this young man is rather handsome. Perhaps. I am not at a total loss. No, I cannot be that kind of girl. I must keep him calm and find a way to call for help. All right. But wouldn't it be inconvenient here? Ties pointed to a nearby hotel. Let us go there. Soya. No, that won't do. Perhaps another time. Today, my uncle is visiting. Soya shook his head. Ties' eyes widened in disbelief, her expression filled with astonishment. Your uncle is visiting? Do boys really have uncles? I have attended university. Don't try to deceive me. Is there truly such a thing as an uncle? Ties looked at Soya with skepticism. Indeed, I'm not joking. We boys periodically get a change of pace. Soya sighed softly, feeling the weight of being a man. Ties. I believe you're pulling my leg. Negative emotional value from Ties. 666. Where is the World Martial Arts Tournament being held? Soya inquired. Wait, are you planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Tais was momentarily taken aback. Yes, indeed, Soya nodded affirmatively. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of visiting the World Martial Arts Tournament myself, Tais exclaimed with excitement. Has it already commenced? Soya asked. Tomorrow marks the day of the preliminary competition, Tai-C replied. Tomorrow. Soya mused silently. Already envisioning the moment he would unleash the solar fist at the World Martial Arts Tournament. With this technique, he pondered, how many negative emotion points would he accumulate? The audience at the tournament must number at least tens of thousands, right? If there are 10,000 attendees, and each contributes a mere 100 points of negative emotion, that would amount to a staggering 1,000,000 points. Such a bounty of negative emotions translates to approximately 5,000 points of combat power. The exhilaration is simply unparalleled. Soya recalled that Bulma's sister, Tai-C, did not originally appear in the Dragon Ball manga, but was first introduced in a comic titled Galactic Patrol. This work, also illustrated by Akira Toriyama, narrates the adventures of Galactic Patrolman Jaco on Earth. The final chapter of this comic is titled Dragon Ball Minus, which recounts Bardock's return to planet Vegeta and his sending of Kakarot to Earth. This storyline is also reflected in the Dragon Ball Super Broly arc. The presence of Tai-C here suggests that Jaco, the Galactic Patrolman, should also be nearby. According to the narrative, Tai-C was harassed by small-time ruffians one evening before being rescued by Jaco, who arrived on Earth to eliminate the Saiyans. However, Jaco's luck was rather unfortunate, as his spaceship malfunctioned upon arrival. How long will it take to reach the World Martial Arts Tournament venue? Soya inquired. Just over there on that small island. It takes only an hour by boat. Tai-C pointed towards a distant isle. Soya slowly ascended into the sky, glancing towards the indicated island. The architectural style of the buildings indeed resembled that of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He landed back beside Tai-C. You can really fly, Tai-C exclaimed in awe. It's not too bad, Soya chuckled. Just then, Raditz swooped in from afar and landed beside Soya. Soya, you fly so fast. I almost lost track of you. Raditz gasped for breath. Another one has come. Who is this little brat? Tai-C stared at Raditz in bewilderment. He's my companion, Soya introduced briefly. That day, Tai-C arranged accommodations for Soya and Raditz, placing them in a room next to her own. It's been ages since I last bathed. Life on Earth is quite pleasant, Raditz remarked after emerging from the shower, feeling refreshed, only to discover that Soya was not in the room. Where is Soya? Where has he gone? In the adjacent room. Tai-C was left speechless, for Soya had unexpectedly entered her own room to take a shower. Tai-C, come help me scrub my back. Soya called out from the bathroom. Tai-C responded, how dare you ask me, a girl, to scrub your back? Do you think that is appropriate? Frustrated, she retorted, let your companion do it. A negative emotional value of 666 emanated from Tai-C. He was of short stature, unable to reach. Soya chuckled mischievously. I do not intend to take advantage of you. I merely wish to extract some negative emotional value from you. Ultimately, Tai-C refrained from massaging Soya's back. After taking a shower, Soya donned a bathrobe and reclined upon the large bed. The lingering fragrance of a girl enveloped the air, creating an unparalleled sensation. This feeling is simply unmatched, Soya exclaimed. Tai-C retorted, a negative emotional value of 666 from Tai-C. I am utterly exasperated. Tai-C bit her lower lip, trembling with indignation. This is my bed, not a shared space for you and your companions. That small bed is uncomfortable. I prefer the spaciousness of a large bed. Soya grinned broadly, wearing a cheeky expression. Chapter 46. Vegeta captured by Frieza. Shall I arrange for a large double room for you? Suggested Tais. How can you not understand? I relish the company of beautiful women while sleeping. Soya shook his head and resolutely declined. In truth, whether the bed was large or small mattered little. The presence of beautiful women was paramount. Tais. Negative emotional value from Tais. 666. With such conversation, I am at a loss for words. Rest assured, my uncle is here. He is incapable of doing anything, Soya replied with a smile. Tais took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Do not mention your uncle again, Tais exclaimed in exasperation. Negative emotional value from Tais. 777. By the way, is there anything delicious in this small town? Soya attempted to change the subject. There is. Would you like to go out for a stroll? Tais gently nodded. Her gaze fixated on a fluffy tail on the bed, and she approached to give it a tug. Huh, what is this? It's quite cute. It feels so nice to touch. Soya. Soya shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin. Isn't it a bit rude to touch my tail like that? What? Turn over, you're lying on it. Tais flipped Soya over. Then, Tais focused her eyes and saw the tail connected to Soya's backside. Smack. Smack. Soya controlled his tail, gently brushing it across Tais' face. Ah! Tais let out a shriek. Such an overreaction, Soya rolled his eyes. How do you have a tail? I didn't notice it earlier. Tais looked at Soya as if he were a monster. Don't say that. All men have tails, they just keep them hidden. Soya chuckled. Tais. I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to trick me. Negative emotional value from Tais, 666. On a distant planet, Frieza's spacecraft, after a relentless pursuit, finally intercepted Vegeta's ship on this desolate world. The planet was entirely black, with a harsh environment. Above it hovered a massive satellite, several times larger than Earth's moon. After a prolonged pursuit, it had been 55 minutes since Frieza's battle power had doubled. Only 5 minutes remained before the combat-enhancing water would exhibit side effects, plunging Frieza into a period of weakness. With a swift motion, Frieza's fingertip glimmered with light, and a beam of energy shot through Vegeta's spacecraft, obliterating its propulsion system. Frieza's minions surrounded Vegeta's vessel. Vegeta, come out at once, yelled Sabo with an icy demeanor. I've heard that Vegeta's battle power has reached 300,000. Yet, the readings from the scanner show only 15,000. You nearly frightened me. Creak. The hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened. Vegeta and Nappa stepped out of the spaceship, moving with excruciating slowness. They intended to buy time, hoping to delay until the side effects of the battle god water manifested. Indeed, it was Vegeta and Nappa. Beerus felt a slight surprise. Frieza narrowed his eyes, coldly observing Vegeta. Ah, is that not Lord Frieza? Vegeta greeted with a smile. Why are you intercepting my spaceship? Vegeta, you were quite arrogant during our last communication. Frieza remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, offering no response. What about Dodoria? Did you kill him? Frieza inquired. It was not I who killed him. His power surged too greatly, and he lost control, inadvertently breaching the spaceship and perishing in the vastness of space. Vegeta retorted, fabricating the tale with ease. Perhaps he could deceive Frieza into a state of confusion. Why are you unharmed? Frieza asked, skeptical. I immediately activated the spaceship's protective systems to prevent being drawn into space. Vegeta replied. Then I returned to my own ship. That is how it transpired. Frieza squinted, sensing that Vegeta's account bore no glaring inconsistencies. After all, that fool Dodoria had always been careless. Now for the second question. Frieza sneered. Didn't you claim your power level had reached 300,000? Why does it now stand at merely 15,000? That was a deception. Vegeta clenched his fists, his youthful visage etched with resentment, trembling as he ground his teeth. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. What do you mean? Frieza paused, taken aback. Damn it, the battle god water, I drank it, and it was ineffective. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly grim. Had Soya been present, witnessing Vegeta's display of discontent, he would surely award him an Oscar. Vegeta conveyed his frustration, anger, annoyance, and helplessness with vivid intensity. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Vegeta. The battle god water had failed Vegeta? So, was that power level of 300,000 merely a figment of your imagination? Frieza chuckled lightly. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Vegeta's demeanor darkened further as he shouted, why? Even a brute like Raditz can quadruple his power. Why does it not work for me? I am the most gifted warrior of the Saiyans. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza's laughter grew increasingly radiant. Damn it. Vegeta trembled violently once more. For the last question, do you possess any battle god water? Frieza inquired with a cheerful smile. Vegeta fell into silence. If you have any, you should produce it quickly. While I am in a good mood, perhaps I might spare your life, Frieza remarked, his tone cold. Vegeta, no longer hesitating, immediately produced a bottle filled with his own urine mixed with the elixir of battle and tossed it to Frieza. While aboard the spaceship, Vegeta prepared another bottle, urinating into it before adding a dash of the battle elixir. With a decisive motion, Frieza caught the bottle of battle elixir, unscrewed the cap, and inhaled its aroma. He noted that this particular batch of the elixir had a distinctly fresh scent. Frieza murmured to himself. Vegeta interjected. Could it be anything but fresh? I just relieved myself into it. The previous bottle has been sitting for several days. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Frieza responded with a satisfied nod. He then inquired, having consumed it for nearly an hour, if I take another sip, will the effects double, or will I start anew? I am uncertain. I have never attempted it, Vegeta replied, shaking his head, unable to suppress his curiosity. How many sips did you take from the previous bottle? Have you finished it? Chapter 47. The bug of the battle god water remarkable. I finished it. Frieza uttered with a subtle smirk, extending 5 fingers. Having taken a total of 50 sips, resulting in a power increase of 50-fold. What? 50-fold? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, his expression darkening further. This time it's not just an act. Why can this fellow multiply his power by 50 while I can only manage 20? So, what is his current power level? 150 million? I must tread carefully. Before Frieza enters a state of weakness, it is prudent to remain somewhat subdued. A power level of 150 million could obliterate me with the slightest of actions. Are you implying that you finished the battle god water and your power is still multiplying? Vegeta suddenly realized something, his complexion shifting dramatically as he hastily inquired. That is precisely the case. I feel my power could at least multiply 100-fold. Frieza chuckled, resolved to continue drinking. I wonder if it will continue to accumulate. It was 50-fold before. Another sip would make it 51, right? Frieza felt no hesitation, delicately sipping once more, even smacking his lips in delight. Upon consuming that sip, Frieza once again sensed his energy surging wildly. His power had escalated. 51 times. Indeed, it was true. A further doubling. Moreover, this time the flavor was even more pleasing. Does this substance have an expiration date? Frieza rejoiced internally, lavishing praise upon Vegeta. Vegeta was left dumbfounded. The astonishment stemmed from the fact that Frieza had multiplied his power 50-fold nearly an hour prior. Now, as an hour approached, he had taken another sip. And yet, after such an interval, his power continued to double? How could this even be possible? Prince Vegeta, did you not previously assert that the doubling time is calculated from the last sip? Daba, feeling a pang of anxiety, quickly whispered, so. Has Frieza's power doubling time been recalibrated? Vegeta's mouth twitched, his expression growing increasingly grim. If the timing had reset, this situation would indeed be dire. Frieza consumed 3 more sips. His power continued to multiply, and he was overjoyed. This experience of power doubling was simply exhilarating. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza had already taken 60 sips and had yet to reach his limit. Ho ho ho, 60-fold. Frieza laughed so heartily that he nearly lost his composure. Vegeta felt a piercing pain in his heart. 60-fold power. Could it not be so monstrous? Frieza, how long has it been since you first consumed the battle god water? Vegeta could no longer contain himself and asked. Over an hour, what of it? Frieza shot Vegeta a dismissive glance. Vegeta fell silent. It was utterly confounding. An hour had passed, yet why had no side effects manifested? Could it be that this doubling truly commences from the moment of the last enhancement in combat power? Since Frieza's previous combat strength did not reach its limit. Does the timing reset within an hour? On Earth, in a bustling street market, Soya donned a set of human attire, accompanying Ties on a leisurely stroll, indulging in various delicacies and snacks. She had washed her battle uniform and hung it to dry at the hotel. Raditz, similarly dressed in human clothing, was relishing his food with unabashed delight. Is that ice cream? It has been ages since I last tasted ice cream. Would you care for some? Ties inquired, her eyes sparkling as she spotted an ice cream shop ahead. Yes, Soya nodded. And you, little one? Ties playfully asked Raditz. I am not a child, Raditz replied, his expression darkening. But what is this ice cream you speak of? Is it truly delectable? Wait here, I shall procure some, Ties said, darting off to purchase the ice cream. To his astonishment, Raditz found Earth's cuisine utterly delightful. I suddenly feel that the food on planet Vegeta pales in comparison to Earth's. It tastes akin to refuse, he remarked, savoring a skewer that heightened his appreciation for the flavors. Have you tried it? Soya asked. Raditz responded, I merely made a comparison. Please do not misconstrue my words. He was momentarily speechless. From Raditz, a negative emotional value of 666 emerged. Soya, your method is indeed ingenious, Raditz exclaimed, exhilarated. After taking a bite of the skewer and a sip of the divine combat water. He realized that consuming the divine combat water just before its side effects manifested not only doubled his power, but also prolonged its duration. Quite impressive, Saiyan remarked with satisfaction. On their journey to Earth, Saiyan had an epiphany. The effective duration of the divine combat water is calculated from the moment of the last sip taken for doubling. For instance, if one can achieve tenfold combat strength, the timing commences upon consuming the 10th sip of the divine combat water, resulting in a tenfold increase within an hour, not from the first sip. Thus, one could initially drink 2 sips of the divine combat water to double their power, and then consume another sip as they approach the hour mark, which would further double their strength while recalibrating the duration. By repeating this process, the time for doubled combat power could be extended indefinitely. Upon arriving on Earth, Saiyan immediately enlisted Raditz as a test subject. Indeed, this method proved effective. Raditz had consumed 4 sips of the divine combat water, and his doubled power had persisted for nearly 4 hours. He could enhance his strength 5-fold through the divine combat water, allowing for 1 more sip. This would extend Raditz's doubled power for an additional. Saiyan pondered. I am currently contemplating a question. Raditz looked taken aback. What question? Saiyan speculated. Could it be possible that the cumulative effects of your power doubling over several hours might also accumulate in terms of side effects? For instance, if the side effect of 1 hour is 1 day, then 4 hours would translate to 4 days. Raditz replied, Is this some sort of elaborate trap you have set for me? Yet, if the power increases 5-fold, then during my weakened state, my combat power would still be 140. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The combat power of the humans on this planet was rather average, and 140 posed no significant threat. Indeed, Saiyan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice called out from nearby, Hey, what are you doing? My boyfriend is quite formidable. Saiyan furrowed her brow and stepped towards the source of the voice. Chapter 48, Galactic Patrol? Should we eliminate him? Miss, why not indulge us for a while? Indeed. Let us cherish you properly. With such beauty, we must conduct an in-depth study. A group of ruffians encircled Tai Si, their mouths watering in anticipation. Saiyan, with a stern expression, approached. However, at that very moment, a figure clad in a long coat executed a backflip, landing near Tai Si, and bellowed, Release that girl. Saiyan glanced at the speaker and chuckled. Wasn't that Galactic Patrolman Jack? What a fortuitous encounter. Hey, you are a girl, right? Jack inquired. Directing his gaze at Tai Si responded, With such beauty, can I possibly be a boy? Why yes, Tai Si nodded lightly. But then her gaze suddenly caught Saiyan's presence. Instantly, she dashed towards him and leaped into his embrace. The ruffians glared at Saiyan with fury. After finally discovering a beautiful lady, it turned out she was already taken. Moreover, her boyfriend appeared to be rather feeble. Negative emotional points from Carter. 888. From. In an instant, the 6 ruffians bestowed upon Saiyan a considerable amount of negative emotional points. Jack mused. I intended to be the hero saving the damsel, yet she runs into another man's arms. What is this predicament? Negative emotional points from Jack. 555. However, as a champion of justice, Galactic Patrolman Jack resolved to teach these ruffians a valuable lesson. Do you still intend to lay hands on the girl? I shall not forgive you, Jack proclaimed with righteous indignation. With that, he removed his coat and laid it neatly on the ground. The 6 ruffians exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of whom to confront. The girl's boyfriend was already bothersome enough. Why must he be so handsome? Then, an oddly appearing fellow emerged, seeking trouble. Who is this guy? He seems rather peculiar. Let us take him down. The ruffians whispered among themselves, entirely dismissing Jack. I am the elite Galactic Patrolman Jack, devoted to maintaining peace across the galaxy. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Jack struck a pose he deemed cool. What is he talking about, Galactic Patrol? Tai Si pondered, slightly confused. Let him take the first shot. Saiyan chuckled. Indeed, Tai Si nodded obediently. Get lost, you little squirt. A long-haired youth kicked towards Jack. Bang. Jack retaliated fiercely, delivering a punch to the long-haired youth's abdomen. The youth let out a pained cry. Jack stepped forward, seizing the youth by his collar. His face darkened as he exclaimed, You dare use that mouth to call me short? I will make you regret it. As Jack unleashed a flurry of punches upon Long Mao, the latter's mouth was rendered unrecognizable. A resounding thud echoed as Jack delivered a powerful kick, sending Long Mao soaring through the air, only to crash heavily onto the ground. blood spewing from his mouth, rendering him unconscious. The surrounding henchmen stood frozen in shock, their expressions one of utter bewilderment as they gazed at Jack. I have shown restraint, so he should be alive, Jack remarked, hands on his hips with a disdainful snort. You all ought to reflect upon your manners and promptly apologize to that young lady. You scoundrel! Don't think you're so formidable. Infuriated, several of the thugs brandished their weapons and charged at Jack. Foolish mortals. Jack retaliated with a series of punches and kicks, swiftly leaving the thugs battered and bruised on the ground. One defiant thug, filled with resentment, picked up a handgun and fired at Jack. With a swift motion, Jack caught the bullet midair, leaving the thug utterly petrified. Approaching him, Jack discarded the bullet onto the ground and delivered a single punch that knocked the gunman unconscious. Jack then struck a pose he deemed quite impressive. The crowd erupted in applause. Even Ties joined in the clapping. So impressive, this masked individual. Ties exclaimed to Suya. I think he just caught a bullet. Is he also participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Perhaps, Suya replied with a slight smile. But is it possible that he isn't wearing a mask at all, and his face is simply like that? Really? Is that how his face looks? Quite peculiar. Ties pondered. Hey, what's going on? Raditz inquired, approaching with a drink in hand, curiosity etched on his face. Nothing to worry about, Suya chuckled. Raditz interjected. This can't be nothing. Look at all these people lying on the ground. Beautiful lady, no need to thank me. Jack grinned at Ties. It's simply what I ought to do. I haven't even said thank you yet. Ties covered her face. This guy looks really strange. Raditz scratched his head, sensing something off about Jack. Jack interjected. Have I revealed my identity so soon? Wait, you're not from Earth? Ties blinked in surprise. Could you be an alien? Indeed. No earthling could strike such a flamboyant pose, Jack replied, exasperated. Isn't that pose quite cool? Afterward, Ties leaned in for a closer look at Jack's face. So it really isn't a mask. Is this truly how your face looks? Of course. Isn't it handsome? Jack grinned. Ties fell silent. A brief pause ensued. The truly handsome one is Suya, you know? Tai pointed at the nearby Suya. Gake silently glanced over, his negative emotional value registering at 666. It seemed that this face was indeed more handsome than mine. But can good looks sustain one? Gake huffed, striking a pose he deemed exceptionally cool, proclaiming, Let it be known, I am not an ordinary alien. I am a chosen super elite, a guardian of galactic peace. Galactic Patrolman Gake. Regardless, I appreciate your timely assistance. And I shall treat you to a delightful meal, Tai smiled warmly. Now that is more like it. Gake nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Suya and Raditz, inquiring, What are your names? Suya and Raditz introduced themselves. As they made their way to enjoy some snacks, Raditz suddenly recalled something, scratching his head, and whispered to Suya, Galactic Patrolman? I have heard of this organization. It seems dedicated to maintaining peace in the cosmos, and we are considered adversaries. Should we eliminate him? Chapter 49, Gak. A terrifying Saiyan is coming to Earth. Raditz, what did I say before? Do not take lives so easily. Maintain a peaceful heart, admonished Soya. Well, I suppose this guy is fortunate, Raditz replied cheerfully. The four of them arrived at another stall and ordered some snacks. What about ice cream? Soya suddenly inquired. Oh, I forgot. I was intercepted by those ruffians on the way, Tai exclaimed, slapping her forehead. I'll go buy some now. There's no rush. Let's eat later. Soya waved his hand dismissively. All right. Tai nodded obediently, then curiously asked, By the way, Gak, are you here to conquer this world? Wasn't I clear enough just now? Gak's expression darkened as he crossed his arms and huffed. I am an elite patrolman dedicated to maintaining peace in the galaxy. How could I possibly come to conquer a world? Then what are you doing on Earth? Raditz inquired, looking up. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. Gak shot back with a glare. Raditz felt a surge of anger, trembling with rage, wishing he could swat Gak into oblivion. My spaceship accidentally malfunctioned and landed on this planet. Repairing it requires a substantial amount of money. I'm trying to find a way to earn it. Gak sighed, lamenting his predicament. A spaceship? Can I play with it? Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gak wiped the sweat from his brow. Is a spaceship something to play with? I aspire to be a science fiction writer, crafting thrilling and captivating adventure stories, Tai smiled. That's why I ran away from home to gather inspiration. I never expected to encounter aliens here. Little did she know. All three she encountered were extraterrestrial beings. Raditz chuckled and whispered to Soya, You talk too much. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Soya scolded him. Why so fierce? I merely spoke the truth. Negative emotion value from Raditz. 555. Do you dare complain? Soya glared. Raditz shivered. How did you know I was grumbling in my heart? No, no, how could I dare? Raditz frantically waved his hands, his expression shifting dramatically. This guy's battle power is 10,000. I can't afford to provoke him. One slap could turn me into a pancake. Unbeknownst to Raditz, Soya's battle power had already surged to nearly 15,000. Negative emotion value from Raditz. 666. The negative emotion value from Raditz continued to refresh incessantly. Soya secretly reveled in the situation, thinking that keeping this fellow around was indeed a wise choice. Actually, never mind, he decided to hold back his thoughts. You are quite dull. Can you not speak halfway? Hurry up and say it. Tai Si pouted in annoyance, casting a fierce glare at Jack. I absolutely detest those who speak half-heartedly. Hey, I am your savior. It is rather excessive of you to say that, Jack replied, his expression darkening. What are you talking about? Even if you didn't come, Soya would have saved me, Tai Si retorted, well aware of Soya's formidable abilities. After all, if one could soar through the skies, how could they not handle a few small ruffians? Just this pretty boy? Jack turned to scrutinize Soya earnestly. It is worth mentioning that, due to Soya and Raditz donning civilian attire, Jack failed to recognize them. After all, in appearance, Soya and Raditz bore little distinction from ordinary earthlings. Furthermore, their tails were coiled around their waists, resembling fluffy belts. Upon hearing Jack's words, Raditz shivered slightly. This galactic patrolman named Jack was in for a misfortune. How dare he refer to Soya as a pretty boy? Did he not realize he was a demon? He even dared to mock Frieza. Soya merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage. However, Jack suddenly felt that this fellow's smile was rather insidious. Who are you calling a pretty boy? Don't speak of appearances when you're wearing a mask yourself. Tai Si interjected, her displeasure evident with a huff. Jack. Negative emotional value from Jack. 666. Soya paused momentarily. Tai Si mentioned you. Why are you providing me with negative emotional value? I haven't said a word. I see. You must be envious of my handsomeness, Soya mused. You. What did you say? Am I that kind of person? Jack glared at Soya, having struck a nerve. Negative emotional value from Jack. 666. Soya felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, he had hit the mark. Is being handsome truly a crime now? Such words seem reminiscent of what a future Bulma once said. Perhaps this is fate. Jack, hurry up and finish what you were saying earlier. Tai Si urged. Do you truly wish to hear it? Jack rolled his eyes. It sounds as if it's something horrifying. Indeed, it is a matter of utmost terror. Jack's tone grew grave as he lowered his voice, addressing Soya and the others present. Keep this matter under wraps to avoid causing panic. Stop with the suspense. What is it? Tai Si demanded, exasperated. Why are you so verbose? Fine, I'll speak. Jack nodded. There are incredibly terrifying aliens that will descend upon Earth, intent on exterminating all of humanity. So, while you are still alive, indulge in delicious food and cherish the remaining time. What nonsense. Tai Si shook her head dismissively, huffing. Isn't this just a common trope in science fiction? Jack, this is not science fiction. It is the truth. Jack spoke with a grave tone, repeatedly emphasizing, I must inform you that a special race known as the Saiyans will be arriving on Earth. Raditz, brimming with excitement, pointed to himself. I am a Saiyan. Are you referring to me and Sonya? I have no intention of exterminating all humans, the young lad exclaimed. If you want to pick your nose, do it yourself. Why should I do it for you? I am a galactic patrolman, not your babysitter. Jack reprimanded him sharply. Raditz retorted. Sonya, may I eliminate him? He was visibly furious. What is your combat power? Sonya inquired. Just now, it was 5 times greater. It's almost been an hour. If I take another sip, perhaps it will increase further. Raditz paused for a moment and quickly took a sip from the divine battle water. Sonya gazed at Raditz, eager to observe this little test subject. Raditz scratched his head. Why do I feel as though you are looking at me like a cat gazing at a mouse? That expression is rather unsettling. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 555. Chapter 50. We are Saiyans, no more growth. Raditz expressed his frustration. Is 5 times my limit? It will be fine in the future, Soya reassured him. Are you suggesting that my multiplier can still be enhanced? Raditz exclaimed with excitement. You will eventually adapt to the fivefold increase in battle power. Saiyan patted Raditz on the shoulder. Tears streamed down Raditz's face. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 555. You are being incredibly unfair, he declared. Let me tell you, Saiyans are a truly formidable warrior race. Gak spoke mysteriously. My true purpose in coming here is to prevent the Saiyans from destroying Earth. However, I believe my arrival has already frightened them away. Is that so? Tais casually responded while taking a bite of pudding. What do you mean? Gak retorted. I am not deceiving you. Is your dismissive attitude not quite rude? He added, let me warn you. I am not afraid to frighten you. If a stronger Saiyan arrives, you better brace yourselves. Raditz, may I borrow your tail? Saiyan casually grabbed Raditz's tail. Raditz responded, don't you have a tail? Why do you need to borrow mine? Negative emotional value from Raditz. 666. Gak, look at this. Saiyan pointed at Raditz's tail with a smile. What is it? Gak blinked in surprise, glancing at Raditz's tail. It's just a tail. What's so interesting about it? That said, Gak instinctively grabbed Raditz's tail and gave it a gentle squeeze. With a loud thud, Raditz rolled over, completely limp on the ground. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 888. Saiyan, you have gone too far. You have directly handed my weakness to the Galactic Patrol. Are you trying to doom me? By the way, Gak, tomorrow there will be a martial arts tournament on a nearby island. Would you like to participate? Saiyan inquired with a smile. Gak was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you talking about the tail situation? And this child has already fallen. Don't you care at all? The martial arts tournament? Gak paused. It's a contest to see who is the greatest martial artist in the world, Tai explained on Saiyan's behalf, adding, Gak, you are quite formidable. Perhaps you could win the championship. Moreover, a significant prize awaits the victor. A prize? That sounds wonderful. All right, I shall go take a look. Gak nodded thoughtfully. Raditz interjected. You all are being unreasonable. Gak is still gripping my tail. I feel utterly drained, worse than the side effects of drinking Battle God water. The crucial issue is, this Galactic Patrol officer is truly excessive, squeezing my tail one moment and releasing it the next. This inconsistency is quite disconcerting. Raditz felt his energy fluctuating wildly, akin to the undulating motions of a roller coaster, leaving him in a daze. He had resolved that he must devise a plan to eliminate his adversary shortly. Saiyan had advised him to maintain a serene heart, but his patience was wearing thin. Hey, why aren't you getting up? Gak inquired with concern. Are you all right, little one? Let go. Raditz replied, his face darkened and appearing feeble. Huh, let go of what? What is wrong with you? Why do you look so grim? Gak was somewhat bewildered. I was referring to my tail. You are holding onto my tail. Raditz exclaimed angrily. You actually have a tail? Gak looked down at the appendage he was gripping, squeezing and releasing it in a manner he found quite amusing. Instinctively, Gak loosened his grip on Raditz's tail. In an instant, Raditz's combat power surged back to an impressive 3,500. Galactic officer, you were quite the entertainer just now. Raditz glared at Gak, seething with rage. Wait a moment. How do you even have a tail? Let me process this. Gak smacked his forehead, sensing something was amiss. Who said wait a moment? Why didn't you pause when you were clutching my tail? Raditz roared, charging menacingly toward Gak. Saiyan firmly pressed Raditz's head down. Raditz flailed about in place, akin to a toddler engaged in a squabble. He was on the verge of tears. Saiyan, you are being utterly unreasonable. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 555. Why you are. Gak suddenly realized something and jumped, creating a safe distance between himself, Saiyan, and Raditz. Indeed, we are the Saiyans you speak of. Saiyan replied with a smile, his tail coiling around his waist, half of it rising high before falling straight down, akin to giving Gak a thumbs up, only to turn it down in disdain. Raditz stood by, eyes wide in shock, utterly astonished. Your tail can fold at a 90-degree angle? How can I not do that? Raditz immediately attempted to manipulate his tail, but found it impossible to achieve the 90-degree fold without using his hands for assistance. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 666. Gak displayed an expression of sheer terror. Negative emotional value from Gak. 777. These two are Saiyans. Could it be a mere coincidence? I can't believe I've encountered Saiyans here. Wait, you, Saiyan, are you also extraterrestrial? Tai-Si suddenly realized, gazing at Saiyan in astonishment. Fool. Tai-Si, come here quickly. They are exceedingly dangerous. They are the fearsome Saiyans I mentioned. Gak urged, waving to Tai Si. What are you talking about? Tai Si had no intention of approaching. Instead, she scrutinized Soya from head to toe, muttering, I don't believe Soya is a bad person. What do you know? Gak retorted angrily. Do bad people have bad written all over their faces? Sighing deeply, Zoya expressed his frustration. It truly is overwhelming. Originally, Leitais and I merely intended to visit this planet, without any ulterior motives. However, now that the Galactic Patrol is aware of our presence, the only course of action left is, Mwahaha, let us eradicate all of humanity on this planet. Leitais exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, bursting into laughter. Zoya, you've been holding me back from killing, and I've nearly burst from the restraint over these past few hours. At last, you've come to your senses. As Leitais spoke, he prepared to unleash a devastating attack to obliterate the area. I currently possess a battle power of 3,500. After so much effort to elevate my strength, it would be rather unreasonable not to release a powerful move, wouldn't it? Hold it back. Did I permit you to act? Zoya's expression darkened. Leitais was taken aback, pondering. Can you comprehend the frustration of being forced to hold back mid-urination? His negative emotional value soared to 999. Why go through all that trouble? Zoya chuckled. Simply eliminate the Galactic Patrol members who know about this. You have a point. Leitais nodded earnestly. Gak, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep. Chapter 51. Raditz's new mission. Eating, sleeping, and battling Gak well. Galactic Patrolman, pray tell, how do you intend to meet your demise? Raditz clenched his fists, fury igniting in his gaze. To be frank, you have shown me a profound lack of respect, and I have long yearned to deliver you a sound thrashing. If my previous words have incited your ire, I sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook it. Gak quickly capitulated. If it were just this child, I believe I could manage him. However, the presence of this adult Saiyan complicates matters significantly. He appears quite formidable. No wonder Tai Si mentioned that Soya could assist her in vanquishing those ruffians. Isn't it trivial for a Saiyan like you to handle a few miscreants? My apologies. Soya, I was mistaken. Gak bowed deeply once more. Let us admit defeat first. He resolved to hastily repair the spaceship and establish contact with headquarters. Wasn't that Mel's fellow renowned as the foremost figure of the Galactic Patrol? Let Mel's come and apprehend this Saiyan named Soya. Given your amiable disposition, I shall relish in delivering you a thorough beating. Soya mused, gesturing to Raditz. Take it easy. Do not kill him. Gak interjected. Is that how you speak? You still want me to be beaten? Negative emotional value from Gak. 999. All right. Raditz exclaimed, eagerly advancing. Just so we're clear, do not strike my face. Gak cradled his head, adopting a posture of submission before Raditz's impending onslaught. Raditz wasted no time, unleashing a torrent of blows upon Gak. Be gentle, Soya reiterated, watching closely. Gak lamented. Thank you so much. You encourage him to hit me while insisting he be gentle. What on earth are you thinking? Negative emotional value from Gak. 999. Raditz reveled in his assault when suddenly, his body convulsed violently, as though he had been hollowed out. The side effects of the god water had officially manifested. Raditz exclaimed. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 666. Could the side effects not manifest at this moment? I am in the midst of a brawl. Gak protected his head, feeling the sting of Raditz's punches, each one painfully resonating. Yet, in the next instant, Gak noticed that the force behind Raditz's strikes had diminished significantly. Has this fellow had a change of heart? Hit harder. Have you not had your meal? So you admonished. Raditz responded. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 666. Tears streamed down Gak's face. You just instructed him to go easy on me. Why now tell him to hit harder? You are utterly capricious. Negative emotional value from Gak. 999. Nevertheless, it must be said, Raditz's blows were increasingly mild, akin to a mere tickle. You must have had a change of heart. Soya, is what Gak says true? Tai Si inquired, eyeing Soya with trepidation. Fear not. I am merely toying with him, Soya reassured. Soya lowered his voice and offered a grin. You startled me. Tai sighed in relief, patting his chest. All right, that should suffice. Soya called out to Raditz. Raditz weakly clapped his hands, dismounting from Gak, swaying slightly as he walked. The terrifying side effects. Unprecedented. Galactic Patrolman, shall I bestow upon you a new name? Soya smiled at Gak. What shall it be? Gak inquired respectfully, though indignation simmered within him. How could a dignified galactic patrolman be subjected to such humiliation? Just wait until I contact headquarters. I shall summon reinforcements to retaliate. From this moment forth, you shall be called Dodo, Soya chuckled. Dodo? Why that name? Tai asked, intrigued. Raditz, you have acquired a new task, Soya continued, addressing Raditz. Black fertilizer turns gray? Raditz reflexively responded. Indeed, well articulated. Soya nodded in satisfaction, adding, in addition to reciting that phrase, your responsibilities include eating, sleeping, and playing Dodo. Oh, so that's what it is. You should have mentioned it earlier. I am experienced in this task. Raditz's eyes sparkled with delight. Gak. Negative emotional value from Gak. 999. What a shameless fellow. Dodo. Have Raditz teach you that tongue twister. Only when you master it will you cease to be beaten. Soya instructed Gak. What tongue twister? Gak was taken aback. Raditz. Please recite it, Soya urged. Black fertilizer turns gray, gray fertilizer turns black. Black fertilizer turning gray will vaporize. Gray fertilizer vaporizing will turn black. Black fertilizer vaporizing to gray will result in blooming flowers. Gray fertilizer vaporizing to black will yield flying blossoms. Raditz struggled for quite some time before finally completing the phrase. Gak's face turned a shade of green. Is this even human speech? From Gak. For a moment, Gak's negative emotional value felt as though it might burst. Soya secretly reveled in the amusement. This was undoubtedly a source of combat power. Tomorrow, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, with a Sun Fist, one could only wonder how much negative emotional value could be harvested. By the way, should I establish a company on Earth? I would require numerous employees. Just before the end of the workday, I would announce overtime, then delay salaries mercilessly. Wouldn't that generate negative emotional value? TSK. Is that too shameless? Such a brazen act seems beyond my moral compass. Why would I want to open a company on Earth? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to establish one in the universe? Yet, I cannot allow the Frieza force to take over. Instead, I ought to manipulate them using Earth's capitalist tactics. This matter requires careful consideration. Currently, I am not a match for Frieza. I wonder how that scoundrel Vegeta is unbeknownst to him. Frieza had already consumed 70 sips of the divine battle water, and his combat power continued to multiply exponentially. Vegeta stood in stunned silence, while Nappa was so frightened he nearly lost control. Frieza was an utterly terrifying being, his strength having surged by 70 times, and yet he had not yet reached his limit. Could he not be so fearsome? However, it was foretold that his combat power would eventually diminish by 70-fold, though regrettably, that would take another hour. Frieza felt that he had truly reached the pinnacle of his existence at that moment. Moreover, the more he drank, the more he relished the divine battle water. Belibulu. Pour some of this battle water for analysis. Let us discover its composition. Frieza took another sip of the divine battle water and, suddenly inspired, issued a command to Belibulu. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. If you take it for analysis, they will undoubtedly uncover its components. At that point, I will be left utterly defenseless against Frieza's 70-fold combat power. What shall I do? What shall I do? Chapter 52. Frieza's battle power of 10 billion. Yes, Lord Frieza. Belibru immediately bowed and inquired, shall we study this divine water to see if we can replicate it? Indeed, Frieza nodded, adding that he wanted to create some similar beverages, as he found the taste of the battle divine water increasingly exhilarating. Very well, Lord Frieza. Belibru responded with a nod. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly, while Nappa turned pale with fright. You actually find the taste of battle divine water, which contains urine, to be delightful? I could easily make such a drink. Just mix a bit of urine with pure water, right? How long will it take to conduct this research? Frieza inquired. On the spaceship, we lack the necessary equipment. If we send it to the nearest planet and then conduct our research, it will take several hours at the very least, Belibru replied. That's acceptable, Frieza mused, feeling that he still had ample battle divine water at hand, and thus was not particularly anxious. Subsequently, Belibru retrieved a test tube. Frieza poured a small amount of battle divine water into it. Vegeta finally relaxed, his anxiety dissipating. Fortunately, you'll need several hours to conduct your research. By that time, you will already be in a weakened state. Frieza, enjoy your laughter while you can. A time will come for you to weep. Ultimately, Frieza's battle power surged an astonishing 80-fold before he ceased. After taking another 2 sips, Feeling little effect, he squinted at Vegeta. Does the absence of effect from these 2 sips imply that my power will not increase? Frieza queried. Vegeta swallowed hard, his youthful visage etched with resentment. Why is it that Frieza can amplify his battle power by 80 times, while I, Vegeta, can only manage 20? Why such a vast disparity? Indeed, your inquiry is moot if the battle divine water brings you no effect, Frieza dismissed, shifting his gaze to Nappa. You speak. Why yes, Lord Frieza. Nappa hurriedly replied with utmost reverence. 80 times battle power. Frieza's base power must be around 3 million, which means his total power exceeds 100 million. It's terrifying. 80 times. Has it reached its limit? Frieza mused, experiencing both joy and a twinge of disappointment. Calculating, my battle power should be 6 billion. Challenging Beerus seems feasible, does it not? Vegeta, you have done well and deserve commendation. Frieza cheerfully floated over and patted Vegeta on the head. Vegeta's face paled, nearly terrified to death. As for your rebellion against me. Frieza's gaze suddenly turned icy. Vegeta's complexion shifted through shades of blue and red, genuinely frightened. Considering your awareness of the situation and my good mood today, I shall spare your life. Frieza relished the sight of Vegeta's face contorted with fear. For Frieza, extinguishing Vegeta's life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. No, even without a doubling of combat power, Frieza can effortlessly crush Vegeta. At this moment, Frieza felt that all Super Saiyans were utterly insignificant. Even if a Super Saiyan were to emerge among the Saiyans, could they truly surpass me, Frieza? My combat power is infinitely close to 10 billion. I ask you, are you afraid? My ultimate goal is to defeat Beerus. Super Saiyan is of no consequence. Belibru, the environment of this planet is rather harsh, isn't it? Frieza glanced at Belibru. Lord Frieza, this is planet Wampa. Indeed, the conditions are severe, lacking even the most basic freshwater resources. Belibru nodded, explaining that the planet is perpetually shrouded in dust, with food being severely scarce. Then, Vegeta and Nappa, you two shall reflect upon your actions on this planet. Frieza smiled lightly and was the first to step onto the spaceship. It is worth mentioning that during the pursuit of Vegeta, Frieza reverted to his first form, as he was concerned that utilizing his fourth form, his true appearance, would waste unnecessary energy. After all, the God Water enhances the power of his ultimate form. Whoosh! Frieza's spaceship soared into the sky, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast cosmos. Watching Frieza's departing ship, Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Nappa, drenched in cold sweat, had yet to regain his composure. However, it was a relief that Frieza had finally left. The two lay on the ground for several minutes before gradually calming down. We've regained our lives. Nappa sighed heavily. How infuriating. That scoundrel Frieza can enhance his combat power by 80 times. Vegeta seethed, trembling with rage. Well, in an hour, his combat power will diminish by 80 times. Nappa smiled. Thus, we must set out after an hour and find him within a day to annihilate him. Vegeta clenched his fists, a glimmer of excitement in his expression. His weakened combat power had dwindled to a mere 37,000. Nappa calculated on the ground with a stone, providing the figure. Is that all that remains? Indeed, the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. Vegeta huffed, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he looked around. First, we must quickly devise a way to leave this planet. Let us see if we can repair the spaceship. Nappa nodded in agreement. The two entered the spaceship to inspect its power system. Although the power system had not been completely destroyed, the air generation device had been damaged. Nappa spoke solemnly. Even if we manage to take off, we cannot survive in the vastness of space. Also, they have taken the detectors. How infuriating. Vegeta grumbled, glancing around. A sudden gust of yellow sand swept across the planet, followed by a violent wind. Let us first survey this planet. Perhaps we can find something useful. Vegeta proposed that they act separately and reconvene here in half an hour. Without the use of a scouter, it would be easy to lose one's way. Nappa chuckled in disbelief, asserting that with a little thought, one should be able to remember the surroundings. Vegeta scoffed at the notion. The two exhibited no further hesitation as they soared off in opposite directions to explore the planet. Meanwhile, on Earth, at a nearby food stall. Isn't it better to enjoy some food together amicably? Must it always be about fighting and killing? Tais remarked, savoring her delicacies while addressing Soya and Raditz. Gak nodded vigorously in agreement, feeling that Tai's sentiments were entirely justified. The main reason is that I cannot defeat you both. If I could, my perspective would surely differ. Tai smiled and continued. By the way, Gak, are you planning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament tomorrow? Chapter 53. The Weakness of the Tail? I do not exist. Soya, will you participate? Gark paused, his chopsticks hovering cautiously as he glanced at Soya. I will participate, Soya affirmed with a nod. Then I shall abstain. Gark decisively declined. You were not saying that just a moment ago, Tai Si remarked, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow, boasting so boldly, yet now so intimidated by a Saiyan. By the way, what caused Raditz to suddenly drop to the ground? Tai Si inquired, puzzled. Raditz glared. What do you mean, suddenly dropped? What do you take me for? Nothing much. It's just that the tail is our weakness as Saiyans. If someone firmly grasps our tail, we become utterly powerless. Soya explained with a smile. Raditz felt a wave of despair wash over him. Soya, could you refrain from so easily disclosing our vulnerabilities? Negative emotional value from Raditz. 888. Upon hearing Soya's words, Gark's eyes sparkled with excitement. The tail is indeed a weakness of the Saiyans? I believe I have heard of this before. So, if I grasp the tails of both of them, I can subdue these Saiyans? Then I shall deliver them to the Galactic Prison. Lord Galactic King will surely reward me handsomely. Gark chuckled gleefully. Ha ha ha, what a fool Soya is, revealing such a weakness to me. But wait, could he be setting a trap? Would he genuinely be so benevolent as to share our vulnerabilities? Wait, the tail is your weakness? When we were at the hotel, I distinctly remember grabbing your tail, and you showed no reaction. Tai Si rubbed his head, perplexed. Who said I had no reaction? Soya rolled his eyes. Tai Si continued. The reaction you speak of? Is it some peculiar phenomenon? Something feels off. Since the tail is our weakness, why not overcome it? Soya grinned. Meaning, even if you were to grasp my tail, I wouldn't weaken, correct? Tai Si deduced, boldly stepping forward to tug on Soya's tail, playfully squeezing it in his hand. Soya. At that moment, Soya comprehended precisely why the tail was considered a weakness for Saiyans. Being grasped by the tail truly felt as if one was being held by their own tail, especially when a girl was the one doing the squeezing. Was this sensation really so peculiar? Hey, Soya, have you already conquered the weakness of your tail? Raditz asked, momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Of course, Soya nodded. Was I not clear enough before? If it is a weakness, why not overcome it sooner? When did you conquer this weakness? Raditz inquired, his mouth agape. I overcame it while on planet Vegeta, Soya replied candidly. Conquering the weakness of the tail had been achieved even before Soya's system was activated. Since one's combat ability cannot be enhanced, it is certainly feasible to overcome personal weaknesses, is it not? One cannot simply remain idle in the face of adversity. Even if one cannot augment their combat prowess, neglecting one's flaws is not an option. In fact, during this visit to Earth, Soya aimed to accumulate some negative emotional energy while also learning the ability to sense energy from Master Roshi or Karen. This skill, which allows one to perceive the intensity of another's energy without the aid of a detector, should not be overly difficult. It merely requires the grasp of a certain technique. Soya recalls that in the original narrative, Vegeta merely observed from the sidelines and had already mastered this ability upon leaving Earth. It strikes Soya that this skill might be akin to a combination lock. Once the correct code is deciphered, understanding follows effortlessly. Having satiated his hunger, Soya resolved to take a stroll. He rose, patted his belly, and gazed up at the sky, murmuring to himself, "Where shall I wander?" Observing Soya's intention to leave, Jack silently prayed, "Please hurry and go. Your presence here frightens me." Tai Si, could you recommend some enjoyable places? Soya inquired, turning to Tai Si. Enjoyable places. Tai Si pondered briefly before asking, "What kind of activities do you seek?" As a warrior of the Saiyan race, I relish the challenge of formidable opponents. Soya replied with a smile. Do you happen to know who among this planet's inhabitants possesses the greatest strength? Who possesses the greatest strength? Let me think. Tai Si said, wiping the perspiration from her brow as she fell into contemplation. Soya remained patient, allowing Tai Si the time to recall. Sure enough, after a moment, Tai Si's eyes sparkled with realization. I remember. I have heard of a Master Roshi, who is reputed to be the god of martial arts. He must be incredibly powerful. Tai Si exclaimed, snapping her fingers. Do you know where he is? Soya's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Tai Si replied, "Why are you so excited? I believe he is on a small island to the south, but I cannot be certain of his exact location." She gently shook her head. Jack rolled his eyes. "Tai Si, you are quite the scatterbrain. Are you trying to lead this Saiyan to his doom? That Master Rashi could hardly be a match for him." Soya contemplated for a moment before deciding to search for Master Rashi's whereabouts. "Soya, should we not retrieve the detector? That would surely facilitate locating him," Raditz suggested. "That won't be necessary. Once activated, our location would be revealed, and Frieza could very well come after us," Soya replied, shaking his head. "Indeed, you make a valid point. I wonder how Prince Vegeta is faring. Has he truly challenged Lord Frieza?" Raditz gazed skyward, contemplating the multitude of stars above. As he stared, Raditz increasingly sensed his own frailty, as if his strength were being sapped away. "How unfortunate. My combat power seems to have dwindled to merely 140. Nonetheless, a combat power of 140 should not pose too great a problem, as the combat data on this planet appears rather average. Though I find myself in a state of weakness, I still feel quite capable." "Let us depart," said Soya, preparing to soar into the sky. "Take me with you," Taiz exclaimed, growing anxious. "How can you just leave without me? I wish to join in the excitement as well." Taiz's negative emotional value surged to 555. Soya stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Taiz's waist, lifting her into the heavens. "Wow," Taiz gasped, her delicate form trembling lightly, sweat of anxiety beginning to bead on her skin. I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Jack felt an overwhelming joy and hastily waved goodbye. "Hurry along. You two demons. Just wait. Once I contact headquarters and summon reinforcements, I shall make you pay. Do you think you can treat me like a mere plaything? When that time comes, I too shall make you feel like one." Jack's negative emotional value reached 777. Chapter 54. Frieza. "Beerus, come out. Raditz, take him away." Soja commanded Raditz. "I had almost forgotten." Raditz swiftly advanced, seizing Gak and soaring into the sky. Gak. Negative emotional value of 666 from Gak. "How foolish of me. Why did I wave goodbye to them? Would it not have been better to slip away discreetly?" The vast starry sky, the boundless universe. Frieza's grin stretched from ear to ear. "Beerus, I have come to challenge you. My battle power is now nearing 10 billion. Tell me, are you afraid? Find him for me." A figure resembling a cat. Frieza instructed his artist to depict Beerus' image on the computer and disseminated it to all his Legion subordinates, urging them to scour the universe for Beerus' whereabouts. Within 10 minutes, a subordinate from the 3rd Legion sent a message reporting the sighting of the individual Frieza sought on a planet renowned for its cuisine. Frieza felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. "So soon? However, Lord Frieza, it seems that the cat-like individual you seek bears some discrepancies from the image." The subordinate's voice echoed through the communicator, reaching Frieza. "Oh, what do you mean?" Frieza blinked in surprise. "I secretly took a photo, and I will send it to you immediately," the subordinate replied. The photo was dispatched swiftly. In it, Beerus was voraciously devouring meat, relishing every bite. Alongside him was a blue-skinned girl, also indulging with grease dripping from her mouth, appearing thoroughly content. Frieza focused intently, momentarily stunned. "Is this truly Lord Beerus?" Belibulu murmured, perplexed. It must be, though Frieza was now uncertain. Why has he suddenly gained weight? The Beerus I remembered did not seem so corpulent, Belibulu pondered. "Humph. Is it not normal to gain weight after consuming such copious amounts of food?" Frieza scoffed, referring to the glutton. "When he came to my place, I prepared a feast for him. The issue is, I distinctly remember this person being male." Belibulu pointed to the woman beside Beerus, uncertainly remarking, "Why has he now transformed into a female? She is merely Beerus' servant, of no consequence." Frieza glanced at the blue-skinned woman in the photo, his expression one of disdain. Lord Frieza is correct. This individual always appeared androgynous. Has his gluttony merely accentuated his physique? Belibulu speculated. "That is a possibility." Frieza nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "How long will it take to reach that culinary planet?" "Fortunately, the distance is not great. We can arrive in under an hour." Belibulu checked the navigation and promptly provided the answer. "Excellent. Let us depart." With Frieza's command, they took off. Whoosh. Frieza's spaceship hurtled toward the direction of the gourmet planet at breakneck speed. Frieza was brimming with exhilaration. 10 billion, 10 billion. With my overwhelming combat power, I will surely crush that fool Beerus beneath my feet. From this day forth, I, Frieza, shall reign supreme in this universe without restraint. Approximately 50 minutes later, Frieza's vessel emerged within the gourmet planet's domain. Whoosh! Riding his hover pod, Frieza glided out of the ship, his triangular eyes gleaming with delight as they fixed upon the distant planet. Snap! In an instant, he transformed into his ultimate form. A torrent of immense energy erupted from his body. Combat power, 9.6 billion, trembled before me. At last, I, Frieza, shall ascend as the true emperor of the universe. No one shall ever control me again. With domineering arrogance, Frieza hovered at the planet's outer atmosphere, left hand on his hip, right finger pointed toward the celestial body, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Beerus, come forth. I, Frieza, challenge you." Yet, the moment his declaration echoed, his body convulsed violently. A wave of debilitating weakness surged through him, as if his very essence had been drained. Staggering midair, he nearly plummeted from the sky. Side effects had manifested. Frieza, stunned, his expression froze in bewilderment. What was happening? He steadied himself, sensing his energy plummeting 70 or 80-fold in an instant. Why? His mind raced at unprecedented speed. This is a farce. That combat god water must be defective. Could its power boost be temporary? No matter, I still have more. Without hesitation, Frieza retrieved the vial and took a swig. No effect. Another sip. Still nothing. Panicking, he gulped down several mouthfuls in succession. His combat power remained stagnant. His pupils constricted in horror. "Lord Frieza, your voice was too faint. Allow us to amplify it." Berry Blue smiled, gesturing to the 100-strong entourage behind her, all handpicked for their booming vocal prowess. "On my mark, 1, 2, 3, begin. Beerus, Lord Frieza challenges you. Show yourself, coward." The chorus of 100 voices thundered across the heavens, shaking the very clouds. "Frieza, why are you idiots shouting? I've been swindled. This is humiliating." Just moments ago, he had boldly declared his challenge, only to be crippled by weakness. Negative emotional energy from Frieza, 1000. Retreat. Frieza, with a scowl on his face, issued a terse command without a moment's hesitation, swiftly turning to return to the spaceship. Beerus wore a perplexed expression. What just happened? Why did Lord Frieza flee? Was he not supposed to challenge Lord Beerus? Was it merely a hollow proclamation? Was it truly necessary to retreat so far just to shout a slogan? Lord Frieza, your actions are indeed rather bewildering. However, Beerus dared not inquire further and led his subordinates back to the spacecraft. Whoosh! The spacecraft launched, leaving a trail of white flames behind as it hastily departed from the gourmet planet. Frieza's teeth ground together in fury. At that moment, he could no longer deny that he had been outmaneuvered by Saiyan and Vegeta. Issues he had previously overlooked now became glaringly clear. No wonder Chio-E met his demise. No wonder Dodoria was slain. It turned out that the divine water of combat, while it temporarily enhanced one's fighting power, would subsequently induce a phase of weakness. Saiyan and Vegeta must have seized upon this vulnerability to eliminate Chio-E and Dodoria. Chapter 55. Is someone seeking Beerus? Frieza's face turned as black as coal, his forehead bulging with veins, trembling with rage. The negative emotional value emanating from Frieza reached an astounding 1000. In mere seconds, he had inadvertently bestowed upon Saiyan a staggering 100,000 points of negative emotional energy. Since Saiyan had acquired the God Water of Battle, it was only natural that the negative energy would be attributed to him. Of course, if Vegeta could also receive negative emotional energy, he would likely garner a similar amount. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of Frieza's negative energy, Saiyan felt a bit dazed. "Frieza, how generous of you. Why are you providing me with such an abundance of negative energy? Could it be that Vegeta truly challenged Frieza? Such bravery." Saiyan was eager to ascertain the extent of Frieza's power increase, but alas, the scouter was currently unavailable. Later, perhaps, with a swift motion, Frieza crushed the God Water of Battle to smithereens, leaving it scattered across the ground. However, due to the resilience of the mineral water bottle, a small portion remained intact. Beerus was left dumbfounded. Why would you destroy such a valuable resource? What a waste. Should I perhaps indulge and savor a few drops? Beerus, check my current battle power. Frieza's ominous premonition only intensified, prompting him to revert to his first form. Your battle power is astonishing. Even in this form, it stands at 530,000. The current scouter cannot withstand such a high energy reading. Belibulu replied respectfully. Just do as I commanded. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Frieza barked. Yes. Belibulu pressed the button on the scouter. Upon witnessing Frieza's battle power reading, he was immediately taken aback. How much? Frieza inquired, his expression darkening. 6,625. Belibulu's lips twitched uncontrollably. How could your battle power have diminished to such an extent? What has transpired? Realization dawned upon him. The god water of battle was flawed. Had Frieza been deceived by that scoundrel, Vegeta? 6625 multiplied by 80. Do the calculations and see if it equals 530,000. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, trembling with fury. Belibulu hastily retrieved a calculator, nodding vigorously as he computed. Frieza? So it is true. His expression grew increasingly grim, his anger boiling over. Are you implying that the increase in battle power corresponds to a decrease in another aspect? Belibulu's comprehension was commendable. Immediately proceed to the planet where Vegeta resides. I shall personally eliminate him. Frieza's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Yet, he wondered, had Beerus overheard his earlier challenge? Belibulu murmured softly. Frieza's complexion paled, his body trembling violently, a sense of dread engulfing him. Can we not engage in such antics? Just as I was about to challenge Beerus, my combat power vanished. Upon witnessing Frieza's expression, Belibulu hastily covered her mouth, fearing to utter another word. What a stroke of misfortune. Lord Frieza seems to be in quite the tragic predicament. This is dire. Should Lord Beerus become aware, I fear that Frieza will meet a rhythmical demise. Frieza glanced at the remaining drops of combat divine water and suddenly devised a plan. He instructed Belibulu to gather the water on the ground and place it in a new container. Belibulu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Lord Frieza intends to use this divine water to ensnare Lord Beerus? If Beerus were to pursue us, you know what to do, right? Frieza gazed at Belibulu with a sly smile. Belibulu nodded vigorously, indicating her understanding. At present, the duration of the divine water's weakening phase remains unknown. I must seek out that monkey, Vegeta, for clarification. Frieza gritted his teeth, his anger simmering, and promptly set course for planet Wampa. Whoosh! Frieza's spaceship hurtled towards the direction of planet Wampa. A silence enveloped the spacecraft. However, on another note, Lord Frieza, we are quite distant from planet Vegeta now. According to our agreement to return in a month's time to annihilate that planet, will we still make it? Belibulu glanced at the schedule, steeling herself to inquire. It is the duty of Frieza's loyal subordinate to voice such concerns. One must speak up, lest delays incur Frieza's wrath, which would be challenging to justify. First, we shall capture Vegeta, and then we can delay the destruction of planet Vegeta by a month or two without consequence. Frieza replied with a dark expression. It appears that Vegeta has indeed consumed the divine water, raising his combat power to an astonishing 300,000. Belibulu speculated that Mr. Chio must have consumed it as well, resulting in his subsequent demise during the weakening phase. That little monkey, I shall not spare him. Frieza seethed with frustration. Although Lord Frieza's combat power has diminished by 80 times, his true combat strength still stands at 1.5 million, more than sufficient to deal with Vegeta. Belibulu flashed a reassuring smile, offering comfort. Frieza's countenance darkened further. 120 million in combat power, and now reduced to a mere 1.5 million. What a calamity! I can only wonder how long this weakening phase will last. To be safe, Frieza transformed into his final form. As his first form's combat power was far too low, incapable even of defeating Zarbon, the thought of being swiftly eliminated was too perilous to contemplate. Meanwhile, on the gourmet planet, the god of destruction Kampa and Angel Vados of the Sixth Universe were indulging in exquisite cuisine. With Beerus fast asleep, they reveled in the culinary delights of his universe, a truly splendid experience. Kampa beamed brightly, devouring meat with abandon. Ah, who would disagree? It feels akin to feasting without restraint. Bardoss smiled sweetly, as enchanting as a blue rose. The two were savoring the exquisite delicacies of the place when, suddenly, a voice pierced through the atmosphere, echoing from the distant cosmos. Beerus, Lord Frieza has come to challenge you. Hurry and show yourself. Zyampa paused momentarily, while Bardoss immediately raised her gaze to the heavens. They exchanged a glance, momentarily bewildered. Did I just hear someone calling for Beerus? Did you hear that, Bardos? Zyampa inquired. Indeed, it seems someone is searching for Lord Beerus, Bardos replied, gesturing with her staff towards a nearby minion of Frieza, who had been surreptitiously taking their picture moments ago. Zyampa turned to glance at the Frieza minion and waved him over. The minion, undeterred, strode confidently towards them. Is this cat person the one Lord Frieza is seeking? Lord Frieza is coming personally to deal with him. The message has been delivered. This means Lord Frieza has arrived. What is it? The Frieza minion asked arrogantly. His nostrils flared in disdain. Chapter 56. Kampa, Destruction. Did you just secretly take a photo of us? Kampa glared at Frieza's subordinate with a stern expression. So what if I did? The subordinate scoffed, displaying a demeanor of disdain. Who gave you the authority to do that? Kampa narrowed his eyes slightly. This fellow has quite the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. It was Lord Frieza who instructed me to do so. Do you have any objections? The subordinate replied smugly. Frieza? Who is that? Kampa turned to inquire of Beerus. Without delay, Beerus utilized the crystal ball atop his staff to investigate information regarding Frieza. In a mere 10 seconds, extensive details about Frieza were revealed. Frieza is known as the Emperor of the Universe in the 7th universe. Lord Beerus had asked him to assist in the destruction of planets before he fell asleep. Just moments ago, Frieza was vociferously challenging Lord Beerus from the outer atmosphere of this planet, seemingly fearful that we might not hear him, and even summoned 100 subordinates to join in the cry. Beerus smiled, but curiously, after shouting, he fled. Wait a moment. Isn't Beerus supposed to be asleep? Why is he shouting at me? Kampa was somewhat taken aback. Oh dear, it seems Frieza must have mistaken Lord Kampa for Lord Beerus, considering you are brothers, after all. Beerus chuckled. Perhaps in Frieza's eyes, Lord Beerus has grown corpulent due to his excessive gluttony. Kampa's feline visage darkened instantly. This Frieza character has the audacity to confuse me for Beerus. How can I tolerate this? I am so handsome. Why would I be associated with that gluttonous Beerus? Kampa huffed, his frustration rising. Well, to be fair, if Lord Kampa were to successfully lose weight, he might indeed resemble Lord Beerus. Beerus remarked with a grin. Beerus, do not laugh. Kampa shouted angrily, hands on his hips. The subordinate stood by, utterly baffled. According to the data, shouldn't these two be referred to as Beerus and Whis? Why do their names not match? Why do I hear them addressing each other as Kampa and Beerus? Let us eat a little more, and then we shall deal with this Frieza character. Kampa declared indignantly. Very well, Lord Kampa. Beerus nodded slightly. Hey, you two. Do you even realize what you are saying? It's utterly ridiculous. You claim you will confront Lord Frieza? You should take a look at your own standing. The subordinate was so amused he rolled his eyes repeatedly, expressing disdain towards Kampa. Destruction. Kampa waved his hand lightly, and a wave of destructive energy enveloped Frieza's subordinate in an instant. The subordinate was obliterated, vanishing without a trace. To be precise, this subordinate was completely erased. Those destroyed by the god of destruction have no right to even enter the afterlife. Their souls are instantaneously obliterated. In the Dragon Ball universe, once a person dies, their soul is meant to report to the afterlife. If the god of destruction were to wreak havoc, the soul would be unable to escape in time, leading to true demise. Such a death is beyond even the dragon goddess' power to resurrect. Even angels are incapable of reviving soulless humans, unless one resorts to the cycle of time to restore them. The revival of soulless humans is a feat only achievable by the dragon of the gods. Continue to eat, said Xiangpa, beckoning to Beerus. Let that fellow spaceship fly for a while. The guests nearby trembled in fear, overwhelmed by the terror of the enormous feline creature. On Earth, Soya and his companions were soaring towards a small island in the southern region. Beneath them sprawled an endless expanse of ocean. You fly so swiftly. You've almost caught up with the sun. It's already daytime here. Taisi remarked in awe. Raditz and Gak have been left far behind. Shall we continue flying south? Soya inquired of Taisi. I'm not sure. I don't really know, Taisi replied, shaking her head gently. Let us ask someone, Soya suggested. But we're in the ocean. I don't see anyone. Taisi responded, exasperated. You can't just ask someone if there's no one to ask. Look, there's someone swimming over there. Let us go check it out. Soya pointed towards the distant horizon. Really? Your eyesight is remarkable. I can't see anything. Taisi squinted, trying to focus. Meanwhile, Raditz was hastily dragging Gak along. Aren't you a galactic patrolman? Can't you fly? Raditz grumbled, feeling increasingly distant from Soya. Don't leave me behind. I feel so weak. Gak thought to himself, sensing that this galactic patrolman might be stronger than him. With only a short-range flying device beneath him, he contemplated the idea of taking down Raditz while Soya was absent, then hiding immediately after. No. My spaceship isn't repaired yet, and my communication device is broken. From their words, it seems they still have a tracker. They could quickly locate me with that. I won't deal with this Saiyan named Raditz just yet. I should keep a low profile, Gak reasoned. As of now, it appeared that neither of the Saiyans had murderous intent. Perhaps they were genuinely here for a vacation. Gak's mind raced with thoughts. Soya wrapped his arm around Tai Si's slender waist, swiftly appearing above the beautiful girl who was swimming. She gazed up in astonishment, her eyes wide as she beheld Soya and Tai Si suspended in the air. Hello, beautiful lady. Are you enjoying your swim? Soya greeted her with a smile. Soya, do you think she is in trouble? Tai Si whispered, speculating. Just look at how happily she swims. How could she be in trouble? Soya shook his head. Indeed. She does seem quite joyful. Tai's nodded thoughtfully, a hint of perplexity crossing her features as she surveyed her surroundings. But this area was devoid of any islands. Would she be in danger? Hello, is something amiss? The beautiful girl spoke, her voice melodious and gentle. Do you know the location of the island where teacher Wu Tian resides? Suya inquired. It seems to be in that direction, the girl indicated with a graceful gesture. Thank you. Suya expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. The girl flashed a charming smile, her exquisite tail shimmering as she playfully winked at Suya before plunging into the ocean, her tail swaying elegantly as she vanished from sight. Chapter 57. The Enchanting Mermaid. A mermaid. Tai Si was taken aback, her mouth agape, struggling to regain her composure. It was her first encounter with such a stunning mermaid. Suaya exclaimed in awe. Do you think she would be delicious? Steamed or braised? Tai Si responded. Is it appropriate for you to say such things? Such a beautiful mermaid, and you actually want to eat her. Are you a demon? I've made up my mind. I will catch her. Suaya grinned, recalling how the mermaid had winked at her as she departed. She surely wished to engage in a game of hide-and-seek. No. You can't eat a mermaid. Tai Si managed a dry smile. That mermaid wasn't signaling you to play hide-and-seek, was she? Your comprehension is truly unparalleled. How can we know if we can eat her unless we try? Suaya beamed even brighter, then asked Tai Si, will you be all right waiting over there for a bit? Pointing to the sky, she continued. Tai Si was momentarily bewildered, not fully grasping the meaning of waiting over there. Was she suggesting they venture into the sea together to capture the mermaid? Suaya inquired again. I think I'll just wait over there, Tai Si replied. All right. I shall return shortly. With that, Suaya effortlessly tossed Tai Si high into the air. Splash. In the next moment, Suaya dove headfirst into the depths of the sea. Tai Si exclaimed, You meant for me to wait over there by throwing me into the sky. She was instantly filled with terror, her screams echoing. Negative emotional value from Tai Si, 666. Tai Si's negative emotional value soared. Don't leave me behind. I am indeed flying upwards. What if I fall back down? Although the sea is below, at this height, I will surely perish. Suaya, I detest you. Suaya plunged into the ocean's depths, swiftly pursuing the mermaid, and seized her tail. The mermaid turned in surprise. How could this flying individual catch up to her? Negative emotional value from Bubble, 666. I've got you now. It's your turn to catch me. Suaya greeted her with a smile. The mermaid, Bubble, remained speechless, unfazed. Suaya wrapped her arms around Bubble's waist and soared above the waves, ascending into the sky. Soon after, she nonchalantly caught the plummeting Tai Si. Tai Si, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, felt utterly terrified. That was truly frightening. She really is a mermaid. Tai Si scrutinized Bubble closely, continuously marveling at her beauty. Let me go? You're hurting me. Bubble cried out in a delicate voice. I have never encountered a mermaid before. I shall release you once I have thoroughly examined your physique. Suaya grinned, wearing a mischievous expression. Bubble replied. Negative emotional value from Bubble, 777. You intend to study my body? How shameless. I am unlike you humans. We are incapable of merging. Bubbles blushed and hurriedly responded. The merging she referred to likely indicated the most primal form of communication between men and women. Tai Si, standing nearby, explained with utmost seriousness. Suaya, could you refrain from speaking? With your remarks, I am at a loss for words. Suaya immediately glanced towards the mermaid's tail. Upon inspection, the connection between the tail and body was indeed unlike that of a typical woman. It appeared remarkably smooth. Do mermaids lack buttocks? Suaya inquired out of curiosity. Taisi covered her face. You truly have a knack for asking the most unexpected questions. How do you urinate then? Suaya suddenly became intrigued. Suaya, is it possible for you to refrain from being so blunt? Taisi was at a loss for how to respond. After all, she was a beautiful mermaid. At the very least a young lady. Is it appropriate to ask such things? Bubbles wore a dark expression, speechless. This human is utterly shameless. I even guided you. Is this how you repay me? I shall not tell you. Bubbles retorted, her anger palpable. From Bubbles, negative emotional value. 555. Do you defecate? Suaya probed further. Having heard that beautiful girls do not, and unsure of its veracity. While speaking, Suaya glanced back at Taisi. Taisi, your words are even more direct than before. Could you not be so excessive? Why, are you looking at me? No. Taisi's face darkened. Suaya looked at the mermaid again. No. Bubbles was left speechless. Could you please refrain from such inquiries? From Bubbles, negative emotional value. 666. Indeed. They likely do not. Suaya nodded with delight. Taisi and the mermaid exchanged glances. You cannot truly believe that, can you? By the way, open your mouth. Suaya instructed the mermaid. Bubbles. The mermaid displayed a look of utter bewilderment. Absolutely not. The mermaid pouted in defiance. You certainly have no intention of behaving well. I once watched a short video where a person caught a fish and, taking advantage of the moment the fish opened its mouth, spat into it. How shameless. Taisi shot a glare at Suaya and huffed. Do not engage in such disgraceful actions. Suaya. Bubbles. Bubbles' eyes widened in shock, her fair face turning pale. Is this truly something a person would do? Spitting into a fish's mouth? Suaya, are you asking me to open my mouth for such an act? Can you not be so shameless? From Bubbles, negative emotional value. 999. Suaya's expression darkened. Am I such a person? Moreover, mermaids are not fish, are they? Taisi pondered. They should belong to humanity, correct? Yes, I am human, not a fish. You must not subject me to such outrageous acts. In a moment of urgency, Bubble hastily responded. Look, she is still a girl. Tais continued. So you think. Why do I feel a hint of mischief from you? Soya interjected. Oh dear. Just as Tais prepared to elaborate, Soya inadvertently loosened his grip. With a piercing scream, Tais plummeted downward at a free-fall speed. Help! She cried out loudly. At this height, which was at least 300 meters above sea level, a plunge into the ocean would surely be fatal. Whoosh! Soya swiftly descended, catching Tais in his arms once more. Ah, my apologies, I slipped. He chuckled sheepishly. Tais retorted, you clearly did that on purpose. Can't you see I'm not oblivious? I merely spoke a bit more than usual. Humph. A frown adorned Tais's face, as her negative emotional value surged to 666. In that instant, her negativity continued to refresh incessantly. When I first met you, I thought you were rather handsome and quite amiable. Who would have imagined you could be so shameless? Chapter 58. The Island of Master Rashi, open your mouth. Soya instructed the mermaid once more. Bubbles, terrified, turned pale, shaking her head vigorously while biting her lip, her body trembling incessantly. Fear not. I shall not spit into your mouth, Soya expressed with exasperation. The atmosphere had truly been distorted by Taisi. I ought to toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Really? The mermaid still harbored doubts, her large, luminous eyes glistening with an innocent, pitiful gaze. Indeed. Soya affirmed with a nod. Taisi was about to speak when Soya slightly relaxed his grip, only to promptly catch her again. Taisi was genuinely frightened, rendered speechless. No wonder Jace claims that you Saiyans are not benevolent. I even treated you to delicious food. Can you not be so heartless? Taisi's negative emotional value surged to 555. Ultimately, the mermaid obediently opened her mouth, her expression wary as she gazed at Soya. Soya leaned closer to inspect the inside of the mermaid's mouth. Bubbles, you cannot be serious about doing that. Just as Bubbles thought this, Soya suddenly pinched the mermaid's tongue. The mermaid gasped, instinctively retracting her tongue. Soya carefully examined, scratching his head and murmuring, I heard that mermaids have barbs on their tongues. Why does it feel absent? Bubbles. Bubbles was left speechless. So you had me open my mouth merely to inspect my tongue? What kind of peculiar obsession is that? You could simply ask me, and I would provide the answer. Taisi discreetly wiped away her sweat. Soya, is your sole purpose to check her tongue now that the mermaid has opened her mouth? Could it be that aliens are uninterested in women? Or perhaps this alien resembles a man, but is not one at all. There is a strong possibility. Taisi's gaze gradually fell, and with an unexpected surge of courage, she suddenly grasped something fiercely. Soya. Soya's face darkened instantly. Bulma's sister, what are you doing? Ah. Taisi hastily released her grip. Her face flushed with embarrassment. This is perfectly normal. However, what was the meaning of your earlier actions? The mermaid had already opened her mouth. Taisi, if you continue this nonsense, do you believe I will leave you here to feed the fish? Soya warned with a stern expression. I do not eat humans. Bubbles quickly waved her hands, attempting to clarify. Soya. Taisi. After all this discussion, you are still a fish. Not a human. Taisi wiped her brow. Suddenly, I craved fish. Soya smacked his lips. I am human, not a fish. Bubbles, agitated, hastily corrected herself. I am not tasty. Not at all. Her negative emotional value soared to 555. Soya, why did you need to check her tongue? Taisi suddenly recalled the earlier scene and couldn't help but ask. And nothing. Soya's expression was one of guilt, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Taisi silently scrutinized him. I can't shake the feeling that you're contemplating something rather peculiar, she remarked. Look, there's a small island ahead. Could it possibly be the residence of Master Wutian? Eager to divert the conversation, Soya pointed towards the island that had come into view. Indeed. Bubble nodded in agreement. Soya quickened his pace, swiftly bringing Taisi and Bubble to rest upon the island of Master Rashi. Upon landing, Soya noticed a large sea turtle making its way towards him, appearing as if it had something to say. A sea turtle? What a gigantic creature! Taisi exclaimed in astonishment. Go! Soya exclaimed, seizing the turtle's shell and tossing it effortlessly into the air. The sea turtle's mind raced with a flurry of indignation. Who is this kid? What have I done to deserve this? Am I to be treated like a dart? The negative emotional value from the turtle soared to 999. Soya inwardly reveled in delight. This is undoubtedly a source of formidable power. Tomorrow, I must accumulate a total of 10 million points in negative emotional value. 1,000 consecutive draws would be nothing short of exhilarating. His gaze shifted towards the room. Eek, eek, ah. Suddenly, peculiar sounds emanated from within. Soya was momentarily speechless. Taisi's cheeks turned crimson. Bubble, intrigued, couldn't help but inquire, what on earth is happening in there? That girl's cries sound so tragic. Hold your tongue for now. Taisi hurriedly covered Bubble's mouth. Soya felt a myriad of emotions. Only Master Rashi would indulge in such eccentric activities in broad daylight. Hey, whoever's inside, come out. Soya called out loudly. Yet, there was no response. Instead, the strange sounds from the girl intensified. Soya was genuinely at a loss. Is this some sort of T-rated video? Watching so intently during the day, just as he contemplated entering to drag Master Rashi out, a whoosh interrupted him. Raditz, accompanied by Gak, soared in from the distance, landing swiftly on Master Rashi's island. Soya, you're flying too fast. Can you wait for me? Raditz panted. Only then did he notice the striking girl beside Soya. Oh, a mermaid. How fascinating. This is my first encounter with such an odd creature. Bubble interjected. Who are you calling a creature? I'm a mermaid. Gak silently observed, saying nothing. Raditz, your timing is impeccable. Go inside and fetch that old man, Soya commanded. Understood. Raditz replied eagerly, cracking his knuckles. What if he refuses to come out? Can I give him a good thrashing? Ever since arriving on Earth, I've been itching for a fight. Hitting Gak is hardly satisfying. Gak retorted, is that polite of you? Go on, go on. Soya nodded in agreement. Raditz was suddenly elated, exuberantly rushing into the room. Upon entering, he immediately spotted an elderly man with a white beard, hunched over in front of the television. The old man had a turtle shell on his back. The program on the screen appeared rather peculiar. Intrigued, Raditz leaned closer to watch attentively. Why was the woman wailing so sorrowfully? Raditz scratched his head, puzzled by the man's apparent struggle. Silence. Master Rashi scolded, saliva dribbling down his chin. Raditz retorted. What is so interesting about this? He glared and approached, playfully tapping Master Rashi on the head. Hey, Soya wants you to leave. Hurry up, or I'll give you a thrashing. Not going out. Master Rashi firmly refused. This is the most captivating television program I've ever stumbled upon. Just because you tell me to leave, I won't. Absolutely not. Are you really not going to leave? Raditz was overjoyed. Perfect, I've been itching for some fun. Chapter 59, You Wish to Steal My Fish. Silence. The turtle hermit's face darkened as he swiftly turned to glance at Raditz, only to immediately redirect his gaze back to the television. The appearance of Raditz was momentarily disregarded by the turtle hermit. How could anyone compare to a lovely lady? Especially with such a melodious voice, it was simply enchanting. I yearn to experience it myself. You said it. If you don't come out, I will beat you. Raditz exclaimed joyfully, seizing the turtle hermit's shell and executing a powerful throw. Ow! The turtle hermit let out a pained cry, nearly straining his old back from the impact. Bang! 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 Outside, Sonia heard a series of loud crashes emanating from the room. A minute later, Raditz and the turtle hermit emerged, both bruised and battered. Raditz's current battle power stood at 170, while the turtle hermit's was at 169. The difference in their powers was minimal. Yet the turtle hermit's combat skills far surpassed those of Raditz. In theory, the turtle hermit should have easily overpowered Raditz. However, he had been distracted by bizarre thoughts during their skirmish, which rendered him out of sorts, leading to his unfortunate defeat. Who are you, kid? The turtle hermit glared at Raditz, his face dark as coal, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. How could this child be so formidable? He was nearly my equal. Infuriating. Raditz winced in pain. What a tragedy. If I were at my peak, I could have knocked you to the ground. I am currently in a weakened state. Quite the little powerhouse you are. Truly impressive. The turtle hermit rubbed his aching back, and, upon reaching the threshold, his aged eyes immediately fell upon Tais and the mermaid. Wide with astonishment, where did these two stunning beauties come from? The turtle hermit was instantly intrigued and hurriedly approached them, greeting them courteously. Hello, lovely ladies. Welcome to my humble island. Don't speak. This old man is not quite right. Tais quickly pulled Bubble behind Sonia. Bubble looked utterly perplexed. Is this old man not normal? Are you Master Rashi? Sonia inquired with a smile. Who are you? The turtle hermit, hearing the voice, finally noticed Sonia, looking up in confusion. I've heard you are the strongest person on this planet. I have come to seek your guidance. Sonia replied with a mischievous grin. Raditz swallowed hard, a wave of excitement washing over him. I sense this old man's battle power is only around 170. You, a Saiyan with a battle power exceeding 10,000. Wish to challenge this old man? TSK, this elder is in for a tough time. The turtle hermit, too, perked up, focusing intently on Sonia. Yes, I have come to learn from you, Sonia smiled. Raditz, can you not speak so breathlessly? The negative emotional energy from Raditz registered at 666. So, are these two beauties a gift you brought for me? The turtle sage rubbed his hands together, excitement causing bubbles to emerge from his nose. He had just been watching a bizarre television program when someone unexpectedly delivered a gift. What a splendid day it was. But then, a sharp pain shot through him. Who was this little brat? Such a ruthless strike. My back. I wonder if I can still move? The two girls. Suya paused, glancing back at the irate Tais and the bewildered mermaid Bubble. Yes, indeed. The turtle sage nodded enthusiastically, like a tiny electric motor. You truly understand me. You must be dreaming. Suya scowled, casting a disdainful eye at the turtle sage. The sage lamented, negative emotional value from the turtle sage, 777. So, it wasn't meant for me. Then why did you bring them here? To flaunt them before me? This guy is utterly shameless. The turtle sage gazed longingly at Tais and Bubble, a pang of regret in his heart, before fixing his gaze on the mermaid Bubble. Oh, isn't that a mermaid? You could very well give her to me. Still daring to look? Suya glared and charged forward, landing two decisive punches squarely on the turtle sage's eyes. Ouch! His eyes instantly resembled those of a panda. To steal my woman is one thing, but to covet my fish too. Suya seized the turtle sage's shell and hurled him into the air with great force. Whoosh! The turtle sage soared skyward, piercing through the clouds, reaching nearly 10,000 meters in height. Negative emotional value from the turtle sage, 999. At that moment, the turtle sage's negative emotional value kept refreshing. I must still be in that bizarre state. How could there be such a formidable person in this world? Tais remarked, to steal your woman is one thing. But to covet your fish? Your words seem awry. Are your women less important than your fish? Negative emotional value from ties. 666. Bubble trembled slightly. You ultimately wished to consume me. Negative emotional value from Bubble. 555. What to do? What to do? Can you refrain from eating me? I'm not delicious. Suya secretly reveled in delight. Jack, with a grim expression, trembled in fear, gazing at Suya as though he were a demon. How ferocious. I must not look at those two women. Otherwise, I too might be thrown into the sky. That old man nearly flew out of the atmosphere. It's terrifying. Raditz chuckled, wearing an expression of absolute conviction. With your high combat power, isn't it quite normal to throw that old man so high? After a full minute, the turtle sage finally plummeted from the sky. Suya raised a hand gently to catch the falling sage. Bang! The turtle sage crashed heavily onto the small island, leaving a large human-shaped crater in the ground. The entire island trembled violently, nearly sinking into the sea. Oops! I miscalculated a step and missed catching him. Soa scratched his head sheepishly, his face painted with apology. Gaku, standing nearby, shivered in fright. Miscalculation? You clearly had no intention of catching him. Poor old man. Tights and Bubbles stiffened, their fair faces paling, momentarily at a loss for words. This must have hurt. The turtle hermit crawled out of the massive crater in disarray, feeling utterly wretched. Negative emotional value from the turtle hermit. 999. Let's go, Soa declared, promptly wrapping his arms around Tights and Bubbles before soaring into the sky. Raditz? Gaku. The onlookers wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Wait, did you come all this way just to beat up this old man? What grudge? What resentment? Traveling miles to pummel him once and then leave? Whoosh. True to his word, Soa vanished swiftly into the distance. Raditz. Raditz hastily grabbed Gaku and gave chase. Hold on, you're seriously leaving just like that? Chapter 60. Paragus. Has the king sent you to slay me? What on earth is his purpose? Gak found himself perplexed, prompting him to curiously inquire of Raditz. Perhaps he deemed this old man too feeble, thus seeking to challenge someone of superior caliber. Raditz scratched his head and tilted his chin in speculation. What a jest. How could anyone on this planet possibly match his prowess? Gak's lips twitched, his expression shifting dramatically. Are you suggesting there are formidable fighters among your galactic patrol? Raditz regarded him with disdain. Of course there are. Let me go, and I shall fetch them for you. Gak's mind stirred, suddenly considering that this youthful brat could be manipulated. You must be dreaming. Raditz scoffed, mimicking a remark made earlier by Soya. Gak clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in silence. I must find a way to contact headquarters swiftly. I need that fellow Mel's to bring reinforcements to fix you all. Soya forged ahead, wielding a ties in his left hand and a mermaid bubble in his right, initially contemplating learning the technique of sensing energy from Master Rashi. However, the old man's condition seemed rather poor, so perhaps it would be better to learn from someone else. Master Karen should possess this skill as well, and he has an ample supply of senzu beans. Wouldn't it be delightful to seize all the senzu beans from Master Karen in one fell swoop? Moreover, Soya suddenly recalled something of great significance. Raditz, having consumed the combat god water, was currently in a weakened state. What would happen if he were to ingest a senzu bean? Would it restore him to the enhanced state granted by the combat god water, or revert him to his normal condition? Soya felt a surge of anticipation. If the senzu bean could return him to normal, it would be a splendid option, at least eliminating the period of weakness. Ties, do you prefer steamed or braised fish? Soya deliberately emphasized the word fish. The bubble trembled in fear, her face paling. You truly wish to consume me? I'm really not tasty. The bubble pouted, exuding an aura of pitifulness. Negative emotional value from the bubble. 555. This is troubling. She appears human after all, though I do have a penchant for fish. Ties scrutinized the bubble from head to tail, her gaze lingering on the fin for several moments, lost in thought. Bubble, is this your idea of politeness? What do you mean by staring at my tail? Lastly, allow me to address one question. I might consider allowing you to return to the sea. Soya smiled. You wish to inquire whether there are more powerful beings in this world, correct? The bubble spoke rapidly, her survival instincts kicking in as she swiftly grasped Soya's intent. Soya reflected deeply. Indeed, the potential of individuals is boundless. Look at her. She's so frightened that she's learned to answer quickly. That martial arts teacher, Wu Tian, is indeed a formidable figure in this world. However, I have heard whispers of someone even stronger, residing in a tall tower to the east. known as the Karen Tower. Within that tower lives a mystical cat, renowned as a sage. The bubble immediately divulged the whereabouts of Master Karen and his location. Galen the Sage. I express my gratitude. With a negative emotional value of 555 from Galen the Sage. Saiyan was taken aback. So, Galen the Sage heard that. Your hearing is truly remarkable. Do you possess the ability to hear across great distances? Be cautious next time, lest I catch you again. I am a kind-hearted individual. Had it been someone else, you would undoubtedly have met a dire fate. Suya gently caressed the fishtail of Bubble, a look of reluctance on her face. Bubble. What do you mean? Do you still wish to consume my tail? Ultimately, Suya reluctantly returned Bubble to the ocean. Bubble darted away swiftly, plunging deep into the sea. During the brief hour of returning to the ocean, Bubble's negative emotional value continuously refreshed. Suya was overjoyed. Can you fathom the exhilaration of deriving negative emotional value from a fish? No, wait, she is a person. Though her lower half is fish, her upper half is a stunning beauty. It's settled. On my return, I shall procure some mint and chili for her, nurturing her well. On the planet Wampa, Vegeta and Nappa were separated, exploring the planet in search of a means to escape. Although hope was scant, they could not simply resign themselves to inaction. What if Frieza were to arrive the following day? Moreover, the most vexing aspect for Vegeta was the oppressive yellow sands that obscured the sun, casting a dim light, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Even if they were to create an artificial full moon, would it suffice for transformation into a great ape? Could the tail absorb enough blood's waves? Should the absorption be insufficient, the transformation would be impossible. Hence, to vanquish Frieza, it would be prudent to leave this planet and engage in battle on another. Nappa was patrolling the skies. As he soared, he suddenly caught sight of a figure in the distance, clad in the battle attire of Frieza's army. The figure appeared formidable against the dim sky, unmistakably a nefarious presence. Are they Frieza's minions? Surely, they intend to assassinate me and Prince Vegeta. Indeed, it must be so. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, Nappa summoned an energy blast and hurled it toward the foe. Paragus. What is happening? Why do I sense an ambush? Bang. Paragus swatted the incoming energy blast aside with a swift motion. The blast grazed Nappa's chest, ascending into the sky. Boom. The energy blast detonated high above, scattering brilliant colors across the heavens. Nappa was left astonished. Is this individual truly that powerful? Both were intrigued, slowly approaching one another until they could discern each other's features. Saiyan. They simultaneously inquired. In the next moment, Nappa and Paragus nodded in acknowledgement. However, Paragus's expression soon darkened. That scoundrel, King Vegeta, has indeed sent someone to assassinate my son. I cannot allow this to come to fruition. You wish to slay me? Huh. The one destined for death is you. With a fierce roar, Paragus charged forward and delivered a powerful kick to Nappa. Bang! Nappa was sent flying, crashing down to the ground and leaving a crater in his wake. Paragus's battle power had reached an impressive height of 4,200, and he was in the prime of his life. Although Nappa was still young at merely 15 years of age, his battle power was a mere 2,000, rendering him utterly incapable of matching Paragus in combat. With a graceful descent, Paragus landed before Nappa, seizing him by the collar and delivering a couple of resounding slaps. Nappa was left dazed and bewildered. How many have the king sent? Paragus inquired coldly. Nappa, perplexed, responded, What are you talking about? What do you mean? Do not evade the truth. Paragus admonished, striking Nappa with several more blows. Nappa felt a torrent of confusion rage within him. What did it mean to withhold the truth? What was he truly implying? Wait, are you misunderstanding something? Nappa urgently questioned, bewilderment etched across his face. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You are merely stalling for time, waiting for your companions to arrive, are you not? Paragus scoffed, delivering an upward punch that sent Nappa soaring into the air. Chapter 61. The death of Paragus. With a swift motion, Paragus appeared directly above Nappa, executing a flawless aerial maneuver. A thunderous crash echoed as Nappa plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Let this be the end for you, Paragus declared from his lofty vantage point, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Nappa was engulfed by a wave of sorrow. Was this Saiyan unhinged? What had he done to deserve such a brutal assault? Yet, he thought, it was unwise of Paragus to provoke him. Did he truly believe victory would be his? Grinding his teeth, Naba produced a small vial of combat divine water from his possession. This precious liquid had been distributed to him by Vegeta, albeit in a meager quantity. However, 8 sips would suffice, as it was Naba's limit for enhancement. Vegeta had thoughtfully provided it as a precaution, not out of kindness, but rather due to the inhospitable nature of this planet. Should Naba perish, Vegeta would be left alone in this desolate place. While the combat divine water did carry side effects, it undeniably bolstered one's fighting prowess. The plan was simple: consume the water, elevate his strength, defeat the opponent, and find a safe refuge. Are you going to take a sip of water before your demise? Paragus chuckled at the sight of Naba retrieving a half-full bottle of mineral water, dismissing it with indifference. Naba swiftly drank 3 mouthfuls, feeling his strength surge to 6,000. And a sense of relief washed over him. You were quite arrogant just moments ago, Naba mused. Though lacking a scouter, he sensed Paragus's power level to be around 4,000, and noted that his attacks lacked significant force, perhaps due to prolonged starvation. In a flash, Naba soared into the sky, appearing directly opposite Paragus at astonishing speed. Paragus's pupils contracted in disbelief. What was happening? Why did it feel as though Naba's power had suddenly escalated? Without hesitation, Naba unleashed a fierce slap, sending Paragus crashing to the ground below. A resounding thud resonated as Paragus struck the earth, leaving a deep indentation. Naba raised his hand and hurled an energy blast into the crater. Boom! The explosion erupted within the depths of the pit, producing a thunderous roar. Such a fierce clash did not go unnoticed by Vegeta. Is that Naba? Who is he fighting? Vegeta furrowed his brow, glancing toward the source of the commotion, though visibility was limited. Meanwhile, Broly also turned toward the battleground, scratching his head in confusion. After a brief moment of hesitation, both Broly and Vegeta launched themselves toward the site of the fierce battle, crossing paths mid-flight. Vegeta, Broly. The two locked eyes, a trace of bewilderment flickering in their gazes. Incidentally, Broly and Vegeta were of similar age, both merely 5 years old this year. A Saiyan? Vegeta blinked, quickly noticing the tail coiled behind Broly. Broly scratched his head. I never expected another Saiyan to survive in such a wretched environment, Vegeta muttered, mildly surprised. He narrowed his eyes at Broly. Hey brat, what's your name? Broly fumbled, struggling with words. What, are you mute? Vegeta scoffed. Broly remained silent. Vegeta? Fine, mute it is. Vegeta shrugged, indifferent. Without further delay, he accelerated toward the direction of Nappa's battle. Broly followed. Annoyance prickled Vegeta's nerves. With a sharp, elegant pivot, he halted midair. Why are you tailing me? Vegeta snapped, irritation lacing his voice. Broly, flying swiftly, hadn't anticipated Vegeta's abrupt stop. Thud. Broly collided squarely into Vegeta's chest. Caught off guard, Vegeta reeled from the impact, dizziness washing over him. His expression darkened instantly. This brat. His power level isn't low. That single collision had actually hurt. His strength must be at least 7,000, if not 8,000. How does a Saiyan this powerful even exist? Someone of this caliber should have been nurtured on planet Vegeta. What's he doing in this forsaken wasteland? Unbeknownst to Vegeta, it was precisely because of Broly's overwhelming power that King Vegeta had exiled him to this desolate planet. You dare crash into me? Vegeta snarled, fury igniting. He drove a brutal fist into Broly's abdomen. Guh! Broly gagged, stomach acid spewing from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. He crashed into the barren earth below, tumbling violently across the ground. Unhurried, Vegeta descended, landing before Broly with cold precision. He planted a foot on the boy's chest, pressing down with increasing force. You don't even recognize me? Vegeta sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Ack! Broly writhed, cries of pain tearing from his throat. Approximately 50 kilometers away, amidst the desolate wilderness, Nappa continued his merciless assault on Paragus. With a power level now soaring to 6,000, Nappa outclassed Paragus entirely. The older Saiyan could barely defend himself. Within moments, Paragus lay battered, barely clinging to life. How? Did your strength surge like this? Paragus rasped, despair clawing at his voice. Suddenly, he shrieked, Broly, get over here, I'm dying. Broly? Who, an accomplice? Nappa stiffened, scanning the surroundings warily. No one. Broly. Now. Your father's about to be killed. Paragus cried out for help once more. Is he your son? Naba grasped the implication, sneering. What of it if your son arrives? Just wait. When my son comes, you shall meet a dreadful fate. Paragus glared at Naba with a face full of resentment. I fear you may not live to see your son arrive. Naba retorted with a cold laugh, seizing Paragus by his battle suit and hurling him high into the sky. Ah! Paragus let out a wretched scream, his eyes brimming with despair. Die! Naba bellowed with laughter, unleashing a torrent of energy from his hands. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy rapidly enveloped Paragus. When the dust settled, Paragus lay utterly obliterated, beyond the realm of life. Chapter 62, Vegeta vs. Broly Ba. Naba spat out a mouthful of blood, adjusting his head with an air of disdain. Fortunately, my reflexes proved swift. I managed to consume the divine water of combat just in time. Otherwise, this brute might have truly ended my life. I must admit, the divine water provided by Soya is remarkably effective. It saved my life at a critical moment. Had it not been for that, I would have stood no chance against this adversary. But, who is this fellow? What does he mean by the king sending numerous warriors? I'm utterly lost in your words. Alas, I should have inquired further before attempting to eliminate him. Regardless, it was he who struck first. Though I initiated the ambush, I was unaware of his Saiyan lineage. Yet he, knowing my heritage, still sought to obliterate me. That is where he erred. Boom. Just as the skirmish ceased, Naba was startled by a distant, thunderous sound. He paused momentarily before scanning the horizon. Were Prince Vegeta and this individual named Broly engaged in battle? Naba scratched his bald head and took a deep breath, steeling himself as he soared toward the commotion. Oh. Broly was pinned beneath Vegeta, emitting cries of anguish, when suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. He lunged forward, grasping Vegeta's ankle and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Bang! Vegeta was knocked down by Broly's brutal strike. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, Broly swiftly pressed down on his head, grinding it against the earth with relentless force. Vegeta felt a wave of despair wash over him, as if his very face had lost its identity. This boy, why do I sense that his combat prowess has surged once more? How can this be? Vegeta cried out in pain, delivering a fierce punch to Broly. The latter shuddered slightly, but remained unfazed, continuing to force Vegeta's head into the ground. Bang! Broly landed a punch squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. Pooh! Vegeta spewed forth bile. Seizing the opportunity, Broly grasped Vegeta's wrist, tossing him about with reckless abandon. Vegeta screamed several times, only to be rendered voiceless. Bang! 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 Broly relentlessly continued his assault on Vegeta, who was now utterly defenseless, left with no recourse but to endure the blows. In that moment, Vegeta felt acutely that the anguish emanating from the depths of his soul was far more excruciating than the pain coursing through his body. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. At the tender age of 5, my battle power surpassed that of my father, establishing me as the mightiest Saiyan. It is no exaggeration to declare that I am the most gifted warrior among the Saiyans. Even Soya, at the age of 16, still falls short of my strength. And now, on this desolate planet, I encounter a fellow Saiyan of my own age whose power eclipses my own. Who can I turn to for justice? Bang! Broly finally ceased his assault on Vegeta, casting him to the ground with disdain. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta rose, glaring furiously at Broly, his body trembling with rage. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, soaring high into the sky, veins bulging on his forehead, arms outstretched. Broly exclaimed in disbelief, "How infuriating! I am the most gifted Saiyan." Enraged, Vegeta concentrated a sphere of energy in his hands, raising it high, and declared, "Die." With a whoosh, the energy blast hurtled downwards towards Broly at an astonishing speed. In response, Broly ascended rapidly, retaliating against the energy blast with a barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding explosion echoed as the energy blast burst in midair, leaving Vegeta momentarily stunned. Could this brute truly be so foolish? Such a method of combat is unheard of. As the energy blast detonated, Broly staggered down to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Humph, that imbecile. Vegeta darted towards him. However, just as Vegeta approached, Broly leapt from the ground, once again seizing Vegeta by the head. Vegeta, bewildered, questioned, "What is happening? Were you not injured?" With a tremendous force, Broly slammed Vegeta's head back into the earth, initiating yet another round of torment. He then grasped Vegeta's wrist, throwing him around mercilessly. Vegeta felt waves of despair wash over him. How had he returned to this dire situation? At that moment, Nappa finally arrived from the distance, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed the astonishing scene. His jaw nearly dropped. Why is someone beating up Prince Vegeta as soon as I arrive? Is that truly Prince Vegeta? Who was that little brat? Could he be Broly, the son of the man from earlier? He certainly appears to fit the bill. I can't believe how badly Prince Vegeta is being beaten. How could this happen? Isn't Prince Vegeta the most talented Saiyan? At this juncture, Vegeta was utterly powerless to retaliate. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of sorrow and helplessness, I cannot endure this beating any longer. He will surely end my life. I must quickly drink the god of combat water to enhance my strength. Stop this at once, Nappa shouted. Broly paused momentarily, glancing in Nappa's direction, before carelessly tossing Vegeta aside as one would discard refuse. With a swift motion, Broly charged towards Nappa. Nappa, taken aback, felt a wave of regret wash over him. No, I meant for you to stop. Why are you coming towards me? This is terrifying. If even Prince Vegeta cannot withstand you, I stand no chance. My battle power is merely 6,000. Before Nappa could react, Broly seized his head, forcefully rubbing it against the ground. Nappa emitted a series of anguished cries. Bang! Broly's fist descended, striking Nappa in the abdomen. Nappa's limbs flailed upwards. Broly glanced at him, seized two of Nappa's fingers, and yanked them, manipulating his body to be thrown back and forth, side to side. Nappa, overwhelmed by despair, wailed incessantly. Vegeta gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, promptly retrieving the battle god water, ready to take a few sips. Whoosh! Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, as if obscured by some colossal entity. Vegeta, Broly, and Nappa all looked up towards the heavens. A massive spaceship emerged in the sky. Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly. Isn't that Frieza's spaceship? Does he dare to come and trouble me again? Your battle power must have dwindled to 37,000 by now. How splendid. I shall eradicate Frieza right now. Vegeta's gaze was resolute as he fervently drank the battle god water. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. Vegeta's battle power escalated exponentially. My base battle power is 15,000. Though I was wounded earlier, the doubling effect of the battle god water still persists. From observing Frieza's consumption of the battle god water, it seems this substance calculates the doubling effect based on the last sip taken. As long as I do not reach my limit, my battle power appears to remain in a state of continuous doubling. I can amplify my battle power by 20 times. I shall first consume 10 sips to elevate my power to 150,000. Vegeta swiftly drank 10 sips of the battle god water and quickly stowed the bottle into his chest armor. Chapter 63 Vegeta. His combat power is indeed 120 million. Humph. Frieza, come at me. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's lips, his face alight with triumphant arrogance. Hey, stop fighting for now. Frieza's here. Nappa immediately shouted at Broly in warning. Broly paused momentarily, glancing at Nappa before reluctantly ceasing his relentless assault. 3 seconds of eerie silence passed. Thud, thud, thud. Broly resumed his brutal thrashing, slamming Nappa 3 more times before casually flinging him aside like discarded refuse. Nappa. Vegeta's expression darkened as he swiftly closed the distance to Broly. Bam! Broly's fist collided squarely with Vegeta's cheek. Yet Vegeta didn't even flinch, standing utterly unfazed as the blow landed, his combat power now soaring to an overwhelming 150,000. Broly's attacks were nothing more than futile scratches against his newfound might. We'll settle this later. Stay put. Vegeta snarled, delivering a backhanded slap so powerful it buried Broly deep into the earth, leaving only his head exposed above ground. Broly. Frieza, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Vegeta's voice dripped with exhilaration, as if fate itself had delivered his nemesis into his hands. Why didn't you just hide like a coward during your weakened state? This is almost too perfect. I was just about to hunt you down, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. The spaceship descended with a low hum, its hatch creaking open. Frieza emerged, accompanied by Beerus, landing gracefully before Vegeta. His underlings stood rigidly behind him, not daring to utter a breath. At the sight of Frieza, both Vegeta and Nappa froze momentarily, their minds struggling to reconcile the unfamiliar form before them. Frieza's true, fourth transformation. You Frieza? Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly, suspicion lacing his tone. So you can transform. Vegeta, you've got nerve, deceiving me. Frieza's eyes burned with murderous intent, his fingers twitching with the urge to tear the Saiyan apart. Yet, even in his fury, he found mere execution unsatisfying. Killing you outright would be too merciful. Enjoying your weakened state, are you? Vegeta smirked. First, tell me, how long does this weakness last? Frieza narrowed his eyes. A day, Vegeta answered truthfully. There was no point in lying. Frieza would test it regardless. Besides, Vegeta was certain Frieza would live to recover. Because I'll end you before then. Just one day? Frieza exhaled in quiet relief. Good. A single day of vulnerability is manageable. And after that, will my strength return to normal? Frieza pressed, suppressing his rage. Indeed, Vegeta confirmed with a nod. Did you take advantage of the weakness of Chio-E and Duodolia to eliminate them? Frieza inquired with a mocking grin. Indeed. Vegeta replied with a smirk. Excellent. You have thoroughly enraged me. I have decided to kill every Saiyan one by one before your very eyes, allowing you to experience profound agony. Frieza's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with vengeance. Frieza, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Vegeta chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. What? Frieza paused, taken aback. During your weakened state, your battle power has dwindled to a mere 37,000, has it not? Vegeta's lips curled into a devilish grin as he pointed to himself with his thumb. As for me, Vegeta, I have just consumed 10 sips of the god water. Although I sustained some injuries, my battle power may not reach 150,000, but it is certainly at least 100,000. Oh, is that so? Frieza rubbed his nose, his smile radiant. What are you laughing at? Vegeta felt an ominous premonition as he observed Frieza's seemingly calm demeanor. How did you calculate that my battle power is only 37,000? Frieza inquired with keen interest. I have heard that your first form has a battle power of 530,000, your second form 1,000,000, your third form 2,000,000, and your fourth form 3,000,000. Vegeta hastily explained. Indeed, that is correct. Frieza nodded with a grin, affirming the figures. What do you mean? Vegeta's apprehension deepened. Frieza remained silent, casting a glance at Belibulu beside him. Ahem. You may not be aware, but Lord Frieza's true battle power is 120,000,000. Belibulu announced with a smile, revealing Frieza's astounding power. Vegeta's pupils dilated, his expression turning grave. Naba appeared stunned, his eyes wide with fear. Only Broly looked bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp their conversation. Vegeta was utterly flabbergasted. Could Frieza's battle power truly be 120,000,000? Was what Soya said genuine? So, how much do you think my current battle power remains? Frieza rubbed his nose, displaying a scornful smile. Does a mere monkey believe he can defeat me, Frieza, with such trivial antics? Lord Frieza currently possesses a battle power of 1,500,000. Even in a weakened state, you Saiyans cannot contend with him. Belibulu replied with a chuckle. Oh ho ho ho, what a stroke of bad luck. Frieza glanced up at the dim sky, bursting into a series of peculiar laughs. In such a dire environment, even if you were to conjure an artificial full moon, you would hardly be able to transform into a great ape, would you? Vegeta looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. He then shot a fierce glare at Naba. This is all your fault. Choosing such a wretched planet. Naba responded. Why are you glaring at me? Wasn't this planet your random choice? Moreover, the conditions for you Saiyans to transform into great apes are exceedingly stringent. Even if you were to conjure an artificial full moon, do you truly believe that with my current prowess, I couldn't shatter the moon? Frieza continuously chuckled mockingly. Those unfamiliar with your Saiyan nature might be intimidated by your transformations. Yet, to put it bluntly, they are utterly insignificant. I refuse to believe it. After succumbing to extreme fear, Vegeta was consumed by a furious rage, unleashing all his energy in an explosive display. I cannot accept that your combat power is so formidable. Wah! Vegeta surged toward Frieza with incredible speed, launching a fierce assault. Bang! 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 Frieza raised his hand, effortlessly blocking all of Vegeta's strikes. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful punch, only for Frieza to counter with a mere finger, nullifying the attack. Vegeta was left utterly dumbfounded, suspended in the air, struggling to comprehend the situation. This individual is not merely boasting. His actual combat power truly exceeds 12 million. My own strength has reached 150,000, and he has thwarted all my attacks with a single finger. This is truly dire. Chapter 64. Gula, salutations to Lord Beerus. What? Do you feel a sense of despair? Frieza's countenance was particularly grim, yet do not worry. I shall not permit you to perish so easily. To toy with me, Frieza, I shall ensure that your suffering is profound. Vegeta was engulfed in despair, truly despondent. In this moment, Vegeta felt the shadows of his soul expanding relentlessly. How naive I have been. Frieza's battle power has reached an astonishing 12 million. It is no wonder that that fool, Saiyan, fled. Vegeta's negative emotional value soared to 666. Simultaneously, he was besieged by an unending tide of regret. Saiyan had spoken of Frieza's battle power being in the millions. How could I have doubted it? Now it is too late to believe. How can this be so absurd? Your battle power exceeds 1 million. How can I possibly contend? Wait a moment. Let me collect my thoughts. Initially, Saiyan indeed intended to use the God Water to ensnare Frieza. However, upon witnessing Frieza's brother's arrival, he chose to flee. The dilemma is, with Frieza's battle power exceeding 1 million, how do I entrap him? His current power stands at 1.5 million. Is it conceivable that I could elevate my power beyond 1.5 million? Vegeta found himself momentarily bewildered. Now, I shall capture you and return to planet Vegeta, slaying all the Saiyans before your very eyes, and then I will ensure your torment is prolonged until death. Frieza's expression was icy, already devising ways to inflict suffering upon Vegeta. Lord Frieza, what of those two? Beerus pointed towards Nappa and Broly. Nappa is involved in this treacherous scheme, is he not? Frieza's gaze was sharp, narrowing as he inquired. Indeed, Beerus nodded, but who is that child? I have no information on him. Perhaps he is an indigenous being of this planet. Let us disregard him for now and commence the torment with Nappa, Frieza proclaimed, gesturing towards Nappa from afar. Nappa felt as if 1,000 steeds were galloping within him. Why must the torment commence with me? I am merely a bystander. Before Nappa could comprehend, his body was uncontrollably propelled into the sky. Ah, Prince Vegeta, Nappa cried out in despair. Let us first remove one of your arms, Frieza declared, intent on severing Nappa's limb. However, at that moment, bang, Broly, who had been deeply entrenched in the earth, suddenly leapt forth, racing towards Vegeta's direction. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, quickly noticing the tail behind Broly. A Saiyan? Beerus was slightly startled. Frieza too was caught off guard. How is it that another Saiyan has appeared? The issue is that there is no data on this Saiyan. What? Do you intend to flee? Do you think you can escape? Frieza scoffed, extending his finger with the intent to annihilate Broly from a distance. Nappa thought to himself, I thank you, Broly. I need not perish first. Yet, Broly's subsequent actions truly astonished Frieza. Broly swiftly charged forward, seizing Vegeta's head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. Subsequently, he pressed Vegeta's head against the earth, grinding it with such ferocity that sparks seemed to fly. Vegeta now felt an overwhelming sense of despair, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Perhaps it was better to perish at the hands of a fellow warrior than to be tormented to death by Frieza. With a resounding thud, Broly delivered a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen, causing his limbs to lift involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Broly grasped Vegeta's wrist and relentlessly tossed him about, striking him from all directions. Frieza, observing the scene, found himself momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. What is this? How did you two come to blows? It appears this little Saiyan is seeking to pledge allegiance to Lord Frieza, speculated Beerus. That is indeed a possibility. Frieza nodded in satisfaction, suddenly intrigued by this small monkey who had managed to pin their prince to the ground. Yet, who exactly was this little monkey? Do we have any data on him? Frieza inquired. None, my lord, Beerus replied after a thorough search, unable to find any information on Broly. Very well, let us observe for now, Frieza decided, opting to watch the spectacle unfold. Nappa remained suspended in the sky, uncertain whether to descend. You leave me up here, at least say something. Should I take this opportunity to flee? However, Nappa quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that with Frieza equipped with a scouter, any attempt to escape would lead to swift retribution. For now, he could only silently pray to be overlooked by Frieza and his entourage. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Meanwhile, Broly continued to pummel Vegeta. Initially, Vegeta allowed the assault, thinking that being beaten to death might not be such a bad fate. Yet after a prolonged beating, he realized he seemed to be relatively unscathed. I just remembered that I consumed the god water of battle. My power now far exceeds that of this fool. It would be a miracle if he could kill me. Vegeta's frustration boiled over as he reflected on the foolishness of his comrade. If it weren't for you, would I have the chance to deceive Frieza? With a surge of negative emotions, Vegeta's frustration peaked at 666. Your plan was to leave halfway through. Must you be so shameless? Have you finished your beating? In a fit of rage, Vegeta retaliated, delivering a sharp slap that sent Broly sprawling to the ground. Ho ho ho, how amusing. Frieza cackled, doubling over in laughter. Amidst the vast cosmos, a brilliant streak of light, resembling a star, shot forth from the distance. It was Campa and Beerus. Campa, having indulged himself on a culinary planet, planned to confront Frieza. You mistook me for Beerus and dared to provoke me? Let me show you what I can do. As they flew, Campa suddenly caught sight of the recently awakened Cooler in the far reaches of the universe. Frieza, you scoundrel. I will not forgive you. Cooler seethed, grinding his teeth in fury. Who is that fellow? Campa casually inquired of Vados. Without hesitation, Vados employed her staff to investigate and promptly provided an answer. Oh dear. His name is Gula, and he is the brother of Lord Frieza. Is that so? Campa grinned widely, altering his course to soar towards Gula. Vados followed closely behind. The two swiftly arrived directly in front of Gula, who appeared momentarily dazed, caught off guard. Isn't that Lord Beerus? Has he gained weight? Perhaps from excessive indulgence? Moreover, I had always perceived the attendant beside Lord Beerus as somewhat androgynous, uncertain of their gender. Upon closer inspection today, it turns out she is indeed a woman. Could it be that the weight gain has led to a more developed appearance? Greetings, Lord Beerus. Gula promptly regained his composure, kneeling in reverence in the vastness of space. Campa's expression darkened instantly. Yet another individual mistaking me for Beerus. Do I truly resemble him so closely? Chapter 65. Broly's ever-increasing combat power with a sharp slap, Campa struck, rendering the unfortunate Cooler unconscious before he could even comprehend the situation. That scoundrel Beerus. Why do all these beings believe I resemble him? Campa clenched his fists in frustration, gritting his teeth in anger. Alas, alas, we are currently within the 7th universe. Vados chuckled softly. Campa's expression stiffened, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Your words seem rather insightful. It is precisely because we are in the 7th universe that these individuals perceive me as akin to Beerus. While this may indeed hold some truth, it does not absolve me of the desire to confront that wretched Frieza, who dared to provoke me and commanded 100 minions to vociferously shout my name. Though it is not me, it still vexes me greatly. Campa huffed in displeasure and commanded, let us proceed to planet Wampa and deal with that fellow named Frieza. As you wish, Lord Campa. Vados nodded slightly. The two transformed into a radiant streak of light, akin to stars, swiftly advancing towards planet Wampa. Planet Wampa. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed a series of combination attacks upon Broly, leaving him unable to retaliate. Frieza observed the spectacle with a gleeful smile. Ho ho ho. Frieza cackled, addressing Beliblu. Is it not a splendid sight to witness a little monkey in combat? Beliblu nodded vigorously. Indeed, Lord Frieza speaks the truth. The skirmishes between these little monkeys are only surpassed in excitement by the conflicts among women. After a brief pause, Beliblu added, Lord Frieza, that young one's combat power. It stands at 25,000. Beliblu's eyes widened as he read the data on his scouter. Oh, is that so? Frieza raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Before realization dawned upon him, he must have consumed the battle god water. They must have had some prior conflict. I see. Beliblu nodded in understanding. However, with a mere 25,000 combat power, he is still vastly inferior to Vegeta. Frieza chuckled softly. Shall we assist him? Beliblu inquired. No need to rush. Let us wait until Vegeta is on the brink of defeating him. Then we shall intervene, allowing Vegeta to experience utter despair. Frieza replied with a sly smile. Strange. Something feels amiss. Beliblu pondered, pressing the button on his scouter once more. What is it? Frieza shot an inquisitive glance at Beliblu. The young one's combat power has surged to 32,000. Beliblu exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, how is this possible? Frieza furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. Could he have consumed the Battle God water during the fight? Or perhaps the Battle God water has a delayed effect. This. Beliblu was once again struck with profound shock, his eyes wide and expression dazed. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at Beliblu. The combat power has increased further, now reaching 50,000. Beliblu felt an eerie sensation, patting his forehead in bewilderment, remarking that the increase was not multiplicative and entirely devoid of any pattern. Frieza's expression stiffened as he silently calculated the recently observed power levels. There indeed seemed to be no discernible consistency. Typically, the Battle God water augments one's power in a predictable manner, yet this Saiyan little monkey was entirely unpredictable. A power level of 50,000? Frieza remained unfazed. Narrowing his eyes. My detector can measure up to 200,000 in battle power. Beliblu mused, noting that Vegeta currently stood at 140,000, likely diminished due to prior injuries. However, he pondered how high this little monkey's power could ultimately reach. Frieza remained silent. It is noteworthy that the capacity of a detector does not necessarily correlate with its model. Rather, it depends on the power levels of the user and their companions. For instance, the team comprising Vegeta and Son Goku had a maximum combined power of nearly 15,000. Thus a detector rated for 20,000 sufficed. Conversely, for teams with even lower power levels, a detector rated just above 10,000 would be entirely adequate. Yet, those surrounding Frieza, such as the Ginyu Force, Zarbon, and Dodoria, boasted power levels starting at a minimum of 30,000. Equipping them with an insufficient detector would result in catastrophic self-detonation upon measuring their power. Nevertheless, with the current technological advancements of Frieza's army, a detector capable of measuring up to 200,000 was considered the pinnacle of achievement. It was only during the Namek saga that detectors could register power levels exceeding 1,000,000. By the time of Dragon Ball Super, when Broly emerged, the detectors would no longer explode but would simply fail to register excessive power, likely due to the addition of an overload transformer. The battle between Vegeta and Broly raged on. Vegeta delivered a powerful slap, sending Broly crashing to the ground. Yet, it was not long before Broly sprang back to his feet like a fish out of water, charging at Vegeta with unwavering determination. In that moment, Broly resembled a child. Having lost a fight, he was resolute on retaliating. Indeed, Broly was akin to a child, merely 5 years of age, unwilling to concede defeat without a fight. Something felt amiss. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his youthful face reflecting sheer astonishment. This boy is peculiar. Why does it seem as though his power is escalating? Did that rascal Ba give him the Battle God water? Otherwise, how could his power be continuously rising? It felt as if he had ingested the Battle God water, with his power incrementally increasing. Bang! Vegeta kicked out, sending Broly hurtling backward. Broly flew directly towards Frieza. Observing the oncoming Broly, Frieza's grin widened, his tail sweeping forcefully behind him. Whack! Frieza's tail struck Broly, propelling him backward with tremendous force. Broly lunged directly towards Vegeta. Vegeta hesitated for a moment before swiftly sidestepping to evade the attack. With a thunderous crash, Broly plunged into a nearby swamp behind Vegeta. A monstrous creature within the swamp let out a chilling roar, its sound tinged with a mournful wail. Nappa, have you given this fellow the water of combat? Vegeta inquired, glancing upwards at Nappa. No. I've never encountered him, Your Highness, Nappa replied hastily, seething with frustration. Your Highness, why are you speaking to me? I am trying to remain inconspicuous here. With your words, Frieza might take notice of me again. This is truly dire. Come down. Do you intend to relieve yourself in the sky? Frieza remarked with a sly grin, casting his gaze towards Nappa, who floated above. Nappa. Chapter 66. An unprecedented display of combat power. A forced smile crept across Nappa's face as he hurriedly descended from the sky. It is worth noting, Mr. Nappa, that your awareness of the situation has spared you. Had you attempted to flee just now, you would have met a most dreadful demise. remarked Balubru with a smile on his face, speaking on behalf of Frieza. Naba silently lamented within, what to do? What to do? This is a deadlock. Is there any way to turn this around? Lord Frieza's combat power currently stands at an astounding 1.5 million. What that fellow Soya said was indeed true. Must it be so outrageous? Your combat power has actually reached over 100 million. You mean, you Haven Tea allowed him to drink the divine water of combat? Vegeta pointed at Naba, increasingly awestruck. A Saiyan child who has not consumed the divine water possesses such an absurd level of power. It defies all logic. No. Naba shook his head. Then how do you know his name? Vegeta inquired coldly. I encountered his father along the way. He mentioned that he had a son named Broly. So I assumed it must be him, Naba answered honestly. Frieza, what is his combat power? Vegeta gritted his teeth and summoned his courage to ask. I won't tell you. Balubru pouted. Do tell him. Frieza's expression darkened as he glanced back at Balubru. If you don't tell him, how can we diminish his spirit? Balubru promptly pressed the button on the detector, scanning for Broly's combat power. 85,000. Balubru's mouth twitched. What did you just say? Vegeta was stunned, clenching his fists tightly as his body trembled uncontrollably. Ho ho ho. Frieza laughed with even greater delight. Nothing could wound Vegeta's pride more than this revelation. He prided himself on being the most talented Saiyan, only to encounter a peer on this desolate planet who was even more gifted. This little monkey's fate is truly tragic. Your detector must be malfunctioning. Vegeta shouted at Balubru, his face twisted in disbelief. That shouldn't be the case. Naba's combat power remains unchanged. And the others' levels are stable as well. Balubru surveyed the surroundings and asserted confidently. Vegeta truly felt the sting of despair. More than the prospect of eliminating Frieza, what vexed him most was the existence of a contemporary Saiyan whose combat power surpassed his own. The critical issue is, this brat has not consumed the divine water of combat. Must it be so outrageous? Roar. A monstrous roar reverberated from the depths of the swamp. Boom. Broly erupted from the mire, sending the dismembered remnants of the beast flying as he charged toward Frieza. Frieza, this little brat holds a grudge. Is it because I sent you flying with my tail just now that you have come to confront me? You cannot hope to defeat me. That fellow with the tail is your true adversary. Frieza snorted and kicked, sending Broly crashing to Vegeta's side. After a moment's hesitation, Broly launched another ferocious assault on Vegeta. Following several rounds of combat, bang, crack, boom, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch and kick, pinning Broly to the ground and creating a deep crater beneath him. Kid, this should be the end. Vegeta scoffed, stepping forward to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Broly. My battle power far exceeds yours by tens of thousands. You stand no chance against me. High above, Kampa and Beerus had arrived in the skies over planet Wampa, observing the scene below with keen interest. Quite lively, isn't it? Kampa remarked, momentarily distracted from his intent to confront the one called Frieza, eager to watch the children spar. Indeed, Beerus replied, tapping his forehead, appearing to relish the spectacle. These 2 youngsters are rather mediocre. They cannot compare to our 6th universe. Kampa shook his head, wearing a smug smile. They both seem to be Saiyans. Beerus noted, gazing at the crystal ball atop his staff, identifying Vegeta and Broly. Saiyans. Even more unimpressive then. Our universe's Saiyans are stronger than these 2, no doubt. Kampa mused. Indeed, much stronger. Beerus nodded in agreement. Is it over? It appears that the Saiyan named Broly has lost, Kampa observed, directing his gaze towards Broly. Oh dear. It seems that Broly harbors an immense amount of energy yet to be fully unleashed, Beerus remarked, peering closely at the crystal ball with mild surprise. Kampa glanced at Beerus but did not respond. Suddenly, Broly stubbornly rose from the ground once more, energy surging wildly. Vegeta was left astounded. I struck him with considerable force just now. How can this brat still be standing? Am I missing something? Even Frieza exhibited a hint of surprise. This Saiyan named Broly seemed almost immortal, rising repeatedly despite being knocked down. Bang! Suddenly, the device on Baliblu's eyes exploded, causing an abrupt sound that drew the attention of everyone present. Vegeta's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had just learned that this device could detect power levels up to 200,000. Now, it had exceeded its limits. What did this mean? Had Broly's battle power surpassed 200,000? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. What nonsense is this? Without consuming the god water, his battle power has reached 200,000. How is this possible? Vegeta felt a pang of despair. Why was he encountering a more gifted Saiyan on a desolate planet? Who are you? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his body trembling in disbelief. However, without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta swiftly produced the battle god water and took several quick gulps. Simultaneously, his combat power surged dramatically. After consuming a total of 18 sips of the battle god water, Vegeta's fighting capability soared to an impressive height of 250,000. The reason it stood at 250,000 rather than 270,000 was due to the energy expended during his recent battle, which had inevitably diminished his strength. Frieza's triangular eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately noticed that the color of the battle god water Vegeta had consumed was peculiar. Wasn't the battle god water supposed to be yellow? Why did that bottle resemble ordinary water? Boom. As Broly charged forward, Vegeta delivered a powerful uppercut, sending him soaring into the sky. Energy blast. Vegeta flicked his wrist, launching another energy blast that struck Broly with tremendous force. With a resounding explosion, Broly staggered and plummeted to the distant ground, appearing motionless. After all, even if someone possessed a detector at this moment, it would be challenging to gauge the readings, as they would easily exceed the limits. Chapter 67, Rampage. The emergence of the giant ape's power. It's over now. Although Vegeta emerged victorious, he felt an overwhelming dissatisfaction within. I attained this triumph solely by consuming the divine water of combat. It truly vexes me. Ho ho ho. Frieza rubbed his nose, gazing at Vegeta with a sly smile. Not bad at all, Vegeta. Congratulations on becoming the mightiest Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Frieza, resolved to take a desperate stand. Is it merely a battle power of 1.5 million? I must devise a way to gather energy for a full moon. If I can conjure an artificial full moon, elevating my battle power beyond 2 million, I could certainly obliterate Frieza. I cannot remain idle. Otherwise, I shall truly miss the opportunity to vanquish Frieza in the future. Let me calculate. His battle power is 120 million. My base battle power is merely 15,000. I would need a 10,000-fold increase to crush him, wouldn't I? A 10,000-fold, even if it were possible. I wouldn't have enough of the divine water of combat. Vegeta, why is your divine water of combat transparent? Frieza squinted, suddenly realizing something, his expression turning somewhat sinister. Vegeta, this is bad. Did he figure it out? I should have known better than to forego mixing a bit of tea into my divine water of combat. Vegeta was reluctant to address the question. You speak. Frieza was not in a hurry, his eyes glinting as he turned his attention to Nappa. Nappa was in a state of sheer panic. If I admit that it was mixed with my urine, I would surely meet a dreadful end. For a moment, Nappa was at a loss for words. This was indeed a dire predicament. Is it because the divine water of combat in your possession has fewer side effects? Frieza's eyes flickered, his gaze sharp with intelligence. Unable to resist asking, Nappa felt a surge of delight. Lord Frieza, you are truly astute. We have already prepared the answers for you. The divine water of combat is quite rare. Only the bottle in Prince Vegeta's possession is genuine. Thus, the divine water we provided to Lord Frieza has been diluted for a more palatable taste. Yes, a more flavorful experience, specifically mixed with a beverage. Yes, a beverage. Nappa's lips twitched, hurriedly offering a frantic explanation. Well, you are indeed perceptive. Frieza did not seem suspicious, believing it to be within Vegeta's capabilities. Nodding slightly. However, I must say, that beverage possesses a rather unique flavor. Where did you acquire it? Nappa secretly wiped his sweat, managing a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Is that beverage truly delectable? Should I procure some for you on the spot? Perhaps Lord Frieza would genuinely enjoy a taste of urine. It was also found on the Beast Star. Nappa was rambling nonsensically. The Beast Star, what a splendid place. Frieza rubbed his nose, his eyes narrowing once more, and asked, I shall inquire again. Does diluting the divine water of combat diminish its doubling effect on battle power? Initially, it was thought that the effect of doubling battle power would be reduced after dilution. However, this was not the case. Nappa, with a look of guilt, hastily replied, I have tried it with Prince Vegeta. At most, a dilution of 1 is effective. If it is diluted further, it loses all efficacy. Is that truly the case? Frieza scoffed. Indeed. I swear it. Naba answered nervously, continuing to ramble. In fact, the bottle of battle water that Prince Vegeta consumed was mixed with pure water. Frieza initially intended to sample the battle water that Vegeta had used. However, he suddenly felt a sense of revulsion at the thought of drinking water that had touched a monkey's lips. I will not be defeated by you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, preparing for battle, ready to unleash an artificial full moon in a desperate bid. Fortunately, during my earlier fight with Broly, I had discreetly dissipated the surrounding dust using energy. Perhaps the artificial full moon might yield some results. If transformation truly proves impossible, then I shall accept my fate. Oh, Frieza sneered, glancing at the increasingly bright sky. What? Do you wish to gather the artificial full moon to transform into a great ape? Vegeta's expression stiffened, his countenance shifting dramatically. Am I that obvious? Humph. Aside from this method, you have no other strategies left to defeat me, Frieza mocked. Ah. Just then, Broly's distant cries pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present, their faces etched with shock. What is happening? That kid is still alive? Is he truly immortal? Even Frieza stared in bewilderment at the distant figure of Broly, utterly baffled. Whoosh! Broly's eyes turned white as he became a streak of light, hurtling towards Vegeta with astonishing speed. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he was astonished to see Broly's body seemingly expand before his very eyes. What was happening? Before Vegeta could gather his thoughts, Broly seized him by the head and slammed him forcefully into the ground. A whoop! Vegeta let out a pained cry, feeling utterly disoriented. What troubled him most was the realization that his battle power had surged 18-fold, reaching a staggering 250,000, yet he was still being held down. Could that fellow's battle power continue to ascend? Bang! 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 Broly grasped Vegeta's ankle, mercilessly tossing him back and forth. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza laughed gleefully, nearly bursting with delight. In less than 10 seconds, Vegeta was rendered utterly powerless against Broly, who lifted him high into the air by his ankle. A wave of despair washed over Vegeta. How could this be? What was that boy's battle power? Moreover, why had his body seemingly enlarged? Oh ho ho ho! Vegeta, did you ever imagine this? The most talented warrior among the Saiyans, reduced to such a pitiful state by your own comrade. Frieza continued to mock incessantly, laughing uproariously with uncontainable excitement, reveling in the realization that the most gifted warrior among the Saiyans was not you. Vegeta was rendered speechless, his body trembling violently, his visage reflecting the utmost despair. Broly seemed to perceive the piercing, derisive laughter and immediately turned to glare menacingly in Frieza's direction, his eyes devoid of any color, stripped of emotion. What is this? Do you dare challenge me, Frieza? You are no match for me. Frieza scoffed disdainfully, tauntingly beckoning with a flick of his finger. Come if you dare. Broly gradually released Vegeta, taking a swift step towards Frieza. Humph, utterly oblivious to your own demise. Frieza was almost amused by the audacity, yet remained with arms crossed, sneering as he proclaimed, against a wretch like you, I could defeat you without even using both hands. Chapter 68. The legendary Super Saiyan spoken of by Soya. At this moment, Broly surged forward with ferocity. Frieza raised his knee in an attempt to block Broly's onslaught. However, Broly reached directly for Frieza's head. With a resounding smack, Broly pressed his hand firmly against Frieza's skull and forcefully slammed him into the ground. A howl of agony escaped Frieza's lips as he writhed in pain. Broly continued to press Frieza's head into the earth, rubbing it with relentless vigor. Frieza's minions, struck dumb with fear, scattered in all directions. Do not fret. Do you truly believe that Lord Frieza would be bested by him? Bilibulu remarked with an air of calm, standing with his hands clasped behind his back and casting a disdainful glance at the fleeing subordinates. Upon reflection, the minions reassured themselves. Lord Frieza had just proclaimed that his battle power stood at 1.5 million. How formidable could this young Saiyan possibly be? It would be a stretch to claim he could even reach 500,000 or 600,000. Yet, the subsequent events shattered Bilibulu and the minions' perception entirely. Broly seized Frieza's tail, swinging him back and forth, throwing him about with abandon. Frieza was utterly powerless to retaliate, emitting cries that were more harrowing than the cries of slaughtered pigs. The minions stood agape, their jaws collectively dropping. A few inadvertently glanced towards Bilibulu, only to realize he had vanished without a trace. They exchanged bewildered looks, silently thanking Bilibulu's family. Did you not say to remain calm? Why did you run? If you intended to flee, you should have informed us. Fear gripped the minions as they scattered in every direction. Vegeta, too, was left utterly astonished, rising quickly with the support of Nappa, his expression one of utter disbelief at the astonishing spectacle before him. Frieza, it appeared, was rendered incapable of even defending himself against Broly. Surely, he must be mistaken? Nappa suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening as he stammered. Could it be? He is the legendary Super Saiyan spoken of by Soya? What? What did you say? Vegeta's pupils constricted, his expression shifting rapidly. Had Soya not stated that the Super Saiyan was divided into the legendary Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan? The legendary Super Saiyan was said to be born once every 1,000 years. Perhaps Broly truly was the legendary Super Saiyan. Nappa's eyes shone with a mixture of awe and terror, as though he had stumbled upon a new world. Vegeta felt a pang of despair. Was there truly a legendary Super Saiyan? And if so, why was it not he, Vegeta? As he pondered this, he began to question why Broly and his father had appeared on this planet in the first place. Nappa felt a surge of clarity as his mind raced, suddenly comprehending numerous truths. I finally grasped the reason. It is precisely because Broly possesses overwhelming strength that the king dispatched him to this desolate place. Previously, I encountered Broly's father, who believed the king had sent assassins to eliminate him and Broly. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Nappa, remaining silent. This indeed aligns with my father's character. Yet, to utter such words in my presence, is it merely because I am grievously wounded and unable to eliminate you? Speaking of which, Broly's physique has expanded significantly. What transformation is this? Nappa muttered in confusion, and furthermore, his pupils have turned white, giving the impression that he has lost his sanity. It is the great ape. Vegeta furrowed his brow, suddenly regaining focus. The great ape? He is not transformed into a great ape. Nappa shook his head. He is directly harnessing the power of the great ape. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with intensity. This boy is undoubtedly a prodigious fighter. To wield the power of the great ape directly is astounding. If this is indeed the case, then his current battle power. Nappa's complexion paled, his pupils rapidly constricting. At least over 2 million. Vegeta declared solemnly. Therefore, Frieza is no match for him, correct? Nappa reacted swiftly. We must hurry. Seize this opportunity to commandeer Frieza's spaceship. Let us flee this planet. Vegeta resolved decisively. What a splendid idea. Nappa's eyes brightened, and he quietly inquired, Lord Vegeta, what is your approximate battle power at present? Although injured, I still possess at least 30 to 50,000. Vegeta scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Nappa, his face cold as he questioned, What? Do you wish to usurp my position? Nappa was taken aback, hastily waving his hands in denial, urgently proclaiming, How could that be? Lord Vegeta, I am utterly loyal. Let us go. Vegeta lowered his voice. The two swiftly stealthily advanced towards the direction of the spaceship. Before long, Vegeta and Nappa boarded the spacecraft. To be cautious, Nappa quickly consumed several sips of the combat god water, elevating his battle power to an impressive 16,000. Bang, bang, bang. Without Vegeta needing to intervene, Nappa effortlessly dispatched several of Frieza's minions aboard the ship. With a resounding smack, Nappa pressed the launch button. Whoosh! The spaceship soared into the sky, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and ascending into the vastness of space, gliding past the vicinity of Kampa and Beerus. Kampa and Beerus exchanged glances with the figures of Vegeta and Nappa within the spacecraft. Is that Beerus? Nappa gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress his exclamation, having heard that Frieza had dispatched his troops to search for him. Perhaps he has incurred Frieza's wrath. Vegeta remained silent. Approximately a month prior, Vegeta had encountered Beerus within the royal palace. At that moment, Soya had coincidentally accompanied Bardock's combat team on a mission to the Cyril Star. By a stroke of fortune, Zoya narrowly avoided an encounter with Whis and Beerus. Vegeta vividly recalled the moment when Beerus placed his foot upon the head of the king, who dared not utter a word. It was said that Beerus commanded the king to procure the most comfortable pillow in the entire universe. The king found the pillow, claimed it as his own, and presented the second most comfortable pillow to Beerus. Upon discovering this, Beerus erupted in fury, leading to the infamous scene where he once again placed his foot upon the king's head, as the spaceship prepared to venture into the vast cosmos. A sudden flicker revealed Kampa appearing directly in front of the vessel, and with a gentle gesture, he intercepted its path. "You, descend." Kampa pointed towards Nappa. Nappa responded with a puzzled expression. Chapter 69. Frieza is on the brink of defeat. Prince Vegeta, did you hear that? He wants me to go down. Nappa grinned, his confidence surging as he spoke. My battle power is now 16,000. I have nothing to fear. As long as it isn't Frieza or Broly. None of Frieza's minions pose a significant threat. With many of Frieza's henchmen already defeated and the Ginyu Force occupied on another planet, Nappa felt emboldened. He believed that with a battle power of 16,000, he could dominate the battlefield, aside from Frieza, Broly, and Vegeta. Vegeta responded, "Why are you so confident? However, I recall that Beerus fellow wasn't this rotund. Has he been indulging too much? Moreover, the person beside Beerus was definitely a man. Why has it changed to a woman?" Vegeta was perplexed. "Don't be so arrogant. That guy is not to be trifled with." Vegeta scoffed, rolling his eyes at Nappa. Could it be? Nappa pondered, wondering if he might be stronger than Frieza. It was not entirely out of the question. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, realizing many things through this battle. Now I understand why Frieza is searching for Beerus. He intends to defeat Beerus by drinking the God of Destruction's water? It seems that even before encountering Beerus, the side effects of the God of Destruction's water have already manifested. That's why he came back to me for clarification. Is it possible that even if Frieza drinks the God of Destruction's water and boosts his power to 10 billion, he still wouldn't stand a chance against Beerus? It's akin to me thinking I could annihilate Frieza by simply raising my power to 300,000. In that moment, Vegeta grasped many truths. What should we do? Should we go down? Nappa was at a loss. Don't make him sound so terrifying. I'm quite anxious, you know. And if this Beerus is truly that powerful, why would he summon me? Vegeta nodded in silence. Nappa donned an air mask and opened the spaceship's hatch. Are you Beerus? Nappa inquired, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Kampa. Kampa's face darkened. He swiftly struck Nappa, knocking him unconscious. Initially, Kampa had no intention of engaging with Vegeta and Nappa as they departed in their spaceship. However, upon catching a glimpse of Nappa's lips saying he was Beerus, Kampa grew displeased. Today, I refuse to be challenged. Anyone who dares to claim I am Beerus will face my wrath. Kampa called out to Vegeta inside the spaceship. You there? Come here. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. Yet he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Do you know who I am? Kampa sneered, a smile creeping across his face as he regarded Vegeta. As Vegeta was about to speak, declaring himself as Beerus, whom he had encountered before, Bardoss swiftly approached from a distance and landed beside Kampa. Lord Kampa, oh dear. Frieza is on the brink of death. Should we intervene? Bardoss greeted with a smile. Kampa replied, Bardoss, could you refrain from such antics? I was just inquiring who this fellow is, and you hastily rushed over to call my name. You are not Beerus. Vegeta, slightly taken aback, quickly regained his composure. This individual was not Beerus? No wonder he bore no resemblance to Beerus. Kampa's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Bardoss. Oh dear. My apologies, I inadvertently revealed Lord Kampa's identity. Bardoss stifled a laugh behind her hand. You are quite perceptive. Kampa huffed, but chose not to press Vegeta further. After all, Vegeta had not mistaken him for Beerus. Despite Bardoss' interference, it seemed no one had made the error. Frieza is on the verge of death. This cannot stand. I must go and teach him a lesson. Kampa swiftly reacted. Let us go and see. Very well, Lord Kampa, Bardoss nodded gently. Whoosh. Kampa and Bardoss rapidly descended onto the surface of the planet Vampa. Vegeta remained silent, contemplating. After much hesitation, curiosity ultimately got the better of him, and he decided to investigate. At the very least, he wanted to know the outcome. He departed, unaware of the events that would unfold thereafter. After all, Vegeta was still a child, brimming with curiosity. Even if he were to grow up, he would likely still seek the truth. This fellow named Kampa claimed he would deal with Frieza. He simply had to see it for himself. What intrigued Vegeta the most was whether the legendary Super Saiyan Broly could possibly defeat Kampa. Logically, he should not. Vegeta swiftly dismissed the thought. Currently, the only reason Broly had the upper hand against Frieza was that Frieza was in a weakened state. If Frieza's combat power peaked at 12 million, Even if Broly harnessed the power of the great ape, his combat power would max out at around 2 million, right? Vegeta cast a glance at the unconscious Nappa in the cosmos, snorted, and donned an air mask before propelling himself into space, delivering a kick that sent Nappa tumbling into the spaceship. The spacecraft's door sealed shut. Vegeta approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Nappa, waking him forcefully. Nappa opened his eyes, bewildered. "What happened, Your Highness?" he asked, rubbing his sore cheeks. Nothing much. Quickly take control of the spaceship and project the events occurring below," Vegeta instructed Nappa. Nappa replied, "So you woke me up just to have me operate the spaceship? Your Highness, where is Beerus? Who is it that knocked me out?" Nappa inquired hastily. "He is not Beerus," Vegeta replied curtly, dismissing Nappa thereafter. Left with no choice, Nappa approached the control panel of the spaceship, utilizing its instruments to scan the events unfolding below. On the surface of planet Vampa, Broly continued to mercilessly pummel Frieza, who had been reduced to a grotesque state, wailing in utter despair. One might easily mistake this scene for a slaughterhouse. Overwhelmed by sorrow and helplessness, Frieza pondered, "How can this kid be so extraordinarily powerful?" In that moment, Frieza resolved with unwavering determination, "I must annihilate planet Vegeta at all costs. I cannot allow these Saiyans to prosper any further. This little monkey named Broly has already surpassed my weakened form. Curse it. If it weren't for the god water that left me in this frail state, would you even stand a chance against me? Enough." Kappa and Vados descended nearby, calling out to Broly. However, Broly seemed oblivious to their presence and intensified his assault on Frieza. Frieza's pupils dilated in shock. How did Lord Beerus arrive here? Could he have learned of my audacious challenge? Kappa's expression darkened instantly. This little brat truly has no respect for me. Should I consider obliterating him? Chapter 70. Frieza is once again defeated by Kappa. Alas, this young lad named Broly has completely lost his wits. Through the crystal orb atop her staff, Vados conducted an analysis and arrived at a startling conclusion. No wonder he cannot comprehend my words. Kappa, enlightened, strode forward to Broly's side. With a swift motion, Kappa seized Broly's arm. Broly's fist hung suspended in the air as he turned, gazing blankly at Kappa. In the next moment, filled with rage and humiliation, Broly bared his teeth at Kappa and sent Frieza flying with a powerful kick. Frieza's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. The very next instant, Broly unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks towards Kappa. With a casual gesture, Kappa placed his hand firmly upon Broly's head. Broly flailed his arms and legs in vain, his short limbs unable to make contact with Kappa in the slightest. However, the inability to strike his opponent only fueled Broly's rage further, causing his power to escalate wildly. "Oh, has this young man's strength increased yet again?" Kappa noted with mild surprise, glancing back at Vados. Indeed, according to the calculations derived from this realm's data, Broly's combat power has reached 3 million and continues to rise. 3 million. Frieza's expression turned to one of astonishment. In that moment, he became even more resolute in his decision to annihilate planet Vegeta. These little monkeys must not be allowed to grow any stronger. Although 3 million is still a significant disparity compared to my 12 million, something feels amiss. Is it possible for such a powerful Saiyan to exist in the 7th universe? Kappa marveled, clicking his tongue in astonishment. It is highly likely that he is the fabled Super Saiyan spoken of within Frieza's army. Vados smiled subtly. The legendary Super Saiyan? Kappa paused, inquiring, "Does our universe possess such a being?" "Not yet," Vados replied, shaking her head, adding that it may not have been born yet. Logically, if the legendary Super Saiyan exists in the 7th universe, one should logically exist in our 6th universe as well. Kappa nodded in silent agreement. Frieza? What are these 7th and 6th universes? What on earth is Lord Beerus talking about? And this legendary Super Saiyan? Is this lad named Broly truly a Super Saiyan? Broly continued to throw punches and kicks at Kappa, yet alas, his short limbs rendered him ineffective. Bang! Kappa delivered a resounding slap, sending Broly crashing to the ground. Thud! Broly lay limply upon the ground, his eyes swirling with dark circles, utterly dazed. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta inhaled deeply. Indeed, this fellow named Kappa is formidable. What is his connection to Beerus? Bardock, at that moment, was left utterly stunned. Is this hefty cat truly so powerful? He knocked Broly unconscious with a single slap. Wait a moment, have I forgotten something? It seems I have slain Broly's father. What will happen when Broly seeks vengeance upon me? Fortunately, few are privy to this matter. Thus far, I have only confided in Prince Vegeta. Prince Vegeta is not one to gossip. He is unlikely to disclose this information. That eases my mind. Did you hear that, Prince Vegeta? Nappa spoke in a hushed tone. They say Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. TCH. Vegeta trembled with rage. That fat cat is far too powerful. Nappa's lips twitched uncontrollably. What a formidable adversary I have provoked. Humph. You ought to be grateful he did not end your life, Vegeta remarked with a sidelong glance at Nappa. Frieza lay sprawled on the ground, emitting pained groans. Witnessing Kampa effortlessly incapacitate Broly did not surprise Frieza in the least. After all, in Frieza's estimation, Beerus's battle power should be around 8 billion. With such strength, stunning an opponent with merely 3 million in battle power, like Broly, is hardly a feat. I pay my respects to Lord Beerus. Frieza grit his teeth and rose from the ground, promptly kneeling before Kampa, hastily expressing gratitude for Lord Beerus's assistance. Despite his words, Frieza was in a state of deep anxiety. I can only hope that Lord Beerus remains unaware of my challenge. Moreover, why did you not appear when my power was at 10 billion? Now, I am left with a mere 5 million. Should you show up now? I stand no chance against you. Frieza, is it? Kampa narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Frieza. Frieza was momentarily bewildered. Why would Lord Beerus inquire thus? You have seen me before. Ah, yes, this is my fourth form. Previously, Lord Beerus beheld my first form. Indeed, Lord Beerus. I am Frieza. This is my true form. My battle power is typically so high that energy leaks out, which is why I utilize my first form, Frieza explained, swiftly transforming back into his initial state. What did you call me? Kampa, indifferent to Frieza's current form, questioned with a scowl and narrowed eyes. Lord Beerus. Frieza quickly replied. Come closer. I cannot hear you very well. Kampa chuckled. Frieza hesitated, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, Frieza dared not be remiss, taking 2 steps closer and kneeling obediently before him, calling, Lord Beerus. What brings you here? I have been fulfilling the task you assigned to annihilate planets. I shall proceed to destroy planet Vegeta at once. Smack, 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 smack. Kampa showed no restraint, delivering resounding slaps to Frieza's face. Stunned, Frieza clutched his face, gasping in pain. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Frieza felt the injuries on his face intensifying. Take a good look. Am I really Beerus? Xiangpa spoke coldly. Frieza? Frieza was momentarily taken aback. This fellow is not Beerus. I appear this robust. And you dare to mistake me for that guy Beerus. You truly are asking for a beating. Xiangpa huffed and delivered several resounding slaps to Frieza. Frieza, battered, found himself devoid of retort. I am currently quite feeble and injured. If you possess the courage, confront me when my battle power is at 10 billion. Oh, 10 billion battle power? Xiangpa paused slightly, his eyes narrowing once more. Frieza's heart sank, and his complexion shifted. This rotund cat can actually read minds. Pray tell, how did you acquire that 10 billion battle power? Xiangpa inquired with newfound interest. Frieza, is it because you possess 10 billion battle power that you allowed 100 minions to cause a ruckus on the planet where I was dining? And you mistook me for that scoundrel Beerus? Xiangpa chuckled lightly. Chapter 71. Kampa and the Divine Water of Combat. Frieza's mind raced, finally unraveling many perplexities. Firstly, this rotund feline was not Beerus. Secondly, this corpulent creature seemed to harbor a rather tenuous relationship with Beerus. Otherwise, he would not have been incensed by my misnaming him. Furthermore, the fool, Biliblu, had allowed 100 subordinates to boast recklessly, and this hefty cat was aware of it. Was it not fortuitous that he knew? Should I offer him the Divine Water of Combat? If I were to assist Lord Beerus in vanquishing this individual, perhaps I would be duly rewarded by him. The thought was too tantalizing to entertain, too dangerous to ponder. This being possessed the ability to read minds. Frieza hastily banished any extravagant thoughts from his mind and promptly declared, "It is the Divine Water of Combat. Imbibing it will double your combat prowess. 1 sip, double your strength. 2 sips, quadruple it, and so forth." As he spoke, Frieza produced the remaining essence of the Divine Water of Combat and presented it to Kampa with both hands. Kampa accepted the vial and unscrewed the cap, and a pungent aroma assaulted his senses. What an overpowering scent. Kampa grimaced slightly. The divine water of combat has a rather unique flavor, which is to be expected. Frieza replied. Initially, the taste may not be pleasant, but with repeated consumption, one grows to appreciate it. I encourage you to give it a try. Kampa refrained from drinking immediately, instead turning his gaze toward Beerus. Beerus, pinching his nose, utilized the crystal orb atop his staff to analyze the contents of the vial. Oh dear, there seems to be urine mixed in here, he remarked, his expression one of disdain. Kampa's countenance darkened, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. This lizard has truly overstepped. How dare he present me with such concoction? What? Frieza's eyes widened, his expression more grotesque than that of one who had ingested excrement. Urine? No wonder it smelled foul. That rascal Vegeta. How dare he make me, Frieza, drink urine? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. My lord. I too was deceived. I had no knowledge that it contained urine. Frieza, sensing the murderous glare from Kampa, hastily waved his hands in a gesture of surrender, trembling in fear. Indeed, Frieza was also among the victims. Beerus chuckled, still pinching his nose. Frieza, however, felt a pang of indignation. This woman is quite something. Yet, to learn that I am not the first to partake in such a distasteful beverage is rather disheartening. Since you are also a victim, you ought to consume the remainder, Kampa asserted, handing Frieza the remaining divine water of combat. Frieza nearly retched, a tempest of dismay swirling within him. Can you not act like a civilized being? However, before the overwhelming might of the situation, Frieza dared not exhibit any reluctance, and, before Kampa's gaze, steeled himself against the unparalleled revulsion, downing the remaining divine water in one gulp. Ugh! Frieza darted aside, retching violently. Vegeta, just wait. I shall have my revenge. His performance had been commendable. Xiangpa expressed his satisfaction with Frieza's performance and, intrigued, inquired whether there existed any unadulterated battle divine water. Frieza replied that only Vegeta possessed such a treasure. His eyes brightened, and he pointed towards the sky, but he had already fled in his spaceship. Vegeta? The little boy with the tail, I presume? Xiangpa stroked his chin. Yes, indeed. Frieza confirmed, noting that the original battle divine water had been obtained from a Saiyan named Soya, who, regrettably, was now deceased. Xiangpa waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in Frieza's mention of Soya. It turned out that the little boy with the tail possessed the battle divine water. In an instant, Xiangpa vanished from sight. Meanwhile, high above, Vegeta was aboard his spaceship, eavesdropping on the conversation below. Upon hearing Frieza utter his name, Vegeta's lips twitched, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Suddenly, he witnessed the fat cat disappear in a flash. This is bad. Vegeta's expression shifted rapidly as he exclaimed, preparing to steer his spaceship away from the star system. However, it was already too late. In truth, even if he had been timely, Xiangpa could effortlessly pursue Vegeta's vessel, which was reputedly the swiftest in Frieza's fleet. Come down here. Xiangpa beckoned to Vegeta. Drawing a deep breath, Vegeta stepped towards the spaceship's hatch. As he neared the entrance, he paused, glancing back at Naba, and coldly inquired, "You wouldn't dare attempt an escape, would you?" Naba's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly waved his hands, awkwardly chuckling. Huh, how could I? I am here waiting for you. Prince Vegeta. Very well, Vegeta nodded and exited the spaceship. Fortunately, the presence of breathable air rendered a space suit unnecessary. You seem to enjoy eavesdropping from your spaceship, Xiangpa remarked, ruffling Vegeta's hair. Vegeta shuddered slightly, his countenance darkening at the realization that Xiangpa was aware of his actions. Is there anything you do not know? Follow me. Xiangpa snorted, grasping Vegeta's arm and propelling him downward at great speed. Soon, Xiangpa brought Vegeta to the scene. Upon seeing Vegeta, Frieza's teeth ground in frustration, wishing to pounce and obliterate him instantly. This fool Vegeta, if not for him, Frieza, wouldn't be in such a dire predicament. He hoped that Xiangpa would eliminate Vegeta for him. No, I must handle this myself. Otherwise, my vengeance shall remain unsatisfied. Produce the battle divine water, and let me see this wondrous substance, Xiangpa commanded Vegeta imperiously. Without hesitation, Vegeta retrieved a small vial of battle divine water from his chest and tossed it to Xiangpa. With a swift motion, Xiangpa caught the vial, unscrewed the cap, and instinctively took a whiff. Thankfully, the liquid emitted no discernible odor. Bardos, Please analyze and ascertain whether there are any repugnant components within this. Zampa handed the battle god water to Bardos, who, wielding her staff, meticulously scanned the liquid through the crystal orb atop it. The results of the examination emerged swiftly. No, it is simply ordinary pure water, with a purity of 99. 99, Bardos remarked with a smile. Ordinary pure water? Is it this substance that has purportedly elevated your combat power to 10 billion? Zampa inquired, his gaze fixed with a sly smile upon Frieza. Yes, indeed. Frieza nodded in affirmation. Bardos, what is his current combat power? Zampa asked. It hovers around 1 million. In his prime, it should reach 1.5 million, Bardos analyzed. What happened to the promised combat power of 10 billion? Zampa's expression turned ominous. Chapter 72. The doubling of Kampa's power humph. This substance possesses side effects. Whatever the enhancement in combat prowess, it will diminish significantly an hour after consumption. Vegeta immediately interjected, elucidating, for instance. If this fellow's combat strength is 120 million and he consumes 80 sips, his power would escalate 80-fold, reaching 9.6 billion, while he boasts of being at 10 billion. After an hour, however, his strength would plummet from 120 million down to a mere 1.5 million. Kampa nodded thoughtfully, suddenly finding this lad, named Vegeta, rather perceptive for his clear explanation. Quite intriguing, he mused. I am curious to see if it works for me. Without a trace of hesitation, Kampa gulped down the divine water. Vegeta, Frieza, is that how you drink? Subsequently, Kampa silently sensed the changes within his body. No reaction. It appears this substance is ineffective for gods. Disappointed, Kampa shook his head, preparing to discard the divine water. Oh dear, it's not that simple, Bardos smiled, as their conversation revealed that a single sip would not suffice. The effects only commence from the second sip. Kampa. Why wasn't he that mentioned earlier? He rolled his eyes. Moreover, one merely needs to take a small sip. There is no need to gulp it all down. Bardos sighed gently. Kampa was at a loss for words. Fortunately, there remained a tiny amount in the bottle. Surely that counts as a sip? Bardos queried Frieza and Vegeta, both nodding immediately. Well, even though there's just a bit left, I might as well give it a try, despite the slim chances, Kampa remarked, tilting his neck back to consume the remaining divine water entirely. Thus, all the divine water left by Soya, including the tainted portions, had been completely exhausted. At the moment Kampa swallowed the last drop of divine water, his eyes suddenly gleamed, and his expression transformed with brilliance. Bardos. Bardos also displayed a hint of surprise. Indeed, it has enhanced. Kampa felt an overwhelming wave of joy wash over him, his mouth stretching into a broad grin. Oh my, this is quite unexpected, Bardos mused, marveling at the wondrous occurrences within the universe. My current strength is twice what it once was. Do you comprehend what this signifies, Bardos? Kampa exclaimed, his feline visage flushed with excitement, clenching his fists tightly. It signifies that Lord Kampa is no longer the lowest among the destroyers, Bardos smiled. Kampa, could you refrain from such remarks, Bardos? Kampa bared his teeth, retorting indignantly. Oh dear, how rude of me. Bardos stifled a laugh, her delight evident. The divine water is indeed a remarkable substance, especially at Kampa's level, where further enhancement becomes exceedingly challenging, let alone doubling it. Kampa nodded vigorously. Truly, this is an extraordinary elixir. In the past, I could not defeat the god of destruction, but perhaps through the divine waters of battle, I could pin him to the ground and rub him harshly. This enhancement is indeed a twofold increase. However, shortly after, Beerus doused my enthusiasm with cold water. The divine waters of battle can only sustain their effect for 1 hour. An hour is ample time. Kampa felt invigorated. Alas, it's gone. Beerus pointed to the empty bottle. Kampa, is there none left? Kampa immediately inquired of Frieza and Vegeta. There is none, although there might still be a drop or two left in the bottle. Vegeta peered into the bottle. Where did this substance originate? Kampa glanced at the bottle, carefully stored it away, and, somewhat unwilling to give up, hastily pressed for more information. It was acquired by a Saiyan named Soya from Beast Star. I dispatched someone to investigate Beast Star, but no similar divine waters of battle were found, Frieza replied truthfully, adding that the Saiyan named Soya was already deceased. Frieza felt quite displeased. It seemed that all these peculiar events stemmed from that Saiyan named Soya. If it weren't for his concoction of the divine waters of battle, would so many bizarre occurrences have transpired? Would I have been so thoroughly humiliated by a mere Saiyan monkey? Frieza's negative emotional value soared to 999. Kampa's expression darkened. The divine waters of battle are gone. So, my hard-won twofold strength can only last for an hour? That hour is hardly sufficient for me to travel to another universe to flaunt my power. Furthermore, with my physical prowess, doubling my strength should not be the limit, right? This lizard can amplify its power 80-fold. Surely, a god of destruction like myself can achieve an 80,000-fold increase without issue? Alas, there is insufficient divine water for battle. And why did this Soya have to die? Kampa's negative emotional value also reached 999. Upon receiving this news, Soya shivered, his grip faltering, causing the delicate ties to plummet from his arms. Ties emitted desperate screams. Ties' negative emotional value hit 666. Soya suddenly regained his senses and hastily descended to catch Ties. However, panic swelled in Soya's heart. What the hell? At this moment, Soya felt an urge to curse. Why is Kampa contributing to my negative emotional value? Vegeta, what on earth are you doing? Who have you provoked? Soya immediately glanced at the total negative emotional value displayed on the system panel. After arriving on Earth, although only a few hours had passed, combined with the negative emotional values contributed by Frieza and his cohort, it had already accumulated to over 1 million. I must hurry and draw a prize. Originally, Soya had planned to accumulate 10 million before beginning the draw. Now, seeing that Kampa was providing negative emotional value, Soya was genuinely alarmed. That is the god of destruction. After all, and he contributed 999 points of negative emotional value. Such profound enmity and resentment. Moreover, the angelic presence of Bardos by Kampa's side is omnipotent, effortlessly capable of locating my current whereabouts. I can only hope that the system will lend me some assistance. With the announcement of a lottery, I am granted various combat powers. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 66. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 11. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 99. Congratulations, you have received Dowda Candy. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 55. Congratulations, you have received Memory Gloves. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 33. Congratulations, you have received Dowda Candy. Congratulations. After this series of draws, Suya amassed a total of over 5,000 combat power. Presently, Suya's overall combat power has reached an impressive height of 21,000. Yet, such a meager amount of combat power leaves Suya utterly dissatisfied. With only 21,000, he cannot even contend with a Frieza, let alone Kampa. Combat power has become trivial, and the fragments of Zazai G hold no significance either. Suya perceives the fragments of Zazai G as an enticing mirage conjured by the system. When will he ever collect 100 of them? Chapter 73. The Birth of New Products. Dowda Candy and Memory Gloves at present. What piques Suya's curiosity the most is the emergence of 2 new items in this lottery. The system has been remarkably generous, unveiling 2 new products at once. One is Dowda Candy, and the other is Memory Gloves. Currently, there are only 2 pieces of Dowda Candy and 1 Memory Glove. First, let us examine the descriptions. Dowda Candy. Upon consumption, it can significantly diminish one's presence for a duration of 1 hour. Note, there are side effects. Please use with caution. Memory Gloves. When donned, a single tap rewinds memory by 15 seconds, 2 taps by 30 seconds, 3 taps by 60 seconds, and 4 taps by 120 seconds, and so on, cumulatively. Well, let us set the Memory Gloves aside for now. Suya's attention was immediately drawn to the Dowda Candy. It can maximize the concealment of all his aura. However, there are side effects. There is no time to ponder such matters. If he doesn't consume it soon, Xiangpa will surely discover him. Fortunately, he has 2 pieces of Dowda Candy. Suya hurriedly retrieved the Dowda Candy from the system S space and examined it closely. The Dowda Candy appeared, at first glance, as a red bean, somewhat reminiscent of the red bean that Ba had once used in a game. As for its flavor, Suya, faced with urgency, did not hesitate and promptly popped it into his mouth. Surprisingly, it was quite delectable. Sweet with a hint of tanginess, it left a lingering aftertaste. Hey, what are you eating, Suya? Share one with me. Tai Si looked on enviously as Suya savored the candy, showing no inclination to share. Negative emotional value from Tai C, 555. Having eaten nothing. Suya shook his head. What are you talking about? Tai C. Negative emotional value from Tai C, 666. Do you think I'm blind? I saw you eating that red bean. It looks delicious. On the Wampa planet. Is it possible to trace where Suya obtained the battle divine water? Xiangpa asked eagerly. I'll give it a try. Baduz nodded. Using the crystal ball atop the scepter to search for the source of the battle divine water. The results soon emerged. The battle divine water was initially acquired from Suya, but as for where he obtained it, that could only be answered by asking him directly. Baduz pursed her lips as she provided the information. Suya? Is it? Xiangpa turned to Baduz and said, let us see if we can locate him. Perhaps he is still alive. All right, let me search. Baduz lightly touched her forehead and immediately began to seek out Suya with her scepter. Vegeta glanced in that direction. That blue woman. Can she really find Suya with that stick? After a thorough search, the conclusion was reached. Indeed, there was no trace of him. He was likely deceased. Baduz calmly delivered the news. Xiangpa. Negative emotional value from Xiangpa, 999. Though his strength has increased, only 2 or 3 drops of battle divine water remain. It is uncertain whether it will be effective. Isn't this a tragedy? Moreover, the enhancement of strength can only be sustained for 1 hour. When venturing into another universe to flaunt one's prowess, a period of weakness may ensue, resulting in a halving of strength. This individual named Soya. When shall he meet his demise? Vegeta? Vegeta found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had Soya truly perished? Surely, fate could not be this cruel. Could it be that his spacecraft exploded amidst the cosmic expanse? Had both he and Raditz met their ends in the void of space? This seemed to be the only plausible scenario. Raditz? Who is that? Kappa's eyes flickered as he immediately turned to Vegeta. A weight settled in Vegeta's heart. This portly feline could indeed read his innermost thoughts. Raditz was also a Saiyan. Frieza's eyes darted with intrigue, and he quickly interjected, surmising that Raditz was likely with Soya and might possess knowledge regarding the source of the god water. I didn't ask you. Kappa's demeanor darkened as he pointed at Vegeta, demanding, speak. Vegeta. He speaks the truth. Vegeta promptly responded. Kappa. Is that your answer? Frieza. Bardock, investigate. Kappa decisively commanded Bardock. Very well. Bardock nodded gently, once more utilizing the crystal ball on his staff to seek out Raditz. Earth. Upon receiving another wave of negative emotional energy provided by Kappa, Soya's heart raced, panic gripping him anew, nearly causing him to drop ties from the sky. Vegeta. What on earth are you doing? What have you done to Kappa? Surely, you haven't given him the tainted god water, have you? This is disastrous. Vegeta can't possibly be finished, can he? I wonder if taking this candy will enable Bardock to locate me? After all, he is an angel. Will this even prove effective? Regardless, it has been consumed, and if it's futile, there is nothing to be done. Just in case, I should have Raditz take one as well. After all, through Raditz, perhaps I can find my way to Earth. Once I reach Earth, how could I possibly remain lost? Soya quickly embraced ties and appeared beside Raditz. Soya. There is no need for such formality. Are you here to welcome me? Raditz grinned, clearly taken aback. Raditz, you've been performing admirably of late. You should take this candy. As Soya spoke, he offered the candy to Raditz. Raditz glanced at the red bean in Soya's hand, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. From Raditz, a negative emotional energy value of 666. Are we to engage in a game of bean tossing? Isn't that Galactic Patrolman Gakka bean as well? You ought to take a shot at him. Can I not eat it? Raditz grimaced. I have no desire to be a bean. Open wide. Soya insisted with a stern expression. Raditz, must you play this way? I've witnessed what you did to that mermaid. Do you wish to extract my tongue? I too wish to partake. Why can't I have one? Ties looked on with a covetous expression. Silence. Soya snapped irritably. Ties pouted, sulking. How stingy. Although reluctantly, Raditz obediently opened his mouth. After all, who could contend with the formidable combat prowess of Son Goku? If I were to resist, it would be all too easy for him to eliminate me in an instant. Son Goku promptly tossed the crimson bean into Raditz's mouth. As Raditz chewed, he was unexpectedly pleased by the delightful taste of the bean. Is there more? I wish to have another. He grinned, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Son Goku exhaled softly in relief. Both Raditz and I had consumed the bean candy, and one would assume that no issues would arise, right? Even if complications did arise, I could no longer concern myself with them. I had exerted my utmost effort to conceal my presence. If Bados were to discover this, the likelihood of that happening feels alarmingly high. Should I perhaps entice Zampa and Bados with some exquisite delicacies? Otherwise, we might find ourselves in an inescapable predicament. With such a high level of negative emotional energy, do you intend to capture me and unleash your wrath upon me? Never mind, never mind. No one is here. Bados gently shook his head, concluding that this Raditz must also have met his demise. Zampa's expression darkened. How could they all be dead? Vegeta felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Is it truly so random that you two perished? Did you genuinely meet your end in the vastness of space? Chapter 74. Investigate. If dead, let us consult the underworld. So, they have departed, have they? Xiangpa gently tapped his forehead, unperturbed. We shall promptly venture to the underworld to locate their souls. Very well, Lord Xiangpa. Bardos lightly touched her forehead in acknowledgement. Vegeta was left utterly bewildered. They are deceased. And yet you believe you can find their souls? Who exactly are these two? Frieza was equally taken aback, his triangular eyes darting about. As for you, before departing, Xiangpa cast a cheerful glance at Frieza. Frieza trembled in fear, hastily kneeling before Xiangpa in submission. You too? Is there no matter you cannot discuss amicably? Must you resort to violence? How unfriendly. Xiangpa snorted disdainfully, reprimanding Frieza and Vegeta. Frieza was left utterly flabbergasted, not daring to utter a single word. Let us shake hands and make peace. Xiangpa grinned, instructing the two. Frieza, Vegeta, perhaps a hug would suffice to resolve our grievances instead. Xiangpa reconsidered with a smile. This wretched lizard, in light of your pitiable state, I shall spare your life. However, this does not imply I am free from revulsion towards you. To embrace the one you detest most, it seems a far greater torment than death, does it not? What is this? If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to obliterate you. Xiangpa huffed, a glint of malice appearing in his gaze. Frieza quaked in fear. Vegeta, though reluctant, dared not defy him. Their bodies stiffened, mechanically embracing under Xiangpa's watchful eye. That is more like it. Xiangpa smiled with satisfaction. Vegeta and Frieza immediately separated, each wearing a look of distaste. Once I depart, you will not resort to fighting again, will you? Xiangpa huffed, his smile growing ever brighter. Absolutely not. Frieza nearly ground his teeth, forcing those two words out. I have high hopes for these young Saiyans. You must not harm them, do you understand? Xiangpa addressed Frieza with a stern countenance. Yes, I understand, Frieza obediently replied. Young man, I have saved your life. Be sure to express your gratitude. Xiangpa patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta maintained his cool demeanor, remaining silent. Ensure they have a spaceship. Xiangpa once more instructed Frieza, should you fail to comply. Whoosh. With a swift motion of his hand, Xiangpa unleashed a beam of destructive energy that sped toward a distant star in the cosmos. Bang! The star disintegrated in an instant, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The entire Wampa planet dimmed in an instant. Witnessing Xiangpa's display, Frieza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in shock. Is that not the destruction of Lord Beerus? This fat cat possesses such power as well. Let us depart, Bardos. Xiangpa beckoned to Bardos. Very well, Lord Xiangpa. Bardos spoke, gently tapping his staff against the ground. With a resounding crack, a luminous flame, as brilliant as the stars, swiftly enveloped both Bardos and Xiangpa. In an instant, they vanished from sight. On Earth, Saiyan suddenly recalled that the system had birthed a new item, the memory gloves. By donning the gloves and tapping once, one could rewind another's memory by 15 seconds, with a second tap extending it to 30 seconds, and so forth, cumulatively. What a remarkable invention. Let me calculate. 4 taps yield a 2-minute rewind, 5 taps 4 minutes, 6 taps 8 minutes, 7 taps 16 minutes, 8 taps 32 minutes, and 9 taps 64 minutes. Is it true that 9 taps only account for an hour? I shall experiment first. Moreover, this device bears no side effects and can be used freely. What troubles Saiyan most at this moment is the fact that the jelly beans do have side effects. Yet, the precise nature of these side effects remains unclear. With a swift motion, Saiyan stealthily retrieved a pair of memory gloves from the system space. The gloves appeared rather ordinary. Entirely white, resembling the material worn by the Frieza force. Suya slowly donned the gloves, glancing at Raditz, then at Gak. Raditz? What are you staring at? Why have you suddenly put on gloves? Next, Suya focused intently on Gak. Gak, what kind of look is that? Why do I feel like you have ulterior motives? Gak's negative emotional value surged to 555. With gloved hand, Suya gently tapped Gak's shoulder. Surely, that should count, right? I wonder if it will work. Suya then fixed his gaze on Gak's eyes, eager to observe his reaction. Hey, can you teleport? Gak exclaimed, looking around in surprise and querying Raditz. Raditz? Raditz's expression turned to one of utter confusion. What does that mean? Why can't I comprehend what you're saying? A glimmer of joy sparked within Suya. Could it be truly effective? Has Gak reverted to his memories from 15 seconds prior? If so, suddenly appearing in this position would indeed feel akin to teleportation for Gak. Let us try again. Suya tapped Gak's shoulder several more times. This time, he gently shook his hand, delivering approximately 10 taps on Gak's shoulder. After all, as a warrior race, executing 10 taps could be accomplished in nearly 2 seconds. Upon completing this sequence, Suya scrutinized Gak once more. According to the cumulative calculations, 10 taps would equate to around 2 hours. Thus, if Gak's memory had indeed been rewound, he should not recognize us. What are you doing, Suya? Raditz questioned, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity, entirely at a loss regarding Suya's intentions. Silence, Suya replied sternly. He then gazed intently at Gak, eager to witness his response. Jace first shook his head, then surveyed his surroundings with a bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? How did I end up in the sky? And who are these 3 individuals? Who are you? Jace inquired with a wary demeanor. Raditz, taken aback, stood there in stunned silence. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Raditz struck Jace on the head, reprimanding him irritably. What are you doing? What do you mean, who are we? Please refrain from making such trivial jokes. Do you even know who I am? How dare you strike me, you little brat? Infuriated, Jace retaliated with a forceful palm strike to Raditz's chest. With a splutter, Raditz expelled a mouthful of bile, feeling utterly disoriented as he was sent reeling backward. As Jace severed his connection with Raditz, he plummeted from the sky. However, flames erupted from his feet, allowing him to hover gracefully in midair. Without hesitation, Jace drew an energy gun from his waist, aiming it menacingly at Raditz. Don't move, or I won't hesitate to take action. You have quite the nerve, little brat. How dare you assault an officer? Jace shouted. Raditz was genuinely baffled. What was this person going on about? Chapter 75. The Memory Gloves. Rewind of memories reveal your identities. Or I shall not be lenient. Jack bellowed, brandishing his firearm. Damn it, if it weren't for my current state of weakness. Do you truly believe I would be bested by a mere Galactic Patrol officer? Raditz seethed, his face flushed with rage, fists clenched tightly, youthful features marred by indignation. He muttered to himself, as a warrior of the Saiyan race, to be struck down by a Galactic Patrol officer is utterly disgraceful. What did you say? Saiyan. Jack's expression stiffened, his countenance darkening. Indeed. Have you forgotten? Raditz inquired, momentarily taken aback. Jack, you fool, what madness has overtaken you? Haraha. Just a jest, merely a jest. Jack suddenly noticed the tails behind Raditz and Soja, his face draining of color. So they are indeed Saiyans. And there is an adult among them. This is a disaster. Look, a spaceship. Jack suddenly pointed towards the sky behind Soja and Raditz. Raditz instinctively glanced back. Soja, however, remained unfazed. Negative emotional value from Jack, 666. Turn around. How can I flee if I do not turn? Enough chatter, run. If they catch me, I am finished. Whoosh. 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 Jack fired 3 shots in rapid succession at Soja before turning to flee. Soja, with a mere flick of his hand, deflected the incoming energy blasts. After all, Soja's combat power had soared to an impressive 21,000. Dealing with a Galactic Patrol officer posed no challenge. Is this fellow deranged? What is he plotting? Raditz scratched his head, a perplexed expression adorning his face. Forget him for now, Soja remarked, casting a glance in the direction where Jack had vanished. Showing no intention of pursuit. Let him run for a while. By the time I master the ability to sense energy, he will serve as a perfect subject for experimentation. Besides, Soja felt a twinge of guilt. What a fascinating Galactic Patrol officer he could have been. Alas, The memory gloves restored his memories to 2 hours prior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fired upon me. I shall refrain from holding this against you for now. Having run far away, Jack swiftly sought refuge within a thicket, his heart racing in terror. This is dreadful. How could 2 Scions appear here? Did not Lord Galactic King state that only a Scion infant would come to Earth? Do you truly call a 7-year-old child an infant? And there is an adult as well. Lord Galactic King, are you attempting to lead me to my doom? Moreover, how did I end up here? I distinctly remember accompanying the doctor to shop in the town. It was nighttime then, and now, the sun has risen. I must have been discovered by those 2 Scions and subsequently knocked unconscious, leading me to this peculiar location. It must be so. I need to quickly establish contact with headquarters and have Myers bring a team to capture them. Let us proceed to the Tower of Corinta. Zoya pointed towards a distant, towering structure. What an unusual edifice, Raditz mused. As for pursuing Gak, Raditz felt no urgency. After all, even if he caught up, he would be unable to defeat him. I am currently too weak. Moreover, Raditz had no desire to carry such a burden. He was already fatigued, yet Zoya insisted on having him fly with him. Zoya was eager to test the efficacy of the senza beans. If consuming one during a state of weakness could restore him to peak combat capability, it would be a remarkable advantage. The thought of sipping on the god water and then consuming a senza bean during a moment of vulnerability was exhilarating. Furthermore, this memory glove is truly a splendid invention. Zoya, why are we heading to that strange tower? Is there something valuable up there? Raditz inquired curiously. You shall find out once we arrive. Why ask so many questions? Zoya replied, lightly patting Raditz on the shoulder. Let us go. However, as he patted Raditz, Zoya suddenly felt something amiss. Wait, did I inadvertently activate the memory glove? Raditz's memories shouldn't revert to 15 seconds ago, should they? As expected, Raditz's expression froze, and he immediately furrowed his brow, asking, what spaceship are you speaking of? Is this fellow out of his mind? What on earth is he planning? Ties exhibited a look of confusion. Since earlier, both Raditz and Gak had been acting rather strangely, seemingly since Zoya produced that glove. Zoya, what is this glove? Ties asked, perplexed. Zoya chuckled and promptly gave Ties' soft cheek a gentle pat. Ties, with her memory reverting to 15 seconds prior, Ties ceased to focus on the glove. She felt an odd sensation, as if something significant had been lost. Raditz scratched his head. I share this sentiment, Ties murmured. Are you worried about your clothing? Raditz suddenly recalled the bizarre programs on the television in Master Roshi's room, stroking his chin and shivering. Ties looked momentarily bewildered. What are you talking about? Planet Wampa. Nappa was now controlling a spaceship descending from the sky. Under Vegeta's orders, Nappa extracted a smaller spacecraft from the mother ship. Frieza suppressed the urge to slay Vegeta with a single blow and shot a fierce glare at the unconscious Broly. You two better wait for me. Though I cannot kill you now, there will come a day when I will ensure your demise in a most rhythmic manner. Frieza promptly ascended into the large spacecraft. Belibulu gracefully descended from his concealed location, alighting behind Frieza with an air of nonchalance, choosing silence as his companion. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at Belibulu, but refrained from confronting him. With a swift surge, Frieza's spacecraft ascended, piercing through the atmosphere and departing from the planet. Your Highness Vegeta, we must hasten our departure from this place, Nappa urged. Vegeta remained taciturn, striding purposefully towards the spacecraft. Your Highness Vegeta, what shall we do about that fellow named Broly? Shall we leave him to his fate on this planet? Nappa inquired, gesturing towards Broly with urgency. Vegeta's pace momentarily faltered, reflecting a moment of hesitation before he replied sternly, bring him along. But what if he loses control aboard the spacecraft? Nappa expressed his concern. As long as we do not provoke him, he should remain composed, Vegeta asserted before soaring directly onto the spacecraft. The decision to take Broly with him stemmed from Vegeta's contemplation that perhaps, upon further examination of this individual, he too might ascend to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 76. Did Soya survive as Zampa entered the underworld? Nappa grasped Broly's ankle, suppressing the urge to violently shake his body, and instead dragged him aboard the spacecraft. Whoosh! The spacecraft ascended, swiftly departing from the planet Wampa. In less than a second after Vegeta's ship had departed, a colossal planet-destroying missile plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto Wampa. Boom! The planet erupted in space, radiating resplendent colors. Many of Frieza's minions perished in the cataclysmic explosion. Ha ha ha. Frieza let out a series of eerie laughs, feeling a slight uplift in his mood. His subordinate, Beerus, trembled in fear. Immediately set course for planet Vegeta. Frieza commanded. Yes, Lord Frieza. Beerus responded respectfully. The spacecraft carved an arc through the cosmos, racing towards planet Vegeta. Frieza continued to sneer. That fat cat forbade me from killing Vegeta and his companions. However, that does not preclude me from annihilating planet Vegeta. First, I shall obliterate the Saiyans' homeworld. That Frieza. He has destroyed planet Wampa. Naba gritted his teeth. Humph. Vegeta grunted, offering no further comment. Frieza's ship had vanished. Where could he be heading? Naba murmured. That is the direction of planet Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Did you hear him? That fiend intends to obliterate planet Vegeta. It seems to be due to Beerus. Naba spoke gravely. Vegeta fell silent. It appeared that planet Vegeta was doomed. The most urgent matter now was to enhance their strength. Frieza's combat power was an astounding 12 million. Without the water of the gods, how could I possibly defeat him? Should we contact the people on the planet? Naba inquired. Do as you wish. Vegeta neither agreed nor disagreed. Perhaps we should reach out, if only to bring forth a few women, ensuring the continuation of our lineage. Naba mused as he approached the communicator, attempting to establish a connection with planet Vegeta. However, upon activating the device, he discovered it malfunctioning. Alas, the communicator is broken. Naba frowned. Humph, it must be Frieza's doing, aimed at preventing any contact with the inhabitants of planet Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed. Then we have no choice but to find a place to hide. Naba shook his head. After uttering this, he sighed helplessly. What a pity, Soya and Raditz are gone. If only Soya had remained with us, perhaps he could have survived. Naba lamented. Vegeta remained silent. Your Highness, if planet Vegeta truly meets its demise, there will hardly be any Saiyans left, Naba said in a low voice. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixated on Broly, who lay on the ground in a deep slumber. The vast expanse of the starry sky stretched above, encompassing the boundless universe. Kampa and Beerus soared at an astonishing speed toward the realm of the dead. With a swift crack, they breached the fabric of space and emerged within the underworld, heading directly to the hall where King Yama resided. Upon their arrival, King Yama was momentarily taken aback, but quickly knelt in a deep bow, trembling in fear. Greetings, Lord Kampa. Greetings, Lord Beerus, he stammered. How had these two powerful beings arrived here? King Yama, conduct a search for an individual, Kampa commanded. His name is Soya, a Saiyan who must have recently passed away. Determine the whereabouts of his soul. Yes, Lord Kampa. King Yama immediately retrieved the ledger of life and death, scrutinizing it diligently. However, after an extensive search, he could find no information regarding Soya. Nothing found. Kampa raised an eyebrow, surprised. How peculiar. Beerus, too, was intrigued and utilized the crystal ball atop his staff for another examination, yet still came up empty. What about Raditz? Search for him, Kampa ordered once more. King Yama conducted another search, but again failed to locate Raditz's information. Not even him. Kampa was slightly taken aback. Lord Kampa, could it be that they haven't actually died? King Yama inquired cautiously. Kampa felt utterly perplexed. How could that be possible? Beerus had scoured the cosmos, yet found no trace of the two. If they haven't died, how could they simply vanish? It's conceivable that due to immense energy fluctuations, they inadvertently traversed time and space, Beerus speculated. Such occurrences are not uncommon, making them difficult to locate. Kampa's heart sank at the thought. If Soya and Raditz had indeed traversed time, it would mean Beerus could not find them. Kampa's negative emotional energy surged to an alarming level. This fool. Why choose to traverse time now? If only you had brought me more of that divine battle water, wouldn't it have been more enjoyable to travel through time? With a resigned shake of his head, Kampa decided, let us depart. The two swiftly exited the underworld and re-entered the vastness of space. Kampa examined the bottle of divine battle water, finding it contained approximately 3 drops, which he regarded as a precious treasure. It is said that when diluted in a 1:1 ratio, the battle water remains usable, Beerus remarked with a smile, which means you can consume it 6 more times. Lord Kampa. Kampa's eyes brightened. 6 more times? That could indeed work. Perhaps I could flaunt my power in another universe and take on a destroyer. That would be exhilarating. By the way, Can you ascertain why this substance can double my strength? Kampa suddenly inquired, his excitement palpable. If it can be replicated, that would be magnificent. I'll give it a try, Beerus replied, scanning the divine battle water with the crystal ball atop his staff. A minute passed. What is the verdict? Can it be replicated? Kampa anxiously questioned. No, it's not possible. Raditz gently shook her head. What? Even you cannot replicate it? Xiangpa asked in astonishment. You must know what this substance is composed of, right? I cannot discern its nature, Raditz pondered. It feels as though it originates from an external realm. External? Xiangpa paused, questioning curiously. From the demon realm, perhaps? No, it is akin to us angels, arriving from another world, Raditz replied. Could it be that a deity even more powerful than you angels has emerged? Xiangpa expressed his surprise. It remains unclear at this moment. However, these matters should be of concern to the Grand Priest. Raditz chuckled lightly. Xiangpa responded. With your words, I find myself at a loss for how to continue. Yet you are correct. Should such a deity truly manifest, wouldn't the Grand Priest be there to oversee it? Could it be that the Saiyan named Saiyan has come from another world as a god? Xiangpa appeared to suddenly grasp something, asking with a hint of astonishment. Chapter 77. The robbery of the divine being. There exists a possibility, albeit uncertain, Bacchus pondered. It could also be that he inadvertently stumbled upon a divine artifact from another realm. You are correct. Is he not a Saiyan? Kampa sighed with slight relief. Let us set him aside for now. I am bound for Universe 2. Oh dear. As Lord Kampa recalled the unfortunate encounter with Lord Hellas of Universe 2, Bacchus stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Bacchus, must you be so candid? Kampa's feline visage darkened, casting a fierce glare at Bacchus. Also, why does your statement carry such a peculiar connotation? What do you mean by an unfortunate experience with Hellas? Such phrasing invites unwarranted speculation. She shot an arrow at me. My power is on par with that woman. Once I consume the divine fighting water, I shall surely pin her to the ground. Kampa grinned widely, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Perhaps we could engage in similar activities in a more comfortable setting, Bacchus chuckled playfully. Kampa. Regrettably, only 6 drops remain. May they prove useful? Kampa lamented, failing to respond. It is due to your insistence on consuming the divine fighting water in one go that we are left with so little, Bacchus remarked with a smile. Kampa silently grumbled within. It was you all who spoke too slowly. Otherwise, would I have consumed the divine fighting water so hastily? And that individual named Soya? Could you not spare a bit more of the divine fighting water before departing? Negative emotion from Kampa, 999. By the way, you previously assessed the purity of the divine fighting water to be 99. 99. What constitutes that remaining 0? 01. Kampa inquired. Oh dear, it is Vegeta's saliva. Bacchus replied candidly. Ugh, Kampa gagged. With a swift motion, the two transformed into a radiant streak of light, akin to stars, propelling themselves towards Universe 2. On Earth, at Corinne Tower, upon seeing Soya and Raditz, Master Corinne felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity, especially regarding the individual named Soya, whose presence had previously emanated a formidable energy. How could such a potent force vanish so abruptly? And Raditz too. His energy is equally perplexing. When he first arrived on Earth, Raditz's energy was daunting, yet inexplicably, it had diminished significantly. Were it not for their sudden appearance here, and Soya still cradling ties, I might have nearly overlooked them. Upon arriving at Corinne Tower, Soya received yet another surge of negative emotion courtesy of Kampa. Kampa, oh Kampa, I implore you, be a cat for once. You consistently provide me with 999 points of negative emotion. It truly unsettles me. It must be said, being the object of a destroyer god's attention weighs heavily on Soya's heart. Now, he could only pray that the magic bean would yield results. If it fails, he would have to contemplate alternative solutions. Subsequently, Soya glanced at the memory glove adorning his right hand. In that moment, an audacious thought crossed his mind. What if I could use this glove to return Xiangpa's memories to a time when he did not know me? Wouldn't that resolve everything splendidly? Of course, this notion was merely a whimsical fantasy for Soya. He dared not ascertain whether this glove would be effective against a destroyer. Perhaps it would be of no use against a true deity. Let's first examine the magical beans, he mused. Robbery, Soya slowly uttered. The Galactic Elder. Negative emotional value from the Galactic Elder, 888. The Galactic Elder was instantly thrown into a state of panic. He had traveled a great distance only to be confronted with robbery. Ha ha ha. Raditz was even more exhilarated, rubbing his hands together with wild laughter. Hand over all your valuables. Tai Si stood beside Soya, utterly bewildered. You said the same thing when you first saw me, demanding I give you my clothes. Can you not be so shameless? I declare that from this moment forth, this tower belongs to me. So you proclaimed with a smile. Raditz eagerly nodded in agreement. Chiming in, hey, fat cat, did you hear that? You better behave yourself. Since this tower now belongs to Soya, from this day forward, you shall be his pet cat. The Galactic Elder. Negative emotional value from the Galactic Elder, 999. Is it possible for a celestial being like me to be reduced to an alien's pet cat? What a tragedy. Did you hear that? Raditz noticed the Galactic Elder's silence and deliberately kicked him. The Galactic Elder silently assessed the situation, concluding that this fellow's skills were rather mediocre. Aren't you evenly matched with the Turtle Sage? Do you really think you can best me? If it weren't for this individual named Soya, I could have knocked you to the ground. I understand. I see now, the Galactic Elder sighed in resignation, nodding his head. Now, the Galactic Elder could only silently pray that these two aliens would finish their robbery swiftly and depart. What do you desire? Whatever I possess. I will unconditionally offer it to you. The Galactic Elder promptly responded with great cooperation. No need. I'll search for myself. The treasures I find on my own will hold far more significance. So you declared, hands on his hips, a proud expression on his face. The Galactic Elder buried his face in his hands. It was his first encounter with aliens as robbers. Raditz, search for me. So you commanded. All right. I love searching for things. Raditz exclaimed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he discovered that this was merely an empty tower. It seemed there were no hiding places for treasures here. Wasn't this search a bit too easy? Don't just stand there. After carrying you for so long. It's uncomfortable for me. Hurry and search. So you reprimanded Tai Si beside him. Tai Si. Tai Si immediately looked aggrieved. What kind of person are you? Here I am, a beautiful girl, and you carry me yet complain about discomfort. Negative emotion value of 666 from Tai Si. Raditz and Tai Si are scouring for treasures atop this lofty tower. The tower is desolate, and there is something that can be spotted almost at a glance. The sage, Garen, covers his face in exasperation. What are you, that little rascal Raditz, looking for at the top of the tower? Who would conceal anything there? Garen gestures helplessly towards the lower levels. There's a staircase leading down. Tai Si exclaims with excitement, promptly racing towards it. However, halfway down, Tai Si suddenly halts. Wait a moment. Have I become a bandit? I am the daughter of a wealthy family. My family is the richest in the world. Do I truly need to resort to robbery here? Well, since I'm already here, I might as well search a bit more. 10 minutes later, Raditz and Tai Si returned to Suya, their expressions marked by disappointment. Aside from a jar of beans and a small vial of peculiar liquid, there was nothing of value. Raditz shrugged, spreading his hands in dismay. Suya immediately glanced at the jar of magical beans. This jar seems to contain quite a number of beans. It would be a waste to leave them behind. Let us take them all. Chapter 78. The Sacred Beans and the Divine Water, although they are not particularly valuable. Let us collect them, said Suya as he seized the jar of sacred beans and promptly stowed it away in his system's spatial compartment. It is worth mentioning that within Suya's system exists a peculiar space capable of storing items, currently measuring approximately 1 cubic meter in size. Additionally, items such as the Battle God Water do not occupy this cubic space, but are instead placed upon designated shelves. The scene is roughly as follows: a cubic space. One side adorned with a large shelf, where compartments are meticulously arranged. One compartment contains the Battle God Water, while others house the legendary Super Saiyan Experience card and fragments of the Ultra Instinct. 2 additional compartments remain vacant, yet they bear a translucent silhouette, one resembling memory gloves and the other resembling a candy bean. Subsequently, Suya retrieved the memory gloves, deeming them of little use for now, intending to utilize them when necessary. Witnessing the sudden and wondrous disappearance of such a large jar of sacred beans, Garen the Elder swallowed hard, his eyes twitching. Could you refrain from being so greedy? If these items are of little worth, why take them? Negative emotional energy from Garen, 666. Why not try one and see if it's poisonous? Suya remarked, tossing a sacred bean to Raditz. Raditz replied, Do you truly consider me a mere guinea pig? Negative emotional energy from Raditz. 666. Raditz hastily caught the sacred bean, his gaze fixed intently on Garen, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Hey, it's not poisonous, is it?" "No." Garen the Elder discreetly wiped his brow. "Even if it were poisonous, it would have no effect on us." Raditz scoffed. Garen chose to remain silent. "If it won't kill you, just eat it already. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Though it may not kill me, being poisoned is quite uncomfortable, you know?" Raditz huffed, then promptly popped the sacred bean into his mouth, crunching it with gusto. After consuming the sacred bean, Raditz's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with countless little stars, and he couldn't help but pat his belly. "What a marvelous item. What's the matter?" Saiyan smiled at Raditz. "This bean is extraordinary. Upon consumption, my stamina has fully recovered," Raditz exclaimed, even throwing a couple of punches into the air in celebration. "Stamina restored? What about your battle power? Did it return to 700? Saiyan inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Not a chance," Raditz shook his head. "It's still at 140. Saiyan was momentarily taken aback. The sacred beans appeared ineffective. This suggested that the system's authority surpassed that of the sacred beans. Truly remarkable. The system is impressive. It seems that exploiting glitches is no longer possible. Thirsty. I need a drink to soothe my throat," Raditz declared, immediately opening his mouth to gulp from the jug of divine water. "Wait." Garen the Elder panicked. "The sacred beans may be safe, but the divine water is indeed highly toxic. If you were to be poisoned, would your comrades not beat me to death? What is the matter? Look at your miserly demeanor." Raditz cast a disdainful glance at Master Karen, merely seeking to quench his throat with a sip of water. Upon uttering these words, Raditz opened his mouth, and the divine water from the bottle flowed into him. Saiyan had been pondering why the magical beans had failed to restore Raditz's combat prowess, and by the time he came to his senses, it was already too late. Gulp. The divine water was swallowed in one gulp by Raditz. Saiyan covered his face. "You wish to moisten your throat, and you choose divine water for that? I truly do not understand your reasoning. This is dreadful. Raditz cannot possibly perish, can he? By all accounts, he should not. I recall that both Raditz and Son Goku were able to grow into adulthood due to Bardock's wish to the eternal dragon on planet Cereal. This wish was to allow his offspring to reach maturity. The eternal dragon on planet Cereal can be summoned with just 2 Dragon Balls, though these 2 orbs are diminutive, akin to the marbles we played with in our youth. For information regarding the Cereal planet's eternal dragon, one may refer to the Granola arc in the Dragon Ball Super manga. Without the Dragon Radar, locating these 2 Dragon Balls is an endeavor more arduous than ascending to the heavens. The eternal dragon on Cereal appears quite formidable. However, the side effects of its wishes are even more troublesome than my own system. For instance, Bardock's wish for his children to grow up resulted in both of them perishing shortly after reaching adulthood. Furthermore, Granola and Gas also utilized this dragon to fulfill their desire to become the strongest in the universe, only to pay the ultimate price of their own lives. Oh. After consuming the divine water, Raditz let out a piercing scream, feeling as though a multitude of tiny creatures were crawling within his abdomen. "There is poison." Raditz raised the bottle of divine water high, feebly uttering 2 words before collapsing to the ground. "Quick, think of a way to expel it," Saiyan suggested. "Raditz, it has already merged with my body. How can I possibly expel it now?" Negative emotional value from Raditz. 666. "Calm down, take a deep breath, and cast aside all distractions," Saiyan said with concern. "It hurts." Raditz rolled his eyes. "It seems I am beyond salvation. Fear not, if you perish, I shall inter you in a picturesque location," Saiyan reassured him. "Raditz, avenge me." Raditz truly felt a desire for death. At this moment, "Do not speak of where I shall be buried. Shouldn't your utmost priority be avenging me?" Raditz gazed at Master Karen with a look of deep resentment. "The beans are harmless, yet the water is poisonous. This cat is truly malicious." Gradually, Raditz's consciousness began to fade, and then he succumbed to pain. Master Karen was rendered speechless. "This situation, does it truly involve me? You were the one who wanted to drink water to soothe your throat. I have water available. You insist on consuming the super divine water. This is what they call super divine water. Upon ingestion, one's strength may indeed double." With a sigh, Master Garen candidly expressed that, however, The super divine water is also highly toxic. Only by overcoming this potent poison and awakening thereafter can one truly experience the enhancement of their abilities. You need not elaborate so much. You have nearly poisoned my companion. What do you propose we do about it? Soya said with a stern expression. You have witnessed it yourself. There are but 2 valuable items within my tower. And you have taken them both. Master Garen's lips twitched as he hastily continued. I have heard that you are even more formidable than the martial arts god, Master Wutian. Allow me the honor of experiencing your prowess, Soya said, a smile gracing his face. Master Garen. Chapter 79, Triggering Skills, Perception. Who said that? It's not true. Master Galen flailed his claws in panic. Really? Soya scoffed. Why yes, I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Master Galen replied hastily. By the way, why do I feel as though you knew I would come here long before? How did you manage that? Soya inquired with a sly smile. Well, through sensing. Master Galen hesitated momentarily before responding. To put it simply, every individual possesses an aura, and your aura is quite formidable. However, for some reason, it seems to have vanished now. Soya secretly rejoiced. I was waiting for you to say that. Please elaborate on this wondrous sensing ability of yours, he said with a smile. Master Galen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly coming back to his senses. Why do I get the impression that you came here specifically to learn this unique ability from me? Could it be that lad, Raditz, drank the super divine water? Was that your doing? The negative emotional value from Master Galen soared to 666. In truth, the ability to sense energy is not particularly challenging. One only needs to maintain a calm mind, and then Master Galen began to elaborate. Just as he spoke the first few words, Soya noticed a sudden notification from the system. Skill triggered, perception. Current skill level, 0. To upgrade requires 10,000 points of negative emotional value. Soya's eyes sparkled with delight. The system has this function as well. He immediately checked his negative emotional value, which currently stood at just over 8,000 points. After all, he had recently used 1,000 points for a lottery. The remaining points were accrued from a few individuals constantly refreshing them. However, as time passed, many had ceased to generate negative emotional value. For instance, Vegeta and Nappa had not contributed any for quite some time. Nappa, how is your tongue twister practice coming along? If you don't practice, how can you provide me with negative emotional value? Shut up, Soya exclaimed to the loquacious Master Galen as he lectured on the skill of perception. Master Galen. Suddenly interrupted, Master Galen felt a pang of irritation. You were the one who expressed a desire to understand the ability to sense energy. It is quite rude to suddenly tell someone to be silent. Negative emotional value from Master Galen, 666. This sensing ability may only be applicable to us Earthlings. I doubt it would work for aliens. Master Galen chuckled awkwardly, quickly clarifying. So, it's perfectly normal if you don't comprehend it fully. What I mean is, you don't need to be so detailed. I've understood your point, Soya grinned. Master Galen. Understood? I only spoke the beginning. The rest was merely your imagination, wasn't he it? Negative emotional value from Master Galen, 333. Soya glanced at the total negative emotional value in the system. He was still 800 points short of reaching 10,000. Tai Si, my apologies, Soya said as he pinched Tai Si's backside. Tais let out a piercing shriek. Negative emotional value from Tais, 888. What are you doing, Soya? Tais exclaimed, rubbing her sore bottom as she glared at him indignantly. Does it hurt? Soya asked. It does. Tais gritted her teeth. Don't worry, I was just testing your pain tolerance, Soya chuckled, inwardly pleased. Tais rubbed her bottom again. Was that really just to test my pain tolerance? Negative emotional value from Tais, 666. Soya grinned in satisfaction. Finally, he had accumulated 10,000 points of negative emotional value. Time to upgrade the perception skill to planetary level. Skill upgraded. Perception, planetary level can sense auras within the scope of a planet. Next upgrade, galactic level, requires 100,000 negative emotional points. The system displayed these 2 messages. Soya. So after all that, it only upgraded to planetary level, and now I need 100,000 points for galactic? But it didn't matter. Tomorrow was the World Martial Arts Tournament, wasn't he it? He could just unleash a solar flare there and harvest another wave of negative emotions. Immediately, Soya expanded his senses, testing his newfound ability. It worked. He easily detected the aura of Karin on the opposite side. Then he tried sensing Raditz, but no matter how hard he focused, he couldn't locate him. Looks like the Senza beings are doing their job, masking his presence. Why, you said you understood just now, right? Karin swallowed nervously, asking. There is someone up there. Soya pointed upward toward the tower. Karin's expression shifted dramatically, his face twisting in shock. Huh? Someone up there? Who? Tais jumped in surprise. I sensed an incredibly powerful presence, tens of thousands of meters above us. He must be the strongest being on this planet. Soya grinned, studying Karin with amusement. Do you know him? He is the god of Earth, Karin admitted truthfully. God? There really is a god in this world? Tais was genuinely astonished. Do you want to go see him? Soya asked with a smile. Tais nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then let us go? Soya strode outside, only to accidentally step on Raditz's hand. Raditz didn't even flinch. Huh, did I step on something? Soya paused, glancing down. Tais followed his gaze. There's a person here. Tais gasped, then smacked her forehead in realization. Wait, isn't this Raditz? He drank poison earlier. Are we just leaving him here? You're not going to silence him, are you? Soya smirked at Karin. And no. Karin waved his hands dismissively. Good. Then let us go? Soya embraced Tais's waist. Soaring into the sky. As they flew, Soya's system suddenly received a message. Someone was providing him with negative emotion points. 222 negative emotion points from the celestial being. A sense of glee welled up within Soya. Ah, so you have seen me. Do you know I am seeking you? No. It seems you have noticed Tais instead. After pondering seriously, Soya suddenly felt that searching for the celestial being might lack significance. Could the celestial being grant me the Dragon Balls? Furthermore, if I were to seek the Dragon Balls now, what wish should I make? Perhaps the ability to survive in the vastness of space? Yet, if I am to pursue the Dragon Balls, it would certainly be more convenient for Bulma and her father to create a Dragon Ball radar. Speaking of which, I recall that in the saga of the Dragon Balls, the Namekian from the demon realm gathered all the Dragon Balls on Earth through his own magical prowess. I wonder if the celestial being possesses such power? The notion of simply summoning the Dragon Balls through the celestial being feels somewhat devoid of achievement. Collecting them myself seems far more meaningful, as the process would also allow me to accrue additional negative emotion points. Chapter 80. Entering the palace, Jocko flees in tears. Not going. Soya abruptly changed his mind. Why? Tights blinked in confusion. Where is the royal palace? Soya chuckled darkly, his mind suddenly flashing back to the atrocities once committed by King Piccolo. Should I just overthrow the king and seize the throne? Then broadcast it live? Wouldn't the influx of negative emotions be far more overwhelming than the World Martial Arts Tournament? And how many people are there in the world? At least 7 billion, right? The tournament barely draws 10,000 at most. Let us try it. But I want to kill anyone. I just want the negative emotions. The palace? Tights was utterly bewildered, struggling to process the sudden shift. Wherein we going to the lookout? Why the palace now? Are you going to pay respects to the king? She asked innocently. Soya nodded vigorously. You understand me so well. Then, with a playful glint, he added, by the way, is today April Fool's? You're not messing with me, are you? Tights smoothed her long hair, sighing. I never joke. Soya delivered the blatant lie with perfect seriousness. Tights covered her face. You never joke? The palace. I think it's that way. She pointed east. Let us go. Soya immediately turned and flew west. No, that way. Tights groaned, face still in her hands. Was my pointing not clear enough? I know. First, let us grab that idiot Jocko. Soya said with a smirk. Jocko? Where is he? Tights blinked. Hiding over there. I can sense his energy. Soya grinned. Having perception abilities is just too convenient. No need for a scouter. I can pinpoint anyone's location, and everyone's energy feels distinct. Currently, Soya's perception spanned the entire planet, allowing him to detect every living being, though some with weaker energy proved harder to track. Expanding his senses further, he could faintly detect the distant presence of Master Rashi, as well as another cluster of energy signatures similar to Tights in a different region, likely the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Those must be Tights' parents and her little sister, Bulma. Deep in the forest below, Jocko had hidden himself there, catching a quick nap. Checking the time, he finally crept out from the underbrush, scanning his surroundings warily. This is terrifying. Galactic King, you absolute fraud. You said the Scion coming to Earth was just a baby. Instead, it's a teenager and a kid. Damn it. My comms are busted. I can't contact headquarters. Gotta fix my spaceship ASAP. If that Scion finds me, I'm gonna die in the most rhythmic way possible. Where the hell am I? Which direction was Dr. Brief? S Island again. Jocko squinted around nervously. Hey, what were you staring at? Soya's voice suddenly rang out above him. Jack was startled, immediately lifting his head mechanically to gaze at the figure of Soya appearing in the sky. His face paling instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack drew his energy gun, aiming it at Soya hovering above, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Don't come any closer. Jack's voice quivered. With a sudden rush, Soya descended from the sky alongside Ties, landing directly opposite him. Why you mustn't approach. Jack was thoroughly panicked, torn between the urge to fire and his fear. Jack, what is wrong with you? Have you lost your memory? Ties looked at him with a puzzled expression. Who are you? I don't know you. Jack shouted defiantly. Enough with the pleasantries. Do you wish to live or die? Soya asked coldly. I must clarify that I am a great galactic patrol officer, and I shall never surrender to you, Jack proclaimed with righteous fervor. Very well. Then I suppose I must kill you, Soya said with a disdainful huff, cracking his knuckles as he stepped toward Jack. Jack felt a wave of negative emotions surge within him, reaching a staggering 999. As Soya approached, Jack could no longer contain his fear. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. I want to live. Jack wept profusely. Ties covered her face. Didn't you just say you would never surrender? You're giving in way too quickly. If you wish to survive, then behave and obey me, Soya said, patting Jack's shoulder. Get up. Yes. Jack sprang to his feet, respectfully inquiring, what are your orders? Follow me, Soya commanded, taking to the air. Jack leaped after him, propelling himself with flames, soaring through the sky. So you can fly? Ties marveled. I can only manage a brief flight. Jack retorted reluctantly, casting Ties a few exasperated glances. How could this Earth woman associate with a Scion? Soya led Jack and Ties swiftly through the skies, and after approximately 40 minutes, Soya spotted a familiar castle. Jack bounced along from a distance, 1,000 wild horses galloping in his chest. Just wait, Scion. Once I return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, I'll have Mels come and capture you. Enjoy your moment of arrogance while it lasts. Do you truly believe the Galactic Patrol is easy to bully? Soya, that's the royal palace. The king should be inside. It must be morning now. They're likely having their morning meeting. Ties murmured softly. Let us go see. Soya nodded in agreement. Should we prepare some gifts? Are we really going to meet the king empty-handed? Ties asked hastily. Meet the king? Jack's mouth twitched in disbelief. Are you truly going to meet the king? I have a bad feeling about this. Gifts? I've traveled all this way from another planet. Shouldn't the king be the one to present me with gifts? Soya replied with an air of entitlement. Ties was left speechless. As Soya descended from the heavens with Tai Si, they landed directly at the entrance of the royal palace. Gak, bouncing along from a distance, joined Soya's side with remarkable speed. Quite swift, aren't we? Soya remarked with a smile. I am an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. Gak proudly patted his chest. Let us proceed, Soya declared as he boldly entered the palace. Who goes there? This is the royal palace, and the king is currently in a morning meeting. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. The 2 guards stationed at the gate obstructed Soya's path. Gak, incapacitate them, Soya commanded. Gak hesitated. Negative emotional response value from Gak, 888. I am a righteous Galactic Patrol officer. You want me to assist in taking them down? I refuse to partake in such actions. I do not wish to aid the wicked. Perhaps I shall simply handle them myself. Soya extended his hand towards the 2 guards blocking their way. Soya, are you serious? Tai Si gasped, her delicate face paling at the thought. Chapter 81. I am your new king. Bang, bang. Jace swiftly struck down the 2 bodyguards with a punch and a kick. These bodyguards were no match for Jace, who rendered them unconscious in an instant. It is worth noting that Jace's combat prowess now soared to a staggering level of at least 500, surpassing even the might of Earth's deities. As Jace would put it, the elite members of the Galactic Police were assembled from formidable warriors across the cosmos, hailing from various planets. Although Jace often appeared timid, his strength was undeniable. Notably, his exceptional ability lay in his keen eyesight. He possessed compound eyes akin to those of a bee, capable of perceiving information that even Scions found elusive. fearing that Saiyan might indeed kill the two bodyguards. Jace wasted no time in incapacitating them. Well done. Saiyan nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for the compliment. Jace felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Here he was, a distinguished member of the Galactic Police, reduced to a mere enforcer for the Saiyans. Wait, Saiyan, weren't you here to pay your respects to the king? Why have you harmed these men? Taiz asked, bewildered, with a mix of laughter and tears. I never claimed to be here to pay my respects. I merely wished for him to abdicate, Saiyan replied with a cheeky grin. Taiz was left speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment. After a brief silence, Taiz, with tears streaming down her face, questioned, What have you brought me here for? I am in need of a queen, Saiyan responded with a broad smile. Taiz, feeling a rush of conflicting emotions, mused, Your words make it sound rather intriguing. Jace's face paled. You, woman, who just moments ago appeared so righteous. How can the prospect of becoming a queen sway you so? Taiz gestured toward Jace. And what of Jace? She inquired. The chief eunuch, Saiyan pondered aloud. Taiz covered her face in disbelief. Jace silently wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing. You are the eunuch. Your entire family are eunuchs. You Saiyans go too far. Suddenly, Saiyan asked, Wait, where is that little Saiyan brat? Why is he not here? Saiyan, along with Taiz and Jace, continued onward. Soon, they were confronted by numerous armed soldiers, their guns aimed directly at them. Such a hassle, let us obliterate them, Saiyan declared, raising his hand, conjuring an energy orb. Allow me, Jace exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly darted forward, effortlessly knocking out the soldiers. Saiyan retracted the energy orb, secretly pleased. Look at that, what a splendid enforcer. He has learned to take the initiative. As they progressed, Jace continued to swiftly incapacitate every soldier in their path. Halt! A burly man stood in their way, a confident smile gracing his lips. Jace was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with the imposing figure. You cannot defeat us. Run away quickly. Do not seek death. Saiyan gazed over with a smile. The individual resembled a personal bodyguard to the king, appearing to be in his 20s. If all went as expected, this person would have confronted King Piccolo during his reign, thwarting his entrance to the palace, only to be brutally defeated. This fellow, looking like a fly, is quite formidable, the burly man scoffed. Gak's expression darkened as he approached the burly man and unleashed a flurry of punches. You're the fly. You're the fly. Your entire family are flies. Gak shouted incessantly while he struck. Saiyan, Taiz couldn't bear to watch. Aren't you the self-proclaimed righteous galactic patrolman? Just because someone says you look like a fly, you resort to such brutality? So, are you actually a fly? Taiz observed Gak as he returned, clapping his hands and scrutinizing him. To be fair, your eyes do resemble those of a fly. I am a bee. A bee. Gak vehemently retorted, Do not conflate me with that dung-eating insect. But I recall that bees also frequent restrooms. A friend of mine was once stung on the rear. Saiyan chuckled. Gak. Negative emotional value from Gak. 666. If you want me to be your henchman, fine. But to insult me like that, wait. Your friend was stung on the rear? Your friend? Surely it was you. Finally, Saiyan entered the palace and looked up. At that moment, the king had already departed in a helicopter, hovering high above. You two wait here, Saiyan instructed, then swiftly ascended and landed on the helicopter, where he found the king and two bodyguards inside. The king and his bodyguards turned pale with fear. Negative emotional value from the king, 999. Negative emotional value from the bodyguards, 999. With a kick, Saiyan shattered the helicopter's transparent canopy, grinning at them. None of you shall escape. Saiyan chuckled. What manner of person are you? The king stammered through clenched teeth. I am Saiyan, your new king. Saiyan beamed. Nonsense. One of the bodyguards drew a gun and fired at Saiyan, emptying the magazine. Saiyan remained unfazed. Such bullets felt no more than a tickle, unable to penetrate even his battle suit's defenses. The bodyguard, witnessing Saiyan's nonchalance, was left dumbfounded. Negative emotional value from the bodyguard, 999. It seems you remain unaware of my prowess. Saiyan huffed, seizing the bodyguard by his collar and flinging him toward Gak. Gak, taken aback, leaped forward and caught the bodyguard in a princess carry. The bodyguard. Gak. The two exchanged a bewildered glance, rendered speechless. Enough of idle chatter. Let me demonstrate my formidable prowess. So you declared, pointing towards a distant mountain peak. A thunderous explosion erupted atop the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the towering edifice was reduced to rubble. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The king was rendered speechless, his face pallid with shock. The bodyguards beside him were utterly terrified, their spirits shattered. Jack's eyes twitched incessantly, overwhelmed by an unfathomable dread. This Saiyan is truly remarkable. Do you understand now? I merely aspire to be king. I harbor no intentions of taking lives. Have you ever witnessed me slay anyone? So you grinned. The king scrutinized the scene, observing the soldiers sprawled on the ground in disarray, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this inquiry. It appears you truly have not killed a single soul. However, those individuals have merely been incapacitated by you. Rest assured, I only wish to play the role of king for a couple of days. Once I have had my fill, I shall return it to you. So you beamed. His expression filled with anticipation. The king. Negative emotional value from the king. 999. Chapter 82. The king's inaugural speech. Negative emotion levels soar. It seems you disagree, so I have no choice but to resort to violence. Soa declared, directing a finger at another bodyguard beside the king. The bodyguard trembled in fear. I agree. Let us proceed as you say. The king quickly acquiesced. Then let us announce the new king's coronation ceremony. Soa beamed with increasing brightness. Occasionally playing the antagonist is rather entertaining. My apologies. I believe this approach will expedite the accumulation of negative emotion levels. I must elevate my own strength swiftly. After all, with my current combat prowess, I cannot even defeat Frieza, not to mention the looming threat posed by Compa. The king obediently followed Soa into the palace, where they convened a press conference for a live broadcast. Jack remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, wary of any audacious individuals attempting to ambush Soa. He is a Saiyan. After all, he could kill without a moment's hesitation. You all better behave. Once I return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, I will dispatch someone to apprehend him. Therefore, I have decided to relinquish the throne. From this moment forth, the new king shall be Soa. The king bowed his head, announcing disheartenedly before the television cameras. Upon hearing this news, people across the globe were left in shock, momentarily unable to process the information. To allow such a character to reign over this world signals imminent destruction. Who will rise to confront this lawless individual? Suddenly invigorated, the king clenched his fists and shouted fervently into the camera. With a swift motion, Jack approached and seized the king by the collar, delivering a series of blows. Soa, I'll take this fellow aside for some proper instruction. Jack called out to Soa. Go ahead. Soa readily agreed. Jack hurriedly dragged the king away to a secluded area, gesturing insistently for him to remain silent. The king stared blankly at Jack, bewildered. Your Majesty, I am Jack of the Galactic Patrol. Jack introduced himself. Galactic Patrol? The king was taken aback. In simpler terms, I am a guardian of universal peace, a champion of justice. Jack replied. The king stared wide-eyed, utterly speechless. You claim to be a guardian of universal peace? I witnessed you incapacitate all my soldiers. Is that your notion of maintaining peace? Is this how one upholds universal harmony? Regrettably, I was left with no choice. That individual was simply too formidable. Jack shrugged, letting out a sigh. The king remained silent. However, you can rest assured, once I establish contact with the Galactic Patrol headquarters, I will ensure someone is dispatched to capture him. Jack hastily lowered his voice, whispering, So, for the time being, go along with him. Do not provoke him. You must understand, that individual possesses the capability to annihilate this planet. What did you say? Annihilate the planet. The king trembled violently, his face contorted in sheer horror. You heard me correctly. They are the mightiest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans, who have obliterated countless planets. Jack said solemnly. Is that true? The king stammered, his lips quivering. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? Gak's expression turned serious. At present, my spaceship is malfunctioning, and I cannot contact headquarters. I require a special energy source to facilitate repairs. Do you have any? If you do, provide it to me urgently. Once I establish communication with headquarters, this individual named Soya will pose no threat whatsoever. Can I trust you? The king regarded Gak with skepticism. Do you believe you have other options? Gak asked, hands on hips, with a stern countenance. Fine, I understand. The king nodded. Tell me what energy you need, and I shall find a way to provide it. Soya, unhurried, approached the television broadcast, cleared his throat, and began to deliver the king's inaugural address. friends around the world, I am your new king, Saiyan." He grinned widely, gesturing toward the mountain he had flattened. The cameraman immediately shifted the lens to that location. "Do you see the mountain I destroyed? Now you should comprehend the extent of my formidable power." Saiyan spoke with a beaming smile, confidently proclaiming, "Do not attempt to challenge me, for my strength is beyond your capacity to contest. Next, I shall announce the new regulations during my reign as king." The eyes of the entire world were glued to the television screen. "Firstly, allow me to introduce my queen, Tais." Saiyan pulled Tais close, wrapping an arm around her waist. "Tais, from this day forth, I declare that my subjects shall no longer accept any constraints. You are free to pursue your desires," Saiyan declared loudly. "Abolishing police and state institutions, as well as war, violence, robbery, murder, and arson, everything shall be free. I will not punish anyone. To all you villains, do as you please. Advocating justice will incur my severe wrath. Ha ha ha. This place will soon transform into a wondrous realm of wickedness and terror." Negative emotional values from Mataya, 999. Negative emotional values from Kirchi, 999. From this time, Saiyan's inaugural address saw negative emotional values skyrocketing as if they were free. In mere seconds, the negative emotional values Saiyan amassed reached a staggering 1 million, and they continued to rise. Saiyan was nearly bursting with glee. Indeed, this method proved swifter than unleashing the solar fist at the world's premier martial arts tournament. After all, this is a live broadcast for the entire world. It couldn't be more exhilarating. "What do you think, my queen? How was my proposal just now?" Saiyan turned to inquire of Tais. "Tais." Negative emotional values from Tais, 999. "You fiend. How could I possibly be with you? Will I be in danger of being harmed when I venture outside? I feel quite uneasy. What you are doing is unjust." Tai Yi's chest heaved with determination as she boldly addressed Suya, proclaiming that without the police and other state institutions, this world would descend into chaos. "Do you truly wish to bring about the destruction of this world? Your words appear to hold some merit." Suya pondered in silence, stroking his chin. A brief pause ensued. "Very well, I suddenly find myself agreeing with my queen. Let us disregard my previous statement." Suya chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Negative emotional energy from Tao Bai, 999. Negative emotional energy from Master Rashi, 999. Negative emotional energy from Tianjin Fan, 999. Negative emotional energy from Red Commander, 999. Suddenly, a plethora of nefarious figures bestowed upon Suya an overwhelming surge of negative emotional energy. "Have you lost your mind? We have prepared our weapons, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Yet here you are, this new king, speaking as if your words are mere wind. You claim to abolish the police and other state institutions, and now you backtrack on that statement. Did you not prepare a script for your speech?" Chapter 83. The Explosion of Negative Emotion Points. Suya was utterly elated. With this wave, Suya had amassed a staggering 10 million points of negative emotion. Had it not been for the system's sluggish refresh rate, the total would undoubtedly have exceeded this amount. The exhilaration was indescribable. Moreover, these negative emotion points continued to refresh incessantly. This was a surefire boost to combat power. With 10 million negative emotion points, if one were to draw a lottery, it would surely yield over 50,000 combat power, wouldn't it? Yet, it still felt insufficient, far too meager. A strategy was necessary to elevate the combat power to 1 million. Suya sensed that this wave might yield several billion negative emotion points. With a global population of approximately 7 billion, after excluding those who do not watch live broadcasts, as well as children and the oblivious elderly, there should be at least 1 billion normal individuals, right? At the very least, there should be 100 million. Even if each person contributed a mere 100 points of negative emotion, that would total 100 billion. I have a feeling that this time, it might truly reach 100 billion negative emotion points. 100 billion, how exhilarating. Let me calculate. 10 million negative emotion points grants around 50,000 combat power. 100 million translates to about 500,000 combat power. 1 billion equates to 5 million combat power. 10 billion yields 50 million combat power, and 100 billion. 500 million combat power. My goodness, I am on a trajectory to dominate Frieza with ease. Let us embark on one final wave. Let us see just how many negative emotion points I can harvest. By the way, my queen. Suya flashed a grin. What? Tai Si's lips twitched slightly, and she felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Suya was not inherently malevolent. At least he could still heed advice. I recall you mentioning that today is April Fool's Day, correct? Suya inquired. Huh. Yes, yes. Tai Si was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Suya's intent. Why the sudden inquiry about April Fool's Day? So, I wish all the friends around the globe a happy April Fool's Day. Suya laughed heartily, then lifted Tai Si into the air. From Satan, negative emotion points, 999. From General Lon, negative emotion points, 999. From the King, negative emotion points, 999. From Beerus, negative emotion points, 999. From BGNI. From. At that moment, various characters' negative emotion points refreshed once more. Wait, are you serious today? Are you genuinely here to celebrate April Fool's Day? The king was utterly bewildered. You've orchestrated such a grand affair, just to wish everyone a happy April Fool's Day? Gak, we are leaving. Suya wrapped his arm around Tai Si's waist, waved at Gak, and then ascended into the sky. Gak, are we really leaving? Gak hurriedly jumped and dashed after them. Soon, Suya and Tai Si vanished from sight, with Gak gradually trailing behind. The king and the courtiers exchanged bewildered glances, petrified by the unfolding events. A full 10 minutes elapsed before a particularly astute subordinate ventured to investigate the whereabouts of Suya and his companions, returning with the news that they had indeed departed. The king was rendered speechless, utterly flabbergasted. Had they truly come merely to celebrate April Fool's Day? Such a grand display for a jest. All eyes swiftly turned to the king, eager to witness his reaction. Striding purposefully to the podium, his countenance darkened, and he proclaimed loudly, effective immediately, "The celebration of April Fool's Day is hereby abolished." Meanwhile, Suya soared through the air, reveling in the mounting negative emotion points accumulating within his system. In a matter of mere minutes, the count had soared to an astounding 100 million. Suya felt a surge of delight. Surely this episode would yield at least 1 billion negative emotion points. 1 billion. That equated to approximately 500 million in combat power. Taze and Jark looked on in astonishment, wiping the sweat from their brows, utterly perplexed by his motives. Had they journeyed all the way to the palace, incapacitating so many soldiers, merely to partake in a long-forgotten holiday? However, Suya's thoughts were momentarily interrupted. Wait a moment, why had the accumulation ceased at 100 million? Yet the negative emotion points continued to refresh below. What is happening, system? Are you operating at a single core? Are you jesting with me? Increase the count already. Could it be that the system's maximum threshold for negative emotion points is capped at 100 million? This realization struck Suya suddenly. Right. Let me test the waters with 100,000 points and see if the count can rise further. Determined, Suya decided to upgrade his perception ability. Aiming for a galactic level, the upgrade required 100,000 negative emotion points. Skill upgrade. Perception, galactic level capable of sensing energies within this galaxy, such as the solar system. To upgrade to cosmic level requires 1 million negative emotion points. Suya felt the urge to curse. Are you jesting with me? The solar system? Beyond Earth, what else could I possibly sense? However, the system's message indicated that it referred to the perception ability extending significantly outward within a galactic range. The mention of the solar system was merely illustrative. If it were to pertain to planet Vegeta, for instance, he should be able to sense energies from planet Vegeta and its neighboring celestial bodies. Next would be the upgrade to cosmic level perception, which was more straightforward to grasp. It should allow him to sense energies within the entirety of the galaxy that encompasses his planet. Suya scrutinized his negative emotion points. The previous 100 million had been reduced by 100,000, but soon enough, that amount was replenished by the incessantly refreshing negative emotion points, returning to 100 million. Now, Suya was certain. The system's upper limit for negative emotion points is 100 million. This is rather insufficient, isn't it? It seems to be a similar novel system, yet none have engaged with it quite as I have. They all progress from the lowest to the highest. Perhaps the system has yet to respond, as I have already contributed over 100 million negative emotion points, and it continues to refresh incessantly. Surely it won't crash? Suya shivered slightly. First, I shall enhance my perception abilities. I am eager to discover the pinnacle of enhancement. After all, I possess an abundance of negative emotion points at present. Wait a moment. Soya suddenly considered a crucial question. Currently, the upper limit for negative emotion points stands at 100 million. If that limit is reached, what becomes of the continuously refreshing negative emotion points? Do they accumulate? Or do they simply vanish? Ultimately, Soya astutely concluded that those incessantly refreshing negative emotion points have disappeared. They are not accumulating. Goodness, I must utilize them quickly. In that moment, Soya felt as though numerous small coins were overflowing and drifting away. If I do not spend them now, they will be lost. Thus, I shall spend 1 million to upgrade my perception. Skill upgrade. Perception, galactic level capable of sensing the aura within the galaxy of the planet. To upgrade to cosmic level requires 10 million negative emotion points. Onward. Soya resolved to fully upgrade perception first. I refuse to believe it cannot be maxed out. After all, even with 500 million combat power, should that fellow Xiangpa arrive, I would be utterly outmatched. At this moment, Soya yearned to ascertain whether Xiangpa would indeed come. Anyone would feel uneasy under the watchful gaze of a destroyer. However, that fellow Xiangpa has not contributed any negative emotion points to me recently. Are you not coming after all? Chapter 84, System Upgrade. Combat Power of 1 million. After the elimination of 10 million negative emotion points, Soya discovered that with the continuous refresh of negative emotion values, it did not take long for him to nearly fill up another 100 million. It was about to overflow. He could hardly contain it. Skill upgrade. Perception, universe-level ability to sense the essence of the entire universe. To upgrade to God of Destruction level requires 100 million negative emotion points. The next upgrade astonishingly required 100 million negative emotion points. Soya felt a pang of reluctance. Was this a joke? After all this time, he had only managed to reach the God of Destruction level? Was the system trying to swindle him? Oh, system, just be a system. Haven't you already upgraded to the universe level? Let me first release my perception and sense a bit. Soya immediately released his perception, attempting to sense the presence of beings like Pampa or Bardock. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to detect the two of them. Yet, he keenly sensed the auras of Vegeta and Nappa, as well as Bardock's presence on the distant planet Vegeta. One must admit, this perception ability was indeed formidable. For anyone he knew, sensing their location seemed far easier than Goku's sensing ability. This ability was supposedly superior to that employed by Goku and the others. Yet, to actually spend 100 million on upgrading to God of Destruction level perception, Soya was genuinely reluctant. Wouldn't it be better to use that 100 million for a lottery? Let us do it. Soya decided to act. 100 million negative emotion points, 10,000 consecutive draws. Previously, it had always been 10 or 100 consecutive draws. Now, he was going for a full 10,000, just to see if it would intimidate anyone. Congratulations. You have obtained a combat power of 55. Congratulations. You have obtained a combat power of 44. Congratulations. You have obtained a combat power of 66. Congratulations. You have obtained a fragment of ultimate instinct. Congratulations. You have obtained. The 10,000 consecutive draws quickly concluded. Soya immediately turned his gaze to the system panel, observing his combat power value. From the recent 10,000 draws, Soya had amassed a total combat power of 510,000, plus a little over 20,000 from before. Currently, Soya's total combat power stood at 530,000. Soya. He felt a wave of disbelief. Why did this number seem so familiar? Wasn't he this Frieza's combat power? Had he finally reached parity with Frieza's first form? Was this wretched system doing this on purpose? The 100 million negative emotion points were soon spent. However, new negative emotion points continued to refresh. Yet, Soya astutely noticed that the refresh rate of negative emotion values had slowed down. Previously, it would rise by at least 10 million in a minute. But now it was down to less than 1 million per minute. If a significant amount of negative emotion points were wasted due to the cap of 100 million, it would be an enormous loss. Soya felt a pang of heartache. This was undoubtedly combat power. Don't let it disappear. Keep refreshing. From the recent 10,000 draws, he had only obtained a single fragment of ultimate instinct, not even a legendary Super Saiyan experience card. The system, how utterly frustrating you are. This time, I shall refrain from indulging in a 10,000 draw and settle for 1,000 draw instead. Upon witnessing the acquisition of 10 million negative emotion points, so you promptly executed 1,000 draw. Congratulations, you have obtained combat power of 77. Congratulations, you have obtained combat power of 44. Then, the system suddenly froze momentarily. Shortly thereafter, it delivered a message, detecting a substantial amount of negative emotion points consumed. To prevent unnecessary waste, would you like to utilize the consumed negative emotion points for system upgrades? The current system version is 1.0, upgradable to 2.0, so you was momentarily taken aback. Ah, system, how astonishing you are. Can you truly retrieve those consumed negative emotion points? For Soya, those devoured points were irretrievable. Since the system intended to utilize them for an upgrade, so be it. Upgrade. So you did not object. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful, current version 2.0. Congratulations, you have obtained combat power of 555. Congratulations, you have obtained Dowda Candy. Congratulations, you have obtained fragments of the ultimate freedom technique. Congratulations, you have obtained combat power of 999. Congratulations, you have obtained combat power of 111. Congratulations, you have obtained Dowda Candy. Congratulations, you have obtained fragments of the ultimate freedom technique. What on earth? Has the increase in combat power been calculated in hundreds? This is simply delightful. The 1,000 draw concluded swiftly. So you glanced at the total combat power. 1 million. Combat power of 1 million. Although it was merely 1,000 draw, the enhancement in Soya's combat power surpassed the effects of the previous 10,000 draw. Moreover, 2 Dowda candies and 2 fragments of the ultimate freedom technique had been acquired. Soya contemplated continuing the draws, only to tragically discover the negative emotion points were not increasing significantly. What is happening? It should not be limited to such a meager amount of negative emotion points. After all, it was a global live broadcast. Even if merely 1 billion people tuned in, the negative emotion points garnered should have reached at least 100 billion, right? If not 100 billion, surely a 10 billion should be attainable. I have only utilized slightly over 100 million. Soya hurriedly inquired whether the system was malfunctioning. The system quickly responded, stating that the majority of the negative emotion points had been consumed for the upgrade. Soya's expression darkened. How many billions of negative emotion points did you consume? Did you truly utilize such an abundance of negative emotion points for the upgrade? You wretched system. The current system version is 2.0, with a maximum limit of 1 billion negative emotion points, a benefit of the upgrade. The system promptly provided this information. Soya's expression darkened further. What use is this limit? The combat power values I currently possess amount to merely over 1 million. Must I return to the palace to grind for negative emotion points again? Surely, the same approach would yield diminishing returns? Soya felt disheartened and harbored a profound disdain for the system's shameless behavior. In actuality, the negative emotion value acquired was minimal, for you had previously utilized the Dodo candy, which effectively minimizes one's presence, leading many to swiftly disregard your existence during the live broadcast. Soya, I perceive these assertions as merely your perspective. Currently, the system version is 2.0, with the system space expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. Upon inspecting the system space, Soya discovered that the dimensions had indeed reached 10 meters in length, width, and height. However, the thought of nearly 100 billion negative emotion values vanishing in an instant made Soya's heart bleed, prompting an immense disdain for the system. Congratulations. You have received a consolation prize, 10 fragments of ultimate freedom. Congratulations, you have received a consolation prize, instant teleportation. Congratulations. You have received a consolation prize, the ability to survive in any environment. The system subsequently dispensed 3 consolation prizes in succession. Soya continued to express disdain towards the system. Following this, the system ceased to provide any further information. Soya surveyed the acquired rewards, feeling that the system had truly made a significant sacrifice this time. The fragments of ultimate freedom had yielded 10 pieces, bringing the total to 15. Most exhilarating for Soya was the newfound ability to survive in any environment. This is splendid. There is no need to wish upon the divine dragon anymore. I feel that the system surpasses even the divine dragon. Chapter 85. The Exchange of Teleportation. Vegeta has been swapped. Soya quietly pondered for a moment, feeling a slight equilibrium in his mindset. With the negative emotional value dissipated, he could continue to earn rewards. Prizes were indeed a delightful prospect. As for his combat power, he could gradually enhance it. First, he needed to understand the nature of this teleportation exchange. Teleportation exchange. Two individuals who have made contact can instantly swap positions within the same universe, including themselves. Saiyan was momentarily taken aback. The ability to instantly exchange locations with another person upon contact? He immediately glanced at Gak. I have touched Gak, and I have also touched Vegeta. I shall test whether I can switch their positions. Moreover, Saiyan was curious to inquire about what transpired between Vegeta, Kampa, and Frieza. Seeing Saiyan gaze in his direction, Gak felt a sudden unease. A shiver coursed through him. That look in your eyes is rather unsettling. What? What are you planning? Gak's heart raced with trepidation. Exchange. Saiyan chuckled mischievously, immediately invoking the teleportation exchange. Whoosh. In an instant, Gak vanished from sight. Where did Gak go? Tai-Si blinked rapidly, utterly bewildered. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the cosmos stretched infinitely. Vegeta's spacecraft sped through the celestial realm, intent on escaping Frieza's grasp. Your Highness Vegeta, where shall we head next? Nappa inquired. Let us first find a planet to settle upon. Vegeta huffed. I must train diligently. I must elevate my combat power swiftly. That scoundrel Frieza's strength has indeed reached a staggering height of over 100 million. How much longer does Broly intend to sleep? Nappa glanced once more at Broly, who lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, suppressing the urge to deliver a kick to him. Leave him be. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Broly. Just as they spoke, Broly slowly opened his eyes. He is awake. Nappa exclaimed, his expression shifting slightly. Vegeta huffed, immediately on high alert. Upon awakening, Broly fixated his gaze on Vegeta, baring his teeth in a menacing manner. Hey, Broly, this is outer space. Do not act recklessly. Nappa's eyes twitched, urgently advising. If you engage in battle here and damage the spacecraft, we shall all perish. Broly seemed to comprehend, casting a glance out of the window. Then, once more, Broly bared his teeth at Vegeta, clenching his fists tightly. Nappa. So, all my words have been in vain. If you desire a fight, let us land on a planet and battle at our leisure. Vegeta scoffed, a cold snort escaping his lips. Broly nodded vigorously. It appears this fellow understands everything. Nappa silently wiped the sweat from his brow, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this lad is not a fool. Were a brawl to erupt aboard the spacecraft, resulting in its destruction, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Your Highness Vegeta, Nappa remarked, pointing towards a distant planet. Should we venture there? He turned to seek Vegeta's opinion. Vegeta's expression darkened. I merely mentioned it to ease the tension between us. Are you daft? Do you truly wish to find a planet for us to battle on? At this moment, I may not even stand a chance against Broly. That scoundrel Nappa. What is happening? Just as Vegeta felt a surge of irritation, an odd sensation coursed through his body. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, another figure had taken his place. In the blink of an eye, Gak had swapped locations with Vegeta. Gak surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment. Nappa rubbed his eyes, astonished as he gazed at Gak, utterly baffled. Broly widened his eyes, scratching his head in confusion. Your Highness Vegeta, what has happened to you? Nappa was genuinely perplexed. Your Highness, is this a new transformation? The change is astounding. Not only has your appearance altered, but your attire has changed as well. Gak looked at the towering Saiyan before him, feeling a sense of despair. What is going on? Am I not on Earth? This feels like a spaceship. Why am I here? And who is this Your Highness Vegeta you speak of? That name sounds oddly familiar. On Earth, as Tai pondered Gak's sudden disappearance, Vegeta instantaneously swapped places with Gak, appearing where Gak had just stood. Gak, why do you look like that? Tai exclaimed, her eyes widening in confusion. Upon being teleported, Vegeta quickly scanned his surroundings, displaying a wary demeanor. Soon, however, he noticed Saiyan nearby, and a mix of surprise, joy, and bewilderment washed over him. Saiyan? Vegeta gazed blankly at Saiyan, his mind struggling to process the situation. Saiyan was ecstatic. Wow, this skill is incredible. I just swapped Gak and Vegeta with a teleportation move. They were separated by an unimaginable distance, and I managed to do that. Saiyan suddenly felt that the negative emotional value consumed by the system was not such a loss after all. This skill was simply exhilarating. Henceforth, if I wish to summon someone, a mere exchange teleportation will suffice to bring them to my side. According to the skill's description, It seems I must have someone nearby to execute the exchange. For instance, if I am on Vegeta's planet and wish to meet Tai, I must have someone I have touched nearby to bring Tai to Vegeta's planet. However, if Tai were to arrive on Vegeta's planet, she would likely be crushed by the tenfold gravity. Moreover, I can also switch places with Tai. This is the essence of exchange teleportation. Soya, are you still alive? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Soya with a bewildered expression. After posing his question, he felt a profound disdain for both Pac and Bardos. That woman, brandishing a stick, confidently asserted her ability to locate Soya. However, after a brief search, she proclaimed that Soya was already deceased and intended to venture into the underworld for further inquiries. I find that woman utterly unimpressive. Soya is undoubtedly alive. How did she determine he was dead? How could I possibly be here? What is this place? Vegeta surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. This was Earth. Noticing that Vegeta was not wearing a scouter, Soya felt at ease to speak freely. Nevertheless, I now possess a combat power of 1 million. Even if Frieza were to arrive, there is nothing to fear. A legendary Super Saiyan experience card could effortlessly subdue Frieza. That is a power enhancement of 3,000 times. Earth? Vegeta still struggled to comprehend the situation. How did I suddenly arrive on Earth? Vegeta, what transpired on your end? Soya inquired hastily. Chapter 86. Is Broly truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, as you stated, Frieza's combat power is an astonishing 12 million. Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly, his expression reflecting profound distress. What else? Soya, seemingly uninterested in Frieza, was eager to understand why Kampa would offer him negative emotional values. Vegeta, not one to withhold information, recounted the events he had experienced to Soya in detail. Naturally, he omitted the part where Broly had him pinned down and mercilessly rubbed his face into the ground, merely mentioning that he encountered Broly, who had thoroughly dealt with the weakened Frieza. Soya listened patiently to Vegeta's narrative. So that was the case. The reason Kampa provided me with negative emotional values was due to the absence of the god of destruction water. Moreover, what surprised Soya the most was that Kampa had consumed the god of destruction water, which had doubled his strength. Goodness! The authority of this god of destruction water is remarkably high. I must quickly find a smaller bottle to contain it. I should procure several empty bottles shortly, transforming the god of destruction water into something the size of a mineral water bottle. Then, upon hearing that Kampa and Beerus were heading to the underworld to search for him, Soya's mouth involuntarily twitched, and his complexion turned slightly pale. This is Kampa. Beerus, I implore you both to act like civilized beings. I am deceased, yet you still wish to seek me in the underworld? Your antics leave me quite unsettled. You know, perhaps these two have already flown over from Earth? Wait a moment, let me think this through. The authority of the god of destruction water is indeed formidable. It can even enhance the power of a destroyer. Therefore, could it be that the items produced by the system surpass that of the destroyers? If so, the jelly beans from the system, which claim to minimize one's presence to the utmost, suggest that Beerus would be incapable of locating me. Calculating the timing, when Kampa bestowed the negative emotional values upon me, I had just consumed the jelly beans. Thus, Beerus stated that my existence was absent from this universe, perhaps assuming I had perished. Following this, Beerus began searching for Raditz. However, Raditz, too, had consumed the jelly beans at that very moment, thus evading detection. It is evident that the jelly beans effectively concealed both of our whereabouts. Furthermore, Kampa is seeking me solely for the god of destruction water. Even if he truly comes looking for me, it seems there is not much danger involved. All I need to do is provide him with a bottle of the god of destruction water, right? What a relief. Soya let out a long sigh. His previously anxious heart now settled. However, regarding Vegeta's statement, Soya intended to verify it further. Soya, what brings you to this planet? Vegeta inquired, glancing around at the scenery with curiosity. Just taking a stroll, Soya replied with a smile. Ties. Ties was still bewildered. Wait a moment. Soya, is this person not Gak? Ties asked hastily. No, he is called Vegeta, the prince of our Saiyan race, Soya introduced. Oh, a prince. Taisi expressed a hint of astonishment. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, displaying an air of indifference. Please descend. Soya gestured towards a vacant area below. Vegeta did not protest and followed Soya down. He had numerous inquiries for Soya. Soya, Is that lad named Broly truly the legendary Super Saiyan you spoke of? Vegeta asked, filled with resentment and indignation. As for why he found himself here, Vegeta knew it was Soya's doing. Yet, the matter of Broly held greater significance for him. It should be so. Soya nodded, surprised that they had inadvertently arrived on Broly's planet. However, Frieza's misfortune was quite tragic, having been thoroughly beaten by Broly for an extended period. How infuriating. Why is it that the legendary Super Saiyan is not me? Vegeta seethed with anger, gnashing his teeth. Tai Si, would you fancy an interstellar journey? Soya disregarded Vegeta and turned to Tai Si, suddenly conceiving a more intriguing idea. If I were to hold Tai Si and perform a swap teleportation with Gak, would Tai Si accompany me? An interstellar journey? It sounds appealing. But I lack a spaceship. Tai Si shook her head. Let us give it a try. Soya firmly grasped Tai Si's wrist, instructing her not to move. What is happening? Tai Si inquired, bewildered. Swap. Soya immediately executed the swap teleportation. Whoosh. In an instant, Soya vanished from his position. Now, Soya possessed the ability to thrive in any environment, including but not limited to outer space, cosmic black holes, and even the void. Thus, he had nothing to fear regarding his swap teleportation. The spaceship of Baba. Broly approached, circling around Gak, scrutinizing him thoroughly, scratching his head in confusion. How did that spiky-haired fellow end up like this? Gak was genuinely terrified, trembling as if a mouse had wandered into the gaze of two cats. Why am I on a spaceship? Especially with that burly Saiyan, who appeared utterly fearsome. This kid seems unimpressive. I could send you flying with a single slap. But why do you all appear in pairs? Can't there be a solitary Saiyan child for me to thrash? Just as Gak was consumed by fear, Soya executed a swap teleportation, exchanging positions with Gak. Whoosh. Soya suddenly materialized where Gak had been. Gak, in turn, found himself back on Earth, reaching out as if to grasp Tai Si's wrist. Tai Si. What is going on? Soya, why have you transformed into Gak? Tai Si was perplexed. Gak was equally startled, quickly retracting his hand and leaping back. Distancing himself from Tai Si, Vegeta widened his eyes, gazing at the suddenly transformed Soja, his expression somewhat dazed. How did Soja end up in this bear-like form? What on earth has transpired? You Soja, what kind of transformation is this? Vegeta scrutinized Gak from head to toe. Gak replied, am I back on Earth? Humph. You really are an enigma, always concocting the most peculiar things. Vegeta frowned slightly. Gak swiftly glanced around, contemplating whether he should give this child a good thrashing. Finally, there was no adult Saiyan around. This child seemed rather insignificant. Should he first deliver a good beating to vent his frustration? Hey, who are you? Gak asked, hands on his hips, with an air of arrogance. Vegeta was taken aback. A brief silence ensued. You are not Soja. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Of course, I am not that Soja fellow. Gak huffed, pointing his thumb at his own nose. I am Gak, the elite of the Galactic Patrol. Galactic Patrol? Vegeta's mind raced to gather information about the Galactic Patrol. Little one, what is your name? Gak inquired with a cheerful smile. Chapter 87 Naba. How have you been faring with the Dark Fertilizer? And what of Soya? Where has he gone? Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Gak, displaying little interest in the Galactic Patrolman before him. Soya, I was just speaking to you. How did you suddenly vanish? A wave of negativity emanated from Vegeta, quantified at 666. Gak, just moments ago, Soya had referred to him as Vegeta. Tai Si's expression shifted as she uttered Vegeta's name towards Gak. What did you say? He is called Vegeta? Gak's pupils dilated, his speech faltering, his complexion turning pallid. Ah. Soya also mentioned he is the Prince of the Saiyans, Tai Si added, further elucidating. Gak. Gak's face turned a shade of green. Vegeta, exuding an air of indifference, scoffed and averted his gaze. Your Highness, I am Galactic Patrolman Gak. How may I serve you? Gak approached eagerly, bowing deeply, his expression one of obsequiousness. Vegeta, weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Tai Si. Aboard the spacecraft. Soya instantly focused his attention on Broly, glancing around him. Tai Si did not accompany me during the transfer. It seems one can only transfer one individual at a time. Even if I were to seize her, it would be of no consequence. Since I am here, I might as well make contact with Broly and leave my mark. Soya? Is that you? Naba exclaimed, bewildered. Didn't you die? Who said I was dead? Soya replied sternly, fixing Naba with a glare. I merely heard rumors. Ha ha ha. It is truly wonderful that you are alive. Naba laughed nervously, not daring to show any sign of negligence. How has the dark fertilizer been progressing? I came specifically to inspect it. Soya feigned seriousness. If you say it is unsatisfactory, I shall cast you into the void of space. Naba, could you refrain from such antics? To arrive and immediately inspect my work. I sincerely apologize. I have yet to practice. Much has transpired in the interim. Naba lamented, recounting the events that unfolded between himself and Vegeta in rapid succession. Soya listened patiently, discerning that Naba's narrative closely mirrored Vegeta's. However, Naba took care to lower his voice, divulging the extended period during which Broly had been pressing against Vegeta. Soya nodded in satisfaction, adopting a serious demeanor once more. You must continue your training with the dark fertilizer. When I return next time, I shall conduct a thorough inspection. I understand. Naba nodded obediently, stealing a furtive glance at Soya. Yet, upon this fleeting gaze, Naba was suddenly overwhelmed by a desire to pin Soya to the ground and deliver a thorough reprimand. Naba found himself puzzled. Why do I suddenly harbor such thoughts? I cannot possibly defeat him. I dare not think. Soya then glanced at Broly, who was now utterly bewildered, continuing to circle around Soya incessantly. What has happened to that fellow with the spiky hair? He has suddenly grown so tall that I now find myself gazing up at him. And why does he exude such a sense of provocation? Regardless, I shall vent my frustrations upon him. In a fit of rage, Broly could no longer contain himself and charged at Soya with wild abandon. Soya paused momentarily, perplexed. Have I done something to provoke you? He swiftly placed his hand atop Broly's head. Now that I have encountered Broly, he may serve as a useful tool in the future. Broly, with his relatively short limbs, flailed his fists and feet at Soya, striking only the empty air without landing a blow. What are you doing? Soya questioned, confusion etched upon his face. Nappa, this individual is Broly. His mind is not quite right. Exercise caution, Nappa warned, suddenly glaring at Soya with a menacing expression. Soya, taken aback, furrowed his brow and asked, Nappa, what is with that expression? I have no expression, Nappa retorted through gritted teeth. Soya replied, you might as well have the words I want to hit you written across your face. Is it so infuriating to merely articulate your thoughts clearly? The negative energy emanating from Nappa registered at 999. The same was true for Broly. In that moment, Soya realized that both Nappa and Broly were incessantly projecting negative energy towards him, each at a staggering 999. Broly continued to flail about, throwing punches and kicks in Soya's direction, while Nappa, seemingly apprehensive of Soya's formidable prowess, appeared eager to engage yet too intimidated to act, his body tense with anticipation. Soya sensed that something was amiss. These two were undoubtedly problematic. Had they been possessed? Just moments ago, their conversation had been amicable, yet now they radiated intense hostility toward him. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Korin Tower, Master Korin stood at the edge, gazing toward Vegeta's direction. Upon seeing the powerful energy wave, Korin was nearly rendered breathless. What on earth is happening? Why has another formidable alien appeared? This one also possesses a tail. Is he an ally of Soya? This is troubling. Is Earth destined for utter ruin? Fortunately, Soya had merely jested at the royal palace moments ago. Yet, I sense a sinister aura emanating from this Saiyan's child. At the very least, Soya does not seem to harbor any significant malevolence. Is this world ultimately doomed? Master Korin sighed in resignation, feeling as though the sky were collapsing around him. Muttering to himself, he withdrew his gaze, only to catch sight of Raditz, sound asleep on the ground. Why does this boy appear so detestable? The way he sleeps is simply infuriating. And you, did you not faint? How is it that you are now snoring? Furthermore, it was you who suggested sipping some water to soothe your throat, yet you ended up drinking the miraculous elixir. And now you place the blame on me. I could just kick you. Master Karen, unable to contain his frustration, stepped forward and delivered a sharp kick to Raditz. Raditz did not utter a single sound. Master Karen suddenly felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction from kicking Raditz, more refreshing than indulging in gourmet cat food. It had been ages since he felt such joy. Thud, thud, thud. Master Karen unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Raditz, growing increasingly invigorated with each strike. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Soya shivered suddenly, jolted back to reality by a sudden realization. I recall that Dowdu candy has side effects. I almost forgot about that. The effects of Dowdu candy last for an hour, and after that, side effects will occur. Calculating the time, an hour has already passed. Could it be that Naba and Broly now harbor a deep animosity towards me due to the side effects of the candy? A different individual would certainly know. Soya promptly swapped places with Vegeta, only to return to the original positions after a brief exchange. Vegeta looked around in confusion, only to be immediately pounced upon by Broly, who unleashed a fierce onslaught. Vegeta. The negative emotional value from Vegeta stands at 999. Soya, I despise you. What exactly have you done to me? Why have I returned to the spaceship? And why did I get assaulted by Broly the moment I returned? Is this some kind of joke? Chapter 88. The side effects of Dowdu candy blasted. Vegeta erupted in fury, delivering a powerful punch to Broly's chest. Broly instantly spewed a mouthful of bile, soaring into the air before crashing heavily against the ceiling of the spaceship. The vessel shuddered violently, its ceiling warping and contorting. Nappa remained bewildered. How had Soya transformed back into Prince Vegeta? Moreover, please refrain from fighting here. The spaceship will be damaged. Nappa, in a state of panic, hastily maneuvered the spaceship towards a nearby planet, descending rapidly. As the spaceship breached the planet's atmosphere, a thunderous explosion echoed. The overwhelming energy unleashed by Vegeta and Broly obliterated the spaceship into countless fragments. Vegeta, Broly, and Nappa found themselves suspended in midair, gazing at the wreckage of the vessel with seething anger. Was it so easy to acquire such a spaceship? And now it lay in ruins. Our spaceship. Nappa felt as though he might perish from despair. Don't think for a moment that I, Vegeta, am afraid of you. Vegeta's face was a stormy shade of rage, his body trembling with fury. Meanwhile, Broly looked around in confusion, and upon spotting Vegeta, scratched his head in bewilderment. How had that person transformed back into this spiky-haired figure? Suddenly, he recalled. This spiky-haired individual had previously attacked him. I shall retaliate. With newfound resolve, Broly charged towards Vegeta without a hint of hesitation. The two engaged in battle once more. Moments later, Broly seized Vegeta by the head, propelling him towards the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Vegeta was slammed into the earth, leaving a profound crater in his wake. The ground quaked violently, as if the very earth itself were trembling. Bang! 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 In the next instant, Broly gripped Vegeta's wrist, swinging him mercilessly in all directions. Nappa stood by, utterly speechless. Poor Prince Vegeta, once again at the mercy of Broly's assault. I must ensure that he never learns about your father's demise. On Earth, Soya had just exchanged places with Vegeta via instant transmission. Gak and Tais were first struck with confusion, quickly followed by furious glares directed at Soya, their eyes ablaze with rage, gnashing their teeth incessantly. Tais was equally affected. Negative emotional energy from Tais, 999. Negative emotional energy from Gak, 999. Their negative emotional states continued to escalate. Soya could now confirm. The side effects of Dowdu candy had manifested. Perhaps these side effects were designed to incite animosity. As Gak and Tais glared at Soya, their anger only intensified. This fellow was insufferable. He had merely visited the royal palace to deliver the king's inauguration speech. And what was the result? A mere April Fool's joke? Could he not be so exasperating? Tais was so incensed that her chest heaved with rage, her teeth clenched in frustration. You previously cast me aside, and you even pinched my bottom. We agreed that I would become the queen, yet I held the title for less than a minute. I truly wish to strike you. Tai, unable to contain herself, rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of punches at Suya. Gak, mustering his courage, drew his energy gun and aimed it at Suya's body. Tai, step aside. Allow me to shoot him. Gak gritted his teeth. Suya. How could Suya allow himself to be at a disadvantage? Whoosh. In an instant, Suya vanished from his original spot and reappeared behind Gak, delivering a swift blow to the back of his neck. Crack. Gak collapsed, unconscious. You, Suya, I despise you. Why did you knock Gak out? This is not over between us. Tai was infuriated and charged at Suya once more, throwing tiny punches. Suya executed a graceful turn, presenting his back to Tai. Whack, whack. Tai's fists rained down on Suya's back, akin to a soothing back massage. Oh, this feels delightful, Suya chuckled. Tai. Negative emotional value from Tai, 999. Increase the intensity, increase the intensity. Press my head, Suya requested, leaning forward. Bang, bang, bang. Taisi's fists landed on Suya's head once again. Suya felt a surge of joy within. This massage technique is rather pleasant, although the strength could use some improvement. Taisi, filled with rage towards Suya, clenched her teeth and intensified her strikes. However, it was evident that Taisi's combat power was merely two. No matter how fiercely she hit, it was nothing more than a massage for Suya. Wait a moment, Suya said, reclining on the ground, pointing to his body and beckoning. Continue, continue. Without hesitation, Taisi charged at Suya, delivering a barrage of punches. 5 minutes later, Taisi was panting, both furious and exhausted. This is outrageous. You actually had me give you a massage, yet it's so exhilarating. The more I hit you, the more satisfying it feels. I'll rest for 2 minutes, then continue. Taisi took a deep breath, still glaring at Suya. Here, have a senza bean to restore your stamina. Suya tossed a senza bean to Taisi. Without a moment's hesitation, Taisi consumed the bean and resumed her barrage of punches, giving Suya a thorough massage. Suya was utterly delighted. This treatment is unparalleled. After another 10 minutes of this, Taisi felt considerably better, yet still harbored anger when looking at Suya. Shall we continue? Suya inquired. Certainly. I find it immensely enjoyable to strike you. I want to see what makes you so infuriating. Taisi pouted in response. Suya silently calculated the side effects of the senza bean. The side effect of this bean must be drawing hatred. However, he wondered how long this effect would last. The side effect of the combat god water lasts for a day. Surely, this wouldn't last a day as well, would it? If I were to appear in my current state at the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, would the onlookers not inundate me with negative energy? Would I not even need to unleash the Sun Fist? Taisi, turn your head away and do not look at me. As Soya's mind sparked, he directed his words towards Taisi. No. Taisi glared fiercely. In a flash, Soya vanished from sight. Taisi's gaze lingered in a daze for a moment before she rubbed her head, coming back to reality. What was I just doing? It seems I just gave Soya quite the thrashing. Surely, he won't seek revenge on me, will he? Taisi, how do you feel now? Soya inquired. Taisi was about to turn around. Don't turn back, just yet, Soya urged hastily. I apologize for earlier. I don't quite understand why. I suddenly felt the urge to strike you. Taisi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she spoke with a hint of remorse. It's fine, Soya replied with a grin. Entirely unconcerned. It appears this side effect is such that only those who gaze upon me will harbor thoughts of wanting to hit me. As long as they do not look at me, it seems there is no significant issue. What if I were to don a mask? Soya stepped forward, gesturing towards the garment Taisi was wearing. Taisi, is it all right if a piece of your clothing is torn? Soya asked. It's nothing. Did it accidentally tear when I struck you earlier? Taisi replied, slightly taken aback, instinctively glancing back at Soya. With a swift motion, Soya showed no courtesy and directly ripped a piece of Taisi's clothing. Chapter 89. Taisi, let me take a break. What are you doing? Taisi exclaimed in fright. Didn't I just ask you? You said it was fine if a piece of your clothing tore. Soya chuckled mischievously. Taisi. Negative emotion value from Taisi, 999. I meant it was fine if a piece of my clothing tore, but I didn't mean for you to rip it off. Soya directly draped the torn piece of clothing over his head. Taisi's face turned pale, her teeth grinding in frustration. What peculiar antics are you up to? Do you wish to wear women's clothing? The more Taisi thought about it, the angrier she became. And she once again swung her fists at Soya in a flurry. Soya. Silently, Soya savored the pleasure from the massage. It seems the side effects of the bean candy are of no consequence even when my head is covered. Perhaps it is the aura emanating from me that invites such punishment. Taisi continued to pummel Soya for a full 5 minutes, leaving her exhausted and breathless. Let me rest. Taisi was genuinely worn out. Negative emotion value from Taisi, 999. HMHM. Soya secretly rejoiced. This bean candy is rather splendid. Utilizing it to accumulate negative emotion values is simply delightful. In just a short while, Taisi had provided him with a staggering 300,000 points of negative emotion value. If he were to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, reaching the limit of 1 billion shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Moreover, he need do nothing but stand there, and the negative emotion values would continuously refresh, right? Ha ha ha. The more Soya pondered, the more amused he became. Now, He was curious about the duration of the side effects of the bean candy. At this moment, Saiyan actually hoped that the side effects would last a bit longer. At least on this planet, he could walk with impunity. With so much negative emotion value, how could he not profit? According to the setting of the Battle God Water, this taunting skill might last for an entire day. Calculating the time, in just a few hours, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament would commence. How exhilarating. Negative emotion value from Vegeta, 999. Negative emotion value from Broly, 222. Negative emotion value from Nappa, 666. Saiyan suddenly received negative emotion values from these three individuals and couldn't help but pause momentarily. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 555. Soon after, Saiyan noticed the refreshing negative emotion value from Raditz. Raditz? System, if you hadn't refreshed this name, I might have nearly forgotten about him. I recall now. Raditz also consumed the bean candy, significantly diminishing his presence. Even I was on the verge of forgetting that Raditz was merely a competent test subject, let alone others. It is no wonder Vegeta did not even inquire about Raditz upon arriving here. Has Raditz awakened? Saiyan's mind stirred, and he promptly swapped the positions of Gak and Raditz. Galinta, Master Gallon unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Raditz. Reveling in the exhilaration that each strike brought, he had truly discovered a delightful plaything. This youth stirred in him a greater excitement than even catnip. With each blow, his stress dissipated further. How could such a fortuitous circumstance exist? During a brief respite, Gallon was astonished to find that the sinister little demon with the sharp hair had vanished. He had not anticipated that delivering punishment to this detestable youth would yield such gratifying results. After a moment's pause, he resumed his assault. If you perish, do not blame me. I shall burn paper for you. His eyes burned with malice, and after a short rest, he charged forth once more to unleash his wrath upon Raditz. In the midst of his fervent kicking, Raditz suddenly transformed into Gak. Currently, Gak lay in a daze. Having been knocked unconscious by Saiyan, Gallon paused momentarily, and out of reflex, delivered several kicks to Gak before finally halting, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Why had the target changed? Moreover, the individual before him offered no thrill at all. Suddenly, his loathing dissipated. Gallon scratched his head with his claws and approached, tapping Gak's head with his cane. Gradually, Gak stirred awake, his multifaceted eyes darting about in confusion. Had the position shifted again? Was Saiyan up to his usual mischief? That rascal. Gak's negative emotional energy surged to 666. Who are you? Gallon inquired. I am Galactic Patrolman Gak, he replied, rubbing his sore face and baring his teeth in pain. Who struck me? Such force. It seems it was Raditz who delivered the blow, Gallon replied calmly, swiftly changing the subject. Galactic Patrol? The name suggests a noble organization. Gak nodded vigorously, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Feeling as if he had finally found a kindred spirit, chattering excitedly, he recounted his experiences to Gallon in detail. So, if we can locate that special energy source to restore your spaceship, you could mobilize the Galactic Patrol to combat Saiyan? Gallon raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Precisely. You have witnessed his actions. Gak clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. What kind of energy do you require? I shall find a way. Gallon pondered deeply. Such energy is rare on Earth. The king had initially agreed to assist me. Yet, who could have anticipated that Saiyan would play such a cruel prank? Gak nearly broke into tears at the memory. I was merely a hired muscle, incapacitating all the soldiers and bodyguards. I, a galactic patrolman, became an accomplice in villainy. I shall keep an eye out. Gallon nodded, then curiously asked, but tell me, how did you suddenly find yourself here? Where has that little rascal Raditz gone? If my conjecture is correct, it seems that Raditz and I have exchanged places. Gak responded. This is a skill of that fellow named Saiyan. Is there truly such an astounding ability? Master Garen exclaimed in astonishment. Gak shrugged. I am just as perplexed. I remain in a state of confusion. When Raditz was swapped, Ties felt an exhilarating surge and began to bounce excitedly on the spot, as if her feet were tingling with anticipation. Bang, bang, bang. Without uttering a word, Ties unleashed a furious barrage of kicks upon Raditz. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 555. Saiyan stepped forward to observe closely, prodding Raditz's posterior with a stick several times. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. Saiyan continued to poke Raditz with the stick again. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 777. What delightful sentiments. Soya was overjoyed, his hands waving with such enthusiasm that they seemed to create illusions. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 888. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 999. Chapter 90. Angelic perception. Raditz's negative emotional value continuously refreshed. Soja was so delighted that bubbles of joy emerged from his nose. Raditz, you truly are my little guinea pig. Can we continue playing this way? I want to join in the fun. Seeing Soja so engrossed, Tai hurriedly attempted to seize the toy from his grasp. However, as Tai spoke, she inadvertently caught sight of Soja and instinctively approached him, bestowing upon him a flurry of playful massages. Tai, with her small fists, struck Soja repeatedly. Yet she felt it was insufficient. Grinding her teeth, she lunged at Soja, nipping at his face and neck with fervor. Soja exclaimed, "Is this how you play? Besides leaving a trail of saliva on me, what else can you possibly do?" With a darkened expression, Soja handed the small stick to Tai. Only then did she release him, gleefully wielding the stick to experiment on Raditz. The negative emotional value emanating from Raditz truly delighted Soja. Is it really possible to achieve this? With Tai's assistance, Raditz was surprisingly accumulating her own negative emotional value. "Oh dear, Raditz is suffering so terribly," Tai remarked. Although the stick showed no signs of rest, Soja sighed in resignation. Why must women make things difficult for one another? Tai paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought. Wait, is Raditz a girl? She blinked, inquiring. Although not a girl, Raditz had already endured the pains and joys typical of one. Soja reflected with a sense of melancholy. What are you talking about? Tai queried, her expression bemused. On a certain planet, Broly grasped Vegeta's wrist, relentlessly tossing his body in all directions. Nappa stood nearby, utterly petrified, trembling violently, his complexion paling. Upon reflection, Nappa realized that even Frieza was no match for this individual, let alone Prince Vegeta. How pitiful Prince Vegeta was. Would he not be beaten to death? Broly seized Vegeta by the collar, hoisting him high. Vegeta, battered and bruised, with several teeth missing, was a sight too painful to behold. Now, he felt as though his entire body was falling apart, each point of contact causing agony. Damn it, my hand is broken. Humph. Broly grunted, carelessly tossing Vegeta aside like refuse. He then lifted his gaze to Nappa, who was twitching at the corners of his mouth, his face frozen in shock. With a whoosh, Broly launched himself like a cannonball toward Nappa. Bang! Broly's fist struck Nappa, sending him crashing down from the sky, then seized one of his fingers, relentlessly swinging him around. Nappa was utterly bewildered. What the hell? I was merely watching. Broly proceeded to give Nappa a thorough beating, stacking him atop Vegeta, then sitting down upon him. Nappa, Vegeta, both were trembling with rage. Vegeta's teeth ground together in frustration as he clenched his fists tightly. You wait for me, kid. At the same time, an immense regret welled up within Vegeta. Why had he brought this brat onto the spaceship? Would it not have been better to leave him on that desolate planet, letting him fend for himself? On Earth, Soya ceased using the instant transmission. Having gathered the specific circumstances from Vegeta's side, Soya felt a sense of relief. At least Kampa was providing me with negative emotional energy due to the absence of the god water. Suddenly, Soya felt that utilizing the negative emotional energy to upgrade his perception skills seemed somewhat wasteful. He cursed internally, "Damn system, you're robbing me of my negative emotional energy. 100 billion, 100 billion. And you only returned a little over 1 billion? Congratulations, you have recovered a significant amount of consumed negative emotional energy, which can elevate your perception to its maximum level. Would you like to upgrade?" Soya was momentarily taken aback. You can recover negative emotional energy? Maximum perception? I wonder what the effects of maximum perception would be. Readers have advised me to prioritize combat power over perception. Soya decisively rejected the notion. The vast amount of negative emotional energy previously consumed was utilized for perception upgrades. Hence it can only be used for that purpose at the moment. Upgrade quickly. Stop dawdling. Soya's expression darkened. Initially, he held little hope for recovering this negative emotional energy. Yet, since it could elevate his perception to its maximum level, he decided not to dwell on it. Soya was eager to witness the effects of maximum perception. Upgrading perception, God of Destruction level. Consuming recovered negative emotional energy, 100 million. Upgrade successful. A surge of joy filled Soya's heart as he immediately released his sensing ability, attempting to detect the presence of the East Supreme Kai. To his surprise, he indeed sensed the East Supreme Kai, Shin, in a peculiar space. So effective already? This is simply delightful. Upgrading perception, God of Destruction level. Consuming recovered negative emotional energy, 1 billion. Upgrade successful. Soon after, his perception level rose once more, reaching the God of Destruction level. Soya secretly reveled in his success. Does this mean I can now sense the location of the God of Destruction? How splendid. Let me sense it right away. Soya promptly released his sensing ability again. Before long, he detected Beerus, who was sleeping in a castle on an inverted triangular planet. Indeed, I sensed the God of Destruction. Now, to see if he could locate that guy, Compa should still be in the 7th universe, but he might have returned to the 6th universe by now. Let's sense the entirety of the 7th universe first. Soya expanded his sensing ability, searching for Compa. In a brief moment, he quickly sensed Compa moving rapidly. Indeed, he is in the 7th universe. Soya distinctly perceived that Compa was extraordinarily far away from him. Although the speed of the spaceship is remarkably swift, it would still take several hours to reach Earth at its current velocity. To Soya, it feels as if this vessel intends to depart from the 7th universe. Has it grown weary of its adventures here and now seeks to return? I wonder if my perception has reached its maximum level. System, do expedite the process. Upgrading perception, angel level. Consuming 10 billion retrieved negative emotion points. Upgrade successful. The system promptly provided another notification. Congratulations, your perception skill is now at its maximum level. Subsequently, the system issued an additional note. Most of the absorbed negative emotion points have been recovered. Those that cannot be reclaimed are forever lost. This clarification could not be more explicit. To cling to the notion of reclaiming that elusive 100 billion negative emotion points would be as futile as chasing shadows. Soya feels that the system has made considerable efforts to rectify its bugs. I do apologize for the inconvenience. Well, it is what it is. With the negative emotion points gone, there are always opportunities to earn more. Surely, I could employ the same strategy on other planets, could I not? Why not ascend to kingship on planet Vegeta? Chapter 91. Do not gnaw. Tai Si, although the Saiyan population is not particularly large, numbering only a few thousand. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. I intend to summon all Saiyans to engage in battle with me, so I can deliver them a thorough beating. I believe this will generate sufficient negative emotional energy to last several days. However, should I pursue this course of action, I must devise a means to prevent Frieza from annihilating planet Vegeta. Just moments ago, Vegeta and Nappa remarked that Frieza's spaceship is rapidly approaching planet Vegeta. It is estimated that within 7 or 8 days, Frieza's vessel will appear in the skies above the planet. Frieza's intentions are abundantly clear. He seeks to exploit the opportunity to obliterate planet Vegeta. But there is no need to rush. Let Frieza travel for a few days first. I now possess the ability of instant transmission. I have made contact with Bardock and all members of his team. During this period, Bardock should still be on planet Vegeta, making my return rather effortless. Do not gnaw. Tai Si. Soya scowled at Tai Si, who was nibbling on his face. In the 7th universe, at the edge of the cosmos, Compa and Vados were swiftly flying towards the void, intending to reach the 2nd universe. The 12 universes of the Dragon Ball world, if depicted on a flat surface, resemble a grand clock. Each hour represents a universe, and each universe forms a large circle. The remaining spaces are an endless expanse of nothingness. For instance, traversing from the 6th universe to the 7th universe only requires crossing a minuscule stretch of the void. However, journeying from the 7th universe to the 2nd universe is considerably more distant, akin to the longest straight line from 7 o'clock to 2 o'clock on a clock face. Therefore, Compa and Vados would need to fly for several days to reach the 2nd universe. After releasing his sensing ability and detecting Compa, Soya deliberately lingered for an extra 2 seconds, observing whether there would be any response. Simultaneously, he silently prayed, "The system is magnificent. The system is unparalleled. The system's authority is supreme." Yet, Soya felt a twinge of anxiety. If Compa were to discover him, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, one must seize the moment and take bold risks. The system's creations are assuredly of the highest quality. The god water of destruction can even enhance the power of the destroyer gods. Thus, I hope this sensing ability remains undetected by the Destroyer God. Indeed. After extending his perception towards Kampa for those extra seconds, Soya noted that Kampa did not reduce his speed. This indicates that the system's sensing authority is superior. Had it been Goku's type of sensing ability, he would undoubtedly have been detected by Kampa upon releasing his own sensing. Subsequently, Soya employed his fully upgraded sensing ability to gauge Vados, deliberately lingering on her for a few seconds as well. Their speed showed no signs of diminishing. The system is extraordinary. I shall bestow upon you 3 eggs. Soya felt that this time, he truly reaped great rewards. Elevating one's perception to such a level is simply exhilarating. Moreover, what excites Suya the most is that upon reaching the zenith of angelic perception, it feels akin to acquiring a third-person perspective. From an astonishing distance, Suya can behold the enchanting Vados, the blue enchantress. Ah, truly, she is a divine being. Her skin, her beauty, her figure. Suya suddenly finds the azure complexion quite acceptable. He lingers on Vados for several moments, observing her reaction, yet she remains utterly unresponsive. A secret joy blossoms within Suya. Indeed, the system has not disappointed me. Even the angels remain oblivious. It seems that my decision to enhance my perceptual abilities was astutely made. Universe 2, here I come. Xiangpa's lips curl into a radiant smile. Oh dear. It appears Lord Xiangpa is quite pleased. Vados giggles sweetly. With the blessing of the divine combat water, I shall surely pin Hellas to the ground. Xiangpa rubs his fists together, brimming with anticipation. After admiring Vados for a while longer, Suya reluctantly diverts his gaze. However, he soon feels a dampness on his face and neck, and his expression darkens. Are you finished? Suya glares at Tais. I will bite you. Tais grinds her teeth and pounces on Suya, nibbling away. Should I lie down to assist you? Suya wipes away Tais' saliva. MMM. Tais nods vigorously, all the while kicking Raditz with her feet. There is no greater delight in the world than this, biting Suya while simultaneously kicking Raditz, an emotional high indeed. Suya, poor Raditz, enduring such inhumane treatment even while unconscious. At that moment, Raditz suddenly opens his eyes and slowly rises from the ground. Suya is taken aback. Has he awakened so soon? Goku, having consumed the divine water, slept for nearly an entire day, yet Raditz has roused after just over an hour? Huh. Tais, Suya, what are you two doing? Raditz rubs his eyes, astonished at Tais' antics with Suya. A memory from an old television show flashes in his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Tais, what you are doing will likely end badly. Nothing, Suya replies, maintaining an air of calm. Oh, you're awake? Tais also looks momentarily surprised before returning to her previous actions, kicking Raditz once more before resuming her nibbling on Suya. What do you mean? Why did you kick me? Raditz's expression darkens. However, seeing Suya being nibbled without any resistance from this girl brings him a sense of balance. It's just a kick. There's no need to dwell on it. Well done, Raditz. Your combat prowess has indeed improved. As Soya's eyes sparkled with realization, he swiftly deduced the combat power value of Raditz. Has his combat prowess increased? How long have I been unconscious? Raditz rubbed his head, excitement lacing his voice. Could it be that a day has already passed? Has the side effect of the divine combat water dissipated? Not at all. Soya shook his head. Raditz. Instantly, Raditz gauged his own energy intensity, only to be left speechless. The negative emotional value emanating from Raditz was a staggering 999. I thought the period of weakness had passed. Congratulations, Raditz. Your combat power has indeed doubled, as evident from your energy intensity. You have now reached a formidable 340. Soya smiled warmly. Raditz sniffed, on the verge of tears. Is this what you call a doubling of combat power? My previous strength was 700, for heaven's sake. Now, I am left with a mere 340, and you dare to congratulate me. Soya, I implore you, be reasonable. The negative emotional value emanating from Raditz stood at an astonishing 999. Chapter 92, The Awakening of Raditz. Wait a moment. My combat power doubles during the period of weakness. Does that mean my combat power will also double upon recovery from this weakness? A sudden realization illuminated Raditz's eyes, and he became animated, gesticulating excitedly. It should be about right. I sense that once you recover from this weakness, your combat power could reach an impressive height of 1,500. Soya pondered, noting that while the super divine water is highly toxic, It can also enhance combat power. 1,500. Raditz was overjoyed. However, as the conversation continued, Raditz increasingly found Soya irksome. Likewise, Soya felt equally annoyed by Raditz, both harboring various grievances. Why is it that when you transform into a Super Saiyan, you leap directly to Super Saiyan 3? We have to start from the very beginning. This brat is simply infuriating. The two glared at each other, their eyes ablaze with animosity. Bang! Soya delivered a slap that rendered Raditz unconscious. Negative emotional value from Raditz. 999. Taisai, feeling unsatisfied, took a few steps forward and kicked Raditz twice before delightfully turning to Soya. Soya was utterly speechless. Are you finished yet? Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Taisai shivered, descending from Soya's side, her cheeks flushed. What? What have I done? What is happening to me? What outrageous things did I just commit? Soya, I am truly sorry. I don't even know what came over me. Taisai appeared embarrassed, her face crimson, bowing her head as she repeatedly apologized to Soya. In an unexpected gesture, she even bowed to the now unconscious Raditz. Soya was taken aback and quickly glanced at the time. It had only been an hour. Has the side effect of the dodo sugar dissipated? He looked again at Raditz and suddenly found him far more tolerable, no longer as detestable as before. It seems the side effect of the dodo sugar lasts only an hour, unlike the duration of the super divine water side effects. Soya internally grumbled. I was hoping to utilize your side effects to accumulate negative emotional value. It's gone so soon, but perhaps this is for the best. Otherwise, Taisai would continue clinging to me, which feels rather awkward. You've made a mess of me. What do you propose we do about it? Soya adopted a stern expression and reprimanded Taisai. Taisai, what do you mean by making a mess of you? What kind of statement is that? You should say I made you fragrant instead. You must take responsibility and give me a bath. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Soya huffed. Taisai. Negative emotional value from Taisai. 666. Negative emotional value from Taisai. 555. Subsequently, Soya stepped forward and kicked Raditz awake. Raditz groggily opened his eyes. Fear etched on his face as he gazed at Soya, trembling with fright. Before losing consciousness, I must have completely lost my mind. I actually wanted to attack Soya. I would have met a dreadful fate. Soya, I am truly sorry. I don't know what came over me. Please forgive me. Raditz, horrified, hastily apologized. Forget it. I won't hold it against you this time, said Soya with a huff. Thank you. Thank you, Soya, Raditz exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Soya felt a bit embarrassed. I made you my test subject and even gave you a beating, yet you still show appreciation. What a sin, what a sin. But I like it. Ha ha. Soya laughed gleefully. All right, let us find a place to bathe and prepare for tomorrow's World Martial Arts Tournament. With that, Soya immediately soared into the sky, holding ties tightly. Raditz quickly followed suit. As they flew, Soya suddenly realized that he was accompanied by only one person, which was rather unsatisfying. It would be much more convenient to have a few more companions around for instant teleportation. As for Tai, Soya hesitated to swap her out carelessly. If he accidentally exchanged her with someone on planet Vegeta, it would surely lead to a disastrous outcome. The thought was simply too cruel to entertain. Thus, it was essential to have additional companions nearby for seamless exchanges. However, how could he possibly bring Vegeta, Nappa, and Broly to his side? He certainly couldn't swap innocent beings with them. He wondered if small animals would suffice. Just as Soya pondered this, the trio had already arrived above a luxurious 7-star hotel on the island hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. Soya descended with Tai while Raditz trailed closely behind. As they prepared to check in, a menacing black pit bull charged towards Raditz, barking fiercely. Raditz frowned, delivering a swift kick that struck the pit bull squarely on the head. The dog yelped in agony, convulsing before collapsing lifelessly. That was easy. Raditz scoffed. Soya smacked his forehead. Why did you kill that dog? I was hoping to see if I could use it to exchange for Vegeta, but you just kicked it to death. Wait, I wonder if a deceased dog could be swapped for Vegeta? Soya mused. Stepping forward to touch the lifeless pit bull, he then attempted to use his teleportation ability to exchange positions with Vegeta. To his dismay, it proved ineffective. This indicated that deceased animals could not be exchanged for humans, not even freshly deceased ones. But wait. The description of the teleportation ability stated that it required 2 individuals who had made contact. The emphasis was on individuals. It clearly specified humans. Animals did not count as humans. Gods were also excluded. In the Dragon Ball universe, Frieza and Cell were considered human, and even the demon race could be regarded as a form of humanity. However, gods were likely not included. This meant that the teleportation ability would not work on gods, likely referring to Supreme Kai and those of a higher divine tier. Gods akin to the heavenly gods on Earth probably did not qualify either. Soya, I cannot be blamed for this matter. It was the dog that threatened to bite me, and I merely acted in self-defense. Raditz, observing Soya's approach towards the dog, instinctively assumed he was seeking an explanation on behalf of the creature and hastily defended himself. Why is such a large dog not on a leash? Taisi inquired with a slight furrow in her brow. Let us move on, Soya said, diverting his gaze. However, just as the three of them were about to enter the hotel, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah, my precious darling. A woman, adorned in opulent attire, suddenly burst forth from the hotel, throwing herself onto the dog and weeping as if her heart were shattered. Almost immediately, she seized Soya by the arm, her expression one of fierce indignation. You will compensate me for my dog. This is not over, she declared vehemently. I witnessed you harming my dog. You must be the one responsible for its demise. Indeed, Soya replied, visibly agitated. A little white mouse has come knocking at my door. Such a large dog, and yet you do not have it leashed? Taisi questioned, her brows knitting together in disapproval. Chapter 93. At last. I have gathered Vegeta and Broly together. My precious darling does not bite. Why should I hold the leash? Moreover, should you find yourselves bitten, it would indeed be your honor. My darling is my most esteemed son. The woman, with her nose held high and an air of superiority, addressed Soya and Tais with disdain, deeming them as mere lowly beings. Is there a hierarchy of warriors on Earth as well? Raditz mused, taken aback. Wife, what is happening? At that moment, a man adorned in gold and silver strode forth, followed closely by an elderly lady. The man's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, appearing even more insufferable than Raditz during the adverse effects of Dao to sugar. The elderly woman was equally sharp-tongued, embodying the type of character one would find most irksome in a short play. After inquiring about the situation, the pair seized Soya, accusing him of killing their dog and demanding retribution. Raditz, eager to resolve the matter with a punch or a kick, prepared to intervene. Don't move. Let me handle this. Soya, feeling urgency, called out to Raditz. I was just pondering how to exchange Vegeta and the others. Instead, 3 fools have come to present themselves for sacrifice. How utterly delightful. You are finished. Do you even know who I am? The man narrowed his eyes, radiating malice. Exchange. Without hesitation, Soya executed a swift teleportation, switching the man with Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta found himself beside Soya, while the man was left bewildered on an unfamiliar planet, trapped beneath the weight of Naba. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, inadvertently aggravating his wounds, which caused him to wince in pain. Wait, he is Prince Vegeta? Raditz stuttered, utterly astonished. Vegeta. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed, Soya, could you refrain from showcasing your abilities here? I warn you. Should you continue to swap me about, I shall not hold back. The woman and the elderly lady exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Mother, why has your son become so diminutive? The woman could not help but inquire. The elderly lady shook her head in confusion. Exchange. Soya, undeterred, proceeded to switch the elderly lady with Broly. In the blink of an eye, Broly materialized where the elderly lady had been. Upon his arrival, he, like Vegeta, looked around in bewilderment, marveling at the beauty of his surroundings for the first time. Would you like some water? Soya offered a bottle of mineral water to Broly. Broly blinked, accepting the bottle and inspecting it closely, uncertain of how to proceed. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, suddenly gleamed with excitement. Has this rascal begun to play tricks on Broly again? Quickly drink up. Once you have consumed the divine water of battle, I shall relish the moment when you are weakened, and I can teach you a lesson. You just struck me quite hard. Soja twisted open the cap of the bottle in place of Broly. Broly took the mineral water, glanced up at Soja, and then took a sip. The moment the liquid touched his lips, an overwhelming sense of bliss washed over him, and gratitude blossomed in his gaze as he looked at Soja. What a kind soul, providing me with such delightful refreshment. What is this? Broly inquired in somewhat halting language. It's mineral water, Soja chuckled. It's delicious. Broly nodded enthusiastically, cradling the bottle and slurping noisily. So you can talk. Vegeta's expression darkened, trembling with barely restrained rage. Who is this? Raditz stood nearby, utterly bewildered, scratching his head to the point of pulling out several hairs without realizing it. Vegeta, this is for you, Soja said, tossing a senzu bean to Vegeta. What? Vegeta caught the bean, inspecting it in his palm. Try eating it, Soja suggested with a smile. It doesn't have any side effects, does it? Vegeta asked warily. Forget it. Soja rolled his eyes at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta grunted but nonetheless popped the bean into his mouth, chewing it down. The moment he swallowed, his eyes lit up, and he felt his injuries heal instantaneously. Not only that, but he sensed a significant surge in his energy as well. However, Vegeta was still in a weakened state. His battle power barely reaching 10,000. My battle power. I feel it increasing. Vegeta exclaimed, startled. Soja, you haven't turned the water of the gods into these beans, have you? Soja replied, your imagination is truly vivid. The woman nearby had lost her makeup, her mouth twitching in astonishment. Where are my husband and mother-in-law? How did they turn into two little boys? What? What have you done to them? The woman stammered, fear evident in her eyes as she regarded Soja. I almost forgot about you since you weren't speaking, Soja chuckled, turning to Vegeta. Where were you before? On a strange planet filled with islands. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Exchange. Soja wasted no time, directly swapping the woman and Nappa. In the blink of an eye, Nappa found himself beside Soja, utterly bewildered, quickly scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Broly, he trembled in fear. At last, through the exchange, Soja had managed to gather everyone together. The arrival of these three was perfectly timed, as he had been concerned about not having anyone to swap with Vegeta. Tais was no longer surprised, having witnessed Soja's peculiar antics just moments ago. On a certain planet, the woman, man, an elderly lady surveyed their surroundings, their expressions one of shock. Where are we? How did we end up here? The trio wondered about, only to suddenly spot a large vessel swiftly approaching from the distant sea. In a burst of excitement, they waved their hands and shouted for help. Curiously, the ship bore a skull emblem. Could it be pirates? The woman murmured softly. The man, suddenly grasping the implication, appeared visibly shaken. Pirates? The elderly lady widened her eyes, her expression filled with dread. The grand ship anchored by the shore, and several fully armed pirates disembarked, aiming their guns at the trio. In a swift motion, the pirates stripped the three of their treasures. Additionally, three of the pirates dragged the woman into a nearby thicket. The following is the fluctuation of the woman Mart's negative emotional value. From Mart, negative emotional value 999. From Mart, negative emotional value 888. From Mart, negative emotional value 666. From Mart, negative emotional value 1. Soya, what on earth is happening? Why is this woman only providing me with a negative emotional value of 1? I've never encountered such a minimal emotional value before. From Jessica, negative emotional value 999. From Stephanie, negative emotional value 999. Soon after, the man and the elderly lady continued to contribute negative emotional values, which appeared rather normal. Soya was genuinely perplexed by the peculiar state of this woman's emotional value. Never mind. Chapter 94. Naba, you have quite the audacity. How is your tongue twister coming along? Soya glanced at Naba and immediately inquired. Naba. Negative emotional value from Naba, 666. Could you refrain from checking my homework so promptly? I haven't reviewed yet. I apologize, Soya. I will certainly do my best. Naba hurriedly replied. Excellent. Soya was quite pleased with Naba's attitude. By the way, where exactly are we? Naba warily glanced at Broly again, who was happily sipping a bottle of mineral water, and felt a sudden amusement. Soya seems intent on leading Broly to his doom. That's fine, otherwise none of us would stand a chance against Broly. Let's have him drink the combat god water and give him a good thrashing an hour later. No. We are all in a weakened state right now. Wouldn't it be better to have Broly drink the combat god water tomorrow? This is Earth, Soya declared. Earth? I believe I've heard someone mention this planet. Naba grinned and looked around. There are quite a number of people on this planet. Should we conquer it? No one spoke. In that case, I shall present a greeting to the inhabitants of this planet. As Naba spoke, he gathered energy and raised a finger, intending to obliterate the small island. Soya's expression darkened. Rendered speechless, Vegeta rolled his eyes at Nappa, ignoring him. Broly continued to enjoy his water. Raditz opened his mouth, but was powerless to intervene. Ties was bewildered, unsure of Nappa's intentions. Exchange. Soya decided to be direct and swiftly exchanged Nappa with another individual. Whoosh. Nappa vanished without a trace. Is this fellow out of his mind? He jumped straight into a major attack. Does Earth harbor a grudge against you? If you blow these people up, from where would my negative emotional value arise? Consequently, Soya exchanged Nappa with a female Saiyan. Clap. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful girl appeared in Nappa's place. The girl had long, flowing hair with natural curls at the ends. Boasting a stunning appearance, a score of 99, and a physique that was beyond reproach. Upon seeing her, Soya was momentarily taken aback. After 6 years apart, how have you grown so much? The girl, like the others, looked around in astonishment, and then her gaze fell upon Soya with sheer delight. Soya? The girl stared at Soya, unable to contain her excitement. Her name is Kale, a childhood companion of Soya. Kale, also a low-class warrior, had a mere battle power of 10 at birth. However, when she turned 10, she began to exhibit her potential, ultimately achieving a battle power exceeding 500 and becoming a competent fighter, undertaking missions. Since then, Soya had not seen Kale again. This time, Frieza summoned all the Saiyans back, and Yui returned with her combat team. However, her return coincided perfectly with Zoya's departure from planet Vegeta. Is that you, Yui? Raditz exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, yet immediately recognizing her. Humph, Vegeta muttered, crossing his arms, attempting to appear aloof. Yui, it's been years, you've grown so much, Zoya remarked, his gaze gradually descending, expressing astonishment. How remarkable it is how much you've changed. It is worth noting that Saiyans typically undergo a rapid transformation from childhood to adolescence around the age of 14, maintaining this youthful appearance until approximately 80, after which they age swiftly. Moreover, Saiyans have a lifespan akin to that of Earthlings, living up to a century at most. Contrary to popular belief, their lifespan does not extend to over 200 years, as clarified in Dragon Ball Super. Zoya, it's truly you. I thought I'd never see you again. Yui exclaimed, dashing forward, shoving Teize aside, and leaping to wrap her arms around his neck, her legs encircling his waist. What the heck? Teize protested, taken aback by her boisterousness. In a surprising turn of events, Yui pressed her lips against Zoya's cheek, leaving Teize in a state of shock. After 6 years, you've become so forward, Zoya remarked, puzzled. What is that peculiar taste on your face? Yui murmured, her lips smacking together, sensing a refreshing sensation. Zoya cast a furtive glance at Teize, who was chewing gum. Earlier, Zoya had been caught by Teize, and the residue of gum lingered on his face. Yui, you've indirectly, he began, but Teize, feeling guilty, discreetly disposed of the gum when Yui wasn't looking. Suddenly realizing her surroundings, Yui stepped back from Zoya and surveyed the area. Where are we? She inquired, her gaze quickly darting to Vegeta, her eyes widening in disbelief. You are Prince Vegeta, aren't you? Humph, what a fuss, Vegeta scoffed. We are on Earth, Zoya replied with a smile. Earth? Yui exclaimed, momentarily stunned. By the way, where were you before this? Raditz asked curiously. I was on planet Vegeta, Yui replied, her excitement palpable. This is Earth? What? You were on planet Vegeta? Vegeta exclaimed, turning to Zoya in disbelief. How could you traverse such a vast distance? Indeed, Zoya nodded. Your ability is truly astonishing, Vegeta remarked, a mix of envy and admiration on his face. Negative emotional energy from Vegeta, 111. Traverse? Raditz was astounded. When did you acquire such remarkable skills? Did you learn from that plump feline? Don't ask what you shouldn't, Soya admonished sternly. I apologize. Raditz hastily covered his mouth. Planet Vegeta. Upon his sudden arrival, Nappa immediately unleashed a powerful attack in this region of planet Vegeta. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The area was utterly devastated by Nappa's immense energy. Many Saiyans on the scene were left covered in dust and dirt, glaring furiously at Nappa. Nappa was momentarily bewildered. Huh. Isn't this planet Vegeta? I was just on Earth. How did I end up back on planet Vegeta? Was it that guy Soya's doing? Wait a moment. Planet Vegeta? As Nappa realized his location, his face turned pale. This is bad. Frieza is heading towards planet Vegeta. Soon, Frieza will personally obliterate this planet. This is Utterly tragic. Nappa's negative emotional value soared to 999. He was swiftly apprehended by the enforcement team of Planet Vegeta. It is illegal to unleash such powerful attacks on the planet, and according to the law, he would face severe consequences. Nappa, who gave you the audacity to unleash such a technique on this planet? King Vegeta personally presided over Nappa's trial. Chapter 95, Frieza. This king and you are irreconcilable. Nappa knelt obediently before King Vegeta, his face contorted in distress. Fortunately, the energy you unleashed was not overwhelmingly powerful, resulting in no fatalities. Vegeta scoffed. Yet your vile conduct has greatly displeased this king. Though you are a formidable warrior, sparing your life does little to quell the public outrage. Nappa trembled in fear, but summoned his courage and stammered, Your Majesty, I have something of utmost importance to convey. I beseech you to spare me. Go on then. If your revelation bears no significance, I shan't hesitate to extinguish your life this very moment. King Vegeta retorted coldly. Frieza is approaching in his spaceship, intent on annihilating our planet. Nappa hurriedly exclaimed. What did you say? King Vegeta was taken aback. A moment of silence ensued, during which the assembled Saiyans burst into laughter, regarding Nappa as though he were a fool. I speak the truth, Your Majesty. Nappa insisted, growing desperate. Prince Vegeta can corroborate my words. Right. Were you not with the prince on Planet Beast? King Vegeta suddenly recalled, unable to suppress his curiosity. Where's the prince? Did he return with you? Nappa found himself at a loss for words. If I were to say the prince is currently on Earth, would you believe me? I would not believe it either. The prince is indeed on Earth. Nappa reluctantly admitted, offering the unvarnished truth. Earth? King Vegeta frowned, promptly instructing his subordinates to gather information about the planet. Upon investigation, King Vegeta discovered that Earth was exceedingly distant from Planet Vegeta, and traveling there by spaceship would require a considerable amount of time. Establish contact, King Vegeta commanded Nappa. Nappa felt as though he might perish from despair. I cannot reach him. The prince's communicator is broken and without a communication device. It seems nearly impossible to establish contact. Nappa sniffled, on the verge of tears. So, how do you expect the prince to validate your claims? King Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, I swear on my honor that every word I utter is true. Please, you must trust me. Nappa raised his hand in a solemn pledge. If you remain skeptical, you may investigate thoroughly. Frieza's spaceship is indeed en route to us, and will likely arrive within a few days in our galaxy. Furthermore, Frieza's vessel has been circling our planet for some time, with the intent to obliterate Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta's brow furrowed as he glanced at his other ministers. They exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. Your Majesty, prior to this, I have heard that Frieza's men have been inquiring about the legendary Super Saiyans. One advisor remarked. Indeed, I have heard the same. Moreover, they have sought knowledge regarding the myth of the Super Saiyan God, another added. If that is the case, then Frieza indeed harbors malicious intentions. He must fear the emergence of Super Saiyans or the Super Saiyan God among us, which is why he seeks to annihilate our planet. Several ministers expressed their thoughts one by one. King Vegeta immediately struck the table in anger, his face a canvas of fury, his cape billowing dramatically despite the absence of wind. Frieza, I shall not coexist with you, King Vegeta bellowed. Nappa breathed a sigh of relief. Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. King Vegeta mused, pondering the possibility of a Super Saiyan and a Super Saiyan God emerging among their kind. Your Majesty, this is an ancient legend. One elderly minister stepped forward, bowing respectfully, filled with nostalgia. Let us not even speak of the Super Saiyan God. Just the Super Saiyan is renowned as the strongest being in the universe, and the Super Saiyan God is hailed as the mightiest deity. Nappa nodded vigorously in agreement. After discussing the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God for a while, King Vegeta finally noticed Nappa's incessant nodding and his expression darkened. Even if your information is of great value, it does not absolve you of your transgressions. King Vegeta scoffed coldly, declaring loudly, the death penalty can be evaded, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Considering you are an elite warrior, you shall go and gather intelligence on Frieza, or seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Yes, that shall be your task. Nappa's mind raced with 100 galloping stallions. Your Majesty, are you jesting? You want me to seek an opportunity to eradicate Frieza? If I possess such capability, Why would I not ascend to the throne of the universe myself? Meanwhile, on Earth, outside a 7-star hotel, Yui Ai held tightly onto Suya's neck and, after planting a kiss on his cheek, felt unsatisfied. The refreshing mint flavor was delightful, prompting her to take several more playful nibbles. Suya, I really need a good bath today. Yui Ai, you and Ties are being excessive. What else can you do besides leaving saliva all over me? Ties stood nearby, her mouth twitching in irritation. Why do you nibble where I have already nibbled? This woman is utterly outrageous. Earth, the gravity on this planet is so light. Yui Ai exclaimed as she leaped lightly from Suya's embrace to the ground, testing the planet's gravity. Then, she blinked and soared into the sky, scanning her surroundings, even flying off to explore the distance, seemingly searching for something. Before long, Yui Ai returned, looking relaxed, proudly patting her chest in an alluring manner. What is the matter with you? Suya couldn't help but glance again, casually inquiring. Nothing. Just felt this planet seemed somewhat familiar, Yui Ai replied, shaking her head. Suya gazed deeply into Yui Ai's, her eyes, sensing she harbored some secret. However, Suya felt no compulsion to pry into her mysteries. Since Yui Ai was reluctant to share, he refrained from pressing further. By the way, Prince Vegeta, Suya, what are you doing on Earth? Yue Kue, with a hint of concern in her voice, inquired. Are you planning to bring this planet down? I have been waiting for you on Earth, much like how I have thought of you throughout these 6 years, replied Suya with a gentle smile. Yue Kue's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, deeply moved. Suya, sob, she sniffled, her eyes growing moist. Do not be overly emotional. It is merely nostalgia, Suya chuckled softly. Yue Kue. The negative emotional value from Yue Kue reached 666. Tai Si, covering her face, was rendered speechless. The girl nearly wore her confession on her sleeve, and you utter such words. Will you ever find a girlfriend like this? By the way, this planet is about to host the prestigious martial arts tournament, and I intend to register. Have you all signed up? Suya looked towards Vegeta and the others, briefly explaining the rules of the tournament. Vegeta, Raditz. The two exchanged silent glances. We are currently in a weakened state. You want us to enroll in such a competition? If you wish to bully us, just do it directly. No need for subterfuge. Only Broly, clutching a bottle of mineral water, drank eagerly, reminiscent of a little kitten nursing.